So I said, here's the dirty, rotten trick they pulled. And I don't think it's the people we're debating. I think they got fooled by this same trick. What they try to do, they try to use the tilt of the Earth and squeeze 12 o'clock in. So we'd have a 360-degree view, equatorial view throughout the year. So in December we'd have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and they try and tilt the Earth and squeeze 12 into that 180-degree view. But you can't squeeze in an extra fucking constellation into the 180 degrees view. So I'm like, forget the sun. Just picture the 180-degree view you have opposite of Orion, and then and try and use a tilt to squeeze that in. You'd still have to have the 180 degrees that you see opposite of Orion, and then to see it, you'd have to squeeze that in there. So you'd have to see extra fucking constellations, and that's So I back it up with like I said, a professor presenting all this shit too. And then one other thing, I show from the far north how the constellations are vertical. And not only that, they seem to cover less distance. That's called perspective. So now either they went to the North Pole to make all the constellations, because all the equatorial constellations are vertical from far north. Either it was just luck, but why would they be vertical? They say that we see the arcs from like the equator. We see the arc of the northern star rotation and the southern star rotation because that's what way they're facing. So that wouldn't explain why we see Orion vertical. And then one thing I didn't even add in is I could show the rainbow part of the Milky Way. So across the South Pole, somewhere on Earth, at some time of the year, we'd have to see a bowl, like a concave or convex, whatever you want to call it, opposite of the arc of the Milky Way. Because if we're seeing in 360 degrees, then somewhere on Earth at some part of the year, we have to see, just like we see Orion upside down, we see the moon upside, we see everything upside down some part of the year at some point. So what would be different with the Milky Way? Yet I've looked for a month and I cannot find the antipode to the rainbow Milky Way. But I don't know, man. I'm uploading it right now.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Jeremy. Hey, this morning, who was all here? With like Nate and Bacon, Gummy, all the people who were here before you went over to Gems.
Yeah, Funk was there. Why? What's up?
Oh, Geo. I was talking with
Percentage.
Geo. Yeah, percentage for sure. That's the other because it came down to it was just me, you, and percentage, and then you left, and the percentage left.
Moya came in for a minute. Why? What's up?
Well, Geo was kind of. I guess I meant to put words in his mouth, but thought the server nothing had happened today, and I was like, well, there was quite a big event earlier.
Well, I would have stayed but like everyone kind of cleared out, and I wanted to pitch this shit at to the professional Globers.
Yeah,
Quote unquote.
I listened, dude. It was great. It was great. I really liked it.
Oh, you were listening? Did you hear the thing about the light we did after the speed of light?
No, once they said something about like, hey, you're losing viewers. It's your fault. It's your fault. And I said, and then you stopped talking. And then they went once they went on with Pete talking about the different actions of being if someone's crazy, but they have the same lived experience as you do. I'm kind of paraphrasing. He said a little bit different than that. Then how do you know you're not crazy too? And after they started talking about that, I'm like, yeah, this is boring. This is just a shit show, you know?
Yeah, they were just talking shit, dude. I bring the viewers. People come to watch. There's people that'll follow me around. Watch. Now that I'm here, I bet you people will start coming. That was just Queen talking shit in chat. That debate chat box is a fucking cesspool. Oh my god. The voice is the voice is the voice, but the chat box is really fucking ridiculous. It's just people talking mad shit, dude. I went in there. I usually don't even fuck around with chat. I can't stand chat, but I was in there today, and it was just horrible. Like, I called so many names within like such a short a period of time. I'm like, what am I even doing here?
Yeah, I would say like I looked at it right, and it was like
Like I
there's
said, the voice is a different story. All right, the
well,
voice
the
is
voice was pretty bad too. I mean, there was a
well,
lot of blurting going on. I know you
yeah, but
probably
it's not
tuned
as
it
bad
out.
as
Yeah, not as bad as
it's
the
not as
text.
bad as the text. Yeah,
Yeah,
text
the
is
text is
kind of
unusable. It's just straight up unusable. Like, it was just nonstop. It was flowing so fast. I had to pause the video. I was taking a few screenshots here and there of just how
Oh,
shitty it was.
what is Gem live stream the text?
Yeah, he live streams the text too.
Oh,
Like there's this one dude like Harold Graphics or something like that. It was
I
like
don't
just
know.
one stop thing after another. It was just a complete spiral. I mean, this dude was in a free fall spiral, just one thing after another after another. It's like he was just coming up with like it's almost like a random word generator insult thing. Like
uh, I mean the voice chat. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, you should have listened because I tuned out for a little while too, but I came back later and Grim was going on about that speed of light and a vacuum thing, and they got I want to do this on a show so everyone knows because we've been hit with this shit so many times about light's a constant, speed in a vacuum. Save it for the show. Also, Gio, did you look at that TikTok I sent you? That's something we can go over on a show too. I'm sure they'll have all kinds of excuses on deck, but
Yeah, I saw it.
has that been like debunked or anything, or like what's the excuse for that? You're talking about the one with the earth, the earth turning, right? Or was
Yeah,
it top
well,
and bottom?
I
Oh.
might need to watch more of it though, because I think I got like interrupted halfway through it. He was saying it looks like stop motion.
Yeah, but they went on after that to where one time they were out there and the earth was rotating under them. You know, you could see the clouds moving and stuff. And then there was another time where they like forgot to turn the motion of the earth on because it was just still like the earth wasn't rotating under them. Yeah, keep watching that one, bro. He goes into a couple things there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would need to watch the whole thing. So I only watched part of it, and then I think I got interrupted, and
Yeah.
then
I mean, they literally forgot to rotate the earth under them. So like that's could be a problem. I mean, I don't know. That'd be pretty tough to come up with some excuses for that of why it looks like Earth isn't turning underneath the ISS or whatever. So we'll see. That's something good for the show, though. You know what I mean? Like save that for a show. I used to do that with Brandon all the time. I would just randomly like send him shit that I saw that was like cool that we could talk about on a show. So
yeah, for sure.
But yeah, they were talking mad shit in the chat because I don't ever usually go in the chat because it's fucking kind of ridiculous. I mean, to be honest, the text chat anywhere you go is just usually absolutely absurd and not even worth the time of talking to anyone in it. Like even in 24/7, tons of places, the text chat's just not even worth getting involved with.
It's funny because they'll pretend like it's not their fault. Like they are in that level of free fall spiraling that they are offering nothing to the conversation. Just one triggered blurt after another, to the point that text is moving so fast that you can't even read it. But yet somehow that is your fault. It's Jeremy's fault. And they hold that worldview together with a globe heliocentric model. That is the breathtaking part for me. You know, when I look at it, because they got their experts telling them to do the exact opposite. Do anything other than that. And it's the only thing they do day in, day out. Nothing new under the sun. And even more so, it's like that's their safe space. So with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, they have what they need to finally learn what you're talking about. They don't have to worry about being muted. Their comments are never deleted. They've got safety. They've got security. You know, they've got their biological, physiological, and psychological needs met. But they still can't learn anything at all. Not one thing you presented today sunk in to any of them. So it's their problem. You know, that's not you. That's not your problem. But they kept on trying to find ways to fix Jeremy. You know, I wrote some of them down, but there's no point in repeating it. It's just garbage. But at least it was entertaining. You did a good job. You know, it was really powerful.
What happened?
This morning, it was a bunch of us were on the server here, and we got to kind of like a somewhat of an impasse with this idea of triangles.
Mm.
So then Jeremy's like, hey, why don't I try the same conversation in a different space and see what happens? And it was just a dumpster fire.
Over here rather than in Gems?
At Gems it was.
Oh, yeah.
Like here it was actually pretty fun, and a lot of people enjoyed it.
Yeah. Well, Jeremy doesn't have a lot of people who are willing to listen over at Gems. That is. I guess they'll listen, but then they is there a difference between listening and hearing? Maybe because they'll hear them, but maybe they don't listen. I don't know.
Or they'll hear one word,
right,
and then flip out over that one word. Like one of the things they had said, I wrote down here that his whole purpose is to antagonize the globe.
Is it, Jeremy? Is that what you're here to do? Is that your purpose? Why did he mute? Does he have me muted? He can't hear me.
I don't know.
Wow. Yeah, I got upset. I just wanted to apologize to Gio for, I think we misunderstood each other yesterday. I'm not trying to take over your conversation, Crit, but
no, you're good.
I just wanted to make sure that, I'm delayed. It's my fault. Go ahead.
I was going to say, like, for text, you're talking about the VC conversation, right?
Yeah, because I thought it was interesting that well, let's just put it this way. I thought that it was great that Gio started up a channel, a Discord channel that was going to not be globe focused. and where it was dominated by even polite conversation, but dominated by the whole debate on that. I thought that it was going to expand further past just globe Earth, flat Earth again. And I was under the impression that that's what this was, and I didn't realize that there was a structure that had been put in place. Like, that was my fault. That, Gio's very happy with the debate happening, if it happens, just as long as it's polite. So I just I misunderstood the room. So just, if Gio's here, I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, because it's easier to say it than write it all in text. I had an issue with, Ruhif coming in and just taking over the conversation and it turning away from, the thought process that we were on, and then just turning right into a globe Earth, flat Earth debate, rather than the philosophical angle we were kind of at the beginning,
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that. I mean, I agree. I think there's like different modes. Because we were in like a more of what I would call like a building mode, where we were actually building, on each other's thoughts, and sort of like playing tennis, where we were kind of hitting the ball back and forth between a couple of us, and like building like an actual interesting. It's like building a structure. Like we're actually, building, like it's like making a painting or something, where we're actually trying to, exchange like that. And then you're right. It was I think Ruhif and Brian and a couple others kind of instantly went into that more like intense, heated, flat Earth, globe Earth kind of fighting energy.
I was gonna say yesterday, like, you guys ran off the only girl here. What the hell?
It's not about that, but I just, and Gio, I don't want to get too much into this because I don't want to waste your time, but I just wanted to make sure that you understood. I wasn't angry. And I wasn't disappointed. I wasn't looking for any kind of action. I was disappointed in not having any kind of action. I was just disappointed that it was allowed to go there, because that's how, just in my opinion, my experience, that's how every good channel ends up dying. It just becomes a replica of the last open discussion, and it just becomes another place to argue about the same thing you're arguing about in somewhere else. And there's no room in those other places right now. There's no room to have the open discussions. The ones that there is no, where both parties or any party involved in the conversation doesn't have concrete, on paper evidence for something. It's just the thoughts and the feelings of, just theorizing things, and they get shut down wherever you go now. And I thought that, that's kind of, it just triggered me yesterday, basically, when it happened here. And you didn't seem to mind. Nobody else seemed to mind. And I thought, well, here goes another good channel. It's just going to become globe Earth, flat Earth again, which is fine. I mean, it's your channel, but it's just, I just wish that it would remain where we could discuss more of the why it's flat or why it's a globe, rather than the mathematical aspect of it, or using scientific method to prove it. That's all.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. I think it takes a tremendous amount of like moderating and jumping in those kinds of situations, and I don't feel like I have very much help on this server. I kind of like doing it all myself pretty much. Like no other moderators seem to do much and kind of share the vision.
I just wanted to let you know, I'm sorry. I apologize if, I see that you made something out of it, because I wasn't very clear in the text. So I just wanted to apologize for coming across the way you received it, because it wasn't my intention. So you have a great show and you have a great little room here. I mean, you've put in a lot of work, and I just don't want to see it go to shit. So, but it's your channel, so have fun.
Yeah, I was hoping. I tried. I mean, not to be like self-righteous or anything, but I tried to change the topic and wanted to talk about, like the 4 seasons there of Goliath or something. But yeah, they were kind of in that dogfight mode, and I was gonna message you afterwards, but I wasn't sure exactly what where you were at, like headspace wise, and just figured I'd catch up with you next time.
Yeah, it's fine. It's cool.
Yeah,
Um,
that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of layers to this. Like, first of all, there's like the whole insult layer, which obviously on this server we've done a lot of work to try to not have that be the mainstay of just constant insults, and that so there's that, and then there's also the difference, like we're talking about now, between like a building discussion where we're sharing each other's minds, we're listening to each other, even though we may not agree, it's more like we can I kind of see it as like throwing seeds out into the garden, and oh, if I like what you said, I might, I might watch that plant grow and enjoy that or something. Or if I don't, I might just, pass on it and look to something else. Where there is more of like a civil discussion going on in that way, and that can be like, yeah, philosophical or building ideas. And then there's a whole nother mode where it is, basically I call it like the bar fight mode, where it's just, chairs are being thrown and bottles are being broken over people's heads, and it's much more of like. There's also the polarity between like a bar fight versus a round table. Like a round table, you sit at the bar, 12 people around a table, and you're all drinking beer, enjoying conversation. Whereas the bar fight is, bottles are being smashed and tables and chairs are being thrown. And yeah, I mean, I actually think that people maybe want different things. Some people want the bar fight thing. Some people want an actual building discussion. So like yesterday, for the first hour of the show, we were having a really good building discussion. And then, yeah, basically Ruhif came in. And I think it was like Ruhif and Brian and Paid Nasashil and some of those guys just came in doing that, basically turned it into a bar fight in a sense. I mean, not being critical to them by saying that. I'm just saying it turned into that, talking over each other and just all of that, fighting basically. And yeah, I mean, in that scenario, like it was kind of an open show yesterday. So I was just sort of like letting that go, I suppose. And also like I've been away for a whole week. And so I don't know, I guess. Well, yeah. So I guess I didn't really like jump in and say anything, but I guess I'm getting a little bit worn out of having to always jump in and do that stuff and say that. And like I said, there seems to be no other moderators that seem to kind of share the vision with me. So it's kind of like all me. So I don't know. I'm just kind of getting worn out.
I'll tone it down, man. I will tone it down. It was Paid as the show was interrupted. If it would have just been a back and forth between me and Ruhif, it wouldn't have been so bad. But really, man, we do get along and everything. But Paid as the show brought a little hostility, which kind of got me a little bit hostile. But I mean, that was a pretty interesting conversation, man. But the reason I jumped in yesterday, man, wasn't to go with them. I was trying to defend y'all because I was just listening and they were talking and they kept saying that the distance between, they kept saying that the distance doesn't work on a flat earth between America and Europe, and it was just driving me nuts. I'm like, dude, I had to at least step in and say that the northern hemisphere is pretty much on lock and key with the globe, and then also the north to south distances. Here they're trying to claim north and south distances. And that's the same thing on the globe as it is the AE map, damn near. And so I just kind of jumped in for that, and then Ruhif kind of singled me out, and we've been meaning to have that discussion. But like I said, Paid Nice Show is just jumping in with nothing but hostility. But yeah, I'll tone it down, man. I know how you like to have your platforms and everything, and I'll definitely tone it down. Oh, Gio, while you was gone, Sky Free started their show. Started. They're trying to work on live streams and figure out StreamYard and whatnot. And that'd be good, man, to have you and then have them if they coordinate the times. And one thing I'm gonna try to do is I think it started a little bit earlier today, so he should probably be wrapping up. And I'm gonna start, just trying to tell the flat Earth servers that I know of, anyway, if that it'd be best if we coordinated times, because I want to see all the damn shows. It'd just be in everybody's better interest. I know Sky Free would have no problem jumping in. I think they started a little bit later yesterday. I'm not sure if anybody did talk to them, but it seemed to almost work out. But a little bit of communication, and we can make it effective for everybody. I think I like where it's going.
That's cool. Yeah, I mean, I like their channel for sure. So they're starting to do like a YouTube live stream, you're saying?
Yeah, and they said they're going to start having open panels. They had some problems with last show, but even with problems, it was still a damn good show, man. They're pretty open-minded people, They'll hear what you have to say, like you and like Brandon was, and right up our alley, man. Not scared to have the discussion, which that ain't a shot at nobody. That's just something we like to adjust. We like to address the problems head on. We're looking for truth. We're not. The truth it won't hide. The truth should have no problem defending itself. Well, it is what it is, and we don't hide from that. We're trying to find the truth, and whatever it may be, that's what we want. We ain't hiding. So we like the back and forth, right? They're the same way. They're laid back. They'll hear anybody's point of view.
Yeah, for sure. I wanted to, if you're still here, Twit, I was just going to ask you, like what would you most prefer in terms of a community or discussions? Like, it sounds like you're not as much of a fan of the heated flat Earth, globe Earth debate part of it, but is that what I'm just was wondering if you wanted to share more about what your kind of viewpoints are, what you would most want to be engaged with.
Well, like I said, this is your show, and you've done really good work on your Discord and everything. I mean, that's obvious. But just from my perspective, if you will, it just I understand that the debate over the science of the shape of the Earth needs to be had, right? Like that's a given. But there was a time when there was a deeper discussion that took place about the reason behind why it would be a flat Earth, why it's been the deception of why it's been told it's a globe and things like that. So that kind of has been pushed way, way, way to the back, and nobody ever really seems to talk about it anymore. And if it does come up, it's a lot of the globe earthers that I know will shut it down really quick. It's nonsense, and it's there's nothing to talk about there for them. So that discussion doesn't really take place in the globe Earth environment that I seem to be in a lot, and that's just what I was looking for. It used to be that you could go to flat earthers or servers that were non-globe Earth servers and to have that discussion. Like, okay, well, tell me. I need to know why this would be happening. If the Earth is some other shape other than a globe, let's just say it's anything, and it could be anything, but for some reason there's a deception being held, right, in play for many years. Why? I want to talk about that, and because the science as it is now, these guys really have the globe Earth guys really have it down. Like there's really, it just in my opinion, there's really nothing to fight too much about. I mean, like Jeremy and Crit and all these guys can go into very small details that are just really boring to people who aren't really interested in those little details, like the triangles and things like that. I understand that needs to take place, that discussion, but everywhere and all the time, it's always these little small details that people are arguing over these days. And there's no greater discussion about why is the Earth being told it's a globe, or why is the Earth not a globe? And
the devil is in the details.
The devil is in the details.
Yeah, I think
exactly.
The thing too is like getting people to accept other people's identities. Like, as you say, like, hey, flat Earth to me is a description of the surface of the Earth. And Bob said, no, your flat Earth is a conspiracy theory that you think all the scientists in the world are wrong, and you're right, and you think you're smart, and you think you're better than everyone else. I said, no, Bob, my flat Earth is a description of the surface, that surface being Earth. And he went back and forth like that for like 45 minutes, till eventually his time out on Science versus Pseudoscience debate Flat Earth was over. Then he just
Yeah.
bounced. Unceremoniously just bounced. I go, like, until you're able to understand what I'm even talking about, how can he sit there and keep asking me questions when he thinks he's already got the answer?
Yeah,
I'm
and
talking
see,
about
that's when it happens. So there's people who are listening to that conversation, and we can't get any more information because it ends up being, you know, either changed or dismissed and pushed to the side. So the people who are listening to that who would listen to something like that, waiting to hear you get to your point, 9 times out of 10, they're not going to let you get to your point. It's going to be shut down.
Yeah, well, no, I hear what you're saying on that. Yeah, because I'm just kind of listening and trying to understand like where you're coming from with it all. And well, I mean, one thing to be said is that when it's an open discussion, like if it's an open panel, open show, then basically anyone can come in and create whatever environment, because they have that capacity. Like I remember, there's just been other times like there were times like, let's say on Brandon's show, for example, where often like at the beginning, it would just be, maybe more like flat earth folks or whatever. And we would maybe just be talking, philosophizing, exploring new things, more like in that building mode, building some kind of discussion. And then all it would take is for one person to come in and just start, basically create a whole different energy, within the room.
Throw a grenade, about some drama from a different server or something like that.
Well, I just don't know if you guys are aware or not, but I ask the globe earthers, my fellow globe earthers, all the time, why it shocks me to see them still here when they only want to stop you from talking. That is their motivation. Or correct you for being wrong. They're not here to listen and to learn from anything, to expand their mind or anything. It really is just to listen, hear where you're wrong, and let you know where you're wrong. So
Right.
Do you understand that that's their only goal? Like Paid NASA Shells, he doesn't have many fans in the Globe Earth community as well, because he is just rude. He's obnoxious. But he will own it, and he'll say, that's all I'm here to do is, just hear something wrong and call you an idiot or whatever it might be. He's not here to engage in a discussion with you. He's here because you're stupid. And it's not just Flat Earth. It's anybody he hears say something that he doesn't agree with. He will call anybody a name.
Yeah, I talk about that a lot. That the globe earthers, they're just triggered by Flat Earth more than the other topic. But they'll go into, I've met these guys in other Discord servers. Like I was on the poetry server, we were just reading poems, and they flipped out. And they didn't even realize it was me. And I said, dude, like you don't have to trigger in every space you go. And once they realized it was, because I had a different name and everything, they didn't flip out at me, they flipped out at someone else. Then they shifted it to Flat Earth and tried to be like, this guy's a Flat Earther. And they're like, yeah, everyone knows Crit's a Flat Earther. Right? He's been part of the server since the beginning. He writes Flat Earth poems, all this sort of stuff. So it's like they go into spaces for people they think they disagree with, but they also don't understand. So their goal is to disrupt. They want to, basically create a crapshoot. And maybe
well, go ahead.
I'll say stronger boundaries is maybe what the solution is.
Well, I mean, I'm thoroughly and fully aware of that behavior, and it's been a thing on this server that we've talked about many times when people are doing it, and I've had to sort of jump in sometimes and let people know that that's not what this platform's for, and all of that. So yeah, but what would you categorize that as? Like, what is that exactly? Because I agree. I mean, I was just kind of looking through like the server guidelines on this server and trying to see like where that would fit in, or like Twit. Do you have like what is that behavior? And then in your viewpoint, would that just need to be added to the server guidelines and just be not permitted here, or would you, just correct people in the moment when it's happening, or like what is your
Oh,
thoughts?
again, just to make it perfectly clear, I am in no way, shape, or form trying to change your server. This is your gig. You've done a really great job at it. I'm just trying to give you a heads up that they will ruin your server. They will run away people that want to have the conversations that can't be had. And that's just how it goes. So I guess what you're saying is, no, the problem that I have, that where it started from, was we were having, like Gio made it very clear, it was building. But here's the thing: if you maybe polled the people that were here at the start of the show yesterday, we weren't done talking. We were told to stop talking by the quips, the quips that just, while we were talking amongst ourselves, they would jump in and just have a quip. They wouldn't even engage in a discussion. They just quip it. And by quip, I mean it's one or two words to cut off the conversation. And they just continually did that until we did not talk about what we were talking about anymore.
Right.
Yeah. I've noticed
I'd
that.
like to comment. When we get them in here, though, we can expose them. Like I've got videos on not everybody, but Paige, Jill, and a few other people. Because when we get them in here, we can expose that. You know, there's a few of them they're absolutely jerks, but a lot of them, you know, they obviously have some fascination in the subject, or they wouldn't be here. You know, and some of the things we do need correction with some of the things we say. We definitely do need correcting with some of the things we say. But yeah, I agree with you, though. Some of them are jerks, but yeah, when we get them in here, we definitely expose the shit out of them.
Yeah, but at the cost of the discussion, though.
Well, Twit, I definitely hear what you're saying. I mean, what I experienced yesterday is how at the beginning of the show, essentially, we were in that totally building mode. And then, there was a shift where several of those guys wanted to do the more like kind of food fight, bar fight kind of Flat Earth Globe Earth thing. And I suppose, I mean, the thing is, like, I guess I wasn't like fully in like moderation mode at that point or hosting mode, because I was like multitasking. Like I said, I'm actually staying at an Airbnb temporarily because my power's still out at my house. So like I'm kind of in between everything. And I just found out today they're delaying it another day. So now they're saying Wednesday at 10 p.m. is when it's going to come back on. So it's like, oh my gosh, they just keep
crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that the only thing that I could say would maybe be that what you already addressed is that you don't have the moderation of the people, and I'm not volunteering at any cost, but you know, if you had the moderators there that could help not let the conversation be derailed because there's a group of people who have come into a conversation that's already taking place and don't want to have it. They don't want to have that conversation. They're here for something else. And rather than engaging in the conversations that's there and maybe coming back if they don't want to, coming back later, they bully their way into dominating the conversation and changing it to what they are there for. I think it's rude. I think that it was rude yesterday. I felt dismissed. I felt a couple other people I talked to said the same thing about yesterday. I'm not laying blame at your feet at all. I'm just saying this is typical. This happens in a lot of servers. And I was hoping that you were aware of that to the point where you would not let it happen. That's all.
Can I ask you a question? Do you have any other example besides Peyton as Shill of who you're talking about?
Well, I'm going to tell you this. Like, I know that I listened. I continued to listen, and I know you and Ruh have had a decent conversation. But and I don't know Ruh other than seeing his name and hearing him talk. I've never personally had a conversation with him, but I'm telling you, the most part out of all the globe earthers that you can name, they're not here to actually have a conversation with you. They're here to tell you how you're wrong, and that's it. They're not.
He pointed out. You know what? I will say this, man. He was giving me criticism on my model. It happened to be something that I already pointed out myself, and that's toward the lower latitudes and longitudes. But he did catch that. He did point that out. But like I said, it was Peyton as a Shill that intervened and that made that hostile. I think Ruhif, ideas and stuff, man. I like to hear their interjection. I can't classify Rue. If he's a little knuckleheaded sometimes, man, but I can't exclude myself.
Yeah.
But I think it was Peyton as a shield kind of who kind of escalated that a little bit. But maybe I'm wrong. But I really Rue's he tells you what he thinks, but he's reasonably fair. I don't think he's trying to silence us. In my opinion, I think he's trying to criticize what he believes to be wrong. And but personally, I want his criticism because I'm working hard on this model, and so I kind of on it. But yeah, I want to be able to express, my the model itself and all that. Yeah, if I would pay it around, I couldn't hardly get my words out without getting aggravated, being interrupted with just interjections and insults. I agree with that 100%. That's why I was asking if who else meant. But anyway.
Well,
Of course, they all think they are right. Of course, they do. None of them
they
are here
base it-
to potentially be persuaded. That's for sure.
Right. That's what I'm getting at. When you are
Yeah.
aware of that, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing. That's just who they are. That's what they're here to do. And
Yeah.
once you're aware of that, you should know that you're not going to be able to have the discussion about why are powerful people putting us in the position we're in today, where if they aren't spending money on sending things to space, what are they doing with that money? Why are we paying that money? If the Earth isn't a sphere, why are they telling us it is? We can't have those discussions because we don't have anything other than kind of putting it out there what our ideas are of why they would do this or why they would do that. You can't name them all. They're just powerful people in this world, and they don't like that because there's no names. You don't have any facts to back up everything, actual facts that they can read on Google or something, So
Yeah.
they don't like to have that conversation. So they don't allow it to happen because they can't engage in that conversation because it's fantasy, it's fiction. So it always goes back to having to just go to numbers and figures and Googling things so that they can say you're wrong. It's never an open discussion with the exception, Brian clearly says that Ruhif and him have a good discussion. And there are exceptions, I'm sure, but just 9 out of 10 times, it's going to be the exact same thing over and over again. It's not going to be anything more than guys, globe Earth men telling you you're wrong.
It is
That's
better with Gio
Yeah,
here. I would agree with that. It is better with Gio here. He keeps things very level. You just reminded me of a good discussion we had about just me and Gio and just a couple other people. For a couple hours, we were talking about they and who they are, and like it's got to drive them crazy. Like the people, some of the controllers, they have to stay hidden if that really exists, and they can't come out. As popular, they can't be on the scene. They can't really release their information. They have to kind of be reclusive to maintain that position. So it's got to kind of drive them crazy, man. But we've had some good discussions here. But yeah, it is better with that's an interesting one there though. But Gio keeps everything definitely. We missed him. We definitely missed him.
Yeah.
Without the
We
framework,
have
it's
to
not
allow
right or
the
wrong
ballers
anymore.
to converse a little bit. Otherwise, it'll just be one way. And it will appear to anyone new coming in that we just don't allow any ballers to really talk because of the nonsense. So we have to allow them to repeat themselves over and over again on a loop, just so that we can say, hey, we are allowing the other side to talk. They're just not saying anything.
And I agree with that, but does it always have to be about on their ball field? Why can't they engage in the discussion that's happening? Why can't it be when we're talking? Yeah, they can't.
Yeah.
It's like a cog disk. As soon as flat Earth is even suggested, they go into like shields up, red alert.
Well, I hear what both of you guys
and
are
that's
saying.
why.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go on, mate.
Well, I was just going to say, yeah, I hear what you guys are all saying. Absolutely. Well, I would say, when this server first launched, I knew that it was going to be so intense just to even be able to align with the server guidelines for a lot of people in terms of just all the insults and condescendings and all the just beating up and tearing down and fighting, that whole energy. And so I think at the beginning of the server, there was so much work just to get it to where it was like civil and cordial, at least to some degree. I mean, the first like month or two, it wasn't even that civil and cordial. It was pretty much just, very chaotic a lot of the times. But of course, like sometimes late in the night, we would get into more chill mode where we actually could have the discussions. And I think when I'm kind of getting to it from the overall thing of what you're sharing is, I would say that I would put this in a category of like a subtlety. It's another like subtlety of human behavior, because there's the one thing of just insulting someone. Like, for example, Peyton has a shill. I don't think he insulted anyone yesterday that I was aware of. And even later, actually, in the after show, I actually got very stern with him. I mean, it's on the YouTube channel if someone wants to go back and listen to it. But at one point, I got really heated. I almost felt like I was like, it was like I was in a very like stern, kind of almost a little bit aggressive mode where, because what he was doing is he kept asking for evidence repeatedly, over and over and over. Give me evidence of the flat earth. Give me evidence of the flat earth. And what he's waiting for is for someone to give him something, but he's not coming in good faith with that, but he's waiting for someone to give him something. And then he's just going to tear it down, rip it to shreds and tell you you're wrong. So it's like,
Gio, you are the nicest aggressive person I've ever seen. Right? See Gio get aggressive. It's so nice and like almost
passive
calm.
aggressive.
It's aggressive, but it's like not. I don't know. I can't explain it.
Well, the good thing about Paynass's show, I think we could probably all agree on, is that he'll admit this. If you call him out on it, he'll admit that he's only here to tell you you're stupid. Like, he's admitted that in Jem's server. Yeah. Like, he has no tolerance for it. For anybody who doesn't have evidence, fact-based evidence that he could Google and see that 20,000 scientists agree. So, yeah.
Right.
He is.
No, I agree with you. Yeah, absolutely. That's true. Well, he has a couple different modes too, though, because he was in that mode for quite a while. But then actually later, after I got really kind of stern with him, like a bit aggressive, he actually completely changed. And then he was being much more like kind of like a childlike curiosity. I'm not calling him a child. I'm just saying he was more like asking questions. We were talking, and at the end of the night, we were even like laughing a little bit about a couple things. So he made a funny joke about. Yeah. And anyways, he made a joke and whatnot. So it kind of shifted. So yeah, I think that, but I do hear what you're saying. I mean, I guess I would just say that like, this is in a category. I mean, actually one of the guidelines on this server is like it's forcing or pushing others into a particular idea or worldviews. And I think that some of that stuff would fall into that category when people like, they're trying to force you into a particular idea by telling you you're wrong repeatedly, essentially.
True.
Even when you hear someone else's worldview and you don't agree with it, it's like, all right, well, I don't agree with you, but I don't need to like, I don't know.
You don't need to tell them they're wrong. Exactly. Like you can say, you could say like, I think you are wrong. I don't agree with that. But it's another thing to like, it's like a subtlety. Like I could say, I think you're wrong and I don't agree in a respectful way. Or, someone could say, you're wrong, and like attacking, and forcing it in a way.
They should be able to repeat back what you just said and then say why they disagree. But a lot of times, it's even that is hard to get them to do because they've already got a preloaded screech that they got.
Brandon had their script
because you're already wrong. Sorry, Jeremy. It's because I'm just telling you. I'm giving you some inside baseball in case you haven't been paying attention. Nothing you're going to do for 90% of them is going to matter. You're just wrong.
Yes, I'm saying I've had the same experience on other servers that had nothing to do with Flat Earth at all.
Yeah.
They will see that they've got a Nixonian enemies list, and if they find you on another server that could be about random stuff like poetry or video gaming or whatever, they've got a Rolodex ready to attack as soon as they feel they got the clear. If they got weapons hot, they'll just go until they get warned or they get server admin does something, then went back and then blamed me.
Well, I just would say stay alert and aware. And as long as you're going into something aware of it, that's all I was trying to give a heads up to Gio because of my misunderstanding. I thought that, it was my fault. I misunderstood. I should have read better. I should have thought it over what was going on. But it's so upsetting to see it happen to another server. I don't know.
Well, I guess
think
I'm just trying to understand like where you're coming from though, like because well, I mean, there's a fine line between a very like heated discussion, like because I felt like what happened yesterday is that pretty much Brian and Ruhif were having a real conversation about the angles and all that stuff. They were talking over each other, and there was interruptions, and that could have been better moderated. But they were actually having that. And then we mentioned the paid Nasser Shill guy who he definitely was like he did he did his thing as well. I mean, it's been happening for years, really. I mean, like I said, even it's been happening a lot. But where's the line between like a heated discussion where at least they're not insulting each other, so they're actually having a discussion, versus what's like more of a subtlety what you're saying, which is what I'm interested about what you're saying is like you're describing how. Like the way I'm seeing what you're saying is you're describing that there's a convo happening, a real conversation, a live organic thing that's happening. And if someone comes in just to try to force their worldview or try to just bully the room or kind of blow up the room and put it into their own thing in that sense, then in a sense that's what you're referring to, that it's yes. Derailing. Like even though he wasn't directly insulting, he wasn't directly
not at all. Right,
but he did just that type of thing. Yeah,
right, because he came here. For whatever reason they came here. They didn't come here and decide they wanted to continue or join in and engage in the conversation that was taking place. They wanted to either they whipped their way into prove it or shut the fuck up. I'm sorry for my language, but that's exactly what happened. And we had to shut up and let the topic change because we couldn't prove the things that we were talking about. So, then it became whatever they actually wanted to talk about, which wasn't what we were talking about in the first place. So it's what happens because you don't have to be a bully and use and be rude in a noticeable fashion unless you've done this so often that somebody's noticed that this is how you are rude. You're rude by going in and just being rude to the people who are having a conversation because they can't provide you with what you want. So, they really don't care. They don't want to have that conversation. They want you to shut up so they can talk because they're there. They want to talk.
Right. And I think that some people view this general areas of discussions, like in terms of that it's a place to just fight about flat Earth, globe Earth. So that isn't that kind of it like that?
Yes. Well, because that's, like I said, on the surface level, on the very overall level, flat Earth has nothing. Okay, because they have the science behind them, but sometimes not globe earther people forget that the whole premise is that theys have created this science to fit the model. So why would you have science? Like they want to bring the game onto their turf and keep it in this. We have all the evidence that supports our side. Yes, you do, but you forget that what Flat Earth has said is that they created the evidence to give you to support this worldview because they wanted to deceive you.
Yeah, right? But that's where we point out pseudoscience versus real science.
That's right.
That is the argument.
I know.
The thing is, we were going over.
Go ahead, Jeremy. No, I've dominated. Go ahead.
We were going over the spherical excess thing earlier in Gems at one point, and they're like, no, this isn't the proof that it's a sphere. The proof is something else. Like it always goes to something else. You know what I mean? There's always something else. Like, you'll be like, well, what's the proof? And I show you something. Like, well, you get into it, and then you'll come to find out, like, well, you got to have this other thing too. And there's always something else you need.
Yeah. I'm just saying that since I've been here, since pretty much the beginning of the whole flat earth thing, I admit that I came in and was like, oh, there's flat earthers. And okay, this is interesting. I wasn't coming in because I was looking into the shape of the earth. I was told they're flat earthers on YouTube. This was in 2000,
Curiosity.
end of
Yeah.
2015, end of 2015 into 16. And I was like, okay, cool. Well, then when I was there, I was curious to see what it was all about, because the people in the flat earth were nice and they were going through a thought process of something new. And, and I was so freaking curious of what was going on here. And of course I thought it was crazy. Thought every one of you was crazy, the people that were there, but they were nice. And the thing was that I realized at one point, listen, we invaded them. Okay. We being people who are not interested in actually learning the truth about the shape of the earth, because we already knew the shape of the earth, right? We have the science. We know what it is. We know how we can prove that it's this. And we invaded this group of people who were just minding their own business. And they were trying to get to some truth for themselves. And it became less of, we were the outsiders allowed to engage at times with questions about why the earth is flat, or why do you think it's flat, and became the invaders that told you need to settle down because you're crazy and you're stupid and the earth isn't flat, and here's why. And I'm as smart as anybody in that room. I can't build a rocket like some of them, like Jem's room, or whatever it might be, fly a helicopter. But here's the thing, none of them are more smart than Google gives me the answer, So I can get the same answers to any question that any flat earther or non-globe earther has by Googling it, right? But the whole point about not being a globe earther is that Google that's the science book, right? The book that was written to keep globe earthers thinking the earth was globe. At least that's where I came from at the early flat earth days. That was how it was. Everything you can Google is going to support the globe earth. And I don't know how a flat earther gets sucked into playing the game on their territory when you're never going to win. Never. And as long as they can keep you playing on their field and not talking about the bigger picture of why Google was created in the first place, why they can change definitions of words on a whim and just change a word, the meaning of a word, it just gets changed. And now,
me in.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's just, I don't understand why you let that happen, knowing that you are never going to win if you're playing on their turf. You're just never going to win.
Well, see, here's how it happened for me. I went into Gems. I'm like, holy shit, these people are, there's rocket scientists in here. These people got PhDs and all kinds of shit. I'm like, these are, huh? Well, whatever. Some of them might. The point is, they seem like they know their shit. They have all the answers. So I was, it was good to be in there. It still is. Like, I don't know. Well, I went in there. I feel like I got that spherical excess thing straightened out earlier in there. It almost got out of hand a couple times. What's that?
It really, the first shot was that third wave atheism was just destroyed in 2016. Scandal after scandal. I'll tell you real quick.
Third wave atheism.
I won't harp on about it. But it really goes back to, like, they went after a group of people they thought they could defeat quick and easy and stay relevant. And they did with 2 hit pieces on The Guardian. The Guardian did 2016 did 2 hit pieces. They're still up to this day. They called flat earthers were kooks. They were religious nuts. They were conspiratards. They denied science. They got their information from YouTube. All these same talking points remain today. And they won't even... So it's like some of these people are stuck in the 2016 spiral. Because they want to win something.
thing is, when they say we deny science, they say science doesn't prove anything. So what are we denying? The non-proof of something? It doesn't even make sense.
Well, that's a conundrum in and of itself. Well, let me ask you this.
Mind you, this is after them telling us for years that science proved the Earth was a globe. Anyways, go ahead, Joe.
Right. Well, and then there's that. Yeah.
Atheism is powerful. It used to be an ally for alternative points of view. Like in the 1960s, atheists were the ones that were sided with like people like Flat Earth to call out Nixon. And now it's like the exact opposite. The fourth wave, or third wave, these four horsemen of atheism tried to burn it all down and say the only truth is what government tells you. Here's these two articles. You can read them.
There's
today.
Well, I was going to ask this just general, well, go ahead to it. Crit, if you were going to finish what you were saying.
These two, the 2016, the two hit pieces from The Guardian that they went after. The globalists went after Flat Earth because they thought they won. In 2016, they had their Brexit vote. They thought they were undefeatable. And they when they lost, they squealed. They tried to get one quick victory to remain relevant. But they found out that people might laugh at Flat Earth, but they're laughing even harder at the globalists. So let's come together where alternative points of view have a space in shared lived experiences, like what happened in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah, well, what you just said there actually does align very much with like the vision of this server, and it's in like on the welcome page, like the writing that's all there. The whole energy here is to be able to, where we can be able to, like the vision would be to be able to have an energy here where we can actually respect each other's perspectives, but actually build on the ideas and actually get to the root of the ideas. And it kind of plays into what Twit was saying earlier, and I agree with what you're saying in this way, because even last night it happened again where like Ron was in here, Ron Shekelson, and we were going deep into like directed energy weapons. It was really, really good, and it was just he was sharing so much truth. Just he was speaking so much truth, and we were analyzing things. It was this great discussion, and somebody came in. I guess I won't say who it is. Just I mean, even though it's on the recording, but basically, someone came in and they did just what you're saying. They started questioning him on everything and trying to make him prove it and telling him he doesn't have evidence. And it just totally like changed it to where all of a sudden it was more of like a fight in that way. And I kind of felt that energy, shift in that way too. So like, where do you draw the line between it's an open panel, anyone can come in and share their perspective? You know what I mean? And like, there's the idea of like not wanting to control other people. At the same time, if they come in and do that, then either they control you or you moderate them.
I think I have a solution for last night, because last night went off the rails because it turned into this thing like, what, you're telling me that directed energy weapons are real, but satellites aren't, or nuclear weapons aren't? It's like, dude, if you can't talk about the topic, the point proper, directed energy weapons, then just listen until you're ready to add something to that topic.
Well, they just want to refute it all. That's the bottom line. Like, meaning if I came into a chat and I don't agree about directed energy weapons, I might just listen or I might leave, whatever, if I wasn't into it. But I wouldn't necessarily I would never jump in there and start saying, no, you guys are wrong. You guys are wrong. Trying to do that. Like that wouldn't, so I guess maybe, I've done a ton of that on this server, like over the last, weeks and months. Like I've had to jump in a lot. And, when people, a lot of these hardcore globe guys come in and do all that. I guess yesterday I kind of let it fly a little bit because it seemed like Brian and Ruhiv were actually having a discussion with there was good content in there, but but also the whole thing did have that happen. So I guess I'm just like overall, like, cause I'm still thinking about this and we can move on to another topic too, but I'm just kind of like, wanted to ask you, Twit, like would that, like, if you, I guess my last thought on it would be that, not last thought, but just one thought. If there had to be something added to the server guidelines, what would it be in terms of that?
Well, I guess that I would say, maybe you could, I don't know how you would word it or express it, but maybe if there's a topic going on or a conversation taking place and you really wanted to have a discussion that didn't have anything to do with that if you can't hold it for whatever reason until there's a better time, then maybe you could ask the room if they'd like to change the topic and see where the room is with that, you know?
You had to just kind of do it on the fly and try to have open discussion without necessarily devolving into a deliberate debate of I'm right and you're wrong kind of situation. And I'm like Twit, when I came in, I heard about this and came in and stumbled into the community and thought, you know, God dang, really? Are you kidding me? But the person that I am, I'm not here to shit on anybody's parade or tell anybody how wrong they are. I believe that there's more to flat Earth than the shape of the Earth. And I also find it fascinating that we can look at the same thing and see it so completely different. And I'm interested in finding that out.
Cool perspective.
It's strange to see that flat earthers or non-globe earthers, you know, have closed that so small, that whole topic. You've actually internally made it back into where it really is just a debate of the science, and rather than the overall of what flat earth was, it was so much bigger than just the science of flat earth. It really was just so much bigger. And there was, you know, and maybe those discussions are still happening somewhere, and I'm not there. I don't hear it happening, but it used to be that way, and there used to be a lot more cool people, as far as I'm concerned, involved. And not that you guys aren't cool, but there were a lot more cool people that were giving their ideas and their thoughts on different reasonings behind the bigger picture of flat earth. And now it's just whittled its way down and become so condensed into just a scientific debate. And to me, someone like me and has no interest in that part all the time, because you're really, like I said, if you're going to fight on their turf, you're going to lose every time, because they have the facts, they have the science. And we know that, and you should know that, but because the science is written by them, not them specifically, but by people who think the earth is a globe, right? So, you know, I don't understand why you'd condense flat earth into a scientific debate when you're just never going to work.
Lose, in my opinion, the reason they usually lose is because they're bound to a model. Like for us, it's a hobby. We can discuss it. You know, it's a fun discussion. I like what Howard said, man. But it has evolved. But flat Earth is more than just the shape of the Earth. It really is a lot more. It's a very fun discussion, man. It opens your mind up to the mysterious, like the heavens. What are they? Possibilities. And we play around with models, you know. But if we want to get right down to a strict debate, they ain't got a chance because they're bound to a model, and we're not. And it measures flat. You know, they say that, you know, when I measured it myself, I was shocked. But they said that I was measuring around the curve and just didn't know it. So they always have that, you know, but they're the ones bound to a model. So it's hard for them to, if we want to get right down to just shutting them down, it's not that difficult.
Well, no, QE.
I like to beg, I'll say that. I like to beg the question and get into the back and forth, man. It has evolved, though. I'll give you that.
Well, I mean, I like a lot of the different types of discussions that we've had. I mean, we've had everything on this server from very deep, like philosophical, even getting into like people, you know, all kinds of very, you know, even like personal connections and everything that has occurred. And then there also has been the science mode, like the discussing, you know, the actual physicality in terms of the physical cosmology of the Earth and the shape of the Earth. And then, yeah, some of it has been that more what Twit was discussing, where, so people are just trying to tell people they're wrong repeatedly, fighting, you know, all of that kind of tension energy, which is probably not even that high of a percentage of the overall, you know, on this server. Although that has happened at times. It did happen yesterday a bit, like we were saying, but that hasn't really been the main thing that has occurred here. But it does happen when those characters come in and start doing that. And unless they are muted or moderated, or unless a moderator jumps in and says something, then usually they'll get other people to, you know, I guess it's sort of like if let's say everyone's at a bar and you're all at the tables and you're drinking beers and you're having discussions and, you know, whatever it may be. And then if someone comes into the bar and just throws a bottle against the wall or throws a chair at someone, you know, most likely someone in the room is going to respond to that. And then all of a sudden the room can quickly be shifted to that. And it takes like very like on the toes moderation to like stop that or mute that person or do what's needed, because otherwise they'll get the whole room going.
And it takes nothing to get that started either. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
Jeremy's
Like you could
right.
come, like accidentally knock someone's beer over or something, just a little thing, and then the whole thing could explode into a huge bar fight. Yeah.
Well, you know, you are new as a server in the scheme of time, right? And I'm just giving you a little heads up. You know, if I'm not here all the time. This is your server. This is your baby. You know what's happening. And I believe you that the good discussions are taking place, and I just happen to not be here when it happens. But I'm just telling you that there is a desire to get airtime with people. Do you understand what I'm saying? That there's people who don't even, globe earthers, who don't get a chance to get a flat earther to talk to them because, like Jeremy, for instance, when he was newer and in Gem server, he's an old guy in Gem server now, but when he was new, nobody could get it. Not everybody could talk to him. They'd all jump in and start talking to him at the same time, and he couldn't hear anybody. Nobody could hear anybody because they're all they pounce. And
It's too crazy. It gets too crazy. Yeah.
So there's very few flat earthers that actually do, or non-globe earthers that go into gems anymore. So when they do, and they actually open their mouth to have a discussion, they get jumped on. And what usually ends up happening is the same dominant voices will be the ones that are allowed to engage with that flat earther. And so when you go to those globe earthers can't really go to other servers as much, other flat earth servers or non-globe servers, because they are heavily moderated. And we all know that because it's hard for some non-globe earthers to get in on some of those discussions as well in those servers. But then when you have a server like Brandon's or Ranty's used to be, and now yours, where there's an open invitation to have a civil discussion about whatever the topic, they don't want to actually have a discussion about whatever topic. They want to talk to a flat earther. And so these globe earthers know where to go because they can't get time over somewhere else in gems, basically. So they come to whatever flat earth server has not blocked them or doesn't have heavy-handed moderation. And what usually ends up happening is either the non-globe earth server just disappears, or it gets burnt out because no flat earther or non-globe earther wants to engage with these people because it's the same shit. Like they are telling them that they're wrong, and they don't allow the discussion to happen. Now, I understand. I'm not stupid, so I do understand that Jeremy and Crit and other people can have a really good discussion with, your Ruhips or your Moyox, whatever it might be, whoever it might be, Howard, all these people. But it doesn't last usually. So I'm just trying to give you a heads up that if you don't change, you'll eventually be invaded. And just like your bar scenario, yes, if people came into your bar and the one guy throws the beer bottle, everybody in the bar thinks he's the idiot. Nobody disagrees. But once you keep letting that guy come in and he throws the beer bottle every night, and then the next night he brings some friends with him and they do that, and you're like, hey, you're the idiots. You're on display. We know you're idiots. But you let them come back. They keep bringing more friends. And before you know it, your bar sucks. Nobody cool wants to go to your bar because it's full of people who just throw beer bottles. So it is just a heads up, because it really does.
I disagree,
suck.
only in the sense that if I was a barkeeper and this scenario happened really in my bar, and all the other patrons could see that I would chuck those fucking idiots out so everyone else could enjoy themselves, then I think I would be happy. And so would the patrons. So as long as we do the right thing with these ballers when they get off track and pull them into line.
Well, this is all just it's all interesting though, because yeah, wow. I mean, there's a lot to this. Yeah, because see, on the other side of things to it, like at the beginning of this server, there was a lot of the bar fight energy, because that's just so much of a lot of these people who are in these environments, just talking about the Earth, the cosmology, and of course the Earth not being a globe, and this whole thing. Like everybody is so much like that. And as I started stepping in more and doing the type of moderation that you're talking about, Twit, like, you know, having it not be the bar fight thing, trying to actually, you know, remind people that, you know, to, you know, and that we're, you know, the goal of this platform is to be able to actually have discussions and not just necessarily constantly be in some kind of, like the bar fight thing. And of course the insults and all of that stuff that goes along with it, and sort of warnings and stuff. But I feel like as I did that, because at the beginning I was more lenient because it was just so much. Like, I mean, you can't just give everybody warnings every day, right? So it's sort of like I was, there was a certain leniency on the whole server with it. But over time, like the people that were the repeated ones would end up getting a warning, and then they would end up, you know, and so on. And then a lot of people found out that they couldn't be toxic here. And so a lot of people left, it seemed. Like there was actually a moment, this was like back in maybe December, and a lot of you guys probably noticed it, where, you know, this server, like there was like this server went from having people in it 24/7, nonstop, day in and day out, 7 days a week, all day. There were people in the voice channels. And then it slowly started getting less. And then there were some times where there were some days off. And actually for me, it was great. Like I was able to take a break a little bit because it was so much there at the beginning. But that started happening. And then I was also starting to do more moderation, like what you're saying, like trying to actually, you know, be in line with the vision of the server and all of that. And it almost seems like there was like this instant clear out thing where like people just boom, like went to other servers, and then this server quieted down quite a bit in that way. So like in my mind, I was thinking, I walked into a bar fight, you know, and then I basically was like, you know what, I'm going to open up another bar so it's not a bar fight. I opened up the other bar. All of the same people that were fighting in the other bars came into my bar and were doing all the fighting. At the beginning, I was kind of lenient, like, okay, well, you know, I'm not just going to kick everyone out. So, you know, try to, you know, slowly try to like, okay, you know, don't throw that chair, don't throw that bottle, you know, trying to kind of get it. And then it did get to where it was way more civil and awesome, to where it was better. But then it was like people cleared out as well, to where like people weren't coming. So then I'm kind of like, okay, well, that's interesting. So it's like all the bar fight people came in, and I was like, okay, like, the vibe of this place is not to be a bar fight, and it seems like a lot of people left, and then the server has had less, you know, people on it. So that, or at least less populated in the voice channels. I guess I'd just say that, at least in the voice.
The time of year too, mate.
Yeah, and just so you know that sometimes I'm not saying that every globe earther that comes in here is ever going to be the one who throws bottles. It's just you can have really nice people who do rude things, and maybe because they're not actually throwing a bottle or insulting, doesn't mean that they're not here for the same reason that the bottle throwers are. They don't do the same. They don't need to throw a bottle, but they can still get what they want which is disruption, without throwing a bottle.
Right. The equivalent to that would be like, let's say that we create another bar and it's peaceful and people are actually able to, you know, drink it, you know, have a beer at the table without having a bottle smashed over their head. So if someone comes in and smashes a bottle, it's like, okay, we can give them a warning or mute them. So like, and then, you know, there's like the server guidelines and all that. But then there's like, what you're suggesting is almost like that. And that's what I was saying earlier. Like, this is like another level of subtlety of kind of human behavior, especially when you're having kind of an open type panel, where this would almost be like if someone came in, like, let's say we have the bar, everyone's peaceful, it's great, everyone's having a good time, and someone comes in and they're not necessarily insulting, they're not necessarily throwing bottles, but they might just walk up to someone who's at the bar and just say, prove to me this, prove to me that, you're wrong, and you're wrong about this, and you don't know anything, and you don't know anything. Like, that's a different level to where it's like, that could still create a whole bunch of issues, because all of a sudden you have someone at the bar who's doing that, you know, and so I see what you mean. Like, it's like their tactics are getting more Well, that's at least that's like one of the main ones that they're using, and you pointed that out, which I do agree with.
Yeah, and then you could see, and I'm not saying this is going to happen. I'm not making a prediction, and I'm not wishing it on you. But then you could see that with that newer, calmer, more polite, but still the same result type of person, when they come in, they'll start with your calmer, nicer people, right? And then guess who follows them? Because more they use that, they'll follow that tactic. And so what do you really have? They haven't met that threshold of being a bottle thrower, but they're still disruptive, but in a different way. But they can always, they haven't met that threshold, so you have no recourse. You're like, okay, well, they're not insulting, so much. They're not throwing bottles. They're not destroying the actual bar. But when people are starting to tell you that, whether verbally tell you that they're not going to come if this stays, or if you notice that people are leaving because the discussion is exactly the same as it was at the last bar, even though it's a more polite discussion, but it's the same thing. And before you know it, they'll dominate the room at the bar, and the ones who throw the beer bottles are still going to be there. They're just not going to come as often, but they'll be there. And then what do you have? You have the option to go start another bar, because they're going to take over the bar.
Well,
But you live in
an
a
idea,
city.
Gio.
But it's like you live in a city, and there's
Right.
only so many people that go to bars, and you just this is the same people every time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
well, I mean, the
Make one
question
of the
was,
circle
because
rules, no pseudoscience.
He said make one of the rules no pseudoscience.
Yeah,
See,
I mean,
that's the problem.
Because that would get rid of all of the disruptions, wouldn't it?
Well, I actually wrote up as we were talking. I don't know if this would be the wording for it, but tell me what you think of this. Like, I don't know if this could be added, if this actually would be added to the server guidelines, but it's just something I wrote. Does this summarize it? Okay, this is what I wrote. Derailing the conversation into a flat earth, globe earth fight/debate, and or forcing someone to give you evidence to prove something to you, or for you to be forced or coerced into proving your worldview or perspective on things.
I mean, that sums it up as far as I think. I don't know if they'd understand that, but maybe. I think it sounds good. I'm just telling you that it's a subtle way for them to derail the conversation, and it happens. It's not personal. They're not doing it to you specifically. They're not doing it to me specifically. That's just what they do, because you nailed it. That's what they want. They want proof.
So are you talking about the individual? And I think I know exactly what you're talking about, Twit. Someone that comes in, their guns locked and loaded. They got a couple of belts of ammo thrown over each shoulder, and they come and sit down and dominate the show for an hour with all of. Yeah.
Well, what happened yesterday, and I'll call it out, because if he was here, I'd have a discussion with him about it, because I don't fear expressing my opinion. But Ruhif came in, and I think it was Dross. I'm not sure. Foolish Decisions. They happened to come in after we were talking, and I don't pay attention to who's in the room. I couldn't tell you unless I hear your voice if you're here right now. But so we're having a conversation. It was just getting off the ground. It really was. Nobody was really too much into it, but we were trying to figure out where we each were with what we had on the table, right? And we were starting to talk about it, and all of a sudden, two voices chime in at different times with quips. They weren't interested in developing that conversation. It was obvious. Ruhif came in with quips. He was like, "Really?" Or, "Do you have proof?"
He's an Australian.
And well,
I'll give him that.
Yeah, but it's quipping. It's not actually engaging in the conversation. It was entirely just to, you don't have any proof. You sound like a moron. Stop talking.
Yep.
And that's fine if he feels that way. And I'm sure I sounded that way. I did sound accurate to his description. But the problem is that it was a discussion that was happening amongst people who were talking. Nobody said, okay,
Yeah.
listen, the room has voted, shut up, Twit. Nobody wants to hear what you're saying. All of a sudden, people came in and decided they didn't want to hear it. So they just quipped their way into shutting down the conversation and making it what they wanted to talk about. And I think that's rude. I think it's just utterly rude in any country. And it gets old.
I like the science debate because I've done experiments. You know, like the sunset one with the W on the yardstick. That even passed QE's muster, right? I explained it to. I got an experiment that tested the Earth. He said it's pretty close. It's the best hypothesis that included the Earth that he's ever heard.
Wow.
Because he still wouldn't call it an experiment because I'm not changed very in manipulating the distance to the horizon. I go, yeah, I get that, but it's more about data collection over a period of time. And I did it again when I got back to Minnesota over years. So that should have been something that people, but instead of actually talking about the science, when I presented on Gem Panda, it was like, I can't do statistics. I don't know what math is. You know, that sort of quipping, I think, is what you're trying to derail the conversation. And then the same thing, too, with the experiment I've done with environmental conditioning. You're like if you assume that Earth is an environment that people exist in, can that environment be used for predictive behavior?
Well, see,
Yeah, I
the
mean-
thing,
Go
if
ahead.
that conversation was to happen in Gems, and I'm not going to say every time, because again, I'm not there all the time either. But from my experience, if you were to be there and there were certain people that were already present when you came in to to talk about your experiment, right? It might get off the ground as far as having a few, or at least one or two of the same voices that are going to be able to dominate talking to you. Because if other people wanted to talk to you, and they might jump on you, and then the chaos happens, and then somebody comes in and tells them to shut up, right? Let somebody talk. Then it ends up being a conversation of one person or one or two people talking to you, and the rest of the people don't get to talk to you. So there's no access to you. Like, if they're going to direct it to everything that you've done wrong, rather than someone like me, I'm not saying I'd be interested in that, but if I was, I wouldn't have a chance to talk to you about it, because they don't give access to somebody who's going to actually allow you to seem right, you know, or even give the impression that something you did was good, because you were wrong. And I know you're wrong because you're not a globe earther, so you're wrong. And that's just the way it just is. But in that room, especially, you know, so I've watched it. We're not allowed to, you know, give. And Jeremy can attest to this, that like he's basically only allowed to communicate with a few people that are in that room, because nobody else is allowed to talk to Jeremy, because, you know, it's Jeremy and Curved, or Jeremy and so, and Jeremy and says, it's not, you know, you don't get to have random people just start talking to Jeremy about what kind of experiment he's talking about, because even Jeremy falls into the trap where he just wants to talk to the guys that he likes, I guess. But it's always
I'm down
going
to talk.
be that way.
I'm down to talk to anybody. These guys jump in and be saving people all the time, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'll be talking
I
to
do
someone,
know.
and
I do know. It's just, and when you say, and you start up a new place and you have it open like we have here, it's amazing and it's great. And I don't get me wrong, I'm not saying don't have that scientific debate. I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is that don't let them shut down everything and condense it into one little thing, that it can only be a scientific debate and it can only be under these parameters, because you're going to lose every time to them, even though you don't believe you're losing, and other people who are listening may not believe you're losing the debate. But it's just on the surface level, that's all they're here to tell you, is that you have lost the debate. Okay, there's not going to be any mind opening to the people that you actually have these discussions with, because they're not in the open mind frame. Maybe there's exceptions. I'll give you that. Crit said Ruhif's very open. I believe him. Whatever, you know. Or Brian said that, actually. Sorry.
Yeah, Brian.
So that's great, and I believe him. But overall, it's not going to happen. And what you might want to pay attention to what Ruhif's saying when he's not here, or he's not talking to you, because he's definitely in the camp of you're wrong. You're never going to get it right because you're a flat earther. The Earth is a sphere, and that's just how
Ruhif
it
just
is.
humours everybody.
Yeah,
He's like eggshells. He's playing a psychological game. Brian, he encourages you. He does not believe that you have got a hope in hell. He humours you. Please be aware of that.
But there's people like me that will listen. I don't know what you're doing, if it's right or wrong. I will listen to you though, and I'll talk to you about it. I can't help you. You know more than I do when it comes to this. All I have is I was raised had a good education. The Earth's a sphere. I've seen it from outer space. That's where I'm at. And I'm here to listen to the other side. I'm not here to try to prove you wrong. I just am what I am. But everybody that I know just about that is a globe earther has no interest in listening and hearing you out. They'll listen, they'll hear what you're saying so that they can tell you how you're wrong. That's why they're here. And I guess the sooner you figure that out, then you might see them for when they're derailing conversations and understanding that, the only reason they may be just derailing the unprovable conversations that we happen to have once in a while is because they have no footing in that. There's no proof. They know there's no proof. They don't have time to waste on things that they can't be right on. So if they engage in that discussion, they're neither right or wrong, because there is no right or wrong if it's a discussion about things you can't prove. So they only want to have discussions that they can be right on.
And it's like that Dunning-Kruger effect. They base their level of correctness based on someone else is wrong. Illusionary superiority. That guy over there is wrong, therefore they think they're right.
Well, I don't know. I'm just trying to give a heads up. Like, it would be nice to be able to still talk to people like Merle and get spacey and, go down that rabbit hole once in a while, because it just doesn't exist as far as I know anywhere. And I thought that it was, going to happen here, but yeah.
It gets interesting. If you just listen and communicate and just listen, it gets really interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say on this server, I mean, in my experience, you guys can tell me what you think, but I would say in my all experience on this server, I would say that 75 to 80% of it has been what you're talking about, Twit, in terms of just awesome, like just very deep discussions and going deep into all. I mean, Merle's been on, Merle and many others. Usually that happens later in the night, or I don't know. It was for a while there back where, it was happening at different times, but. Yeah, I would say that that's been a lot, a majority of what this server is and has been. But I do hear what you're saying with all this. However, there's just a fine line, like, because then is there still space for people to have those types of discussions, or not the ones where people are just repeatedly telling others they're wrong, but some more kind of science or physics or some more complicated topic like that as well.
Well, yeah, I think that honestly, in my opinion. And I'm not in a position now like I was a few years ago to stay up all night and just, go down that rabbit hole with flat earthers and non-globe earthers. But, so, my time is the same time that most people on the East Coast of the USA have their free time, right? So after work, because you can't stay up all night, you got to go to work in the morning. So, it's when you come in and there's nobody who wants to let that conversation happen, because it's their free time too, and they just want to talk about, the flat earth is wrong, or show me some evidence, show me this, show me that, or make you dance, basically. And, not just engage in what topic or conversation's already happening. I think it's just rude. And I think it's like I think it's you know, a virus, so to speak, that will just infect your server and grow. And I understand what you say, and I absolutely believe you. I haven't been here to witness it, but I think that, you know, if they're going to do this and take over like the prime time of when you are on, then it will go downhill. You know, and maybe you'll have to come around at 2:00 in the morning, East Coast or something, to actually have those conversations. But, you know, and that's fine. It's, again, if that's the way you want to go. But to me, it's another place that's not going to be fun. If Monday through Sunday is scientific discussions again, it's a globe, it's a flat Earth, or once in a while shove a concaver in there, and that's all we talk about for 4 hours every night, you know, at prime time before you go to bed. And it's, you know, I could go to any other server and hear the same discussions. That's just where I'm at. I just wish that people would engage. If there's something going on, even if it's woo, then if you don't want to hear woo, but it's already happening, then go away. Come back some other time. You know, don't change the subject because you don't want to hear it. I don't do that. I don't come in when you guys are talking about sextants and straight lines and triangles and go, hey, listen, have you talked about the Federal Reserve today? You know, like, I'd get laughed out of the room, right? But because we happen to be talking about something like that and they don't want to hear it, they can laugh us out of the room. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no, I do hear where you're coming from. I mean, I think the trajectory of this server has been going towards, you know, having the real discussions, the civil type interactions where we can, like right now, where we're actually building, and, you know, in this room right now, like, we all have mutual respect for each other. Nobody's screaming at each other. Nobody's trying to tell others they're wrong or trying to question them or anything. We're just, you know, sharing ideas in this way. And I would say this server has been headed more and more this direction, for sure. And I've done a lot in the past to try to, you know, minimize a lot of that. Yeah, the kind of food fight, bar fight kind of, you know, chaos. Because there have been conversations. There's one in particular I'm thinking, it was with Percentage and might have been Emerald or Funk, but it was one night where, like, or it might have been more in the day, but they were basically just like right at each other's throats with the most technical scientific stuff, but it actually was really good. And it was just right on point. And it was like all the ideas were being expressed, and there wasn't any of that like coercion, manipulation kind of, you know, energy going on. Because at the end of the day, that's what it is. I mean, when someone's trying to scream at you, that telling you you're wrong, that's usually because they're trying to manipulate your mind. They're trying to convince you that you're wrong in that case, or that, you know, in that way. So it's literally they're projecting their own attempt to control someone else's mind in that way. But anyways, I'm just saying, like, I've heard like Percentage and others like do it to where like there actually can be very, very complicated. I kind of see it more as like sparring, you know, like where you have like, it's like you're sparring like in fencing or whatever, where you're not really like, you know, trying to put a sword through someone, but you are trying to, you know, maybe outwit them or kind of be correct, I suppose. But in that case, it was actually, you know, but there, like I said, but then there wasn't that kind of coercion thing going on. So maybe that's just the main problem, is just people basically like what you're saying, like trying to just tell others they're wrong and put others down, which, I mean, that kind of sounds like the main trajectory of it.
Well, I mean, if that's your goal and you admit it, and you can ask people, I'm not I'm a mod at Gems, but I'm not everybody's biggest fan. You know, I don't, you know, they don't like me a lot because I'll ask them, what are you doing this for? You know, I'll ask them because I figure I'm not just going to assign people their reasoning, right? You tell me what you're doing this for. And the honest ones will come out and tell you flat out, I'm just here to you know, call more flat earthers stupid, you know, or whatever. And then the ones who are trying to be as honest as possible, but they're still not being fully honest, will come and say, well, listen, you know, I don't want to call them stupid, but I don't like the misinformation out there. And when I reply that, well, they're not harming anybody in that case except for themselves, and that's their business. And they will reply with, and this is almost 99% of the time, will reply with, but other people hear them. Other people might be listening. So they don't want, that's the whole of, with very few exceptions, that's the whole of them being very honest. There's the actual honest ones who are like, we're just here to call them stupid. And then there's the other half is, well, you know, we don't want to call them stupid, but we don't want other people hearing their stupidity. So I'm just giving you a heads up. These, you know, there's some globe earthers I'm sure that don't go to gems, you know, and that aren't at Jose's maybe and things like that, but that you have here. But most of them, the majority of them, are the same circle of globers, and they've all given that answer, just so you know, with exceptions. So you should at least be aware when you go into this, that that's what you're going to deal with the majority of globe earthers, you know, and they're not going to let, I'm just telling you from experience, Gio. I'm not trying to change the channel. I'm just giving you some heads up that this is what
We've
they
got
do.
it.
Yeah.
Dogmatic wankers. Yeah, we're onto it.
Okay. That's good then.
It's kind of like bad faith too. It's like this happens in other places too, all over the internet. It's not just here. You know, you will see these bad faith debates happen quite often.
I think some of the stuff of what draws people here is these interesting topics. Like if you're like a nerd, like I'm kind of like a gangster nerd, but I got like a little nerd in me. And some of these topics we talk about are just fucking awesome, right? If you got that like kind of nerd mentality about you.
Like what? Give an example. I know you're a
Just
nerd though.
just like all the topics we talk about, light, about magnetism, whatever, just
Yeah.
various things, you know?
Yeah,
And
there are some fun topics for sure.
yeah, I mean, there's such a wide range of topics of things that we talk about. I go into gems every day and come with some like new shit usually, you know, or something. I don't know, but
Time being real.
Yeah, I like
yeah,
that one too.
time, yeah, just a whole bunch of like crazy shit. And that's what, if people are here to talk about those topics, like in some kind of open manner, that's good. But some people are here to just fight over those topics. You know, I mean, they just want, like, I like sparring, like Gio said, sparring. You know what I mean? Have a nice back and forth with someone. I get out of hand a little bit sometimes, I admit. You know, it's just shit gets heated sometimes. Because some of these topics are worldview changing, depending on what you know the outcome of it is. Like I was in gems earlier, and they found out how to make light travel through a vacuum at a slower rate than it normally does. So that means light in a vacuum isn't always. I couldn't get them to admit that that's not constant. You know, it's different speeds. That means not like it was like pulling teeth, and it's just I don't. Like, you're not there to talk about the conversation honestly if you're not willing to admit that that's not constant. So I don't know.
So how did they explain that it wasn't constant? Or how did they stick with it being constant if it's been shown that it's not constant?
They do it the same way they've always done it. They've said it was constant in water or any kind of medium. They say it just zigzags back and forth. It's still going the same speed, but it's just slower, but it's still going the same speed. It doesn't mean it's just, yeah. So that's,
Jeremy, you still don't know the difference between speed and velocity, do you?
I know.
Yep.
I know, Pete.
Kick him out.
I mean, if you go the same speed and you take a longer path, you're going to get there later. I mean, come on, it's an easy concept.
I understand.
Okay.
The point is,
so it's still constant then, is what you're saying.
The speed is constant. That's correct.
yeah, speed, distance over time, right, or something.
No,
What's the formula?
That's velocity.
What's the formula for speed? How much time it takes to travel a certain distance?
Over time.
Distance over time is you're going to get the speed, right? Yeah, so if it takes
You guys are messing up speed and velocity once again. If I travel the same speed, but I take a crooked path,
Velocity has a direction. Speed is non-directional.
That's correct. Well,
This is non-directional. So what's your fucking point? Get out.
Actually, it is directional because they're measuring over a distance.
Right.
Okay, so explain this vacuum thing then, because that's interesting. I'd like to hear that. So, unless everybody else wants to finish something else, but this is curious. So, in a vacuum, they've concluded that you can slow the speed of light. Correct? Is that
Yeah,
what
they
you're
can
saying?
make a photon. They can make a photon take longer to travel a meter than a normal photon. They send it through a filter, but they're only measuring it once it's in free space, right? But they do
Right.
something weird to it beforehand. But so it takes it goes slower. It takes longer to travel a meter, which would be not constant, slower.
So, okay, exactly. But what Paige Shills is saying is that they're just changing the direction of which that photon is traveling to make it take longer to get to the end, which is slowing the overall time between the start and end, rather than. So, what is it that you're saying, Shills? What is it? So the velocity is different. Is that what you're saying? Did he leave?
It was
No,
a squawk.
So.
If he left, that was just a squawk.
You can change the velocity,
Eventually you
not the
get out.
speed. So if you can change the velocity, but not the speed, then how is the speed constant if it's been, I don't understand, if it's been slowed? That makes no sense to me. It's not
Because he's only
constant.
referring from A to B and not any of the points in between. He's being just pedantic fool, thinking he's going to get somewhere. Exactly what you were saying before. He's just done exactly what you were talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the idea is like don't take bait and just move on and just let other people talk.
Get
Well,
out.
he left after you said that.
My check. What's going on, guys?
Gotcha.
Hey, velocity is a
You're
specific
always clear,
direction.
Matrix.
Mm. But okay, so I understand that the speed is different than the velocity. I get that. But Jeremy said that they measured that the speed is slower. Like, so it's not, how is it still constant then? Because they have slowed the speed of the photon. So how could it still be constant? Right?
Well, if you pick smaller points of A and B within the overall distance of A to B, obviously, given the medium change, you're going to have a point A to B that is slower. But the light itself is considered still to be moving at the same rate.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But in this, there's no medium.
None of
change.
which can be
it's all
proven.
in a vacuum. It's all in a vacuum with this, though. There's no medium change. That's the thing.
So it would have to slow down. It would have to be slower and not. Okay, I see what they're saying though. It's still constant because the light's not being interrupted. The photon's not being interrupted though, right? So it's still constant.
The thing I'm talking about happens in a vacuum. They manage to slow it down in a vacuum. They just somehow make the photon do this like weird pattern where it's not moving in a straight line.
Interesting. Wow, that's interesting.
So a longer
super
path.
Interesting.
Interesting. All right.
It is interesting, isn't it? That's good that they're still doing stuff like this. I mean, they should be open to that. Clearly, there are scientists that are trying this for a reason, right? To see if they can manipulate the constant or the speed of light, right? So that's good. And I don't think anybody should be so. Yeah, it would, because I don't know why there's so many people who are so scientifically oriented over in certain servers that refuse to remember that science is not about proving things, it's about disproving things. And that science is always open for change. Like, that's what science is about changing things, right? We're supposed to, question and change. And if we can change it, we want that change. And I don't understand why they get so stuck on
because I think that was the original intent for science. I just don't think it is that way. I think science works by whoever funds it gets to say what science is.
Well, that's corrupted science, yeah.
I can't argue with that. I think you're right.
I'll tell you right now,
they use it as a weapon for control. They wanted to say, like, science says this, therefore comply. Instead of using violence, they just switched it.
Have you guys ever heard Don Pettis speak? The guy mentions the word science in a sentence at least 3 times, right? Not because he's actually talking about science. He just wants to convey, he just wants to drill that in the normie's head that they're doing science. So he says science 20 times.
Yeah. Jeranism did a great video of him saying that. He counted fucking how many times he said it in a monologue. Fuck, it was funny as.
Who is this?
Don Pettis.
Don Pettis.
Jeranism did a good video. Yeah.
The thing that scares them about that light thing, though, is they told us for years light travels at a constant in a vacuum. It's a fact. We know this. You know what I mean? I don't know how many times you guys have. I must have heard it at least 100 times.
Oh, definitely. And I keep saying a vacuum, according to them, is a space without air. It's not saying that it's free of another medium that they don't know about. And that medium could potentially have flux. Like, fuck, you know, the fact they pulled the air out, they think it means there's no medium.
Well,
it's fucking retarded.
This thing with the light change in speed in a vacuum actually heavily implies that there is a medium that it's going through. Otherwise, the light would...
No, they're denying that. They're saying it's happening it's taking a different path. It's not straight. And whether they're not claiming that that's based on a medium. They think it's just doing it for some other reason.
Isn't it crazier to imply that there is no medium, though? Like, by far. Isn't that... Because that implies so much, right? How could there be matter in space and there be nothing? And then where there is nothing, we have these objects that they have a maneuvering system. They go around, they fucking go and come back, but they're doing it in absolute nothing. That sounds crazy as fuck to me.
No, just because you don't understand it.
Well, you don't either.
Oh,
I do too,
what a cop-out. You could explain it. Could you explain it, Shields? Or not? Do you not understand it enough to explain?
Not to you, no. I cannot explain it to you.
Can you explain it to me?
Right. You don't
Maybe
understand
I
it yourself.
might be able to explain it to you.
Shield, you don't know shit. Why don't you just shut up?
Yeah, says the guy who doesn't have any evidence.
Okay, so what he said was that, and I mean, he should reiterate what he said so that we could all hear it again, because it sounded pretty clear. He knows what he's talking about. Is that we think that, go ahead and say about space with it's supposed to be a vacuum and we have things in it and blah, blah, blah.
Well, yeah, they claim that space is there's no medium in space. Right. But at the same time, every time we look at space, we have these objects, things like what we call stars and things the thing that we call the moon and the sun, right? These things they have we could say it's like a track or something that they go through, that they cycle themselves constantly, right? Like if they're following some sort of path, which is weird because when there's no medium, what could possibly be attracting them to follow this said path?
Yeah. What's your answer, NASA? You said you'd explain it.
Looks like he squawked and then ran.
Did he really?
No, he's still here. Go ahead, Shield, talk.
Well,
I love your accent.
I think that it has to be gravity, right? Gravity with space-time bending and things like that, right? That keeps it in movement. I don't know. That's what I would assume.
Astrophysically.
Yeah, that's
I'm curious about the gravity, right? So hypothetically, these galaxies and these planets, right? So does the gravity stop immediately where the matter stops, like where you see the ball of the Earth, right? Does it stop as soon as you don't see the Earth light? What? All right, let me explain myself, right? You see, we have supposedly gravity on the Earth, right? But when we go to space, when does that gravity exactly stop taking effect? Where is the barrier that you could say, hey, there's gravity here and there isn't gravity there, right? Like some sort of country line where you got one country on one side and another country. Like, is there a divider?
No, I think gravity, from what I know, gravity is universal. It's just there. It's everywhere. It's the strength of it is what is different.
The gradient. The strength of the gradient.
But how would it be conveyed when there's no medium? There's no medium to kind of it to maneuver itself from one planet to another.
Maybe gravity is the medium.
Yeah, quantum foam. Go and Google that and have a fucking good laugh.
I think they're trying to figure this out, or at least I've heard there's people who are trying to figure this out. I'm not sure if there are, but
yeah. That's pseudoscience at its best. Astrophysics is pseudoscience.
yeah, but it's so
best.
much
You
fun.
cannot verify a thing.
Isn't it fun? It's totally fun, though. I love it. You know what?
Let your imagination run wild.
Yes, and I've heard astrophysicists be shut down, because they get too out there for some hardcore science, factual-based people. Like, they don't even want to hear astrophysicists talk because they start talking way woo out there. Like.
It's pretty funny, isn't it?
Yeah.
When one academic saying to another academic, "Nah, mate, you've gone too far."
Yes, and it happens. Imagine being me hearing it happen in live, and I was like, "Whoa, that really just happened." This is like an astrophysicist.
Yeah. I think that speaks volumes, personally.
It does. It's a little lesson learned. It goes in
quantum foams. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Twitch.
No, go. I haven't heard of quantum foam.
That shit's like, it sounds like the ether when they describe it. It's everywhere. All right.
I've never heard of this.
Yeah, they're basically saying there is a medium where we once said there's no medium.
Oh, well, I would think that it's probably silly to say that there is no medium. Just from the example that he had pointed out earlier, like, what is this all on? Like, they follow this track. How? There's got to be. You would assume that there's something. I don't know why you would assume there's nothing. How are they doing it then?
Yeah, well, yeah, that's right. The word vacuum implies no medium, when it actually means no air.
I think it means medium as far as that medium doesn't exist here. You can't recreate it. It only exists in Narnia, which would be imaginary. And why astrophysics, you look up the definition of astrophysics, physics that don't apply to the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
They change the rules for a different medium that they can't be tested, only on paper.
Hey guys, just right on that, what you were just saying. I was just thinking about this as well, and it links back to what we were talking about before, and I just want to say this. There is one idea, Twit, that I had earlier, like in terms of what we were talking about earlier. Like there are the 3 live stream rooms on this channel. So one option would be to create like one of the live streams that is more for discussions and another one that's more for debates. That is an option. I wonder what you thought of that.
I mean, that sounds great. I haven't ever really seen other people, and again, this is just my perspective, just me. I haven't seen other people use those. So if I saw it would be like if I saw Jeremy and Paige Shills and other people having a discussion in a room, when I look to see who's there, I would assume it's probably not going to be the kind of discussion that I'm going to engage in. I might listen, but I'm not going to have much to say because they're going to be involved in a discussion. But if I saw, let's say, you and some of these other guys in a room, then I'd know that it's probably a little bit more suited for something that I'd be interested in. And then I go in. So I guess that if I saw that, I think that if I'm like that, then there's probably a lot of other people, I would assume, because I'm so average, that other people would be like, that's cool. I can choose who to hang out with, because I already know it's not that either side's bad. Neither one's bad. It's just what suits you more,
Right. Yeah. And, yeah, exactly. Well, it's just because there are those different modes. Actually, one day we were talking, trying to think who it was with. I think it was Riding on Eggshells and a couple other people. And somebody had said, and I think it was actually maybe Darkstar. So I'm gonna have to see if I can seek out Darkstar if he was the one. If my memory serves me correctly, where he was describing that there are these two terms, and the words that he gave were like very kind of obscure. And I even tried to Google them at the time, but nothing even came up. Now, so maybe I didn't get the full information from him, but there were these two terms, and one of them is the term that describes like more of a discussion where you're actually sharing knowledge back and forth, hearing each other out. Everyone gets a chance to, speak on the mic, and it goes back and forth. That's what was one of those modes of like actual human interaction, and it had a particular name for it. And then this other mode was more of a, like we were talking about before, more of like a sparring or a fight energy. And of course that can go into like insults if it goes there, or it could just be like, more like a civil kind of sparring where your intellectual minds are being brought to the forefront as you're comparing, these different complicated things, whether it's physics or the earth or the shape of the earth, whatever it may be on these different topics. But that actually had a different, like that type of interaction where you're actually just having an engagement versus more of a debate type thing. He was describing that had these two particular like terminologies that are these words that had gone along with those. So
like a dialogue versus a dialectic.
Oh, that's interesting. Say what you mean more about that.
Well, dialectic is basically like, what you're talking about, where you're having kind of a debate, as it were, versus just like a dialogue, having a conversation, discussion.
Also, is dialectic like kind of talking to someone as opposed to having a debate when you're talking with someone or having a conversation?
It's dialectic is like the goal would be arriving at truth, like finding the truth of something by having a logical argument, like a syllogism, and exchanging, someone will find your premise faulty or something like that, but basically like having a logical argument and trying to suss out the truth from that, exchanging logical arguments.
Yeah, dude, that is very well said.
That might be the word, is my point.
Dialectic, yeah. I'm aware of that word, but the way that just like refreshing in my memory, because it's of or relating to the nature of logical argumentation, the art or practice of logical discussion as employed by investigating the truth of a theory or opinion, logical argumentation. So it's more based around an actual trying to get like presenting actual logical arguments to perhaps prove something or come to the truth of something.
Don't come in here with your fancy fucking words, okay?
Yeah, the key point being their logic, Gio.
Well, there's the Hegelian dialectic. The Hegelian dialectic is the one a lot of us are aware of. The problem, reaction, solution thing. But it's used.
There's no logic in doublespeak.
But to be honest, you guys think that we can find logic in any of these conversations?
No. I don't know. Sometimes maybe, but oftentimes no.
I'm up to the point that if we don't like physically measure the entire Earth, like measure a certain portion, I don't think we're gonna be able to get to any sort of logic or reason.
Well, but it's an interesting thing. I mean, because like the Hegelian dialectic, like the reason it's called the Hegelian dialectic is because you have that problem reaction. So there's a problem, there's a claim, there's something, then there's the reaction to that claim, the rebuttal, and then there's the idea of, the kind of solution or the reconciling something that reconciles. But if somebody's goal is to like manipulate someone else or to tell someone else they're wrong or to change someone else, then all of a sudden they're doing a dialectic. They are doing a debate thing, but now they're doing it in a way where they're trying to get something out of it. Like they're trying to change your mind or convince you of something. So then that reconciling third never really takes place unless that person just completely concedes and says, oh yeah, you're right. Ruhif, the Earth's a globe because of everything you say, or, unless that happens, there is no reconciling. So it's just the dialectic. It's just this kind of problem reaction that goes on rather than like Percentage was saying, like an actual dialogue of like building ideas, exchanging ideas to being able to possibly, glean more knowledge from each other or information and different, sentiments.
You're describing the scenario that happened yesterday between me and myself, myself and BioDual. And then when Payne NASA Show came in, that he disrupted that conversation. That's what you're talking about? That kind of scenario?
It did happen. Yeah, we were actually talking about one that happened during the show yesterday, but you're right. I'm remembering that one too. I think it happened 2 or 3 times. Yeah. That was one of them too. Yeah. And then actually I think after that, because BioDuel is actually engaging with you in more of a dialogue way, but then after that happened, I think he went into that. It got kind of, it changed. he jumped on with paid chill, I think, at that point. But yeah, I mean, I will say though, I mean, some people, even outside of that component, some people do want to have more like percentage. Since you're here now, I was mentioning, do you remember that talk you had? I forget whether it was with like Funk or with Emerald, but dude, you guys had one where you went for like 2 hours. I remember Noah was in here and like you were being completely civil. You weren't like forcing to change each other's minds, but it was like just intellectual to the core, you know, like you were speaking quick, he was speaking quick, you weren't interrupting each other. And it was like, it was pretty awesome. Like it was a dialectic, but like it was in like a very like a harmonious form of it.
I don't recall the specific one that you're talking about, but yeah, those are always like, those are the goal, right? That's what we should be hoping to have, because you're not gonna convince someone with spite or with like passive aggressiveness or what have you.
It's very telling. It's very telling when you can't have a conversation with someone when they deliberately come with the tactics. Like, it's very telling of them, because why? If you know those tactics, they just don't work because you're known to do them. Why even do them in the first place? Why just waste your time and not try to have some sort of dialogue with everyone?
Yeah, that's kind of one of the issues I have with a lot of, like, with some of the bigger names in this community. You know, it's like their execution's just off. But it is what it is.
Are you talking about me?
Nah, you're a straight killer, man. Your execution on point all the time.
Nah, Jeremy, not talking about you, but most likely he's talking about somebody you admire very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Well, this has been an ongoing thing. I mean, I'll say someone's name because I mean I would say it directly to them, and it's a positive thing as well. But like, I mean, back in the day, like in the first couple of weeks of the server, like Brenda, for example, Brenda would come in and totally just, you guys are wrong, here's why you're wrong, you know, and just every time, and then it would always blow up the room. And so I gave her a warning for it at one point, and you know, et cetera. At one point, I think I had to even restrict her account for like a couple days. Or even I think it was longer than that, and I ended up kind of unrestricting it. But the thing is that like she kept doing that and was pushing it and just coming, you know, and just saying, well, no, I'm not going to stop doing it because you're wrong, and I have to tell you that, you know. But like after I restricted her account for a while, and then when she came back, been totally different. We've had like several actually really good, you know, in the past couple of weeks where she's come on and like we've actually had completely more like dialogue building kind of conversations. So
yeah, but you notice before Brenda like came correct and was acting uncouth and stuff, like even people that agreed with the stuff that he was saying, like they were against it, right? Because just of the style, the mannerism and stuff. So you know, you don't do yourself any favors when you're coming at it from the wrong angle. And it's good that, you know, after you restricted them and stuff like that, like it was, you know, they saw that they needed to make a change and they did that.
Percentage, are you like doing popcorn or something, bro?
I'm not doing nothing.
All right. So, anyways, Brenda is one of the few people that pisses me. I go from 0 to 100 real quick. Right? She just has this thing about her, how she speaks to people, bro. It gets me going real quick.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. I mean, how can you argue when Brenda says, you know, we see infinitely far and then birds see further, or you can measure the amount of space time in a table. You know, it's pretty reasonable stuff right there.
Don't forget True Earth or Smooth Earth.
I'm just saying, some of this stuff it gets me heated because it's like so ridiculous. Some of the stuff is so it gets me like I get triggered from some of this shit. I don't know. Maybe they're just trolling me or fucking with me or just they believe this stuff. I don't know what's going on, but
I don't think she believes any of this shit, bro. I legit think she's a troll. I think this idiot named Nancy Shield is a troll too.
Ah, but you can call me names. How come you're not censoring him here, Gio? How come he can call names and I can't?
What did he call you?
He just called me an idiot.
No, he didn't. He said he doesn't think you believe it.
Oh.
He didn't call you an idiot.
Call me an idiot. Hey.
No.
Well, I don't know.
So
didn't say that.
touchy. Fucking hell.
I mean, I'm sitting here being nice and quiet and getting called.
Hey, all right.
Hey, Payne, I actually did call you an idiot, but I didn't do it maliciously. I was actually trying to get you to say something. So, yeah, you fell for it.
Okay, fine. I'm just sitting here listening and hearing me call an idiot, and Gio says you can't call people names in the server.
I actually didn't really hear it. It sounded a little muffled, but he says he did say it. And I think Twit thought that he said believe it, but he said idiot. I didn't quite hear what he said.
I think it was believe it. Anyways, hey, listen, let's be calm. Explain to me how you have something moving a meter at one speed and then something moving a meter at a different speed. Would you say that's constant or not constant?
So if I'm going from your home to your employment at the school or your former job at school, and I drive there directly at, I don't know, 30 miles an hour, let's say, and I get there, I don't know, how long does it take you? Half an hour to get there? I've driven 30 miles per hour, right? So now I get in another car, the same type. It's, we're traveling together, but I go off to the 7-Eleven and then down to Walmart and around the corner to the post office, and I don't stop in these places. I just take a longer path. And when I get to the school, you've already been there for a bit of time. And why is that? We travel the same speed.
You both started at point A and ended up at point B at different times, right?
That's
Different times.
We both traveled 30 miles an hour the whole time.
Well, I mean, there's no evidence that that's even happening.
That's exactly the evidence that's happening. They're traveling a longer path. So they get
no, they both traveled 1 meter, but they were in a vacuum though.
Doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, that's got to tell you that would you agree that's not a constant speed if it takes a different time to get 1 meter?
You traveled your car, you put your speedometer right on 30 miles an hour the entire time. I left the same time you did, took a longer path, traveled 30 miles an hour the entire time and got there after you. Does that mean I was going slower?
Right. No. Shield, just say what you're saying. The light in this experiment, the photon, must have taken a different path than direct.
Right. That's in the experiment. If you actually read the paper,
that's fine.
It took a different spiral path.
It took a different path. Yes.
Okay, prove it.
No. That's fine. That's fine. It took a different path. So if we were going to measure that, we know that light can take different times to travel a meter in free space in a vacuum, right? We know that now, right? This is where paid.
You understand they went through a lot of difficulty to do this, right? You think that
this didn't sound like an easy thing, yeah. But you realize that now.
Do you think that these crystals are like out there all over the place and we just don't know it and everything's going through, so therefore we can throw out everything about the speed of light because this one experiment where they sent something through a crystal and sent it into a spiral?
We need to throw out the idea that light travels at a constant speed in a vacuum now because we know that it takes at different times for it to travel.
See, the thing about this is nobody in the field has proposed this in the 5 years 6 years now since that paper was published. Nobody has proposed that. Only you.
What do you mean? They've done it twice. Nobody
has proposed throwing out that light travels at different speeds in the vacuum now.
But we know it does because sometimes it goes slower than the regular time to go a meter. That's different times.
No, they're still traveling the same speed, Jeremy. We went through the thing. Remember? You traveled 30 miles an hour. I took a slightly longer path and got there a little bit after you.
But how is the light taking a different path without the medium or a medium?
It traveled they put it through a crystal.
Right, but then why didn't it come out and just go straight? Why did it maintain
You have to read the paper. You have to read the paper.
It's got medium written all over
it. Can you not tell me? Why did the
It's
paper?
got-
Why did the paper say it maintained its path?
Read the paper.
Do you know?
Read the paper.
Listen, the point is paid.
So
Now,
you don't
now,
even know that answer yourself.
He doesn't
No, he
know.
doesn't.
Paper.
Hold on,
See
paid.
you,
The point.
Shield.
Paid. The point is now we know that light different times in a vacuum to travel a meter. It's not constant,
Again,
right? We know.
And
We know
no
that, right?
one in this 6 years since this paper has come out, no one has proposed that except for you.
That's what the study, this thing showed. It showed that they had different speed, different times for a light to travel a meter in a vacuum.
Did I just say that no one in the 6 years since this paper's come out has proposed that?
Yeah,
Except for you?
you've said that 3
What
times.
does that mean?
Then
No
how come
one's
you keep
brought it
saying-
up.
No, no one. Only you are concerned about it. Nobody else is. Everybody else understands the
Yeah, it
experiment
breaks
is
your whole
slightly better
paradigm.
than you.
Just
No,
like
it
a
does
brick
not.
wall.
You're not
Did
concerned
you
with it.
read
It
the
breaks your whole.
paper? You didn't read the paper, did you?
Neither did you.
Yes, I did, actually.
Well, tell us about it.
No, you should read the paper yourself.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We get it. We get it. We all get it.
How come you can call me names, Gio? Again, they can call me full.
Call
I'm
names.
being very nice. Tell them to read the
Tool.
paper.
Brick
Well,
wall.
same difference. Same difference. It's
Yeah.
still a name, isn't it? I thought we couldn't call
Same
people names.
difference.
Can't we agree to this?
And
basic-
can only flat earthers call Globers names in this room? So they're double standard.
Don't worry, you'll get me back in
focused.
shape.
Why
are you crying?
Well, because
Let's stay
Gio has
focused. Hold
given
on.
me a
Are,
big.
are your pedals falling off of your stem?
Gio has
Guys,
given
relax.
me
Hey,
five.
come on.
Gio has given me
He's
5
delicately
very.
looking for the shape of the earth.
Look, Jeremy,
Ready to
Gio
go.
has given me a set
He's
of
a bit
5
tender
rules.
today.
Jeremy, who
Gio-
are you talking to? A serial offender.
Gio has given me a five rules that I can't obey, that I must obey, or else I'll be instantly silenced. Yet he seems not to only enforce them on me and not on you guys.
I got you. Listen, nobody
Yeah,
call
but you
names.
broke the first rule of Geo Club. No pseudoscience. You already
Listen,
broke
no-
that
that.
was
no
not
more-
on the
Straight away.
list. That was not on the list. And this is not pseudoscience.
Goes
Name
without
calling.
saying.
Let me just wrap this up real quick. Just no more name calling, please. Now, after they did this thing, we know now that in a vacuum it can take light longer or shorter to travel a meter, right?
You're the only one concerned about this, Jeremy.
Oh
Everybody
my
else.
gosh.
I know,
Jeremy, why do you bother?
I don't know. I got mental issues, bro.
Well, since
I
you
know,
since you
great
said
answer.
that, I will
Shit.
agree.
Something's really wrong with me. I don't know.
I will agree with you.
Look at him,
someone
he's
who
extending his-
deliberately logs
almost
into Nathan's. They've got issues
It's
as
almost
well.
like, but it's almost like he's extending himself to you, Shil. He's like, here's my mind. I'm trying to understand this thing, and you're just like, you're the only one concerned with it, Jeremy. Like, fuck you, dude.
No, what he's saying is, because of this one paper, that we have to throw out everything we know about the speed of light being a constant. And this
In a vacuum,
nowhere,
because we know it's not.
Nowhere in this paper did they propose that.
Listen, they said it took longer for one photon to go a meter in a vacuum than it did for another. That's not
Because
right.
they put it through a crystal and changed its path, made it.
Okay, that's fine. We have a cause, but the effect is still the same, right? Not constant. Paid. Not constant, right?
Did
just
we go
need a
through
tissue,
the
huh?
30-mile-an-hour thing? Or did you not understand that?
No, say it again, Shil. I wasn't listening. Do it again.
Okay, well, in your case, you get in your little pedal car
No.
and you pedal down the sidewalk at, let's say 5 miles an hour. Okay? And I get in.
You don't have
This
to
is
do
where
it again.
moderation
I
should
was
come in.
kidding.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
moderation should step in here. I think.
Well, what moderating what? I was going through an example.
No, but we've all heard it. It was a joke to ask you to repeat it. You know it was a joke, yet you're going to go through it again, even though we've
Well,
already heard it.
he asked a question. I'm here to try to please you guys.
Well, what,
Really?
just entertain Jeremy for the second that it's not traveling at a constant rate through a vacuum. Like, entertain it. See if it goes somewhere, Shills. You might learn something too.
Well, I'll learn something, but I'm not going to entertain this because nobody's called for this except for Jeremy.
And the people that did the experiment, the measurement and measured it, not going at the same constant speed in a vacuum. Me and those guys.
Hold on a second. Let's just see what their conclusion was. Was their conclusion that we should throw out the entire, everything about the speed of light.
Why do you keep saying that? Because I don't think Jeremy said that at all.
Well, you see, he's getting there. That's his next step.
Are you
all we
Karnak?
can derive,
Can you predict the future? Can
Oh,
you
yeah.
read people's
Yeah.
minds?
Yes, to Jeremy, yes. I can.
all we can derive from this is that speed doesn't travel at a constant in a vacuum, since they got a photon to travel different speeds over a meter in a vacuum. It's as simple.
Somebody outside.
It's so, you guys make everything so difficult. Like, this should be like an easy thing to reconcile.
Yeah, and don't you think it's interesting, Phil?
I could tell a
Sorry,
10-year-old this. I could tell a 10-year-old this. They can reconcile this in minutes. Go ahead, Merle.
I think it's interesting, man, and I just wish you had people who'd get on board with you sometimes. I mean, trust me, like, there's a lot of ears in here that are interested in what you're saying. I just want, not everyone's as stubborn as Shills. You're not making a foregone conclusion.
I've been listening to this thing about
Someone
Hold on a
clean
second.
something?
Hold on, guys. Whites. Is that white?
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, bad.
Someone cooking or what?
What are you, skinning a fish or something? Go ahead. Go ahead, guys. It's not like you were descaling a fish. I don't know. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, working on crappie. But the thing about the speed of light in the experiment that was being discussed, the slower light was actually something to do with its path being altered, and it took the light longer from point A
We
to
understand
point B.
that. I'm not arguing that.
But it did not affect C, our constant, what science recognizes as the constant speed of light.
I understand that. We're just talking about the distance it takes for light to travel in a vacuum. All right?
Yeah.
1 meter. It takes different times.
So when I was driving with you, I didn't travel at 30 miles an hour the entire time?
Yeah, you did. You did. The
Good.
thing, I'm not arguing that it took a different path. That's fine.
Excellent.
It took a different path.
It took a different path. It was slightly longer. Therefore, I got there slightly later. What's the problem?
Yes, so not constant, right?
No, it's constant. I travel 30 miles an hour. You travel 30 miles an hour.
If we're measuring it by the meter, though, if we measure how long it takes light to travel a meter, would you say that this is not constant?
Well, that's the velocity. That's a different story. We're not talking that. We're talking speed.
There's no vector. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you're measuring speed over a given distance. Speed over. That's different.
This is a time speed distance triangle thing.
So again, if we're
You said it was spiraling.
So let's see. How about we're at the? Maybe let's see. How can we get this?
They don't know if it was spiraling or wiggling back and forth. It doesn't matter. I'm not arguing that it took a different path. You can have that. Fine. It took that has a whole world of implications in and of itself. That it kept spiraling or wiggling or whatever, implying a medium. But I'm just focused on this different times it took for it to travel a meter part, right? Not constant.
Yeah, but he's already caveated that with the fact that it took a different path. So now you need to hold him to how it took a different path to verify it. Otherwise, he's just claiming bullshit.
But I know, but that's not even an important part though. First, we have to get the effect down. Light traveled at a different speed in a vacuum because it took shorter and longer for one photon to reach the end than another. So that's not constant. We have to agree on the effect before we can even get to a cause. He's not agreeing to the effect.
Because you're actually measuring velocity. You're measuring the time over a certain path. That's different than speed. Speed is a
Time
scale.
over distance gives you speed. How do you measure how fast something's going? How long it takes for him to go from A to B?
I mean, you can't have in the experiment that they slowed a photon down and say that it was still the exact same as a non-slowed photon.
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy, man.
Respect.
Come on, paid work with
You
me.
didn't slow it though.
See, Twit gets it.
They did slow it. That's
No,
the
they did
whole
not.
title of the experiment is slowing down the photon.
That's not. That's the title of the. That's the title of the magazine article, right? That's not the paper.
No, the paper is they put it through a crystalline grid or graph or something. Then they collapsed the wave function. Okay, they did a whole bunch of insane, crazy shit, and they got the light to go slower over a meter. The photon. They got to go slower over a meter, not constant.
You said you read this.
No, they got it to
paper.
take a different path.
Yeah, that was the claim, that it took a different path, which I'm willing to go with. That's fine. I can roll
Yeah.
with that. Different path.
So that
fine.
explains it. That explains it. No,
Yeah, but he's not
there's
even
no
agreeing
question.
to the. He's not even agreeing to the effect, though, that it is not traveling at a constant speed in a
It is
vacuum.
traveling at constant speed.
No, I agree with Shill here because it is at the same speed, but it took a different path, a longer path. Therefore, A to B was slower. But I would say prove that it took a different path.
Maybe read the paper.
If something takes a different speed, if something takes a different time to get to A to B, that's not constant. Constant is it always takes the same amount of time to get from A to B. That's what constant is, right? Do we all understand this?
Yeah.
No, but that's a constant A to B.
Yeah,
you have to
that's what we're
caveat that
measuring.
word
1 meter.
constant with constant A to B.
We measure 1 meter, A to B.
Yeah. Constant's like on, it's never off. Doesn't deviate. Constant.
Well, no. Again, my car could be traveling at 100 kilometers an hour on the speedo, on the road, on the tarmac, and then hit some sand, right? The speedo could still say 100 kilometers an hour, but I may not be traveling at 100 kilometers an hour anymore. But the speedo will still say it.
That's got
Like,
nothing
it's
to
relative.
do with it. No, it's not.
No, okay. Just trying to give it another way that you might understand it.
I understand. I understand what constant is. Constant's relentless. It doesn't let up, right?
All you have to know
Right,
to
and that's what it
reconcile
did.
this. All you have to know to
No, but that's what
reconcile
it
this
did.
is what.
It
Listen,
was
all
at a
you have to-
constant speed over a longer distance. I don't
So
understand
what
the
was
contention
what
here.
was the point of their experiment then? Just to see if they could
They were trying to
change
slow
the
light down.
velocity?
Yeah, they were trying to slow light down in a vacuum, yeah, or speed it up, or just trying to get it to go a different speed. You know, they're
Yeah.
trying because it's a big claim. Light is a constant speed in a vacuum. That's a big claim, right? So they were trying to see if
get
they
it
could
to take longer.
They were trying to see if they could falsify that claim, which they did, because now we know it's not constant. No matter who wants to argue on that, constant doesn't change. So if a photon takes X amount of time to go 1 meter, it should always take X amount of time, not X amount plus or minus anything, because that's not constant anymore.
In a direct path, yes.
Let me get this straight. I'm in an airplane where I'm, I don't know, New York City, and you're going to get in. Both airplanes they fly 600 miles an hour, and you fly direct New York to L.A., and I fly from New York to Atlanta to Chicago to Denver, and finally end up in L.A. Who do you think is going to get there first?
Whoever took the direct path, I don't know.
Excellent.
Oh,
Thank you.
we know that though, but what was the point of doing this experiment then?
Yeah. Thank goodness
Because
for
it's in a
Voice of Reason.
vacuum. It's in a vacuum, and therefore this light photon must have taken a different path in their model. Because a vacuum, apparently in their model, has no medium. So therefore they've got this thing to take a different path.
So they were okay. So the point was to see if there could be if a medium was introduced. So what they're probably overall trying to look at is to try to figure out how these stars and whatnot are moving, right? And how some move at different speeds. Or no, they move at the same speed, but they go in different directions.
The whole point of this was they were trying to falsify the constant speed of light in a vacuum, which they did successfully.
No.
Well, they didn't.
What's up?
But they didn't, though.
Yeah, they got it to slow down. They got it to take longer to travel a meter.
Right, but it's been explained to you. It's pretty easy to understand how it's been explained.
I understand why it's not traveling at a constant speed, right? I understand it took a longer path, so it's taking longer to go a meter. I understand that. So if it takes longer to go a meter, that's not constant for that meter.
But Jeremy, you're saying they falsified the capital C, the constant speed of light. They didn't do that. They didn't falsify the speed of light.
In a vacuum, light was supposed to be going at constant speed. That means in a vacuum, light was always supposed to be traveling over a meter at X amount of time. They got it to travel over a meter X minus an amount of time. That's not constant. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't know what to tell you guys. This is not you.
So where
It is.
where does that bring you then, Jeremy? Like now you've got this information. How does that make you see light now? Like, anything change? What's on the table now?
I mean, it shows me that light could be traveling to and from from the sun to us, not at the speed they say it is, because we know that light doesn't always travel take the same time to travel over a meter than other light. Because it's not constant. What the fuck? Yo,
No,
this is crazy.
it did take the same time. What the interesting part is why they were actually trying to introduce a medium into deviate the light. They're studying something, and it was about introducing the medium to it. So,
But no, they measured it after it left the crystalline graph or grid or whatever. That's when they started measuring it. They measured it in a vacuum. They had no medium.
oh, there was no
Yeah,
medium
this was in a vacuum. They did something crazy with the light, and then after it left the craziness, the crystalline graph and collapsing the wave function, all that. After all that, that's when they started measuring the meter. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
Yeah, they got a photon to slow down in free space in a vacuum. That's not constant. I'm telling you, I don't know.
That's interesting. How long did it take to get to the end?
It was a millionth of it. It was a ridiculously small amount of time that changed, like ridiculously small.
But they did it though.
But not constant. Yeah, but they still did it, and it's not constant anymore.
Interesting.
Yeah, in a vacuum, it took longer for one photon to reach the end of a meter than another photon in a vacuum in free space. Like it's.
See, this whole argument came from him brought in said, oh, they don't know what the speed of light is. See, here's this experiment that proves it, and that's where all this came from.
Well, they just know it's not a constant now. Now they know it's not a constant.
But he wants to debunk anything for mainstream science, and that's his goal is to debunk mainstream science, and that's where all this argument came from.
It doesn't matter where it came from. The people that did the experiment gave us the data, and now we have the results of light not trapped.
But at the end of the day, I'd rather talk about the weather.
Well,
it is a good. I mean, we've talked a lot about it, and I think the conversation has come to a subtle landing. We ought to talk about something.
What do you got, Left Lane? What do you got?
I don't know. I just got done unloading, and now I'm headed back across the woods of the Boot Hill of Missouri, and I need to talk about something.
Are you worried about autonomous vehicles knocking you out of the box with your job, or no?
No, they can't.
Well, you own your truck. You own your truck, right? So you would just put the autonomous thing in your own truck, no?
No, I'll stay as far away. I do. I've got an old engine. I'm doing everything I can to avoid what they call the e-logs, electronic, and all the tracking and all that. I'm still independent, autonomous. I do my own thing, and a programmed truck, even a truck with e-logs in it, can't do what I do.
I read a story today. Remember how I brought up the metaverse and everybody was making fun of me? Well, listen, today there was an article about how a woman is suing the metaverse because she was groped in the metaverse. So It's already begun. People have gotten married. There's been jobs created inside the metaverse, and now people are getting sexually assaulted inside the metaverse. This place
How
is going to be
how does
crazy.
one get sexually assaulted inside?
She said she was groped. Like, so imagine we're both in the metaverse right now, and you somehow groped me, and your avatar is my avatar.
How do I do
I
that?
don't know. You can you're you in there. So you can move your arms and everything. And if I'm just standing there and you decided to go what like that, that's you groping me. But it's my avatar, but essentially it's me. So she's suing for being groped.
So is this a virtual reality place? I mean, I saw a little bit of something on this, but I haven't explored it. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I guess it's just virtual reality. It's where you can go and, like, if we were all right now, if we had headsets on, we could be actually sitting in a room or wherever we wanted to be, wherever it was, we could go sit there together and see each other's avatars. Now, somebody might have an
I have another question. Where would you bring such a suitor?
I don't know what she's doing.
Where does the metaverse exist?
I think it's Facebook's. So I think she's suing Facebook, maybe.
She might be soon at the courthouse in the metaverse.
It's your next prison, is what it is.
Yeah, it sounds pretty crazy to me, but I think it's going to be a big deal. And I've had a lot of people say it's not going to be anything. They don't think it's going to be anything. I think it's going to be big. I can't give a time frame, but I think everybody will be there one day and it'll be like, people will never admit that they were like, oh, that'll never be a thing, but it will be. You're going to do everything there.
The grandkids got an Oculus for Christmas, and they had to take it away from me because I thought it was the coolest damn thing. And I bet that's what you do with it. You go to those places with it. Of course, what I was doing, I rode a roller coaster and I went to various places on the planet, and like, it's like virtual reality. It's like being there. But I bet you could go to the metaverse with it.
Probably.
Do you play computer games, like anyone here?
I don't much.
The only reason I'm asking is because, like, the graphics in some of the computer games now are pretty amazing, especially the colors and the avatar, like, you can make depending on what game. There's a game called Destiny 2, and just what you can create. You can basically become like a god in this game, like a machine, anything pretty much. It's just your imagination's the limit. But when it comes to the metaverse, the avatar, just at the moment, it's whack. Like, it's so clunky and sterile. There's nothing edgy or, for the creatives it's a really bland, boring world at the moment in there. But I hope, I don't know if it'll evolve, and I hear what you're saying to it. Like, there's sort of people on the outside of it looking in going, oh, I don't know about this at all. And then, others have jumped in but yeah.
I think it'll improve greatly. I mean, it has a chance to. Like, it's either, like you said, it's either going to hit or miss. But if it hits, the improvements will come quickly. I mean, just by Facebook as an example itself. Facebook it's nothing like it used to be. Like, I got the invitation when it was just rolling around to college, from college campus to college campus. You were able to hook up with somebody on Facebook that went to a whole different university than you did or whatever, and that's what it was. And now look at what it is. Now I don't have Facebook anymore. I haven't used it a decade at least. But, they're all connected on there and it's a whole different thing now. So,
People never got into VR though. I don't know. It might take off, but they tried to push VR so hard for all those years, and people just don't like it. Nobody likes to wear goggles.
Yeah, I don't
It's too
either.
cumbersome.
Yep. But here's the thing I was thinking, though. This is my train of thought, and again, I'm not making any predictions, but I'm saying, what if we were in a situation where they had that ready, right? And we had to go into another few years of a lockdown situation, right? Where things actually did have to change globally for whatever reason, virus, global warming, whatever it might be. If they had to essentially lock down the world again, it would be a great
with
escape.
that again?
Well, I
hope not.
personally wouldn't like it, but I think that I'm in the minority.
You think it was justified?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I've never
But
seen
what
so
I'm
many
saying-
people in all of history roll over for such an illegal procedure in my life. I never thought it'd even be possible.
Well, they hit hard with, fear. They used mega fear propaganda.
Yeah, it's like
And-
what Gio was talking about. It's the Hegelian dialectic. It's problem, reaction, solution.
Mhm.
They wanted a certain solution, so they created the problem.
Yeah. And fear, and then they used some weird sense of morality that they throw at you with, it's your responsibility to protect other people. And, like, I was like, really? Okay, this is interesting. Not that I have a problem with, not trying to make other people sick or hurt or anything, because I am certainly a do no harm person. I try not to, and, but I never heard it shouted at this extent that that's my responsibility as a human on the planet, is to make sure nobody gets sick. Like, I've never heard that in my life before, and I thought that was weird. And it's some new extension of morality now, and I don't know, it's weird.
It ain't for me.
But I think that if we were to lock down and that was there, I think a lot of people would be very hesitant at first, but then the people who are actually existing as much as you can in a free sense of socialization in this metaverse or whatever would come up as a competitor of the metaverse. I think before you know it, it would just be like dominant. We'd all fall into it because we wouldn't want to be the ones who are sitting at home and not having a social outlet. We could go and eat our TV dinner or whatever we're eating, but we are in the metaverse. You're at a nice restaurant with your friends, and you're all sitting at a table, and
I
you
get
might
it.
be.
It's the movie WALL-E. It's pretty much WALL-E.
I don't think I've seen that.
You should watch it.
Yeah, I will. I write down these recommendations. I'm not really much of a movie watcher in the sense that most movies suck.
Neither was
I don't watch.
I realize that's pretty much the news is the movies. That's your news.
It's interesting you brought that up because I was thinking about this. When did I start having issues with Hollywood and movies and whatnot? And I think that the problem probably started for me without knowing when it started, but now looking back in retrospect, it was probably when the news became part of movies. When they had, it was Fox News or CNN were actually on a movie and they were, part of the script of the movie, but they used CNN or Fox News as showing, the meteor, the comet that just struck Earth, or, this is MSNBC's telling you about the meteor that struck Earth. It's not some fake news broadcast channel. They're actually using Fox or MSNBC or, CBS, whatever it might be. It's like you're watching the news in a movie, right? So you're watching whatever movie it might be. And the characters in this movie are watching the news, and it's CNN, and it's a fake story that the characters are watching on the fake news, but it's titled CNN News. It's a CNN anchor or it's a Fox News anchor that's on the movie. And it's like, wow, these are people who I watch actual news from. Which one are they telling the truth on? Because they'll go and get paid to be on a movie to pretend like they're reporting about a story that's not real. But if I turn them on the TV where they're also getting paid, I'm supposed to believe that they're actually telling me a real story. Like, I don't know, something's not right about that. I think that's probably when it started for me, where it didn't sit right. Like, if it was some fake news, like some made up news channel to be on this movie as the news that they're watching, then maybe that would have been like, okay, that's just a character pretending to watch a news channel.
Right.
But
Did you ever see that CNN segment from probably the first Gulf War where they faked the
I did
incoming
see
missile
that.
strikes? Yeah. I think that's
I'm a
where it
little
started for me.
I'm surprised that more people don't tend to agree with that. That was bad, and I don't know if that man was punished in any way or the producers or anybody was punished for doing that.
He probably got promoted.
Right. I don't. But what shocks me more is that somebody's willing to say, "Oh, that's just a one-time fluke thing, and it's never going to happen again." How do you do that? How do you be so assured that it's not happening all the time? I don't know.
That really shakes my faith. And I mean, with all the conspiracy things that go on and stuff like that, the news, the media has totally lost credibility, in my opinion, that journalism has absolutely no structure anymore. They have no dignity at all anymore. And what news is supposed to be and what journalism is supposed to be. It's now just storytelling and propaganda.
Yeah.
Any channel you go to.
And the funny thing is, it always has been. It's just now it's so in the open. That's the only difference.
Crazy. So I don't see where, there's people that are still out there going, I wonder why people have a problem with, taking the vaccine, or they don't want, they have a problem with being locked down or things like that, Well, maybe it's because of who's yelling it at them all the time, Maybe it's hard to trust these people who haven't proven themselves to have much of an ethical backbone. They'll bend and flex any different way the wind blows, and I don't know. Where can you get? Where do you think you can get real news anymore? I don't even know. It's hard to tell. I read Apple News. I read through probably hundreds of articles a day. That's my TikTok. I would just flip through articles and see what's going on, and they're just ridiculous sometimes. And I'm like, this is a news organization. Like, you can't even, who doesn't see that this is so badly written, and it's just sad, full of propaganda. And how can you not see that?
How do you get your news from Apple News? Isn't that just a collation of mainstream news networks?
Yeah, so I click on one article and then I just go from there. So, like I said, it's like my form of TikTok. I just keep on clicking until I get tired of reading. But yeah, it just starts because it's an aggregate of a whole bunch of different headlines that you just pick one, and then next thing you know, you're sucked in.
Yeah, I think I blocked 99% of the channels on there.
I get the worst ones too. The Atlantic is usually my first go-to.
Oh my God.
I know, right? I'm like, these people have an actual people following. People read this religiously, and it's very important people that read it, or what our society is considered very important people. And I'm like, wow, now I can see where how they've directed society to think. Yeah, I haven't it hasn't been able to they can't break through to me because it hasn't happened yet. Sometimes, believe me, I sit here and I think, I wish whatever it is that these people who just go through life, without resistance, why can't I have that? Why do I have to, why do I have to feel what I feel? Why can't I just go, I want to make the sheep sound, but I don't want to offend anybody. I'm not trying to be offensive, but it seems that way to me.
That Atlantic is some disgusting. That's the most disgusting rag I've ever read in my life, now that I think about it.
Which one? The Atlantic?
The Atlantic. Oh my.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
It's just straight propaganda, paid for.
Is.
It's because you're self-aware and
You're awake and you're intelligent.
They'd say it's a gift.
Yeah, but it's
Easier
easier,
to be
I
a
think.
sheep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's sometimes you wish that you could just I envy them in a sense sometimes because it seems like it's so simple, you know, and nothing it doesn't give you that it's hard to not be able to if you recognize that you're not like them, then it's hard because you have to always watch what you're saying. You always have to watch who you're around and
Well, you
because you
kind of
might
don't.
say
I mean, if you could go
something.
back, would you?
What?
If you could go back to not knowing what you know now, would you do it?
Oh no, I never want to stop not knowing. You know, I think
Right.
I think
So
when
you-
you
I
do
guess-
that, you're pretty much done, right?
Right now, you're just kind of stuck with it, I guess.
Yeah. 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 I mean, I know I've always been this way, but I've always had been kind of like the odd man out, so to speak. You know, like I don't fit the parameters that people assume I am when they meet me or they come across me. So they think I'm not outspoken or I don't, I just, they don't get it, and then they find out and then a lot of people just write me off, like, oh, you're one of them. And they just stop talking to me or something. I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. But that's why I don't understand because I have a lot of friends who they just are able to just not talk about anything that's not like the friends I have on Discord and whatnot. Some of the friends that they just, if it's not written down in a book or it doesn't have factual basis of scientific mountains of evidence, then they don't want to hear it. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to see it. They don't want to even just chit chat about it. They just don't want to talk about it because it's not based in what I could present 17 articles on,
Yeah, it's always been this way though.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah.
No, I really don't want to be like that, but I mean, I think it would be easier.
I can't remember once growing up, like chilling with homeboys or like, girls party, anything, where someone said citation, please. Like, just not once.
Citation, please. I bet some of these guys did do that when they were out partying. Hey, Biodual's in here. I bet he does that all the time when he's playing his games and stuff.
We definitely did that.
I'm gonna need a
like,
citation.
Pixar didn't happen.
No, I've done something similar with my stepkid, where he'll come home and just like, oh, I had this conversation with my friend about this, and this, and I'm like, okay, did he like show you why he said that, or like evidence or anything? And he was like, no, but he sounded convincing. And then I said, all right, well, let's take the next 15 minutes and try to research this, and then then it's verified of bullshit or perhaps true, whatever it may be, but. I mean, that shit's important. If you're going to subscribe to something, there should be a reason.
Is because you want to is not a good enough reason?
Oh, no, I don't think so. I mean, I'm not saying you can't believe something because solely based on the basis of you want to, but I would say that that's not a effective position to take.
Well, I think most people just go with the consensus. That's all.
And I would say that's equally as bad.
Right, but that's what most people do. It's just it's easier.
Oh yeah, no doubt. It is easier. It takes less effort to agree with a crowd than it does to disagree.
Yeah, it takes no effort.
Right.
So does anyone think things are going to get better this year, or is it just going to get worse?
I'm hoping for the best, and I'm preparing for the worst.
What's the worst in your mind? How far can this go?
For America to go into the lockdowns of Australia, or perhaps worse, I would say the worst case real scenario is Australia right now. That's what I would say.
I think Austria is worse than Australia.
I haven't looked into the European stuff outside of England. I haven't looked into it, but I know Australia's fucked.
Yeah, I saw it.
Where I don't want to be there.
In Israel, you can't go to McDonald's without having the vaccine pass.
Isn't that great?
And in Argentina, you can't get
bank account.
You can't go into the bank to
Yep.
get to use the ATM.
What do you mean? What do you mean
Hey.
Australia's fucked? Australia's not fucked. Let's
No,
have a
I'm
nice
saying as
spinach
far
and
as
cheese triangle.
No, I know. The general consensus because I don't live there and I don't
Yeah.
really do research online, but I do get what you, Rig, was a number of people speak about it, and it sounds fucked.
Is this really different to how we grew up? Like, it's not fucked. It's just.
Hold up, BioDuel. If you don't do research online, how are you researching the claims of your son's friend?
What?
He was talking
Got
about
him.
this specific thing about Australia.
Got him.
The ether.
Fun times. So what? So Wemmerl, are y'all like better than y'all were like 2-3 months ago, or?
I mean, so you've got like, you know, government doing its thing, media doing its thing, and then the people doing their thing. So there's still people with masks, but I'm just about to walk past 2 little kids. They're just like looking at me, like staring, and then like mum's in the mask. This
Yeah.
girl's in a mask. These 2 people coming to, like, the girlfriend isn't in a mask, the boyfriend is.
I
So
thought y'all
it's
were
just,
still fucked about travel and stuff. Maybe not.
yeah, I mean, those things are, yeah. And I'm not
Right. Haven't you
trying to
completely lost your bodily autonomy?
Well, Bansaw just said last night. He said that they just lifted the passport, like the jab passport thing, to get between the territories. Like they actually removed that, right?
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
Good for y'all.
that's
Good.
true. Yeah, you just need a COVID test 72 hours before you cross the border. So they've lightened the restrictions, and maybe that's because they're reporting we've got 90% people vaccinated. Maybe that's why they've lightened that. But yeah, you no longer have to
That's
show
a
your
step
vaccine
in the right
passport.
direction. That's awesome.
Yeah, exactly, Brian.
There's an election coming up. That's why there's an election.
Yeah, so that could be it too, right? Yeah.
Well, I have a sense that things are going to shift. I don't think that the lockdowns is really going to be what they're going to be using in the future as much. I think they'll still use it as a sort of like when these events happen, whatever new thing is implemented stays, but it usually lessens a little bit over time because they're going to try other stuff basically.
So apparently today we've reported the highest amount of cases today. I think there's 25,000 in New South Wales, 17,000 active in Victoria. So even with the highest amount of cases reported, they're not quite so heavy-handed now with the lockdowns and stuff, which is good. Thank goodness we're past that stage.
Yeah, but maybe it's the power that the government has acquired during the lockdowns that is the problem. It was what they were actually going for.
I think they've got actually people. I think they've convinced people to police themselves. Like my partner and I were invited to a party next month. And the invitation was on Facebook, as it is. But in the invitation, it actually said, if you're not double vaccinated, you can't come to the party. So that gave me a really good excuse not to go to the party because I don't really like her anyway. But
that's pretty good.
But yeah, people are actually policing themselves now.
The Victorian Premier here, like, is a famous tennis player. He's a bit of a hero, Novak Djokovic.
I just read about that.
Yeah, like, you know, he was told like he won't play the Australian Open, which is a major tennis tournament, and he held his line, and now Australian officials have let him play without the jab. So that's hero status for us. You know, that gives us all a big lift.
Well, it also makes them look like idiots because now they realize it's because he's the best player in the world. He's the only one that got the exemption. And now everyone else can't stand him because he got it. And you clearly know it's not because of health.
What? No. Precedence is set. If another tennis player wanted to play in, what's it called? Was like made
it's
it.
The first major.
You know? Yeah, but if someone qualified, I'm saying.
I'm fairly certain that other people that wanted the exemption did not get it on the same grounds that Jovac got it for.
Yeah, maybe he was the first one to win out, but now that precedence is set, they wouldn't disallow other people from doing it, so long as they qualified for the same major.
I'd bet against
I don't
that
know.
they wouldn't get it.
If it was just a qualifier doing the same thing, I bet you they would have stood firm. You know, there was a footballer in Adelaide that refused to get the jab, and he was delisted. There was a female footballer as well that she refused to get the jab, and she was delisted from the team. So I think it's a matter of Murphy's law. Whoever has the gold makes the rules. Like, you know, Djokovic being number one in the world, he's definitely a draw card, and it's about the money at the end of the day, and the attendance, the eyes on
Of
the TV
course, it had
screen.
nothing to do, just like the whole damn scam, it has nothing to do with health and safety. It has everything to do with setting, as Percent just said, precedent. The precedents that's been set over the last 2 years, no one in a million years would have believed what they've accomplished. It's mind-blowing.
That's true.
And now people try to justify just the little things that they're doing. Oh, yeah, well, they're giving us this back and they're giving us that back. It's so pathetic. I just want to puke.
Yeah,
you.
you know why they're giving it back too is because all the legal ramifications are slowly creeping out of the woodworks. Like, you know, didn't Australia just had to pay out like $800,000? Like, all the legal shit is about to hit, and they're all like, "Oh no, what we were saying, it was just an implied recommendation." Now, like, eat a dick, dude. I hope these people hang.
And the way they celebrate Freedom Day, you know, we've got 90% vaccination on this particular date, and it's going to be Freedom Day for all. You'll once have your freedoms
Yeah,
back.
that makes me sick.
Exactly.
The problem was no one stood up
Mel,
to the
you've got a
mask.
bit of that syndrome.
It was the
going on,
mask
mate.
would let all this stuff in.
What do you
man.
mean?
People would have stood up to that. It would have never happened.
What do you mean?
Oh, just the way before how you said everything's okay in Australia. It's not like it was when we were kids, but it's still okay. It's like, nah, it's fucked, mate.
Right.
It's fucked
No,
right now in
but
Australia.
once you enter into that mind state, you're fucked. I'm not entering into that mind state. This country is far
you must
from fucked.
recognise the fragility then. I'm
No,
not.
the country's
I'm not
far from
that way
fucked.
inclined.
That misrepresents the country.
Well, shoving your
What's
head
the
in the
country
sand doesn't
anyway?
make it unfucked.
I'm not shoving my head in the sand, dude.
Okay, right. So you don't have to take a vaccine to go to work down there. Is that what you're telling me?
I haven't been able to work in some cases without it. I went to a job network fucking provider today, and she was talking to me across the room. I'm living this.
Right, I would consider that
country's
fucked.
The country's not fucked. It's bizarre.
Yeah, it's fucked, guys.
That's fucked.
But, you know, hey, little freedoms. At least you're allowed to
Fair
go
enough.
into the building, Mel. Hey.
Yeah.
See, and that's what I was talking about. Now people are saying, "Oh, let me do this again. We can do that again." I mean, I just can't believe we allowed any of it to happen.
I can't.
In the future,
mentality.
In the future, all job interviews will be held outside at the football field, all the way across the
field, behind perspex glass.
No, in the future, you won't even need to apply unless you have your vaccine.
Right, or you'll need 4 vaccines. You know, this job requires 6 vaccines. That job requires 10. I mean, it's over. It's pretty much over.
You know what I thought is the most, I don't even know what word. I guess the most worrisome part to me was when I don't know about other countries, but here in the U.S., they said it was a public, what was it? A national emergency. The vaccine and getting the vaccination and just COVID in general is a national emergency, right? So they had to have all these powers that they tried to get under this. And since we already had the Patriot Act, they were allowed to use a lot of this as soon as they declared it a national emergency.
I think there's actually the PrEP Act that they're using.
The PrEP Act? Okay.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. That's not even what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of the way they word it to make it sound like this is a national emergency, so we have to do these things because it's a national emergency, right? We're under attack, so to speak. Well, at the same time, it's not so much this COVID virus that it's worrying me about. It's what's next, because at the same time, if you listen, they're also ramping up calling global warming a national emergency. So,
Of
you know,
course.
in 10, 15 years, less, more, I don't know, are they going to lock us down because global warming? And, you know, are we going to, you know, then we're going to
They'll
lose
do
our
that this
cars?
Shutting
year.
them down with the climate change disease.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if it's a national emergency, right? So
Hmm.
what can we do if they say, listen, it's reached the point where this is uncontrollable. We have no say in it. We can't do anything about it. They're going to tell us the science is there. It's on their side. It says that we have to stop driving or we have to stop breathing or, you know, we can't eat meat or anything. You know, they could do anything with that.
You know what
They
though?
can do anything.
I
They're
just
doing
was
it.
watching.
They're doing it now.
Have you ever seen Gangs of New York? I'm sure Twit.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Well, we're letting them do it.
Just watched that movie. I haven't seen it in a while. And you know what got me is like when they were doing the draft in New York, right? And the guys were going around like looking for all the whatever. You know, eventually what happened was like the people just rose up and kicked the shit out of those people. You know what I mean? Like, because, you know, if you're going to say, like, you know, you're going to, like, they're kicking people out of stores in McDonald's or, you know, kicking people out of stores in New York anyway, you know, for the passport shit.
Yeah.
Like, they're like, and it's so sad because all the cops left are complete bootlickers.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, and it's just going to get ugly, I think. It's.
You know, when you said forced, you can't breathe anymore, stop us from breathing.
Yeah.
They can do forced contraception and forced abortions.
They could if it's the science is there. If the science says
Right.
that's the one way that we can curb, you know, climate change, then maybe they. I mean, I don't know how many people I know that would object to that because the science says, you know, and
Yeah.
apparently, if the science says, then you got to go with it.
Right, but the best part is though too. I was thinking of this the other day. Like the best part about any of this is that all of these morons are going to enter the metaverse, not procreate, and die off, while the rest of us are going to have all these kids and just live a normal fucking life, dude. You know what I mean? They're going to be locked into the metaverse, you know, and then they'll just, you know, to doom, and you know, and then like it's going to be like the Mayan prophecy. Half the people are going to be
Did you
retarded
hear that,
and go
Mel?
into slavery, and half the people are going to live great.
Be positive, mate.
I
Be
hear
positive.
it. I am positive, but at this stage, I'm not even sure we're meant to be here, any of us, bro.
See, but you know what though? Like, you know,
Fair enough.
thankfully, like, you know, I mean, I don't know, in the States,
Maybe it should die out, you know. That's people don't want to go there. People don't want to think that this is a social experiment in an artificial environment. Like people aren't ready for that kind of thinking. They're all caught up in this, but unfortunately, this is where flat Earth leads. You have to call the whole thing into question. What is going on here? What is it? Isn't it an experiment? Is it a farm? Why would you want to perpetuate it if you find out the truth about this situation and what this really is? Would you perpetuate it? Would you keep it going? Or would you end it?
I think
so the future kids don't have to grow
I'd
up
make the most of it, Mel.
There's also
I'd
like
make the most of it, mate.
There's also the idea that, like, you know, flat Earth is like philosophical gold for those of us who know what the fuck it is. Now, you can't take that and bring it to the lowest of low, man. That's where I'm at with it. Like, you know, anyone who's coming along first has to go through their own fucking health discoveries, then their own, you know, community discoveries, and break out of all those molds. Like, flat Earth is philosophical gold, and it's, you know, it's so base to these morons. You know what I mean? But in a sense, like, you know, don't tarnish, don't give your pearls to swine either. You know, but in the same sense,
The only challenge I'd throw back at you is I've been with Dell all the way through this, right? And he had Harley a couple of years ago. So he's got 2 sons. He's genuinely concerned for their future, like real genuine concern. He's homeschooling them. He's trying to prepare them for fucking whatever's coming.
Right, but you know, but the problem with that,
He's worried though.
the problem with that, but like, why not? Like, I look at it like this: like, I look at it like in my mind, you know what I mean? This concept is like Excalibur and like a shining light. And like I can't control what's outside of the distance of my own light. You know what I mean? So if I try to consider like how to change some far off place that I'm not, that's stupid to me. And to be concerned with it is stupid. But if I've got the remedy, any of these problems that come into our way, like I've tried to say, like I think this contract law kind of shit is like Excalibur, because you can defeat this system at every turn because it's in the code that you win anyway. So why would I ruin this computer program that has it innately programmed in it that I fucking win when I program it correctly? And that's what gets me is that people are like, we need to just tear down the whole fucking system. It's like, maybe if we learned how to use this fucking raging Lamborghini, you know what I mean? Instead of fucking,
Yeah.
sitting in it and going, instead of doing that, you know what I mean? We fucking turn the
Yeah.
key and start the fucking thing. That's different.
Mhm.
And
That
that's where I
takes
think
decades
there's
as
no
well, though.
reason to be concerned about fucking saving, some far off, Chinese fucking, dolphins. Like, no, I need to fucking save where I'm at. And that's all of us, man. Fuck the whole thinking. Like, that's what got us in the first place. Is anyway, that's what the thing is, that the only reason people think about fucking, what are we going to do with the world, is because they gave you the globe to package it in to think that you could have a fucking effect on it.
Save it. We got to save it, right?
Right, you got to save it and say, it's like the fact that you can embody the idea of the world comes from the very fact that they put it in a globe and put it in your head, and now you have to deal with the conundrum of it.
So fragile and delicate. And strong
Perceived
at the same time.
scarcity.
But I just mean, like, you'll drive yourself mad worrying about your neighbor's health. Save yourself.
Yeah. No, I really like what you said then about getting in the driver's seat, and I do respect where you're coming from, especially with law and understanding how it works, and then almost like what the feeling I get and the vibe I get from you, Issa, is that it was implemented with noble intent, but where it is at the moment is the evolution of something that began to set us free and empower us, right?
But here's the thing for me, Merle, is it's like, like, for instance, like when this mask shit came down, I needed a pair of flannel pants, and I went to a store and they told me I couldn't go in because I fucking didn't have a mask. Well, after a couple of words, long story short, I went in without my mask, got my pants, and fucking left, and no problems. Because nobody wants none, dude. And like, and that's my point, is that like when you understand what your fucking rights are in the system, it's innately embedded in the code. If they're saying to you, you must wear a mask, I'm saying, are you a doctor? And if not, and you're going to tell me medical advice, just fucking pay me. And I'm not going anywhere. You started it. You know what I mean? Like, and this is where, like, this is how America got free. This is how anyone gets free. Anyone gets fucking rich. Any of it is saying, you know what? Fuck you losers. Pay me, bitch. And I think once we understand that that's in the code, that it says, because they're going to go, oh, I love it when AI gets here. AI is going to be like, well, it's in the code. Give me AI cop. Give me an AI cop so I can fucking sue the mayor through it. That's how I feel. Like there's nothing to be afraid of in that regard. They have nothing. It's a fucking bluff. And as soon as you hit them on it, you just excuse me, are you a medical professional? Oh no. What's your fucking name? Pull your phone out, and I feel like Billy the Kid. I'll make you famous, dude. What's your fucking name?
Well, they're basically making it like you do have to wear clothes in society, right? Like you can't just walk around naked. Do people agree or disagree with that, first of all? But secondly, in addition, they're trying to make this mask thing just another piece of clothing that you have to wear. But it's backed by
it's just 10 grand under USC, Title 18. That's all that it is, dude. It's just 10 grand, and give it to me now and I'll put the mask on.
You're saying because that's not in the actual law is
I'm
the point.
saying it's fucking in the law that if you try to make me do something or compel me to fucking do something that goes against your right to do so, You know what I mean? Then you have to
Right.
pay me money, and that's a business thing. That's not, and it's called the Better Business Bureau. I'll call the Better Business Bureau right now and say, excuse me, if a medical professional tries to tell me da 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 da, they're gonna be like, oh, they're not allowed to do that.
Right. I
Because they
hear you.
can't do it, but the problem is that everyone bows down at the mere suggestion, and and that's how they got him to swallow all of this shit.
Right.
And his point
Yeah.
is, I mean, like and this is the other thing too,
Mentality.
Well, the actual law before all the madness was you couldn't make someone wear a mask because that's considered a medical procedure.
dude, I remember getting yelled at as a protester. They were saying you couldn't wear masks to protests.
Yeah.
You couldn't fucking,
Right.
dude, you like in New York, forget about it. They fucking would not let people wear a mask in public for a while there.
Well, you can't mandate masks on people because it's a medical procedure.
Right, and that's it. Anything to do with fucking me putting something on my butt over, like and and
Yeah,
even
breathing orifices or your
right, you're messing
sight.
with my breathing. So if you're gonna mess with my breathing, I just need you to fucking either show me that you're a doctor and accept liability, or fucking agree. You know what I mean? Like, and just fucking deal with it. And then the problem is say, oh well, I don't want to deal with the inconvenience. Cool, go be a fucking slave. Like I've sat 3 days in the hole over my beliefs. What the fuck have you done? You know what I mean? Like I couldn't care less. Like it's liberty or death, right? And flat Earth is not the mountain to die on. But this medical tyranny shit, go fuck yourself.
Yeah. I mean, just so you guys know where I'm coming from too, like because I was totally bought into all that. Save the planet, save the animals. Let's go veganism, science. Like, you guys don't know that about me. So I'm just saying now, the Noah's Ark, like if I was Elon Musk or I had trillions, I'd just be building arks and whoever wanted to come. And if we could find other areas potentially, like I'd want to be saving like the animals and people. Fuck all this stuff. This stuff's all right. Cars and everything.
Maybe that's where his rockets go, mate. Maybe his
I'm just
rockets
saying,
launch
like,
vertically, go out to the outer pond, and fucking land again.
well, yeah, or they're in the Bermuda Triangle as well. But I just didn't want the point to get lost that really, like, what's important beyond the stuff and our jobs and everything we work so hard for and care about our families and our friendships. It boils down to us, like the sentient beings that are here, right? That's what we want to salvage. That's the salvage operation. So I just don't want you to think I'm anti-life or fuck life. I'm just not sure about what this Earth thing is anymore. That's all. I still love it. I've still got a connection to it, but that's sort of what's been shaken up a bit here, like the whole Mother Earth and all the fucking psyops around it. It's weird.
There's just a bunch of dickheads who have got a bit of control, mate. That's all it is. Earth is still what Earth is. Doesn't matter who the current controllers are doing. That's irrelevant. Earth is still Earth, mate.
It's not
we
all
are still
fucked,
who we
right?
are.
Right.
No.
And again,
God no. Think of the morale among people back in World War II, when the whole world was going to shit. All these countries were in war. You think of mothers with children and fathers with children around the world. They would have been worried as fuck for the future of their children, not knowing what the future had, in store. But look what fucking come over the next, however many decades. Now, some can say more and more tyranny, and some can say it was, a bit of freedom here and there and some growth. Obviously, the population grew, but you never know what's going to come, mate. Next year, fucking, there could be a whole bunch of different people in power, and everything could be different. We just don't fucking know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it comes down to the individuals. And see, that's where I say we're fucked, because the individuals have given up all their power to these perceived powers. And until the individual takes their power back, we are fucked. As a whole.
Yeah.
I hear you. Can't argue against that.
Yeah. Right. Then you know what the thing is?
No, but you're assuming the trajectory stays the same. Anything.
But you're assuming that these people actually have control. They don't have the control. They need your consent, and you've given it to them. Not you personally, but
and yeah, man, it's
they've spent all their money, all of your money they've spent on propaganda to convince you have no control and that you need them.
But don't forget this.
You missed my point. There's a group of people who believe they have some control.
You said in a couple years,
But they
it's
don't
been
have
a whole bunch of new people in control. It's always been the same people.
In what they believe is control. Obviously, no one can control the Earth, can they? Unless you believe that.
That's right. It might
A
belong to
semblance
someone.
of control.
It really might belong to someone or a small select group, and it's a farm and all the rest of it.
Yeah, they don't have
Don't look at
actual
those
real
facets.
power. They don't have power. They have perceived power.
They have a narrative.
Yeah.
I mean, one could argue there is some power in having like military or like physical items or whatever. I guess that could be claimed, but I'm just saying, like in terms of what they actually have, is that people perceive them in a position power. And when I say them, I just mean wherever they're getting the information from, the authorities, the governments, the media, all of those outlets. So they have that perceived power, but if it's only perceived, then it can change very quickly, and that perceived power that they're they feel like they're trying to thrive off of by using us is actually a house of cards that will end up crumbling in the end.
Right. Like Steve Biko said, the greatest weapon of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. And right now, they've got a lot of minds.
I think what Merle said was pretty interesting. I never thought of this, but, it's a possibility that somebody or a few people actually own the world. Like, not just in the sense of their voice or their power. They bought it. They've used their money and bought the world. That could happen.
Well, I suppose they could believe they do, just like someone might claim that they've bought the moon.
Right.
And they could actually legitimately think they own the moon, but really, do they own the moon? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. And I wouldn't consent that somebody now owns the world, or a large chunk of the world. But if I wouldn't be involved in that transaction, it would be like somebody actually sold somebody the world.
Yeah, could you imagine? Could you imagine finding some dude that presents you a deed? He undoes this scroll, and it's a deed for the sale of the
think of
earth,
it
and
like
he tries
this.
to tell you, no, it's legit.
Think of it like this, though. These
Uh-huh.
guys, think of all the investors in the tech world. And the tech world has promised these investors that they're going to download their soul, right? So, all these people have bought in.
They don't believe in souls, though.
Well, okay. So,
Their consciousness.
all these people have bought in. So now they're
penis.
realizing that they can't deliver on downloading your soul. So what they've done, the next best thing is just get stock in Pfizer. We'll get you your money back.
Oh, that's a good point too. I mean,
It's a possibility.
it is a possibility. We'll never
Bill
know.
Gates announced a decade of vaccines to all his investors.
Right, because they've realized, they're like, you know what? We're not going to make these advancements, if ever, for fucking another 100 years. And they're like, yeah, well, where's my fucking money? And they're like, invest in Pfizer, dude. We'll hook you up.
I mean, doesn't somebody think that if these things really did work, you think there's any chance in hell they'd be giving them away for free? They'd be thousands of dollars a jab, if not more.
No, countries are going into debt for thousands of dollars per jab. Yeah, definitely.
I'm just saying, if they really did anything
as
to benefit you, if they really
of
did,
course,
as they say they
it'd be a break even for Pfizer. No,
believe me,
probably
you'd never be able to get one if they really worked.
And some kind of longevity injection, it's like a true immune system fucking overhaul, cellular regeneration, like, you even get a little bit younger after it. Like, I mean, that would appeal.
Yeah.
That's just fruits and vegetables, man. We already got that.
Yeah. But you know what I'm saying?
I personally would say that just
that's a little silly.
Saturated fat.
Saturated
That's
fat,
funny.
yeah. That is funny.
But like genuine benefit for all. It's like there's nothing hidden. There's no poison in it. Everything about it's organic, and it's like it's good for you.
Different.
Yeah,
I was reading
they're not
Pfizer's making
benevolent.
$1,000 a second, I guess, over the past year and a half. $1,000 a second.
Wow.
That's not bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. I wish I invested.
Yeah, I should have. That's one thing I should have done that I didn't do. I should have known.
I had to go to
I
CVS
don't
today
like
to pick up a
investing in
prescription.
evil.
If you invested in Moderna stock, it was $7.
Right.
Went to $300.
Yeah.
30 times your investment.
Right. That would have been a good investment.
Yeah, Twit was going to CVS today.
Oh yeah,
Nice.
I had to pick up a prescription. So, but they were swamped. It was so packed. So I had to wait for a really long time, and I was sitting there thinking because they had 4 chairs total, and 2 of the chairs were for COVID vaccine recovery people. Like they had to sit there for 15 minutes after they got their vaccine, and then there
Are
was
we
2
okay to
chairs.
say that word in here? Sorry to cut you off.
Oh, are we? I'm sorry.
We're supposed to say minestrone.
That's what I
but
thought it was
think
minestrone
Gio
soup.
probably
You guys
gone
still speaking
offline
about?
anyway.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I
think we
wasn't
referred to it
I
as
wasn't
something else.
giving any misinformation.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
okay.
This is
So
all medical advice, by the way, too. All
okay,
medical
so
advice.
just from here on out, I'm talking about that. Okay, that thing we're not supposed to talk about. Okay. Anyway, so I was looking at those 2 chairs, and I was replaying the things that I hear often from people, and because I just have another friend who got COVID. Oh God, I said it. I'm so sorry. I meant that other thing. Who got that after their booster? So
I don't think you can say booster.
Okay, after their
I don't know how much it
thing.
matters. I mean, isn't everyone everywhere using these words? I mean, it's like it's in
Yeah,
every sentence. So
it depends on content.
It depends what you're
Yeah.
talking about.
Okay, they got
Yeah.
their third. Okay,
Depends on whose
can I
side
just
you're
say
on.
their third? And
Yeah,
after
they
their
got
third,
their third and they're fucked.
they got something anyway. And but I was replaying some of the conversations I've heard over the last 2 years, and it's usually that injection will make it less if you do catch something, right? And I was thinking that just that repetitive statement, because it comes from everybody, that's their go-to thing, and because we know that the injection's really not doing anything to stop things from happening. So but they're saying that it will lessen anything that you might get, right? But the thing is, a person, how would they know? Because most people that don't get the injection just don't even know they've had the other thing, because the symptoms are so not severe. So what they're saying is that you have to get this injection, series of them, to possibly still get the thing, but it won't be as severe. But what's the point in getting the injections at all? Because it's really not going to be severe if you don't have the injection.
Hey,
So
come on, you could have a much better death.
What do you mean?
Well, hey, at least if you died better with the vaccine injection. Imagine how bad the death would have been if you didn't have the vaccine.
Oh, that would be
That's how
their next
pathetic
thing.
it
Yeah.
is. Yeah.
Because I was
I love
honestly
it.
sitting there thinking of it, and how could this doesn't make sense anymore? It just, at this point, it just doesn't make sense.
Well,
I
that's
mean,
how gaslighting is
never
supposed
did,
to
but
work.
yeah,
This is gaslighting. That's all that it is.
yeah.
I love
It's
it.
very easy.
Why
It's not
can't they
supposed to
just
make
admit?
sense.
But see, like I'm not anti-vaccines at all,
I love how
but
everyone has to preface that with that. I love that.
well, I mean,
Everybody has to
I'm
say
not
that
though.
first. Right,
Well,
because they've
because
really
some
done
people.
such great things, haven't they?
Well, I don't know.
It's
No, I
debatable,
don't
but
know.
go on.
Maybe they've stopped
It
me from
really
getting
isn't
something.
debatable. That's the funny thing.
I don't know.
Well, no,
I
but it
haven't
is.
caught
You
certain
know what I mean?
things.
Like, we could debate about it for ages.
Well, if you
But
didn't know
my-
the
Definitely
facts, it would
against
be
the whole-
debatable, sure.
But my point with this is
No, but
that
they question the
this
fact.
particular one, though, it doesn't seem to be doing anything other than what you might have suffered without it.
But what about the
Okay.
$1,000 an hour?
Exactly.
That's something.
The what?
The $1,000 an hour, that's doing something for someone.
Well, I mean, it's strange that most people were on board about thinking that the pharmaceutical companies were ridiculous before this phenomenon happened. you didn't get much pushback when you would talk about how outrageous their cost of medication was, and why weren't they curing things? Why are they just treating things? Why weren't they actually spending their money on curing things?
Yeah, it's funny. It's the same group that was, My Body, My Choice 2 years ago. Isn't that funny how that flips like that?
I know, and I don't see how they don't see it's the same thing.
Because they're not thinking for themselves.
No. What they say is now it's our responsibility to make sure that you don't get sick. It's my responsibility to make sure you don't get sick. Because if I have it, I might not know I have it, and I can spread it to you. But if I get this vaccine, I can still spread it to you, but I'm not going to get sick as much.
Right. The only medicine of history that's ineffectiveness is blaming the people that don't take it. First time in history that's ever happened, by the way.
There's no logic here.
I remember I went into this store one time. I was working with some boys, and one guy was like, "I don't know if we're gonna, we could go in with we don't have a mask." And I was like, "Fuck it!" I was like, "Just follow me, boys." Fucking, we literally all went in there, and we're all standing about, and it's like everybody's masked, the whole shit, and it was so cool because I get to the freaking guy, and he sees I got no mask. Gives me no hassle. I order everybody's fucking, I'm like, what are you getting? Da, 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 da. We put it down. We're sitting there waiting. I look back, and this lady has got the devil's eyes on me. Just like, how dare you not care about old people? And it was just hilarious at the time. But you're so right, Twit. Oh, it's so funny.
I think it's a lot of but funny is not one of them.
Sorry, but go on.
No, I just say it. I think it's a lot of things, but funny isn't one of them.
No, it's fucking disgusting how scared they've made old people be that they've got to sit around with a fucking mask on. It's not funny. You're right. It's disgusting.
Right, but it's funny. It's funny to watch them squirm when they have no authority and they're just so pissed off and they just want to pull their hair out because fuck them.
Oh yeah, I appreciated your statement, but just
you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Because that's the thing is it's that they don't have the authority and they're just so mad. I remember I was at a bar one time in this one spot and it was just the worst day for me to go to the bar. I know the owner, but nobody I know is there, right? And so I'm outside with two chicks, and I say to them, I was like, I'm hitting on them and I'm winning, right? And fucking, I'm like, so what do you guys? I was like, so do you guys love Donald Trump or what? And they fucking went. It went so great, dude. It went so great to fucking so bad. Within a matter of 2 minutes, this girl was standing up, screaming at me. Dude,
that's awesome.
And then the worst part was, I look around and it's a bunch of these business motherfuckers, all in ties and shit, sitting outside just looking at the spectacle, and I'm looking at them like, get a hold of this shit, and they're terrified. You know what I mean? They're not going to say anything. And it was just, I had to eat it by myself, but it was fucking hilarious. That's why it's
Dude, I couldn't believe that.
It's like flat earth. At the right opportune moment, I'll drop some flat earth on somebody just to fucking push them over the edge a little bit. You know what I mean? If they're really just
Yep. Then they know you're crazy.
Well, plus also too, it's the last, you can just take their manhood because they don't want to scrap. They're just done. And there's, you know what I mean? I had one guy grab my hand one time because and I fucking, oh my God. But I just, they lose their shit and it's hilarious and fuck them. That's why it's same to the flat earth. The guy said, if you're not having fun doing flat earth, you're doing it wrong. Right to it. Fucking A.
Yeah, it's amazing how quick people get angry and defensive.
I'm doing flat earth wrong.
It is hard to have a normal conversation with some people.
In Gems last night, there were a few people saying that Pete Shea was schizophrenic, but they're all there as well, listening to him for hours. Like every now and again, they'd interject to say, "Can you go to a doctor? Can you go get help?" And then he'd just proceed like unaffected. Like it's not like he'd shrink back into his shell like a clam and it would just slam shut. You know, he's almost become bulletproof, and that I like seeing that because you know it does sort of. There's a fine line between madness and this sometimes, right? Like when like Twit just said, no logic. But I think Pete Shea is far from insane. I think sometimes he's very nuanced. Knows exactly he knows what buttons to push. That's calculating. He's actually quite manipulative. But, you know, to different ends. You know? But I think he has fun with it too. I think he likes playing the dodo. And he's always saying, you know, everybody's playing a role. A lot of people miss all those subtle things he's dropping in. Anyway.
Nah, man. Some people, I'm almost convinced it's like I used to think there was like, you know, that even like this whole scene was created by like a drama club. You know what I mean?
You know, it's funny, Issa. I was talking about this earlier when I was trying to explain why I was upset yesterday with not with Gio, but about what was going on with the whole debate thing here with globe Earth versus flat Earth. You know, and you came to mind because you were one of the first people that I ever saw when I got here at the end of 2015, 2016, and you know what I was telling them. I don't know if these guys were here then, but I know there were flat Earth. This was flat Earth. You know, we came to you. Like globe Earthers weren't just there. You guys were talking. You had these discussions going on about what is the Earth, what is this, what is that, and you found you had a community that was just kind of grassroots. Even if the
Hell yeah.
original thing wasn't
man. Hell
grassroots.
yeah, right?
Yeah.
What a great time.
Yes, and then we were as globe earthers who were not interested in actually seeking any truth. We just happened to stumble upon it for whatever reason. We were observers. We were like, "What the hell is this?" You know, like, "What's going on here?" And oh no, the Earth isn't flat. You know, all this. But it was we listened to we engaged with you guys in your discussions if we had a chance to. But then at some point along the way, it became an actual, like somebody declared it a real debate, and it stopped being a discussion about the bigger thing. Like it wasn't.
I remember, dude, I'll never forget the first time I walked in on it was Cathexis and fucking Gem.
Right.
Going in, and I literally had to look up words that they were using. Like I had to catch the sarcasm because of the words they were using that I didn't understand. Like, you know, and they were so intelligent and intellectual.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like, you know, and they were all encompassing conversations. Like, you're right. At some point somebody said, "Look, we are," and this, you know, this is the sad part to me because it almost vindicates some of like, you know, the early on guys that were like, you know, flat Earth is just here to take away from the real conspiracy movement. And like, you know, we were always like, "What are you talking about? Like, we're already diehard conspiracy heads. The Earth thing is just another puzzle piece." But then it got turned into where it's exclusively the Earth conversation.
Yep.
And like, you can't deviate from
Did somebody
that.
call for a truth seeker? Did somebody? Oh, hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, brother?
Hey, Grim was here too, way back
Oh
then.
yeah, I was like, right on. I was putting that together right now. Fuck yeah, yeah, Grim, exactly. Like, I mean, dude, I'll never forget when I said to Grim, I go, "All highfalutin." I was like, "Have you seen the movie The Principal?" And he's like, he's like the one with Morgan Freeman. Oh my god, dude, I'm gonna fucking die right now. Because it was like the real conspiracy heads understood all the surrounding topics, but just thought and understood flat Earth arguments, but just hated us and hated flat Earth for what it was doing. And they're not wrong. That's why I said they're in a way they were vindicated, because the conversation now, it's like, instead of discussing medical fucking tyranny, we're still talking about fucking, you know, curved adjacents and shit.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like right now is like one of the most pinnacle moments of our time for conspiracy theories or theorists to be like actively like, holy shit, what the hell's going on? And they're over here like, no, what you don't understand is the sun setting this way. And it's like,
Right.
dude, can we get like, that's a real privileged conversation. Like flat
And
earth
I
is a real
remember
privileged conversation, dude. If you get there, like you're in a privileged fucking state, dude.
Right.
And thank God, you know what I mean? Thank God for those of us who made it. I'm thankful to be in a privileged state. Shit.
I remember all those years ago warning that this would happen, though.
You
That
did.
we're gonna get tied away from our shit that we're dealing with. Stick to your principles. Don't get jerked away into this new fanciful thing where we got momentum going, and everybody went anyway. I couldn't stop
Well, you
that.
know what? The problem was that I thought like this, and this was my thing, is that like, for one, I never fought it. It sat hard. It sat easy with me, flat Earth. And the problem is that, I mean, and I get it because the credibility factor is there. But like a lot of the conspiracy heads also threw the baby out with the bathwater just because they were like, duh, it's not flat Earth. And they had that cognitive dissonance in relationship
Right,
to the
and they can't
vastness
stay
of the
friends.
topic.
Yeah, I
What's
see
that?
it from both sides. I see it
Yeah,
from
of
both sides
course.
of the angle. Yeah, for sure. It gave momentum to tear apart from the center either polarized side of that argument, so we wouldn't keep centered on our other things
That's
that we
why
had
I
going.
always, and that's why, like, like when Timmy used to come by or anything like that, I used to always
Yeah.
remind people, dude, this dude is your biggest ally regarding this discussion of 9/11, bro.
Mm-hmm.
This is your biggest fucking ally right here when it comes down to fucking 9/11 was an inside job and all that. But then people are like, and granted, and this is where I have to, to Pete Shea's credit, you know what I mean? I'll bring up a little bit of history. And one thing Pete Shea and I also disagreed is I felt like, hey, keep 9/11, like, just come out and just say nobody died on 9/11 in the middle of the flat earth scientific discussion as it was happening back then, I thought was just a little hyperbolic. Dude, I was like, first off, you're in a touchy situation and then you're just going to say nobody died. It's like, dude, hold on.
God, he said that every single time he opened his mouth too.
Right, dude.
Every
He
single
said
time.
that last night.
And at
Did
that
he?
time, think about it, like, at that time, we were literally working out the the echoes of cathexis. That everybody, pretty much. I mean, Twit, is it not echoes of cathexis when you hear
Yes.
when you hear a flat Earth argument? It's just cathexis.
I know.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, seriously. I mean, they don't, and nobody. Just so people
Nobody
know,
remembers them.
right? They come from a legend amongst us, man. That like, really like, put a lot of this into a vocabulary we could fucking use to that helped weaponize flat Earth, and I think that's why they hated him so much. But at the same time, Oakley uses it. Everybody is in it, and quantum, dude. Fucking cathexis brought quantum eraser to the show, dude.
I know. Yep.
You know what I mean? A lot of people don't know. Like, that's
Yeah,
why
yeah.
I talk easy with quantum because of the way he was brought into us. You know what I mean? Like, and all these heads have their stories, and I love every fucking one of them personally. But at the same time, I'm on that law shit because I'm like, look, doesn't matter whether it's flat or a globe. If you don't understand this law shit, you're a fucking slave.
Well, I think Twit raised a good point though there, because if you look at Oakley's first incarnation, it's a lot like Paddy Steer. It's like one-on-one interviews. Everything's kind of cordial. He's engaging, asking questions.
Polite.
Very similar format, right? Polite, but, kind of endearing in his own weird way. Wear white woolen jumpers and all that shit. But then it flips to flat Earth debates, and that's where Curved and all that crew come into. But it's just interesting. That was a real turning point. But to me, that's what Timmy was always. That's the Trojan horse psyop meme there. When it became a debate. I really
that's what we
think
were all warning about in the first place, when it becomes the most hot attention grabbing thing. And it's just like a video game at that point. You might as well just be playing a video game. You're not doing anything else.
Well, actually, what's interesting is it really started out with that guy who people think was Andrea Sensi, who had that fucking who had the original flat Earth debate. And I got to give Oakley credit because as an homage to him, he uses those profiles. If anyone hasn't noticed, those profile pictures of the people debating, those came from Andre Sensi back in the day. And to Nathan's credit, because he is a fucking very intelligent motherfucker, is like, you know, he's just got all the nuance down. And you know, I just, you know, it's kind of cool that it's captured in such a way. But ultimately, it was these Hangout links that you would click on the links, you would get an email from Sensi, and fucking you would join that show and debate.
Yep.
And he would invite whoever to come on for a one-on-one. And I got invited multiple times. Sensi and I were pretty, like, you know, he was always cordial as fuck. And nobody knew who he was. And I would just get an email link from him with the Hangout link and you'd join it. And then they'd open it up for the fucking public. And it would be like madness.
Well, I used to go and watch the one that you and Yvette and had going that went all night long on YouTube.
Free Chan.
Free Chan, yeah.
Hell yeah. Yeah, dude, I was so mad at them that they blew themselves. They just exploded themselves up. I was like, what are you guys doing? And then that's what started Flat Earth Court.
Yeah.
Because there was nowhere else to go. I was like, all right, well, fuck it. I'll do it. You know? So cool.
Oakley's debate channel was nothing but a YouTube attempt at making something monetized. He made that clear at the start. He's a YouTuber and he's found a niche that he thinks has got traction. And he went with it. He still is.
Well, you're right, but in a weird way because I would say, was very welcoming to the Globe Earth community, especially like the people that I was hanging around, because he wanted us in there and we were in there. And we honestly, right at the last push, because if you don't remember, it was coming up to like Christmas time of one year. I forget what year it was. It's been so long ago. And he was saying that he wasn't going to be able to continue doing these debates or hosting these platforms because he wasn't making any money. So in order for him to continue hosting these, that he'd need to be monetized. So a bunch of Globe Earthers actually put him over the top to be monetized. Like they either subbed him with all their accounts that they had, or they made accounts to give him, and that was a lot of big names helped him get over 1,000.
Real quick, just
not a truther.
Just a historic thing, though. Oakley was a part of the mechanics of the fourth wall, which was the real OG shit, and that's what gave where Martin's from. That's where fucking Antonio. It was Antonio, Martin, and Oakley. And to their credit, man, like, you know, they were actually the first people that did the sun experiment for good or bad. Because some people are like, oh my god, there's a, you know, granted, all the psyop theories applied, whatever. But like the idea of like, but at the same time, you know, regardless of all that, like, you know what I mean? It really was the impetus for a lot. It was mechanics of the fourth wall. And then it's kind of intriguing. This is why I say it's like a drama club out of Oxford or something.
Yeah.
Like high level. Because it's like, it's like, you know, it's like they all broke up and they, you know, and that one guy classified it well, the Breakfast Club theory, which is a really great theory. And I remember I reached out to him one time and he's like, fuck off, flat earther, you dumb flat earther. But what do you call it? He was like, you know, it was called the Breakfast Club theory and how everyone broke off and created their own little gangs. And then that's what happened. And then everyone attacked each other.
Yeah.
Over whether or not like Patricia Steere was a tranny or not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Over like stupid, really pathetic shit. But in hindsight of the hilarity of like, let's say like, think of the gayest drama guy you know who would have died laughing at that scenario. And it's like, hilarious. It's hilarious to some weird wine drinking audience.
Did you see what happened, Issa, after Poncho?
Very good point.
Went in his direction. What happened to that? All the people there kind of carried on. It became this thing called the PPC.
Well,
Snack.
Dude, Poncho, man, like I remember, dude, I have so many songs because of Poncho, with Poncho. Like, I mean, I fucking love Poncho. And then he just went off the deep end, and I was like, dude, what are you part of the PSYOP too, bro? Like, and then it's like, you know, and it was like, you know, what the fuck is going on here? You guys are belittling everything. And then the worst part for me was that I love Snack. I'm not going to get into it, but I love that kid. I fucking love that kid, and I just don't know what to say. And it threw a real monkey wrench at me because I was kind of like, yo, these people ain't real. And he was really either involved or fucking play. I have no idea. And fucking, so like, you know what I mean? Like, in my head, I was like, holy shit, I don't fucking know what's going on. This is crazy.
Same with
But
Jonathan.
all
What
I
happened to
knew-
him?
Right, I don't know, and that's where it's like, and dude, he's hilarious because I always think of his line where he's like, he wants to get on an airplane and go to the cockpit with a globe and say, so when do we use this? I always thought that was so funny to go. So when do we pull out this? But anyway, yeah, where are all these people? I don't fucking know. But the point is that think of all the again, I don't, I think of all the things I learned from them as opposed to the theater that it may have been, or or still is, or who knows. I really don't. That's why I wrote "Welcome to the Show."
Just think of all the momentum that got lost though with the other topics.
Oh, bro, I fucking was screaming, dude, on the back channels behind was fucking on the Google Hangouts. I'm yelling at Yvette when fucking Free Chan blew up, and then I was fucking yelling at those guys. But then they fucking went all weird and tried to threaten me, and Vinny was doxing everybody, making everything terrifying. You know what I mean? And you're like, what the fuck is this going on? And it destroyed. You're right. It destroyed the whole momentum. And that's kind of where, and then that was a shame because then everyone moved over to IPS, you know what I mean? And that thing, and then they blew up everybody and they fucking, kicked everyone out worth their salt. And it was
It's like the
whoa, this is
Democrats. They
fucking
move into
really
the
weird,
fucking
dude.
country, and then they move into the Republican neighborhoods, and then they fuck them up, and then they move out to another Republican neighborhood where they like it better.
Right, but you know what? Here's the thing, though.
They move out of that neighborhood.
But here's my thing, man. I'm like, I've been I don't know what it is. I've always been just whatever, and I'm like, no weapon formed against me shall prosper. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't fucking know. Like, I'm always gaining ground. You know what I mean? And that's how I feel about all this movement shit. Like, no matter what they've thrown at this thing, it's just gotten bigger. And look at the beautiful people that have come here now. Look at Gio over here with this fucking awesome site, holding it down. Look at fucking all the new jacks coming up here, echoing, making those arguments, man. Whether, echoes of cathexis or not. And cathexis and none of us are into it for the fucking whatever. We're just happy it's fucking going down and we're winning.
Changed much. It hasn't changed much even since Robotham. If you go back to where it all began, it hasn't changed much at all. I mean, all I wanted to is bring to that, though, there's a standout moment for me with slam-free poetry, Pretty Loaded, and FaZe. And FaZe is playing monkey chimpanzee sound effects, trying to drown Slam out from even being able to be heard on the Hangout. It was just this war, and it got louder and louder, and then they just both left the call, and it was silence, and that was a real moment. That moment of silence where they both just left the call, I was like, wow, it's over, and then right after that, it stopped. And all that evolution of all those people, and it came, whether it was organic or however it was, that was almost like the moment in a way there.
Well, that's what I noticed. I noticed the technique, and it's a total J-Trig tech, because it's like I used to watch the ballers do it, and I used to watch Jem do it. You know what I mean? Come in and Jem, I fell in love with Jem because he does this, because it's fucking hilarious when Jem fucking does it. But I remember he would walk into a conversation that would be good, and he'd be like, because either I would let it, or somehow I get the link. I used to always bring the ballers in because I thought it was justified in the debate. So he would show up, and you know what I mean, and then be like, "So, yeah, I heard a bunch of idiots think the Earth is flat," and everyone would be like, "Whoa!" Go bananas, and and I always thought, well, wait a minute, why can't you keep your cool and address the thing? But then what you'll notice is then somebody else pops up, and they carry on the argument. And no conversation gets anywhere because these two people are fucking having a dick measuring contest and taking over your fucking time. It's crazy.
Yeah. Derailed.
Yeah. But then, that's why, welcome to the show. It's like, you gotta realize when someone's trying to when you've got them beat,
Well, I have to say one thing. Jem, I think that, depending on what situation he's involved in, he actually is one of the few that will talk to you.
Jem's awesome.
Yeah, he's never had an issue with talking to flat earthers. He'll talk to Christians as well. He is not like the typical globe earther who's there just to tell you you're stupid and wrong. He may think no,
he is, but
he doesn't.
that's to his credit. I like that about him.
Yeah.
He runs a
Jem
weekly
gets a
show
pass on
with
all
the
of it.
theme.
I don't know why.
Yeah, he runs a bi-weekly show with the whole theme is telling people they're wrong and they're idiots.
I have an issue with that show, and that's why I stopped being on it. But that's his business, but I'm saying on an everyday basis, he's not like that. Now everybody has their days when they're just for whatever reason.
No, I think it's easy enough to write him off the moment that he thinks that 9/11 was not somehow an inside job.
Right, but of course he does.
End of story.
But
Done.
Here's the thing he'll do, though. He will give you an opportunity to say why you think it was. No,
No. At this point, no. That's the problem. Anyone
Not
who
if he
thinks
has
that
already started
it
his
is
streaming,
somehow
like
the way that the
drag queen
mainstream media tells it was, you're the problem, not the solution in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, Gem
And in
Panda
no
is
way
like
helping.
the cheeky aunt. You know what I mean? Gem Panda is like your ball earth fun aunt. Like gonna rip somebody over a bottle of wine.
Yeah, he knows it inside out, right? He knows it inside
He's
out.
been doing recently, where if he starts screaming at you and you point it out, then how dare you make fun of his English accent? What the fuck?
Yeah, he won't speak ill of government because everything he has is thanks to government.
Oh,
so it'd be like a bad thing for
he
him.
worked a long time. He's been working a long time, so I don't know why you'd say that.
Well, that's what he said to me, that he lives in council housing. He gets a government stipend for disability. Like everything.
Because he's older now, but he's always worked.
Yeah.
Stockholm syndrome. Defending the abuser.
Nah, I think people underestimate Jem. Jem is actually on our side, believe it or not. Might not seem like that.
I agree 100%.
No, I've heard that too, because he kept the troll.
That's then he's definitely a gatekeeper then, because if anyone's going to take that stance on 9/11 at this point in the history of the world, you're not part of the solution. But
the drama club
and the obvious medical tyranny,
not gatekeeper, drama club.
Well, very obvious medical tyranny too.
But here's the difference. Here's the difference, though. He can accept that that he thinks you're wrong, and let you be wrong. There's some people that you do engage with, believe it or not, that will not accept that you're wrong and it can exist in this world. They want you to be gone from this world. I think that you need to understand there's a difference between people who believe that when they talk to you or listen to you that they think you're wrong and maybe even dumb, or crazy, but don't want you to not exist. When you actually are dealing with a lot of people on a daily basis that don't want you to exist anymore.
That's disgusting, isn't it?
Yeah, they will flat out tell you, though.
That's only explainable. That's only explainable in the flat earth.
Anti-vaxxers.
Yeah, they don't think. There's people that told our chat not too long ago, the other night actually, who were able to say this out loud without hesitation, that they believe that people who do not get the vaccine should not be able to have medical treatment if they get sick.
That's just following the science, though.
I think that that's the most disgusting thing I've ever heard come out of somebody's mouth. Like they think you should just die. Yeah, they think they're justified in that, and they don't have a problem saying it out loud.
To be fair, though, their minds have been stolen from them.
Right? Didn't the Germans?
Of course, mate. Yeah.
What they were doing.
I mean, it's not really them saying this stuff.
No, they've lost personal agency because they're in such a state of fear and panic that they're not able to think anymore. The government has got them to be afraid of breathing. Just breathing, they're scared now.
I wasn't intending to change the topic, but what I'm saying, the point is that those people are existing with us in this format every day. But Jem is not one of those people. He may think you're really dumb for not getting it, but he doesn't think you shouldn't be able to survive if you did. Do you understand? I mean, if you caught something, if you got sick.
Because I'll just fuck it.
What?
No, cat out the bag moment. Okay, Jam can never publicly align with us.
Exactly. He's
Okay?
never going to go against the narrative. End of story.
But privately, just know there's something else, and there's an awareness there.
But how does that make it better? Out of all curiosity, like how does like closeting yourself, knowing the difference, but then taking the other side and willingly participating in it? I hear
none of
you,
your
but
business.
Okay, fine. But
That's
I don't
why.
know.
Do you know what I mean? Now it's not like, think of it like this, and remember this too. If
All it
somebody
takes
asked
for
you,
evil to, is good men to do nothing, right?
yo, if somebody were to ask you what the shape of the Earth is, you have the
Turn
right
a
to
blind
say.
eye.
You have the right to say that they don't have the right to know. That's all.
I'm trying to let
but
you know,
hold
though.
on. But not actively, knowingly participating in the
But that's what I'm saying. They feel like they're on the winning side, and they're hoping that the people in power will spare them because they picked, and they said they're not going to be spared. It's not like somehow there's a secret handshake.
They're usually the first ones to be
won a few
shot.
battles on social media.
What they've just demonstrated is that they will lie to whatever end, and therefore are corruptible and therefore unnecessary. The point, like, if you knowingly are working for the other side, even though you know that the truth is not what it is, but you're like actively playing a role, does that make it better? I don't know.
For an agenda, because they think at the end of the day.
Yeah, can I offer this though?
The same reason the betrayer, of the first leader or whatever, when he's standing in front of the second leader, like, I betrayed that leader for you. Now you have the kingdom, and they just kill him. They're like, yeah, you betray leader. So
Yeah, historically, useful idiots are always shot first.
Isn't it funny how they have us running in circles, thinking that there's gonna be anything different if you do rebel? Isn't it all gonna end up back to the same kind of matrix where there's gonna be an elite and there's always gonna be people against them? It's a vicious cycle.
If you believe in the Matrix movies.
Hey, yo, consider this though. What is it like? I've often just thought of it like this. Imagine, like, think of like, a father with a baby who's a single dad, just broke up with the old lady, and the baby's crying. Little girl's crying, and she looks at him. She says to him, "Is everything gonna be okay?" If he says, like, let's say he don't have a job, he ain't got nothing going, whatever like that, and he says to his little girl, "Everything's gonna be okay," is that guy a piece of shit liar?
Everything is wonderful now.
Do you know what I mean?
He's trying to do it.
That's
right.
right.
For
And
the
so,
time.
look at the government dealing with the masses, bro. They've got to tell these little kids that everything's okay.
But it depends on what that guy does. If he says that everything's going to be okay, and then every day he works towards a better end, then every day he's working towards a better end, as opposed to just lying about it every day. Yeah,
fair enough. But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, if he's saying everything's going to be okay, and he's the one putting cyanide in my tea, and
you know what I mean? Well, right. But I'm saying, like, if he's working for good and trying to do good, I'm just saying, like, does he become a piece of shit liar because he lied and said everything's going to be fine when he has no idea? And I think that's the same way our government and agents thereof really actually look at their work.
So the government is good then?
Well, government just means mind control. So for me, yes, government is good because I control my mind. For people who can't control their mind, they hate their government because somebody else is in control of their mind.
I don't think they're necessarily good. I think they're necessary. They're necessary. It doesn't mean they're good or bad.
No, the institutions are necessary. Government is an interesting word.
If they're too blind to see that they're being manipulated or that the system is what it is, then either they're a willing participant in it and blind to it, which means they're unnecessary, or they see the problem and willingly participate and are unnecessary, and or are completely inept and don't understand what's going on, and in which case they're unnecessary.
They could have better information that leads them to accept whatever cruelty they give out to the world.
In which case they are unnecessary, because we all understood that when they voted for Iraq's war and all the bailouts and all this stuff, most people who had a free thinking mind were saying this is some bullshit and this doesn't represent us. And what did they all do? They all voted for it. Either way, they're unnecessary.
Dude, I think most of us understand that there's something else going on with these wars, right? Like it has to be some sort of sacrifice.
No.
Like, come on, listen, you're telling me that
No. It's
diplomatic
about
people
Well, of
freedom.
course, but
can't
you're
come up
still missing the
with a
point.
solution without having to kill people? I mean, it
Sure,
seems
but
like they
again,
want to kill
Yeah.
people.
I have a
yeah, of
question
course.
for Issa. Hang on.
It's
I have a
missing the
question
point,
for
though.
Issa. Issa, does your government care about you? Is trying to help you?
I mean, you mean the institutions of what we were commonly referred to as government?
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? Because my thing is, it's more complicated than that. But I
Well,
hear
but
you in the
okay, but
sense
at
that
best, like you're
here's
talking
the
about the
thing. Here's the
DMV.
thing is that
If the
I'm not.
DMV is this, like we're just trying to make it as easy as possible to regulate all the humans and their driving abilities. Just because that they put something in place that makes it quote unquote easier for humanity, and that's what.
That's what.
I think they got
I
to
think
him.
you just cut off. You just cut
Sorry,
off.
sorry, it doesn't mean that it's necessary. Just because, like, if the DMV is trying to make the best DMV possible, do we really need the DMV? Is the point?
DMV is not actually government, by the way.
Yeah, but you
It's
know what
executive.
I'm saying. But you hear what I'm
That's
saying.
executive branch.
Complicated though, right? It gets complicated pretty quick. And like, and all I'm saying is this is that look, I think we have within our system many remedies for all the individuals necessary. Like we do have remedies. Now, granted, do I think it's wrong that we all have to have driver licenses and all this shit like that? Yeah, I do. But in the same sense, it's because of people's irresponsibility that we have to label and have. It's because it's the old line, why we
Yeah,
can't have
but
nice things.
yeah. So hold on.
You
But
can't be both ignorant and
only,
free.
but only because we've been brought up in a society that allows us to be able to do that, as opposed to a society that teaches us responsibility from a younger age and to adopt better things and to better
Right, but
lifestyles
what
and better,
society does that, bro? This is
Well,
the
that's the
best
point.
as it gets, bro. We got the
No,
best
but
society going in the fucking world, bro.
no. Currently, the best is currently the society is the best that they are giving us.
Well, no, I
Right.
tell you what, it's the best
It's
that
not
we make
organic.
of it, and it's the worst that
No,
we'll
it's the
fucking
best
accept.
that they are currently. It's the best that they are currently giving us, not the best that
No,
currently
no,
could
dude. Here's the
be.
thing. It's the best is what we accept. Like like I said
Well,
before, it's
sure,
like
what we accept,
here's the
but
thing, bro.
again,
Like I said,
Hold up,
even what
you guys
people accept,
stop interrupting each other.
but even
Yeah,
people,
through
what
conditioning,
people
we'll
even
accept
accept
anything, dude.
as possible. People would think that certain things are absolutely impossible when we all here know certain things to be true.
right, but the point is this: is that what care I what these other people think when I can just it's like
Well,
take it like this. If I know where the watering hole is, right, and I know where to get myself water, and I know where to find myself like a kid that's going to come there to to drink that water, and somebody tells me that I'm a liar and that I'm full of shit. Why would I give a fuck if I can still go get my water and my fucking deer?
but
Well,
that's
no,
the
that's not
problem.
what
Is
they're
that
doing, though. They're actually just
but the
poisoning your
reverse is
water.
true. Currently, yeah, you can't go get your own
They're
water
telling
and
you
your
to
own deer
drink
because
it.
you have to get a regulation. You have to get a permit to go get your deer
Right, but
at
here's the
certain
thing: is
times of
like,
year.
what if I already did, and I'm like, yeah, sure, bud. Like, my point is, it's irrelevant to me because they're trying to impose something on me that A, they can't impose, and B,
Well,
they're not entitled to impose.
no, I agree, but part of what I was trying to say before is that what people accept as even true or even possible is a perception, and that perception is controlled by the people who write that view.
Or is controlled by the people who really hold that perception. This is why, like in our country, we have a democracy and a republic. Some people think they live in a democracy, right? And that's, as Benjamin Franklin said, two wolves and a sheep voting on what's for
Yeah,
dinner.
we live in a
Meanwhile, they
Exactly,
republic.
have the opportunity right next door, which is the republic, to understand their responsibility in this game. And in that scenario, the sheep has a shotgun. And that's the difference, and that's why I'm saying arm yourself with this, with the
right?
legal side, because there is a remedy.
Yeah,
It's not as hopeless
but
as people
you're
think.
missing.
Okay,
But you're part of
Asa,
the
can I
problem.
hold up? Can I
Well,
Yeah, the
interject
remedy
real
only
quick?
works
this
if
is the last thing I gotta
everybody
say, and then I have to
understands
go.
it at the same. Yeah.
Not true,
Well, yeah. I
because
was just,
each case
Go
is
ahead, say
heard
your
on an
thing.
individual. Oh
No,
my god,
I was
each
just gonna
case
say
is heard on an individual
I have to
basis.
go. I have to go. But the point is, I was going to say is that when you say arm yourself, the whole point of what's possibly going on right now is that
people are willingly disarming themselves because the TV tells them to.
No, I agree.
For many different reasons, and that's part of the problem. That's the perception. The perception that people think they have is literally given to them by the people who are controlling
Right, but
the
let me like this
Isa,
is why
but
I
did
said,
you mean
That's
arm
right.
yourself with
I went to a
Those are
knowledge?
the fools.
like I went to a
Very
store and
true.
they told
Good
me I
point.
couldn't go in without a mask, right? And long story short is I went in the store and bought my shit without putting a mask on. And there's nothing they could fuck do. And it was a fucking spectacle. And everybody looked at me like I was some anomaly and I was some dickhead.
Right.
And I don't give a
Yeah,
fuck.
but that's the point. Is that the perception of the majority, is being perceived by
Right, but what
the
care
controllers.
I? What care
No,
I what
I
the
get it.
masses
No,
do?
I get it. I do the same thing.
You know what I'm saying?
I hear you, but
That's all.
but I hear you. But are we trying to help the people who aren't seeing it, or not? Or
You know what?
how do
Hey,
you
yo, check it
function in
out.
that
Check
kind
it
of?
out. You know, there's a great line. God speaks to the hungry with bread.
Yeah, but it's a two-sided sword. When you do
Take them
that,
where they
you're then
come.
alienated by even
I
the
personally think
majority
that
of
there is
society.
no helping. There is no
So
helping
you're
people that
really
don't want to help
you're really
themselves.
not going to be functioning properly.
I mean, yeah, be the light for
They
others
will
to see, I
cancel you.
guess.
You will be canceled eventually, is what I mean. You won't, because I mean there was this point where we were going in without. Then they were with the masks talking about you absolutely have to leave the store, and they were called police.
Well,
And
just
they
cancel
threatened you.
yourself first before they can cancel you.
Well,
But
that's what I
again,
was doing. I
but that
just
doesn't
stopped
help.
going. I vote with
That
my
just
money. You're right. I just
Yeah.
stopped going personally. I stopped going to that particular branch of stores, and I only spent my money in places where they were more,
Hey, yo, Grim,
less
I'll
knock
give
the
you an
edge.
example. Yo, dude, I got a letter written, and I have video footage of a lady, and I could sue this company, and I could actually show everybody how to fucking sue these people for 10 grand. Because the point is that you have the complete. Like, I'm gonna go exercise this. I've been waiting on it, and now I just love it because CNN and the CDC have come out saying that masks are ineffective. Nigga, they're dead to rights. They overstep their bounds on a.
Whoa,
On
whoa, whoa! You're telling me
a
masks aren't effective?
Yeah, that's what
Correct.
CNN says and the
What?
CDC says.
Yeah,
So yeah,
Issa, you
unless you
mean
have an
sue them in
Hard to
small
believe.
claims court?
What's
Sue
that?
them in small claims court, Issa?
Wait,
Yeah,
what?
yeah. You would take a small,
It
like
has
any
to be less
whatever.
than
Check it out.
Well, the
than
first
Whatever
thing they
court,
said
10,000.
was that masks were
whatever
But
effective.
court
That was
if
the
appears
very
10
first thing they
grand.
said. Then they said masks were effective, and then they said, well, they're probably effective. Then they said,
Right.
well,
So like, so what the point is that you would like, I could show I could literally show everybody. I've refined like. I step back from teaching this shit, but at the same time, this is the hill to die on in that sense. And the thing is that you write letters and you just say, hey, look, it appears this lady who was working there said she's not a medical professional, basically, and that she was kicking me out because I wasn't going to accept her medical advice. Are you telling me that you have someone who's a medical professional that's giving out medical advice or not a medical professional giving
Dude,
out
they
medical
just
advice?
pass that off to the local health authorities. That's how they get away
Well,
with
I tell
it.
you
It
what.
ain't
Well,
them
first off,
saying it.
I tell you, here's the thing: is that I don't. I mean, like I hear you, and I'm aware that I'm worried, or like there's a three part process to the idea, and it's the same thing as like the IRS would do. Like it's just like they send you 3 letters and you don't respond, then you can make a court. I actually did a big case over the last year. I don't argue about this shit. I don't debate it. I don't whatever. This is what it is. And fucking you would write the letter and you would sue them for 10 grand and like show people how to do it. But the point is that now that the legal ramifications are coming back, this is where everyone has to ramp it up. Because like even in like I just read about in LA, they had to back off a mandate because 30,000 kids wouldn't take the fucking thing. So now they can't mandate it in LA. And it's by the problem is that with non-compliance and saying I do not consent, no matter how romantic that fucking sounds, and how much you think you're in a V for Vendetta movie, the point is that it's not good because no means yes in the sense of under legal shit. So, that's another side of it. You would have to learn the dynamics of the way to run the court, and you could do a certain process, a protocol. And when the protocol is met and it holds the Democratic side and the Republican side down correctly, they really have no choice. They might try to question you on your reasoning, and if you understand your reasoning, there really is no grounds for them to dismiss, and you should motion for your summary judgment and fucking get it.
Yeah, but they're going to use the CARES and the PrEP Act to say that they're under emergency use powers. So as long as you let the continue to abuse these EUA powers, this will never end.
Dude, he's bypassing acts. Acts are not for men and women. They're for corporations. He's bypassing that.
And beyond the most of the perception of people are not going to go as deep as you are. as any of us are. Like
Right, but I
we're
don't
like
care because all I
we're
need
the
is one.
deepest of rabbit holes, right? And most people aren't even at this
We're not
aren't
going to
even
deepest
aware of a
rabbit
rabbit
holes.
hole.
No. Everybody's affected by the idea that you're fucking made to wear a mask. Like a lot of people
Sure.
are pissed off about this. And all those people were like, "Hey, I had to shut my business down because you said this, and it turns out you're not even medical professionals. Where's my fucking money?" And that's what's got to happen.
They're
Unfortunately,
referring to medical
like you said, they
professionals,
want to
though,
ask somebody
dude.
else to step in. What's up?
They're citing medical professionals for all of their policies. Don't you see that's how it's working?
To
Use a
me, they
proxy. It's
just
being done by
stated. No, okay,
proxy.
how about this?
advice off
Okay,
of
how about
other
this? How about this?
doctors'
They've
advice.
Done by
cited professional.
proxy.
Okay, whatever. Is
So,
it
so I
still a
can.
denial of equal protection due process of law?
Oh.
No, what they'll end up doing,
I tell you, you
what they're
guys sound
currently
like the
doing is
lawyer I just fucking took to court and fucking shook the boots off and had him offering me fucking all kinds of money, bro. I really don't debate this shit, bro. I deal with this shit on a regular basis. I manhandle lawyers, and I fucking don't want to hear this shit right now. Forgive me, dude.
They're getting
Yeah, says I blame you.
training.
Because
By the
you're gonna
way,
bring up a bunch. No, and I get it, and I get your
Waiting
codes, and
for
I get you, and I conditionally accept that upon
ultimate
proof of court.
fighting.
You wouldn't have gotten my piece of paper and accepted the terms and conditions. And why didn't you reply under notary seal, showing me that you cited medical professionals, Your Honor? I motion for a summary judgment pursuant to the paperwork before the court. There's a million ways to do it, and I'd love to fucking do it. I just don't debate it because I've debated law so long and discussed it, and made wars with people over the discussion of law. But I'm telling you, we have a remedy. You can apply it. And these people should get sued to fucking no end. And Grim, I'd work with you, bro.
Issa, do you know any good discords that talk about law and stuff like that?
Feel that.
I don't know anyone else talking this shit, dude.
Dude, it's the weirdest thing. I can't find one Discord that talks about law. 20,000 flat earth fucking Discords. Not one of them talk about law.
Well, yo, it's too. Nobody want. Look, I tell you what. Here's the thing, right? I did a thing with the lady, right, and it was It was actually like $1 million case. This bitch was like planning to spend the money before she even went to court. All this shit, and fucking, she went and she fucking ruined it, right? Like, you know what I mean? Forgive me. I was gonna say something else, but I was just thinking about it. Like, you know, fuck. It's like I said. And this. Oh yeah, that's what it was. I said to the lady after. I go, "Do you see why I don't take people's money?" Because she was like, "Well, why didn't da 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 da?" And I was like this. I go, literally, we have the transcripts. I have the fucking audio recording from the court hearing, and it's like the judge walked. The judges are so brilliant, dude. They're so smart. They're so fucking smart.
And
he
how
had
they
this-
play
all
stupid?
of her
Oh, that
paperwork
gets me
and
every
stuff.
time, bro.
I'll just say this is that I said to the lady, I go like this. I was like, look, and because I found I found the multitude of mistakes that she made, and I fucking pointed them out. And I said, look, I said, this is why I don't take people's money. I was like, because you would have blamed me for what you didn't understand that you fucked up. And I can point it out and show you. And I even said to her, I said to her, yo, dude, after working with this chick for 2 years, I go to her like this after the court date, after the fucking whatever. She's like, I was like, what are the 4 doors? Because I have a whole thing. I was like, what are the 4 doors? And she's like, I don't know. And I was like, well, if you don't study and you don't want to be free and know this shit, like, then A, again, it's none of my business. And B, it's like, that's what's killing us as a fucking society, is that we don't want to know this shit that is personal responsibility. And real responsibility. Like, you have to accept that you made a fucking mistake. You have to and you have to know that the judge knows whether you did or whether you didn't, whether you're playing or not. And it's fucking saying, in God we trust in the walls, in God we trust in the fucking money. The only person, you got to be is the person who trusts in God. Priority security interest holder appearing especially, not generally, merely to settle all charges. You know what I'm saying, dog? Pursuant to
That's
the
the
paperwork.
thing, though. To be free, you have to be your own lawyer, your own doctor. You have to be
That's
your
why
own
nobody
bank.
can suit anyone. Like, that's why even like me coming out here, it's like, it's almost like I don't know. Maybe it's my ego that comes out here that wants to discuss all the shit that I've studied. I don't know. But for some reason, I'm inclined to fucking try to fucking show people that, hey, look, conditional acceptance is the route. Fucking the Bible is the fucking way. And this shit is their law. This is how they do it. Regardless of your fucking ancient fucking Indian tribal beliefs, like, this is how they do it. And this is like, and then like, granted, like, and we have so much power, dude. I've stood in front of the judges. I've been given the charging instruments. I'm just saying, I'm a witness to the fact that this works for us.
The fucking judges are brilliant, bro. Like these people, like, and
So
it isn't
smart.
it isn't how smart they are. It's how they're able to act stupid. That's what gets me. I mean, they're actors. They are brilliant actors.
Well, they're just, remember, they're just, there's a great poem by Ambrose Bierce, once Law was sitting on the bench, and Mercy came a weeping, clear out, he cried, disordered wench. Like, dude, like, contract is like, or like, I love the idea that law can be replaced with contract, interchangeable. Anytime you see
So
law,
the
you see
Bible,
contract. And that's the thing is,
so the
think of it
Bible
like
is
this.
the
This is why,
way or their way.
to the point of the axe thing and just bringing that shit up real quick before we get on. It's like what the IRS does is they send you 3 letters. You don't respond. Then the Patriot goes to court and says, the Constitution says this, and where's the law? And they go, if you bring up the Constitution one more time, I'm going to throw you out of the courtroom. And then the Patriots all go, oh, we live in a fucking dictatorship because of the gold fringe flag. Brr, 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 brr. When in reality, what happened was you neglected the 3 fucking letters they sent you. And by doing that, you accepted the contract. Well, guess what? That works both ways. If I send a fucking CFO who has the right to make business decisions for a certain entity and he can't verify or disprove what I'm talking about in 3 letters, like I wrote, check this out. I wrote 1 letter. I wrote 2 to a very big fucking company, dude. 1 letter, 2 letters, 3 letters. We didn't hear back. And then all of a sudden we got a letter from their attorney. And so, because I remember at the time, it's always stressful because they send the letter out and then everyone's waiting. And we send the second letter out, everyone's waiting. Send the third letter out, everyone's waiting. And then it's the attorney, either with a letter or they phone call. I took 20 grand from the New Jersey Department of fucking Transit.
Were you trying to do a default judgment?
Yeah, I'm not even trying to go to court. I want a summary judgment. I don't want to go to court. And a smart attorney knows that he doesn't want to go to court when this paperwork comes in, dude.
But
So
for
they
small
fucking
claims, doesn't it have to be less than 10,000? Like it has to be something like
5,000 is small claims usually.
Oh,
But the
okay.
point is like, I mean, there's different courts and there's different districts and there's all kinds of shit. And all of that shit is relevant. And the point is that once you start paying attention to their processes, you understand that, like I said earlier, in the fucking code, embedded in the code, is your victory. And that victory is the notion that you live in your body because you're a spirit, but you're a priority security interest holder over the collateral, the defendant, the citizen, the whatever the fuck it is. But instead of trying to be like, I'm a living man, that doesn't work, or I'm a son of Adam, that'll get you thrown in the hole. Fucking, you're a priority security interest holder here to settle the matter. And that gives you a position as a third party because that's ultimately what you are. And they know that you are because they're in a room that says, in God we trust. Is that your whatever? Well, doesn't God own everything, Your Honor? Is it a crime to have one? Is there a charging instrument I can discharge to dismiss anything of the case? And, you know what I mean? Would it be okay if we dismiss the case? You know what I mean? Or would you like a guilty plea, plea and discharge? You know what I mean?
Well, I hope you're using all this against your local health authorities.
Well, I mean, I keep a
I mean, why
quiet
not cut
life.
the head off the Hydra?
Well, no, I use it when I needed to go get a pair of fucking flannel pants at the fucking local store that thought they were going to tell me about medical advice regarding masks.
Well, they're all
That's
using
my
your
use.
health authorities' information to make these mandates. So if you just take them out, it filters down through everything else.
Fair enough, but I'm not directly interacting with them. See what I'm saying? I'm directly interacting with so and so, and the point is that whatever that so and so company is, that's fucking their problem.
Right,
Yo,
but
Issa.
I'd like to take care of a few stones,
Right, but
or a few
think
birds.
about it like this: those things will handle themselves once the pressure of the fucking because all the companies are going to turn around and be like, "Hey, dude, we're getting fucking sued to shit, and we can't win because we've fucking instituted this mandate, and we've destroyed all these lives, and whatever."
Well,
That's the fucking punch back.
Dude, everybody and their mama is
Yo,
suing,
hold
is
up.
suing the
Can I ask a
Biden
question
administration.
after
They're
me
all
to
suing them.
You got 2 people talking. I can't hear you.
Issa, real quick. Okay, so in terms of like being better armed with the legal system and using like this conditional acceptance so that they are personally liable, how would you, like, let's say you want to fly, you need a vaccine to fly. How would you how would you conduct yourself?
Let's say like this: if I purchased my ticket, right, and I went up to the fucking thing, and the lady said, well, "Where's your vaccination?" Whatever. I'd pull out my phone and be like, "Excuse me, you're asking me for a vaccination card?" "Yes, I'm asking for a vaccination card." "Or why are you doing that?" "Well, da 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 da." "I'll be like, are you a medical professional? Do you think it's good for my health to get a vaccine?" They're going to say, "Well, I don't know, sir. I did da 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 da." And you're going to turn around and not cause a scene and be like, "Okay, ma'am, thank you very much. Have a nice day." Go home. You're going to write a letter to that CFO of that fucking airline, and that's how you would deal with it from there. Like I said,
So
the
you would miss out on your ticket that you
Jersey
booked.
Department of fucking Transportation, bro. 20 grand, 2 weeks, dude. They respond, dude. Like, you know, I know everyone
So
thinks
like
like,
the ticket that
oh,
you
there's
booked
like this
though, you'd
behemoth and you're
lose.
just gonna get lost in the sauce. Like, no. When it comes notary sealed, when it comes correct, they know the value of it, and they know that there's a potential that there's a real motherfucking American on the other end who could do some damage.
Okay, so just to reiterate, then you would lose, you'd skip, like miss that flight that you paid for, right? You'd just be like collecting evidence, or you know the whatever she said, and
Yeah,
then
and
you'd write a
you know
letter
what I
and
would
go from
do
there.
is I would go like this. I'd be like, okay, cool. So you're not going to let me on the flight because of a medical decision that I might want to make for myself. And they're going to be like, yes, that's whatever. And be like, so you agree you're paying a $10,000 penalty. And then they're going to go, I don't agree to that. I don't agree to that. And you're going to go, but you're denying me access to the whatever, right? Isn't that a denial of equal protection due process of law? I don't agree to the $10,000. I don't. And you're going to say, let the record show. You've been notified that you accept the $10,000 penalty for deprivation of rights under the color of law by denying me access to the service. And they're going to be, I don't know. I didn't say that. It's not that. And you're going to be like, thank you very much and have a nice fucking day. Then go home and write your letter. Fuck her. Fuck the company. Fuck the flight. Fuck all the drama that's there. You win in the coldness of the facts. The facts are, I came here, you said this, and somebody said I couldn't get on the plane, whatever, and they agreed that it was a denial of equal protection due process of law as evidence of their refusal to let me on the flight. And I'd like it if you would respond to me under notary seal, penalty of perjury, with firsthand knowledge that your company didn't deprive me and deny me equal protection due process of law on this date at this time with this chick as evidenced by this video footage. And if you can't, let the record show you agree to the penalties pursuant to Title 18, whatever the fuck it is, 242, whatever one you want to go for, denial of equal, use them all and hit them with the local
Yeah.
code.
What if?
Find the
What
fucking
if they've?
state code that
Did
they're
that
in.
did that
What?
win you $20,000?
Well,
Hold on.
I'm just saying, no.
What if they've already
Make it
prevented
reasonable.
someone from getting on the flight because they didn't have vaccines, and then they took it to the courts, and precedence was set because the judge upheld it?
What's that got to do with my case and them accepting the paperwork, Your Honor? Is there not a motion before the court for a summary judgment? That's all you got. I mean, that's really what you fucking got to know. But the problem is that I've sent people in there with that paperwork and they fold. But the point is that you've got to know why they did what they did, and you've got to be able to say it to the judge, and you've got to be able to keep in mind conditional acceptance when you do it and the 4 doors. And you have to never say no. Because they're going to say, well, were you trying to cause a problem that day, sir? And you're going to go, no, I wasn't trying to cause a problem. I'm just a good. All right, go to jail. You said no. And everyone's like, that's not how it works. Yeah, it's how it fucking works, dude. And so when fucking you
To
say
your
no, you die, right? So the point is that you don't say no. You say, Your Honor, why would I be trying to explain what happened that day when there's a motion before the court for a fucking summary judgment for 20 grand? I'd be happy to talk to you about what the inner intellectual philosophical thoughts I had that day over lunch after you make a ruling on the fucking motion that's before the court, Your Honor.
So, to your knowledge, has anyone basically taken them to court in terms of like not needing
I
a
don't know.
vaccine to fly?
I
And
don't
won?
keep up with too much shit. I know this, for instance. There's a cool guy that doesn't pay income taxes because he said, I'd love to pay income taxes so long as you could show me my tax dollars don't go to abortion companies. And if you can't, let the record show that it's agreed I'm not going to have to pay taxes anymore. And he don't pay taxes anymore because of an agreement.
Yeah.
Doesn't all this hinge on the
So-
basic assumption that we have to have a non-corrupt judicial system?
Well, is the pen mightier than the sword?
Depends who's
Yes,
holding
it
it.
is.
Oh, I'm just saying, is that if, and that's the thing is that I, being a man of faith, if you will, put my faith in the idea that the judge knows exactly what the fuck I'm doing and knows the power that I'm wielding. And if he tries to go against me, he knows that if I know that my business, I can eat his lunch too. Because this is how powerful this shit really is, dude. I'm not talking like to me, you know what I felt like? I felt like after all the searching of like philosophy and like religion and all that kind of stuff, like this legal shit is the actual the actual rubber meeting the road of your spiritual endeavors. That's how I feel about it.
People think like Al Capone and these type of people, they're gangsters, bro. They have no idea how gangster these judges and these lawyers, how they hustle people, bro. Like these people are on another level of gangster.
Another level, bro. And they will fucking put you in the dirt quicker than shit. But I'll tell you what, when you raise up, you get the twinkle of their eye and you get the wry of their smile, dude. And if your business is correct, they have to give you your victory.
You know why they do that to us?
How about this? And they love you for it. You don't
Yep.
think that the judge doesn't like that fucking guy who's got all the connection. When you come in pulling this shit, they have no authority, dude. It's out the window. They can't fuck because it's on the public record. Because I made it on the public record with notary seals. It's entered into the system. I could have him looked into should he fail his fucking duty, dude.
You could have them uninsured.
Right. It's just that I have to, but I'm also, you got to be a fucking, you got to be an artisan, man. You got to come in there with respect for the judge, respect for the court, respect for yourself, and respect for your paperwork. And once you do that, in my opinion, and the fact that you're coming in there in the good Lord's name, well, is God not my witness, Your Honor? That there's a motion before the court for summary judgment, Your Honor, that's been accepted by the other party as evidenced by the fucking attached copies there too. You know what I mean? Because everything's correct. It's called proper process of service. It's like being in the military. I went to military school and if you have your boots scuffed a little bit, guess who's doing fucking laps? There's no excuse why your shit isn't 100 fucking % correct. And that's the thing is that people come in and, and the courts are lenient to a big way, but we have a remedy. We just have to hit the books and learn.
Do you think that they see us like some sort of heathens, like some sort of creatures that they have to punish us?
No, dude, look at it like this, man. If I say to the most people, bro, where do they live? They're going to give me a street address. Well, that is in direct opposition to the nature of the creation that God gave them and put them into, right? So is it not a sin to lie against God to say that you live at a fucking address? And what mercy should God show to his ungrateful fucking creation, bro?
Fact. Because that shit is crazy. That's deep, bro.
Yeah.
I think you're giving this system way too much credit. I don't think you should respect this shit at all.
Listen, vegan, you don't seem to really understand, and it's cool, man. Most people don't understand. Right. Most people like that, you people are the people that actually run the system, right? You guys are the useful idiots that think that everything is some sort of conspiracy, and there's nothing true but the bullshit the authority tells you. You are actually needed in the matrix.
Well, that's a straw man. Good job.
And it's unnecessary though. It's even still. It's like, dog. It's not to put in the faith in the government or the system or anything like that. I put the faith in the fact that the good Lord would not put me in a situation I couldn't get myself out of. I have faith that the Creator really and fucking truly hears every word I say right now between us.
I get that.
There's no doubt in my mind. And that's why it's like, you ever have friends that fucking like somebody calls up and they're like, yo, we got to go to a fight. And there's some people that don't go. Like, fuck them niggas, dude. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. It's like, when someone calls, it's like, we go. Why do we go? Because we fear our fucking Creator. And we're ready for death right now, nigga. You know what I mean? So that's why you go, right? So fucking you go for your boys, and there's some honor in that. And them boys get all the women and all that because it's honor in that. And fucking, and that's what some people don't get. And it ain't nobody's business explaining it, really. But at the same time, our people need this gusto to stand up for themselves, man. And this is it. And the thing is that we've been trying to stand up on what we thought was hot air, which was hot air, because it was this fake legal fucking psyop bullshit, sovereign citizen crap. No, this is it. It's godly. They preserve it, bro. They preserve it, and I don't know how they do it. It's not that I would ever. I don't put faith in them. I put faith in my Creator, bro. That's
how do you think religion plays into it? Like being a Christian or being a Muslim, how does the religion play into the system? Like when you sign application.
Because you either you like, you know, what is it? The beginning of wisdom, you know, fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, right? So, you know, our society wants a wise society. And like, you know, religion only plays into it so much. This is why they can't teach you about this shit at school, because school has agreed to be a secular system. They can't teach about the nature of the godly things of our system in a secular environment. That's for the home life to do. That's for the parents to do, man. You know what I mean? Not no fucking.
See, what the problem is, our system has become absolutely godless. This current evolution
Because the
of our
people have
system.
become godless.
Yes, I agree, but that doesn't mean that this system deserves any respect at all.
Well, no, I
You
feel
shouldn't
like
have to be versed in all the information that you have to be able to
it's
go
not
into court and defend yourself. You should be able to go in there and use your honest word and defend yourself, not have to pay tens of thousands of dollars.
See, that's
right,
the
and
thing. There's the difference between a one thing, what something is supposed to be, and what something is. What Isa is telling you, he's describing what is, right? Now the authority has fooled us. They've given us TV shows like Law and Order to make us think that it works a certain way, but it doesn't.
When did I say that this isn't what it is? I never said that.
Well, you're saying that you should be able to go.
No,
and
I'm saying it
your
deserves
good
no
word.
respect, is what I'm saying. It doesn't deserve my respect, and it ain't going to get it. There's nothing respectful about the system we have in place right now. It's the opposite of.
I think the system is working exactly as it should, and I think we are the one that are wrong because we don't understand the system. I think for those that understand the system, they're living their best life right now.
Well, you can have that opinion.
Well, it's not about a moral thing even with the system. It's just about, look, it's like I've said before, it's like a transmission. If you can make a transmission for a vehicle any simpler, you're going to be fucking world renowned. But for right now, this is how it works. You know what I mean? Like, this complicated,
Well,
this
it
complicated
hasn't always
piece of
been this way,
machinery.
though.
You know what I mean? It's just what it is. I don't know.
The problem is that with the more people that are born and made and cities and nations get bigger, the people get dumber. They get lazier. They don't learn their laws. They don't know the way the system works, and that's the people that ultimately pay the price.
Well, also, they don't know how it works, so they want more. They want someone else to come fix it, and then that's where government gets involved. Do you know what I mean? Because they're like, "Oh no, we'll fix it. We'll just need a little bit more of your money."
What it
And
is,
that's
it's just
because,
another symptom of a consolidation of power. That's
right,
what
and
our
that's
system
where
is.
right. But what's interesting with our system is it's a cooperative. Read a thing it's called Cooperative Federalism by Gerald Brown. Like our system, and I used to use the evidence of this is marijuana laws. Is that Colorado legalized pot when the federal government had it as criminalized, and then there's certain counties in Colorado that you can't sell pot. But then there's certain towns in Colorado that are in those counties that you can actually grow pot and sell it probably. And the point is that that's because local laws always supersede the bigger law, which leads us to believe that the individual is the ultimate, authority. But
Isa, it could be because of the way they're naming it, right? You know anything about copyright infringement and how most of the government they own like words and things, so maybe they came up with the name marijuana and trademarked it. So now you're out there selling their trademark, and people think that they're confiscating
no,
the
no, no. You
drugs
know what?
because
You
of the
want to know what
actual
it is?
drugs.
You want to know what it is? Is that, and this is the real deal. This is why, like anything to do with drugs and shit like that, it's all to do with taxes. It's because you used the money and the government didn't get their cut. That's what it's
It's a
about.
mafia, so I don't think mafias deserve respect. They've
Right?
they've
Okay.
complicated
Fair enough. And
everything.
you're not wrong, dude. You're not wrong. I have
They've
faith.
complicated everything intentionally, so you have to go through them to do
Well, here's
anything.
the
A
thing: is
few
that this
people.
right? And if you could stop them, like it's like I remember, it's like I've literally stopped cops from searching my vehicle because I know my position on things, and like it's like this is what I'm trying to say is like they're a paper tiger with the force. So like it's only when you say no or or this is morally unacceptable, fucking do they put your face in the dirt and kick the shit out of you. When you look at them dead in their eye and they say, yeah, that'll just be 10 grand for deprivation of rights under the Colorado law, and here's fucking why if you'd like to know. You know what I mean? That's a different story, man. You know what I mean? I remember I was sitting there with the cops, and I'm like, so, you guys know, right? Like, I can't physically, I said this to him, I go, I can't physically, like, attack you and stop you from doing any of this shit like that, right? I was like, and society knows it. I go, that's why the court has allowed for me to sue you. And I was like, boom, boom, boom. And I was like, and I'm going to need the dash cam footage also.
Right, if they lose their qualified immunity, sure. But I mean, how often does that really happen?
Well, no, but it's not.
You seem to be able to. You're relying on them being
happen?
honest, and I just
You wanna know
don't
why
believe
it
that they
doesn't
are
happen,
very
bro?
often.
Yeah, it doesn't happen because the people get an attorney, and all an attorney can do is argue. And when you go into the court and you've got two people that are arguing, the jurisdiction goes to the judge. So when you go in there, most people do get an attorney or whatever the fuck they get. You get somebody promising them this, that, the other thing. They go in there, the attorney's like, I'm going to argue on your behalf. Great. Well, if you go, door 3, argument, that's a dishonor. Now you've granted jurisdiction to the judge, and the judge can decide whether or not he wants to reward you or not. But the point is, when you go in there with a solid contract that takes the judge's opinion out of the fucking equation, it's completely different. And the thing is that lawyers cannot, lawyers don't have any firsthand knowledge of the event. If you're coming in there with an affidavit before the fact, before a deposition, you know what I mean? That trumps. There's actually a maxim in law, like, an unrebutted affidavit shall be, considered the truth. So if what you've said is under notary seal and what they say is coming from an attorney, obviously not under notary seal because an attorney can't have any firsthand knowledge, right? Then it's agreed. You know what I mean? So like you have like standing as like, an understand, like going
So
in
you're
there.
using 242 for all this, huh?
I mean, you could use any code. Really, I mean, really, it depends what court you're in. What court are you
Right.
taking them to? Are you taking them to a federal court? Or, if not, you better. If you're not taking them to a federal court, don't talk about the fucking the U.S. code. You better know your local code and hold them accountable pursuant to that code, or even the the commercial code of the state. There's a UCC general, which is like adopted by some states, and then each state has its own right. Some states have their own UCC code. It's labeled, but it's all essentially the same.
Right. It's very confusing and very complicated, and then half the time when they're supposed to uphold something, I have a feeling they won't.
Well, it's not.
That's the problem with this stuff.
Yeah.
Is there like a roadmap to
with
learn
no
this?
attorney.
Isa, do you know like any roadmaps to be able to learn this? Like first step you stop over here, and the next step you stop over there.
I tell you what, man. Like, I mean, as far as like people to study, yes, because like I often like some of the earlier guys I got into it, they were all argumentative, and then because what happens is you get in this like I got into it, like I don't know if you know who Dean Clifford is. Do you know who Dean Clifford is?
I think I've heard him mention in the
He's awesome. He's awesome.
Patrick something.
You can learn a lot from him, but he's too argumentative for me, right? Like then there's like I don't know if you've ever heard of this guy called Visigoth.
Nah, not at all.
Okay, check it out. Visigoth used to do a fucking podcast, and he had this guy on called The Informer. And then he goes in and like, I don't know, I kind of went from like Dean Clifford and like, I think Bill T, Show Me the Law is another good one. He's great. Then what's his name? The Canadian dude.
You ever heard of Patrick Devine?
No, I think I've heard of the name, but I don't think he doesn't ring into my top tier of this shit to study. Like it's like when people bring up Mark Passio, I'm like, go fuck yourself. So like if fucking you go from like, Dean Clifford, right, to like, this guy Visigoth did this thing with The Informer, but that was kind of like it's like the last dip in the nihilism of it all, because they're just like, everything's federalized under the districts and we're all fucked. And then I found Brandon Adams and Gordon Hall. And that is where the fucking juice is, bro. But you're not going to understand them potentially if you don't go through the doors of a Dean Clifford. What the fuck is that? Robert Menard. Robert Menard he's one of the OG motherfuckers in this. And then you've got, like I said, that Visigoth interview with that guy, The Informer, is so crucial because he discusses the history of the districts and the states and different shit like that. But he's real negative about the outlook of things. And I went to, I found Gordon Hall and Brandon Adams, and that's where the light just fucking opened up for me. And all the fucking, anything that I really teach kind of comes from them. or teach, but I mean anything
Do
I
you have a
relay.
link for any one of these people that you mentioned?
Gordon, yeah, sure.
Or at least type it out in the chats, their names.
Yeah, no, I'll grab the link up right now for you. Hold on, let me see. Gordon Hall.
So you're saying you go to court with no attorney?
What's that?
You go to court with no attorney?
Well, I mean, if I'm going to court, then all my paperwork's done, and I'm going there to motion for the summary judgment as the priority security interest holder, as evidenced by the agreement in my paperwork. Because my paperwork is
You don't need an attorney for that.
yeah, pretty much. You know, why would I need an attorney? You know what I mean? Because and that's the thing too, is it's like in the corpus juris secundum, which is the corpus juris secundum because the premium was burned down in the Library of Alexandria. It says that let me see here. It says that anyone who gets an attorney is considered to be mentally incompetent, an award of the state.
Is the juris secundum and the Americans jurisprudence the same thing?
I don't think so. No, the it's specifically the it's called the corpus juris secundum. It may be in those books. It may be a part of that collection. But specifically the corpus juris secundum is like, one of the oldest bodies of law. Like this is like, the international shit. Like, from like back in the day. And like, and that's why like, a lot of the info I talk about, you'll hear from Gordon Hall because it's just the best way to relay it. But some of what he refers to, people might not get the concept of if they're not familiar with some of this lingo and some of this talk, because kind of like Gordon Hall and Brennan, they're kind of the ones that they get you away from all that sovereign hopelessness.
What I don't like is the negativity. They're stealing from me. Oh, these thieves.
Right.
I hate that vibe.
Hey, bro, you're going to fucking love Gordon Hall. He's like, isn't government great? He's so fucking great, dude. You're going to just, and he's the one who, he's how I learned how to, like, even really, like, just appreciate judges and shit. And that dude did, like, he used to be on Houses of the Rich and Famous and shit and got busted on a big tax thing, then went to jail. And they were trying to get him for another, like, $4 million after he got out. And he fucking did this shit and got off. And got rid of the paperwork. But then he started helping people and he started suing people and there's this whole fucking talk show he used to do every week. He'd have all the cases and he was just he'd have like these calls with people and he'd rip them a new one because they were so stupid. He was like, he fucking didn't, he would just lay out how they fucked up. And fucking, it was just like call after call. It was so good, dude. And then I don't know really what happened to him. I think he had personal issues. I think I don't know. From what I gather, he missed me. He didn't send a piece of paperwork is what happened. Because if he started doing risque shit, and there was a lot of crazy shit going on. Like people.
Oh, you talking about that 1099 OID shit?
Yeah, bro, all that, dude. Like getting free money kind of shit, and they were doing it, dude. And then the government was trying to come and collect on them. Like, yo, what the fuck? How did you get this money from us?
If they understood what they're doing, they would understand that you don't get anything for free. Bro.
Here's the thing: is that No, but that's the thing is that some of the guys were having these fucking agents actually come to their house, and they were conditionally accepting them at the door and dealing with them at the door, and they'd leave and never come back. This is why, and then the theory was that these motherfuckers know that we're out here and that they're actually like honored and salute the motherfuckers that know how to do this.
Yeah, I think it's to like defend the secret kind of thing. I don't think it's not necessarily intimidation. It's just to let them know, like, listen, man, you can't be promoting this, you can't be talking about this, right?
No. It's not even. Check it out. Like this is that. First off, they know like the only, like it's like they know that the people that really know this shit or whatever like that are they're not trying to explain it. You can't explain it. It's too unbelievable. You know what I mean? Like, people are like, oh, there's no fucking way. And then you're like, oh my God. So it's like, I shot myself in the foot by coming out here and trying to explain it to people. But I felt so inclined because I don't know, because we need it. We fucking need it right now.
It's almost like you remember that. Is it Ben Affleck or the other one, Matt Damon? The Matt Damon movie that he had all these agents. He was trying to be like a governor or some shit, and he had all these agents that they were just maneuvering him where they wanted him to go type shit. Like these people just showing up in your house and talking to you. Like it's like you feel like they're always watching. Like they could just appear in your house at any time.
That's the thing, though. If you're too worried about, like, think about it like this: is that people give the government more credit than they do God. Oh, the government's, it just made me think of that for some reason. It was like, people are like, oh, the government's looking and the government's going to catch me with this. Like, what about God? He sees it all. Knows what you're thinking, too, you bitch. Right? You know what I mean? Like, and where does our allegiance lie? And that's why, like, when you're faced with moments of courage and shit, that's where you go, right? It's to fucking like, all right, God, here we fucking go.
I've actually gone not head to head, but I've actually my last ticket that I had, I started asking questions, and I signed without prejudice UCC dash 1308, which is all rights reserved, and they actually gave me back the valid, like so it was weird, like once you lose the fear and just start asking questions, like you might know some shit, they take notice, right? They don't treat you like the other people. And every time I used to go to the DMV, they used to leave me for last. So everybody used to go, and I used to be the last one. So there would never be anybody that could witness anything that I've ever asked them.
Nice. Yeah, it's honorable. That's how I look at it in a certain sense. It's like, keep it private. And like, granted, they can't do much there at the DMV, but at the same thing, it's like, you're so right. Like, good for you. I remember the first time I tried to fuck with it, I got pulled over, and I was like, here we fucking go. I was like, I'm going to try it. And he come up, and he goes, oh, what was it exactly? I made a left or did something stupid, or driving without the seatbelt. That's what it was. And he come up, and he's like, license and registration. I forget what the fuck was it. I asked him, I was like, oh, is it a crime or whatever? And I go, is it a crime to not have or to have the seatbelt on or something? No. Oh man, I forget what it was, but I folded. Like I asked one question, and he was like, license registration. I folded because I didn't have anything left. And then I went back home, and I just thought about it, and I was like, wait a minute. And that's when the line, is it a crime, to whatever? You know what I mean? Is it a crime to have a driver's license? You know what I mean? It's like if somebody says, are you a U.S. citizen? Is it a crime to be one? It's just such a great question.
I think it has to do with like the wording, like the things that they accept you to, like they ask of you, what is your name? I think it's a trap. Where you live, also a trap. Where do you work is also it all has to do with getting you to agree or to accept it.
Well, you know what? The best first question I've had, the two best things of advice I've given out that I've heard the most feedback from is one, if they pull you over, whatever it is, first question out of your mouth is, what's the emergency? Because
right, because it's not supposed to have the lights on if it isn't an emergency.
So, what's the emergency? And then, depending how riding dirty you are, you know what I mean? You can take it as far as you want. But the point, and then the other side, the other thing of advice is, forgive me. You know what I mean? Forgive me all fucking day. Oh, you were doing this. Forgive me, brother. Is there any way I could just keep going on my way? Forgive me. Because that is, and a sincere forgive me. Knowing you fucked up.
Isn't it give you like an admittance of guilt?
What's
like
that?
a confession?
No, that's an apology. If you say I'm sorry, that means then you're a sorry piece of shit. But to say forgive me is a command, and it's godly.
Okay, but in terms of the actual like legal effect, how are they different?
Because no man is perfect under God.
And you're showing humility.
Right.
You show humility when you say you're sorry too.
Well, you show that you're a sorry piece of shit.
Yeah, you show pity. Pity and humility is not the same.
Right. When you say forgive me, it means that you won't do it again. Like, forgive me because that's not the caliber of my person. When I say I'm sorry, it means like, dude, that's who I am. Get over it.
Yeah, I don't think it will help you legally at all.
What's that?
I don't think saying "forgive me" would help you legally at all.
Well,
Listen,
I would.
judges.
Does it say? How about this? Does it say "In God We Trust" on the wall?
Okay. Yes.
Does Jesus preach forgiveness?
He did when he was alive, or when he
Okay.
was on Earth.
Do you think that the court would uphold that concept of forgiveness at all, seeing as they've got "In God We Trust" and they make people swear on the Bible?
I don't think you could automatically assume that. No.
Well, then that's for you, because I would assume that they do.
Okay.
It's their. That's my point. Is it's their rules, and this is why it's interesting, even with the Christian thing, is that, like, me and a friend of mine used to think of like how to break it down so a little Christian lady could go in there and do it, because essentially a little old lady should be able to go in there as a Christian and be like, Your Honor, in the good Lord's name, forgive me for my, and having all my sins been forgiven. That's a fucking argument, dude. Or not even an argument, but like, Your Honor, seriously, having all my sins been forgiven in the sight of the Lord, Your Honor. And he's gonna be like, well, not in the county or whatever. And you're gonna be like, well, is there any genuine accusatory charging instrument I could discharge for you? I mean, I can play out the scenario 1,000 ways, but the idea is, and I just say that on the side of the road. You know what? You know Hank Hill, brother. Do you know who Hank Hill is?
Yeah, the guy that hangs around in Nathan a lot.
Yeah, okay. I'll tell you what, ask him about saying "forgive me" and how it worked for him. He's somebody that's come back to me and told me how it worked for him.
I hear judges are big on when you ask them forgiveness.
I'm just saying, like, on the side of the road,
to
even with an officer, like, you were speeding, this, that, the other thing. You're on, hey, brother, forgive me. Won't happen again. I don't know what I was thinking. Forgive me. You mind if I just keep on moving? No ticket. Is that all right, brother? I'm just saying, ask. You know what I mean? And I'm not, because I can't tell you, like, to say, ask for the genuine accusatory charging instrument and just discharge it under UCC 3603. You know what I mean? Use 9210 to make it simple. You know what I mean, bro? Like, I can't say that to you and make that fucking sink. But what I can say to you is that if you say "forgive me," it's pretty fucking valuable. That, and what's the emergency? It's just so good. I've heard a lot of people, like, cops be like, "Oh God, have a nice day." Because cops are cool too. I mean, they are cool. It's just when you put them in a position, if you lie to them in the remotest sense, if you think you can, and then why would you live in a lie anyway? That's a lie against God. It comes back to this morality, religion. That's where that ties into this shit. Forgive me, I'm talking for hours, and I can talk about this shit for hours, man. Sorry, forgive me. Sorry. No, forgive me.
That's all good, bro. This shit is interesting as fuck.
That's what I think.
Dude, I've audio booked thousands of hours of this shit, of different people talking about this shit. That's why I can relate to the things that you're saying, bro. I happen to know that it's true, and I believe that is true. There's something more spiritual. Like, I believe that every time they give you a court date, it has more. It has, like, to do with, like, your astral sign. Like, they know when to give you a court date. They know when to. I'm talking about, like, the people like the DMV and stuff, not like Supreme Court. Like, they know when to give you a date when it's astrological inconvenient for you for whatever reason. I don't know why they do it, but I know that they have a tendency to. That it isn't just random. It isn't like, oh, they're gonna give you a random Tuesday. No, that they do it all because, remember, these people have your information. They have all of your information in that little computer, so they know exactly how your life is moving, who you are, who you
I tell you
know.
what, that's an interesting take on it. I'd never really put that, I never really put that together. Or I don't know if I would give it credibility, but that's fucking pretty interesting. That's a great idea. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I heard this guy called Yusuf L talking about it.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. That's catch you at your weakest. You know what I mean? 9 a.m, Tuesday on fucking August, whatever. And they're like, yeah. You're like, wait, that's a year away. They're like, yeah, we know.
Yeah, because how is it that they have, like, certain dates available, right? Like, and everybody has this weird different date, right? They give you a date now, and then when you can't go to that date, they give you from a fucking year. Like, come on, why they can't give you a month from now? Why it has to be a whole nother year? So you have to come back in a year. There has to be more than just randomness.
I think also what's cool is like, our will supersedes astrology, man. That's what I think. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think we're victims of the stars. You know what I mean?
Nah, I don't think we're victims of the stars. I think the
Especially,
stars is
but
our
yo,
mini map. That's our
but yo,
mini map.
you know
We're
what
supposed to
Trump said.
read it and understand it to
Oh yeah,
understand more of us.
but what also I think what trumps that, you know what I mean, is that like that soundness in your position to a certain extent. In your position of almost non-position, which is another conversation, but like like to have a full understanding of what you're going in there to do. It trumps your weakest astrological day of the week. You know what I mean, dog?
No, of course. They use those tactics on the
I'm just
normies,
saying, if that were to
that
be true.
yeah, of course. But once they understand that the person that they're dealing with isn't a normie, they all those tricks they go out because they see that person as this person I can respect. So they don't treat you the same once they understand that you understand.
Well, I think what, like I've learned even too is it's like if you're to do something odd, request a meeting in chambers. Request the hearing to be in chambers. Don't put it in the public view, or you know what I mean. Like and have enough. Like let's say because we have to know the machinations of the court in order to even know that you could do that. And that's why even like hearing someone speak about it is good for us because we don't even know what the court is capable of. We don't know that the court considers all these things. A lot of people think that they're just operating robotically, which they are. But the point is, they also have another element to it. If you apply a robotic response to their systematic response, like, you know what I mean? If you can partake in their system, it's like hacking their system. And then on top of it, also understanding that there's this like code of ethics involved. And I think we are capable enough to get it. And I guess it intrigues me because it's not the doom and gloom of most of these like legal fucking people that are like either trying to get you to buy their paperwork to
Yeah,
get,
I don't like that bullshit.
to get rid of your ID, to get rid of your citizenship. Like never do that. Like you gave over the birth certificate so that they could print money, and they owe you. There's no reason to get rid of that thing. They owe you.
You
You're
heard of the
U.S.
thing with the
citizen.
national debt that we don't owe them. They owe us all that money. That's all unclaimed interest that they supposedly owe their citizens. Have you heard that before?
Yeah, I'll be back in a bit, brother. Talk to me. I'm listening.
Yeah, about the national debt. How some people believe that we owe that money to the government for them borrowing it, but it's supposedly that they owe us that money for unclaimed money. Because remember, since most of us don't really understand the system, we don't really know how to claim the interest for our security. So we just sign random securities and give them out there. So the banks just claim all this interest, but they can't just go out claiming it. They have to put it in a separate account for a certain while until what is the name of it? Until they can legally claim it. Right? They give you like something like 7 years or something to claim it. So all that money is supposedly in the. I can't prove any of this. This is just shit that I've heard. All that money is supposedly what is the national debt, the money that they owe us, not that we owe them.
Hey, Matrix, you still there?
Yeah, man. I'm here.
Hey, I put a link in the chat for you to check out. It's a Telegram group by a guy named Alphonse Fagiolo, and he's doing a lot of work in the same area that Issa's talking about with paperwork, right? So the idea basically is like what Issa said. You don't go in to argue, but before you even are in court, you have filed paperwork that
Is
has
this Travis?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Dude, me and you spoken about this a million times already.
Okay, well, I'm just bringing it back up because you're still asking the question about step A, step B, step C. So I put a link in there for you to check out. I would join the group, and there are a number of files and PDFs that you can learn from, and then also cater to your situation. But basically, what I was saying is, like, for instance, Issa used the word affidavit, right? So an affidavit is a statement of fact that you claim. You make a claim, and you file that claim against the person that the claim is about. And if they don't respond with a counterclaim, then your claim stands as truth. So it's all about paperwork that is not argumentation, but simply statements of fact that are either affirmed or denied by the opposing party. Like what Issa said, if you go in there and you play their game, then the judge becomes the one that decides whether or not you win, or even he'll say, well, you win today, but you still have to pay this amount, right? So they still try to milk you for whatever. But the point is that you file your counterclaim. So, for instance, if you are given a ticket, the alleged crime is against you. So now that ticket stands as truth if you don't challenge it in the appropriate way. So if you file your paperwork, you are now the one who's making the claim, and you are a living person. And now you are the one in control of the courtroom because you actually have a real valid claim of a crime. You're a person who has been forced against your will to come in and stand in this place, give up your time, give up your freedoms, right? So that's a crime against your liberties. Now, the crime of not wearing a seatbelt, who's the victim? There's no victim. But
no corpus delicti, something like that, right?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you want to worry about the Latin, that's fine. But that the point still remains is that the ticket or the citation is the apparent claim against you. Okay, so where is my accuser? The only accuser, it can't be the lawyer, because like Issa was saying, the lawyer wasn't there on the side of the road. The lawyer didn't see what happened, so he can't even testify. Okay, so then the only one then that was there was the cop. So is he the victim? Right? So it's all about peeling back the layers of reality. And as we've all said in this whole discussion since you've been here as well, is that as long as we're not aware of the level of deception that's going on, you just think that the ticket is a statement of fact and the only choice you have is this, or this. All right, but they don't tell you that there's a fourth door, and that is that you come in as a living person with an actual claim. So I'm just saying that the link that I put in there, it's been very, very helpful for me to listen to. Like Issa said, he named off 4 or 5 different guys that he's benefited from. And you were asking, like, what's step A, step B? I'm right there with you because I still don't know all of the steps, but I know more than I did 3 years ago, right? So it's just a huge learning process. But the thing that I'll say, I guess, in summary is you will win with paperwork exclusively.
Yeah, I was just listening in a little bit there. What's up, brother?
What's going on, Issa?
My only thing is, like, when people say, like, going in as the living man kind of thing, the thing is that, like, you have to remember. Yeah, and that's what I was just going to, I think, clarify it. Maybe if that's what you're getting to, because I'm curious if that's what you meant also, is the idea that, like, you would never, like, want to go into a fucking courtroom and say, like, I'm a living man and I'm here and you don't have the authority. You're just going to get thrown in the loony bin.
No,
But
right. Let me just jump in. I'm sorry, Issa. Let me just jump in. So I didn't make that claim to say those things in court. I was just talking to Matrix.
But no,
And
but this where right. No, I was going to clarify. I got you, brother. And
okay,
but technically, like, you're not wrong because, like,
right.
here's the thing, like, a living man can't, like, isn't in court because, and that's why they, the idea is that they're summoning your spirit, right? It's where you get a summons, right? So, like, you're animating this corporation, right? This body, right? And the point is that so they understand full well that, you know, like, they know full and well you're a living man. You know what I mean? Like, the idea is that you're coming there to settle the business of these two entities, and that you're on behalf of that entity, you're there to handle the matter, whatever it may be. I'm not going to I would never do this in traffic court, just so you know. But, like, at the same time, like, disinformation, like, just so people can understand it, like, you're not going in there saying you're a living entity or this, that, the other thing. You'd be going in there, you know what I mean, as the priority security interest holder to settle the matter, to to finish it off, to get the record, and like you just said, the most poignant point you just made was it's all going to be done with paperwork. But they also, like, I've done a lot of paperwork for people and then had them show up and fucking destroy all my paperwork by saying stupid shit and being stupid. And so, both sides are needed. Nobody can do this for you also.
It's almost like you have to put on a show, right? Like, they expect you to know the play and put on the show.
Right, or get an attorney because you might hurt yourself and you don't know how to do the show.
Well, let me just clarify real quick. When I was talking about or talking to Matrix about you are a living man, what I was basically saying is that you are an actual victim. There is no actual victim in a traffic citation. There's no crime. There's no victim. But the game that they want to play is that there is a victim that is the state. Okay, so right now, then you're talking about someone who's not alive, someone who's not a man, someone who's not flesh and blood, who does not have any injury. But you are. That is, I'm just saying that you are an actual victim, right?
Right, but if you're coming in there as the U.S. citizen, let's say, which you're going in there as because that's what the idea is usually, is the idea that, that citizen has injured the state and it's merely two dead entities that have to owe each other. Because they're like, yeah, that's nice. You're a living entity. But this corporation right here owes this corporation.
Okay,
And, like,
so then,
yeah,
so, yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. Two different avenues. One guy I've heard this from, and then the other one would be Alfonso Fagiola as well. But the idea is that when you come in with a counterclaim, the previous claim disappears. It doesn't exist anymore.
it's not that it doesn't exist, but when you have, I've heard it as, this is why it's called last in, first out. So what'll happen is you'll put your paperwork in last. So when the judge opens the docket, the first paperwork he sees is the order of business for the court. And if they open the docket and they see that their charging papers are the only thing, they're going to make a ruling on that. Is there someone doing something?
Yeah, there's a hot mic with somebody.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Right.
Where was I? Shit.
Yeah, the last is first.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Last in, first out. So, like, your paperwork on top. So what'll happen is the judge, because he's so intelligent, what they'll do is they'll see your paperwork and then they'll lift up your paperwork and look under it and say, like, well, how are you going to plead to these charges?
And then your response is, Judge, isn't there
Isn't there a motion
isn't
before
there a
the court?
isn't there a motion before the court, right, which is your paperwork, right? He's
Right,
going to try to
and that's his first test to see if you even trust your paperwork.
Right.
Because you're going to say, I thought my paperwork, I don't know what I'm going to do. And then, like, spiral off into whatever. But, like, if your paperwork's there, but they're going to still be like, yeah, that's nice. But, that doesn't mean anything. Oh, dude, I got fucking transcripts of the judge talking about the decor on the fucking wall in the courtroom and the fucking lady just going along with it and totally in left field, getting walked into the wood chipper, dude. And
Right.
and fucking, but he was so good at raising his issues or raising the at the time the defendant's issues for the defendant than my friend was trying to get her business heard because she just folded. Whereas what he did was he avoided everything. They try to avoid it, and then that's where it's your job to say, Your Honor, forgive me. May God be our, like, I'm not here to mess around. You know what I mean? Like, Honor, where is there not a motion before the court? Well, it doesn't mean anything. You're right, Honor. It doesn't mean anything to you. It means a lot to me. I motion the court to rule on the summary judgment, which has been accepted by the other party. And and don't get lost in, oh, your paperwork doesn't mean anything. Yes, you're right. It doesn't mean anything to you. It means something to me. Like, their words do have meaning, and if you put them into context, they make sense. Although they might not be looking out for your best interest, you're the only person who can. So, but I mean, careful, man. A little bit of knowledge is very dangerous, and that's why I always say this is not legal advice for entertainment purposes only. That kind of shit.
What's the? I'm sorry, but what's the case at issue here?
What's the what?
What's the case at issue here? I mean, is it a traffic ticket? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Oh no, we were just we're just talking theory and theoretics.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Just.
So Isa, so theoretically, let's say you're being told you have to do something, and you conditionally accept, and say you're liable $10,000 if anything goes wrong or what have you, and they say no, but you just press on as if you have this contract in place or what have you, right?
Well,
And then
so
go ahead.
Because no means yes. You know what I mean? If you say to a cop, if a cop says to you, "Can I search your car?" and you say no, how's that work out?
Yeah, it's not going to work out for you.
That's right.
So
That's
you say
same thing for them. Same thing for them. It's like same thing for the fucking Nazis. Oh, it's just following orders. That's cool. Just hang.
Yeah, so you'll say, you can search my car, no problem, but if anything happens, you're liable $10,000 or $30,000 or whatever, and they'll be like, hell no.
Well, I would say like this is like, hey, why don't? Well, that's it. I would just say it's like if anyone's gonna want to do that or whatever, my thing is okay, sure. I just need you to sign right here where it says you're gonna accept full liability should anything happen to me or mine. And if they're like, well, I won't do that, and be like, well, then I think, you know what I mean? Then why would I have to do what you're asking me? And they're gonna say, well, because of this, and be like, okay, so you're not gonna accept liability, or you know what I mean? But you're trying to get me to do something, whatever. And just I want to be a judge on that. I want to
What if they do that? Because that sounds like something very plausible that a cop would do. They would not accept liability, and they would just keep on doing whatever they want.
Right,
You know?
Right.
And
Okay.
that's the thing is that. But I'll tell you what, I did that with two cops, and they were trying to poo-poo everything I did. But you know what they didn't do? They didn't search my vehicle, and they let me go on my way because I had them all leaned up for 15 grand, very politely. You know what I mean?
But they didn't agree, right?
Well, they were just like that. Yeah, no, they didn't agree. And I said, well, excuse me. As I go, well, you were making a stop without probable cause of a crime having been committed. He goes, you were speeding. And I go, do you mean to tell me that one of the fine judges in the county don't know the difference between a crime and an infraction? And that's where I caught him out because he was like, oh, shit, this kid's got a shot here. Because I'm not wrong, because there's a difference between crimes and infractions. Because a traffic ticket is not a crime. It's an infraction, so therefore it's not a crime. Therefore, you don't have probable cause, bro. Unless the Supreme Court...
It would depend on the traffic ticket, right? If it's like, careless or whatever, criminal... if you're going like higher than 50 kilometers or whatever, then the speed limit, it becomes a criminal offense, right? So at that point, it would be a crime, right?
I mean, potentially, but I would say, at that point, I mean, I don't know, dude. I could show you, I could teach your way around all this fucking shit. But I don't do it publicly. I don't talk about this shit like everything. But like in the same sense, like, you know, it becomes a crime, then there's a charging instrument, 70 CFR 7211. All
There has to be a victim in a crime. So the thing is that
there doesn't have to be a victim in a crime. That's some fucking hocus
Well,
pocus
it's
sovereign
damages to
bullshit.
property or damages to a person.
Yeah, it's a
basically.
wrap. Yeah.
Well, the state
there's
should be a person under the law.
There's none of that. Like, where's the bleeding heart victim at all? It's where it's the deal is this. There's been damage done, so everything is commercial. So where's the bill? Let me settle it. That's what it's about.
Okay, so what's a crime?
The settling of it comes from the fact that they owe you as the priority security interest holder. But that and
So
also
let-
obligation creates
let
terms.
me ask you.
To the winner.
Well, can we talk about the priority security interest holder thing? Because in Canada, that's only like it's limited to like real estate.
Well, isn't it property? Your name?
Sorry, property.
Right. So it's your property, right?
My name?
Yeah. Your citizen is your
Okay.
property, right? But check it out. There's 9/10 is possession, right? So they have title. You have possession.
They have title of what?
Title of the name, or that they own the title. Like, you know, like when you register a vehicle, you register the title with the state.
Yes.
And then, like, so you have 9/10 possession. You can drive it and do that.
No,
But if you do something.
I own the
They
car.
have that 1/10 gives
No,
them
you
the
don't.
right to come and take
Actually,
the car.
the state owns
State owns the car.
owns everything.
That's why you register your vehicle. Little do you know, you don't own anything. You don't.
You
You
absolutely
don't even
own the
own your
car.
kids.
Look
Yeah,
up
but
the
check
word
it out, because you
registration.
got-
You
Look up the
absolutely
word
own your car.
registration.
No, you don't.
No, you don't. You pay
Yes, you
taxes
do.
on it. You pay
Okay,
taxes
listen,
on it, and
listen,
you
I pay
register
taxes
it.
on my
Right.
house. That doesn't mean I don't own it.
Yeah, you
no,
do.
listen
Don't
very
own the
carefully.
house.
I
Hold
think
on,
it's
hold
a
on,
matter
dude.
of perspective
Hold on, dude. Okay, listen.
or interpretation.
Okay, listen. If you pay taxes on something that you believe you own, you don't own it. Okay, you
Yes, you
don't.
do.
Okay, listen.
That's wrong.
I'm not okay.
I could back up your perspective there, Nathan.
It's not a matter of perspective. It's a matter of legal clauses and legal grounds.
Bullshit.
Like
It's a matter of definition. You're fucking playing semantics.
Listen,
No,
your
it
ignorance,
isn't.
your
It isn't.
ignorance is not
It's just how
excusable of
it
the law.
is.
Okay, listen.
Hey, yo.
Listen. Property tax does not exist on your home because your home is not a commercial property, which is what real estate is a term for. Okay. Again, I would encourage you to go back up wherever it is.
Then why does it exist on the home?
Hold on,
Real estate
please.
includes
Hold on. Hold on,
residential
please.
property.
Hold on, please. Okay. I can't fill in the blanks for you. All I'm going to say again is the link that I put in are some very capable people who are working on these very things right now, arguing high stake claims against property taxes because property tax as a classification only applies to commercial property, and that's exactly what happens with the driver's license. Okay.
That's not true, man. You pay property tax on your house.
Okay,
It's not. It's a residential.
He's saying it's mistaxed. Hold on, please. I don't disagree that every single one of us who owns a home allegedly pays property tax. That's not my dispute. My dispute is they have labeled your property as real estate, which is a commercial term, without informing you of these things, which is exactly what happens with our registration and licensing for the DMV or the MVA or whatever you call. Okay, they have classified all of our activities commercially.
What are you talking about, man? In terms of
Okay, hold on, real quick. Just hold on. Hold on. When you ask me the question, what are you talking about?
That was rhetorical.
Okay, well, I didn't read it as rhetorical. I took it as a. How was that even a rhetorical question?
Yo, can I handle this?
It wasn't rhetorical.
No, when I
I asked the question, and I really don't know what you're talking about.
well, then that's not rhetorical.
I
mine.
I agree. It's not rhetorical.
Hold on a second, guys. Hey, percentage, you need to disconnect and come back. You got a bad connection.
Yeah, what's wrong with it?
Oh, sounds good there.
But why
Okay,
not let?
maybe it's.
Why not?
I think
Why
it's
not
somebody
let
else
Issa
with
break it down? He knows how to break this down. Let him break it down.
It's City, I think.
Now
Yeah,
it
it's
sounds
still
bad.
City. The one that's speaking.
Yeah, now it's breaking up now.
Yo, check. Hey, so check this out. What you're saying is that, like, and this is gonna fail. I'm gonna let you know this right now, fucking Travis. These people are doomed. Fucking, if this is what they're doing, they're trying to make these cases against it because of the false listing of it being real estate when it's actually private. You know, should be like not real estate because it's home property. The problem with that is that everything is commercial. And the fact is that they don't have to remember this in regards to the trust, any trust agreement. The beneficiary does not have to know the actual terms of the trust. So, because the beneficiary doesn't have to know, and because people have identified themselves as the beneficiary, they have made it obsolete for the informed consent part of the idea that they need to know that it was listed as real property or real estate and taxable thereby. Because what they're trying to do is get out of they're trying to get out of these taxes by saying that it's falsely labeled as real estate, and you know that there wasn't disclosures.
That's fine. That just real quick. Let me
They're
just
fucked.
respond.
If that's what
Let me
they're
just
trying to do, they're
okay.
fucked.
Okay, listen. I haven't given all of the information, just
Fair
like
enough.
you haven't given all of your information. All I'm going to say is, again, like we are as good satetics, right? We take this information in. All I'm suggesting, gentlemen, is the link that I provided has more than an abundant amount of information for you to consider. Take what Issa's saying, take what I'm saying. The other thing that I want to just clarify on is they're not simply making a claim. This isn't a real estate because blah blah blah. They're not doing that. They're saying, what is your evidence, and where and how are you making these assessments to classify my property this way? You put the ball back in their court to
Fair enough.
provide evidence.
That's cool. I just think it's a moot point, though.
Right.
I think it's that's my only problem. I think it's like it's a way for lawyers to get fucking sovereign citizens to pay them to go to court for them. These bastards. Oh my god, they're so good, right? Like the problem is that I just think like what we have to understand is the underlying condition of the sale of any of it. And like the idea, God bless them. You know what I mean? Like I'm down for anyone fucking, raging against this fucking thing. At the same time, I'm like, okay, what works? And like, when you start raising like, oh, they didn't disclose this or they didn't do that. It's like, again, it gets back to they can default, the court rather can default to the idea that you're the beneficiary. It's not necessary for anyone to tell you what the trust is doing.
Okay, but is awareness a worthless step one without
Not
further
at all,
action?
brother. You're amen for that. Forgive me for sounding so fucking pessimistic even at times. But yeah, because like Travis, rock and roll. Everybody study it all. I'm just saying careful because there's so many people saying they've had successes that haven't, and there's people trying to take people's money and get them to like get rid of their U.S. citizenships or get rid of their fucking citizenship.
Right. Well, let me say this real quick.
That's all.
Stand together.
I completely agree. What I'll say is,
for shitting on him, Travis. I don't know enough about him, man.
that's all right, man. That's all right. It's cool. But what I will say is that Alphonse and his group are absolutely against sovereign citizen language, all of that stuff. He's all about just simply filing paperwork, putting the burden of proof back on the person who's making a claim that there is a debt to be owed.
Yeah,
that's
man.
all.
Right on. That I comport with is, and remember this too is like we have the unlimited right to negotiate. That's why you don't say no. When you say no, you end the negotiations, and you now have no ground to stand on.
Right. So let me ask you this question because I wanted to ask this before. So let's say you make the conditional offer to an officer on the side of the road and he says no. right? Isn't he now in dishonor? But he's not going to treat that no the way he would treat your no. You know what I'm saying?
Why are you even talking to the police?
Well, just
okay. Hold on. We're okay. Listen, if we're on the side of the road and the
no, let me explain
officer,
real quick. If the officer says to you, if the officer pulls out his gun and says "quack like a duck," right? You know what I mean? It's just over my objection under threat, duress, and coercion. I'll quack like a duck so you don't fucking hurt me. You know what I mean? Or like, you know, because if he says, well, you know,
Yeah, okay.
can I search your vehicle? And you go, no. Well then, okay. Well then, he's just gonna drag you out of the fucking vehicle.
Yeah, but the problem is you shouldn't be able. You shouldn't have to have any interaction. Like technically,
I know we all.
you should. Hold on. Technically, you should have your driver's license and your registration in a sleeve attached to a string, which goes out the window, and the window goes back up. So there's no reason for interaction. There's no reason for them to say they smelled something. It's literally, here's all my information, and you just sit tight, and they can put whatever they want in there.
Right? But listen, right? But you're not obligated to give them anything. Just
Doesn't
like
matter. It relieves the issue, man. It relieves the issue. There's no interaction.
If the cop asks you where you're going, say it's none of your business. If
you don't interact, you roll up the window.
Yeah.
It's literally, here's my shit. There's no need to talk, dude. Just stick the ticket in the thing. I sign it. I hand it back to you.
Every police officer I know tells their own children the same thing. If you get pulled over by the police, don't say a word. Hand him what he asked for. No, you don't have permission to do this or do that.
Right.
And stop.
Listen. Okay, hold on. Again, though, handing over your papers is the same thing as speaking. Okay, because you are. Hold on. So, I was driving with a suspended license. Okay. Now, I did not know that driving with a suspended license in the state of Maryland is an arrestable offense. Didn't know it. Okay. So when I was pulled over, I asked the officer, can anything I do or say be used against me in a court of law? If he says yes, then I say, I am going to reserve the right not to incriminate myself. Okay? If he says no, nothing you can do or say will be used against you, then he has just given me a get out of jail free card on the record because I'm recording the conversation, and I'll give him my papers. But what we have to understand is that commercial law, while you're driving in your car under the impression that your driver's license is all this, what about your registration, all that kind of stuff is actually real, okay? The police officer, just like I, do not have a right to pull you over and demand anything of you. Okay, you do have rights.
If he sees you speeding, he has a right to pull you over and demand that you produce those documents.
No crime.
Yes, he is.
No
yes,
crime.
he does. Yes, he does. You will go to jail if you don't.
Okay, listen very carefully.
You can say, you can use whatever words you like. You're wrong. He can take you to court. The motor vehicle code, you have to supply documents when you're pulled over. If you do not do that, then they can write you tickets, they can tow your car, they can take you to court.
Right, and then you can sue that cop personally for violating your... Excuse me?
Sue him on what grounds?
On what grounds? On what grounds?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Okay. Are you a free man?
I'm a U.S. citizen.
Okay, well, if you want to label yourself, well, I don't even know what that means. Are you a free man?
I'm not sure what that definition means in the context that you're asking.
Okay. Do I have the right to pull you over and demand anything of you to search and seize whatever I would like in your car?
You as a civil person, no.
Okay. So at what point did you grant the officer the right to do that?
It's a force of law issue. The force of law is going to force this on you.
It's a color of law.
And you must go along with it, or they will arrest you.
Where is that written that I must go along with it, or they're going to arrest me?
It's in the criminal code.
Well, the thing is they have to have...
Wait, hold on. The criminal code. What is the criminal code, sir?
It's a body of laws passed by county, state legislators that forms
What is a crime?
It's a crime is whatever it is defined as.
Can you pull the microphone back just a little bit, Steel City? Because it sounds like you're sniffing it.
Sorry.
Yeah. If we don't understand that we have been tricked into placing ourselves in an environment where we think our rights no longer exist simply because we're driving a car, right? And now since I'm driving a car, I can give up my freedoms. Excuse me?
You have a privilege to drive a car. It is not a right.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
That's the way the law is going to treat it, and you aren't going to win this in court. You're not going to win this in court.
Yes, I will.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will.
There are thousands of people sitting in jail right now that didn't win this.
What's one of their names? What's one of their names?
Go to the correctional a database.
Yeah. So again, you're appealing to hearsay, right? Because you have no direct evidence right now. You don't know what they did in
evidence
court.
of people being in jail. Sure, I do.
Okay, you have right. I'm not going to peel back this onion with you. Okay, driving in a car is not a privilege. It is a right that you have as an individual to operate. Not. Okay, well, have a nice day, sir.
Yay, same to you, buddy.
Well, Steel City, I think it's possible to have a discussion rather than just, a fight kind of thing. It sounds like you're just trying to want to tell people they're wrong and want to contest everything rather than, actually build.
He's absolutely wrong. There are people sitting in state, county, and federal jails.
What was their argument, sir?
Oh, gee golly, I don't know.
Okay, so again, as I said before, what you're doing right now is appealing to hearsay and ignorance because you do not know how. Okay, sir, how
it's not hearsay and ignorance because you're calling it that. Okay, so
no, you're right. You're right. I'm not ipso facto just calling it that. What is my reason for calling?
License?
Okay, hold on. Don't take away from this fact. What is my reason for labeling what you're doing right now hearsay and ignorance?
I am not going to try to figure out what.
Because you can't answer my question. Yeah, right. Yeah, I'd love to stand up against you in court someday.
Oh, I'd love it too, man. The judge.
I was just going to ask you, do you have a license?
You'd be hung up in the jail forever. You would not win this argument.
Great.
Well, I mean, technically, see, here's the thing: you have a free right to travel as a human being. And this is a God-given right, and nobody can stop you from that. Now, if you have a driver's license, you've already kind of yielded that and conceded to the law, and in saying that you're going to follow, the policy and the laws that they've created for the road.
Turn that right into a privilege by taking that license.
Okay, right. Yeah. But here. Okay, great. So here's a great place.
Ride a horse.
Great, right. So here's a place for us to start at ground zero. My son is 16 years old. I can teach him how to operate an automobile safely, and I have done so much so that I have told him we are never at this point right now going out on a major public road because you are not a safe driver. Okay? So I can very well equip him to understand what a yield sign means, what a stop sign means, what a stop light means, all of these kinds of things. Okay? So he can get to the point to where he's fully capable of traveling in an automobile from point A to point B safely, and it is his right to do so.
So you're saying driving without a license?
That's correct.
Not on public highways.
Hold on now. What's interesting about this, when we peel back this layer of onion, is he has not stepped into the world of driver's licenses and permission and privileges. So their laws, therefore, as this gentleman or whoever it was earlier was saying, well, when you got a driver's license, you know, you agree to all this kind of stuff. Great. Okay. I agree with that. Okay. I agree. But a person who hasn't done that, therefore can't be held to those standards because he did not sign a driver's license whereby he seemingly and apparently acknowledged that he was going to revoke all of his personal rights in case he happens to go 10 miles over the speed limit for a $500 ticket. Okay? Okay.
Steel City, you were going to say something about public roadways or highways?
If he wants to drive on the family farm, he's fine. He's free to do so. If he goes on a public roadway, he's expected to have insurance. He's expected to have a car that's inspected. In some states, maybe not all states have inspections, and he's expected.
Public, sir. It's public.
Yes. And because it's public, it is regulated by the police to ensure that people on there are doing it safely and have insurance.
Again, who gives those uniformed persons the right to tell anyone, especially my 16-year-old son, what he can or cannot do? He hasn't given them that. He hasn't acquiesced. He hasn't given permission. He is an individual who has his own rights in and of himself. So if you, hold on, if you cannot tell him what he can or cannot do in public, then at what point does the policy enforcer
So here's the
have
thing.
that right?
The only time that they can step in and interfere would be if he's impeding the flow of traffic or being a safety hazard in any way. Other than that, there's not much they can do. There's a guy who's got a pack of mules who he takes across the country, and he's been doing it for years. He's an older guy, and the police are always giving him a hard time because he's on the highway with these mules and shit. But even though he only rides the shoulder, nevertheless, he's on those highways, those routes, those public, which you would call those public. But in doing that, he has the right. So he's got a team of lawyers that, follow him. And before he goes into every city, they're already sending in their legal documents because they know that, the police, they're already going to be all over his ass. So they've got to essentially let the police know that, hey, you have no legal right to touch this guy. He has the fair right to travel on your highways. It is a public highway. And you can look all this up. This is all well documented. So there you go.
What about the Law Enforcement Act?
What evidence do you have? What evidence do you have that the Law Enforcement Act has anything to do with you?
What do you mean? It's what gives the authority to these police officers to stop you and and investigate you and whatever if you are on the public roadways without a license.
Okay, again, my question.
What they're there for is to protect the property, including the citizens, because they're considered property as well. So as long as no one's at harm or potential harm, there's no clause for them to even step into the situation.
Property of whom?
They enforce the laws of the land over those particular actions.
I have a standing question. Hold on, I'm sorry. I have a standing question. My question
I haven't got a thought out yet. Every time I start to say something,
listen.
you've jumped in.
Okay, hold on. Okay, listen. I asked a question and then you responded after but your response was not to my question, and I wasn't asking you the question.
What was your question?
Okay, hold on. Whoever it was who just spoke a moment ago that talked about the Law Enforcement Act to protect property. My question is, the property of whom?
Yeah, that was what's his name? Die Slow. I don't think that's necessarily accurate. That's just property.
Well, okay, so
we say property, then it's all property, and we're even considering like citizens as property.
Of whom? Okay, listen. Citizens are property of whom?
Citizens aren't property.
Okay,
So
that's okay. Fuck.
Dissect it.
Listen, Dice Slow, did you make that comment about protection of the property? Okay, I'm just asking a simple question. Property of whom?
The state. So when you sign a birth certificate, that child's name goes into the system, and that child becomes a ward of the state. You're essentially just taking care of the child, but you're taking care of property, is what you're doing.
Okay, again, so
That's
let's
not
say
accurate.
okay, right.
Oh,
here,
that's
here,
highly
here
accurate.
comes the
That's
naysayer.
highly accurate. It's no
Here
different
comes
than
the
the
naysayer.
military. When you sign up for the military, your military property. It's no different.
What kind of horseshit
Military
is
is
that?
different.
Birth certificates, bro. Looking.
Why is it not accurate, Steel City? What Die Slow said.
Individuals are not property. Slavery was outlawed in 1865.
Okay, you do know. Hold on. You do know the difference between forced slavery and volunteer slavery, right? The 14th
Doesn't
Amendment.
matter.
Yes, it does.
It's outlawed. You are
listen.
not property. I am not property.
Okay. Well, again, with it, if you're making these statements right now, you've got a long way to go, my friend.
No, it means that I actually work in the legal field, and what your arguments are making are going to get laughed out of court and probably have you thrown into jail for contempt.
Okay.
So
okay, wait, great. So you just made a claim. So you worked in the legal field. What was your capacity?
I worked for a plaintiff or a defense counsel in criminal law.
Okay, so were you a bar member?
I am not an attorney.
You're not an attorney, so you're not a bar member. Okay. Yes. All right. Are you familiar with the bar?
Yes, I am.
What does the bar stand for?
I mean, what the bar stand for? It is a licensing body for those who are able to practice law.
Let me take a step back. What does bar mean? Why is it called the bar?
I'm not sure where you're going with this.
Okay. I rest my case again.
No, I want to know.
Yeah, what does the bar stand for?
British Attorney Registry.
I don't know what
that may be the root of the word at some point, but I can tell you the Allegheny County Bar does not stand for Allegheny County British whatever. That's just simply wrong.
Yeah, can I get a source on that?
There you are again saying things are wrong.
It is. I'm sorry your stuff's wrong, but it's wrong. Give me a source, an official document that says my county bar stands for whatever the hell you just said.
Were you saying police had to protect you because of your property?
That's what the other gentleman was essentially arguing. Yes, Dice Slow.
Well.
Yeah.
Yeah, police have absolutely no duty to protect anyone from harm ever.
What was that, Vegan?
The police have absolutely no duty to protect you from harm. None.
Okay.
Police have no duty to protect you from harm. Where is that coming from?
Multiple sources, not to mention all the higher courts.
Well, the higher courts have said police have no duty to protect.
Yeah, I just
the
posted a
innocent.
link to Mises. It's just one article. I could post probably 6 more.
Posted a link. I'm sorry, to who? Okay, I see it here.
Yeah, it's all an illusion.
What is
Basically,
Mises Institute?
Basically what I would encourage all of us to consider is the fact that we deal with one another as men, man to man, okay? It doesn't matter what the police officer says or does. You can always deal with that in court by making your own personal claim against him for violating your person, your property, your papers, okay? So it doesn't matter what he does to you on the side of the road. Doesn't matter what you say to him or what he says back to you or what the ticket says, blah, blah, blah. If you wanted to, you could file a claim against him and take him to court and seek remuneration.
I don't know if you can, man. Because they're acting as officers of the state, right? So I don't think you can hold them personally liable when they're just agents for, like, a corporation or whatever.
Except for the fact that he is...
Okay, that's the gross negligence.
Except for the fact that in the real world, he is simply a man accosting or assaulting another man, right? So if you're going to appeal to the fact that because he's in a certain capacity to the state, right, he's just following orders, right? So where's that?
Give it to him under the authority of a law or an act that was ratified by the government that you democratically elected.
No, I did not democratically elect anything. This whole system was set into place before I got here.
That's what democracy is, right?
No. Democracy
No,
is
not quite.
democracy is tyranny couched in majority rules. Okay, so listen real quick.
I agree.
Okay, right, great. So nothing about this nation exists because I voted for anything. It was already in place. All of this has been tyrannically imposed on me in every direction.
So what's the solution then?
Okay, great. Again, the solution is to go back to simply natural law. Again, if you and I were neighbors and I damaged your person or your property, you have every recourse to file a claim against me and seek restoration by means of either money or restoration of the item itself, right?
File a claim how? Through the courts, right?
Restitution.
Restitution. What did I say?
Restoration.
Okay, well, I see both of those things
It might work.
synonymous. But again, right? But again, the courts that exist are just like the police officers that exist. There is a peace officer, and there is a policy enforcer. Those are not the same things. So a policy enforcer will write tickets and I'll just say that, write tickets for alleged crimes against no victims. But a peace officer will show up at your door if your life is being threatened because you are a living person with a real problem.
Objection. Relevance.
You were out. Okay, my relevance. Thank you. The relevance is that the courts exist in two capacities, just like the policy enforcer and the peace officer. If you want to use the courts for your own private claim, you may do that. That's what they're there for. But they're also there for traffic and other commercial issues, which you really don't have anything to do with unless you have a business and there's some issue that you want to deal with on that level. My point is that the courts have two different presentations to the public. One is commercial, one is private.
Yeah, but when you so the courts are like basically the legal body of the state, right? That you've given the authority to oversee or whatever, to preside over your case or your claim or what have you, right? So if you're giving the authority to the state in that extent, why wouldn't it apply in the other extent of your life?
I don't believe that I've given the court any authority in commercial matters, but when it comes
the only time the courts have the authority on your behalf is when you sign in to court. So like when you go.
No, but my point is, you're saying you're not down with the state, right? But at the same time, you're going to the executive branch of the state to settle your claim with your neighbor or what have you.
Right.
So
that's because
it's kind of like, you can't have your cake and eat it too.
Okay. I'm going to have my cake in the traffic commercial arena and leave that alone. And I'm going to eat the cake of the public arena when I have an issue with you. Because that is, yes, you're right. That is a system that is set up. You're right. Okay? But when it comes to the matter of my having a claim against you, the court is not going to operate in a commercial fashion. It's going to operate under natural law. What does this man have against this man? What is the evidence? Is there a rebuttal? That's it. That's how simple it is.
I know, but the issue is you're giving this executive branch of the state the authority to preside over it, right? You could also, let's say you and your neighbor were, members of a mafia, and you went to the mafia head, and they acted as the court, and they settled the dispute. That'd be perfectly cool, right? And that way you wouldn't be involving the state. But you're doing it in a way that involves the state, which you're also, on the other hand, trying to say you're not a member of, or you have no kind of acceptance of.
Okay, I'm going to just try to say this as simply as possible, and so forgive me if I don't. We live in a world where both of those representations in court exist. I don't know how much more simple I can put it. The court has two different costumes. If you go to the court and appeal in traffic, they're going to wear one costume. If you go to that court and appeal to them as a public person that has a matter against another public person, they are going to operate in that arena. That's just the way it is. Now, if you want to try and encourage your county to establish their own system of justice with courts, I think you have the right to do that, right? We should be able to create our own police force that's entirely separate from the commercial arena, right? That's capitalism, right? If the state can create their own police force.
Well, that's kind of what the Moors did. The Moors don't operate under the same legal systems and stuff. Well, they do. They go to court, don't get me wrong, but they don't follow the same laws. They have their own kind of set of laws that they've worked out that goes to the word you use, county. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would be one. I would definitely be one for complete anarchy and throwing off the system, right? So you don't even enter into the system. You don't register your children with birth certificates. You don't do any of that. You don't enter into that world. Most of us were placed into the matrix, right? We were placed into the matrix, and we have Morpheus. I'm Morpheus coming to you right now and saying, you think you have to ask permission to drive? Huh. Right? I'm trying to wake whoever's out there right now who thinks that driving is a privilege. If you want to think that way, then stay asleep, my friend.
Technically, driving is a privilege, but traveling on the
Yeah,
other
I
hand,
know. It's a slip up, right? I know. I made a video on Are You a Driver? I went to Cornell University Law and brought up all of their stipulations about what a driver is. It's clearly a commercial capacity. I get it. It's a slip up. It's just nomenclature.
yeah, but you know that's where the trick is
Okay, but
the
listen,
nomenclature.
but I'm talking to you, and I slipped up. If you want to nail me on that technicality, then go ahead. Traveling.
No, not at all, bro. It wasn't a shot towards you. It was just a clarification for whoever's listening.
Appreciate that. That's what I'm trying to say again. What I mentioned about the 16-year-old, right? If he never enters into the arena of traffic, those laws won't apply to him. You can't apply. If I don't work for McDonald's, you can't come and enforce the codes that McDonald's has on me.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
we should never do that with our children to begin with. Never enlist them in anything the state does. That way they're never in that world.
If it's free, it probably ain't good for you.
I don't know if you can pick and choose like that, man.
What do you mean?
Like
Yourself.
if you sign on to be a person under the law, wherein if you have a claim, you're taking it to like the courts to have jurisdiction on it, then you're a person under the law with the state, like, period. And I don't think you can, as long for any laws that apply to persons under the law, like citizens, you would be considered one, and I don't think you can pick and choose which one applies to you.
Your mic's a fucking train wreck. But here's the thing, dude. All right, look at Julian Assange. Like, everything you're saying, Copernicus, like, I truly believe in, and I know you're telling us the accurate truth. However, is it going to hold up, right? And when you see how corrupt the system is, man, like, I'm telling you, man, I'm not saying, like, get on your knees and just deal with it that way, but at the end of the day, man, like, it's almost as if, like, unless we all do it together.
Yeah, I get it, bro.
It's an uphill battle.
Yeah, well, I mean, I get it, and I'm the same way. When I listen to people like Alfonso, I have the same responses to the things that he's saying, like you are saying to me, because the appellate courts are there because you have the right to appeal a decision. So it's a matter of how are you in it for a pound? Because if you're going to try to argue for a penny, you're going to end up having to argue for a pound, right? So if the lower court mistreats you and you object and they say, we don't really care that you object, you're guilty, blah, 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 you have the right to appeal to the higher court. The story goes, like Matrix says, and somebody else who made a reference to somebody who's being left alone now, once you get high enough and you take it up to that level, they're like, this guy understands and knows what he's doing. He's taking it now to the next highest level. We need to cut this guy off now and give him what he wants, because it's a matter of like, it's like what Issa was saying. Okay, there is an aspect in which the system exists and it works perfectly.
And they understand that if they push you harder, that you'll cost them money, so it's cost effective for them to just leave you alone.
Well, that's true too. That's true too. Now, I apologize for hogging so much, but I didn't say anything earlier. So, Matrix, one of the things, if you're ever in that situation again where the judge pushes you to the end of the docket, right? Because that happened to me. I was
asking one too many questions.
I was the very first one on the docket. And when I started to challenge the court's jurisdiction, he pushed me to the end. Now, this was my very first time, so I didn't have the skill or the experience. What I would do next time is say, do I not have the right to a fair and speedy trial? Because you do.
So
Okay.
when you went into trial to court that day, did you sign in the papers when you went in? You know that they gave you some papers for you to sign in, so automatically it's like you're like agreeing to their terms. So what I did when I first came in, I questioned why am I signing this? Because this is even before the trial. I'm like already signing things before anything, before anybody seeing me, before I've asked any questions. So I asked, what am I signing? I asked it 3 times.
Sure.
What am I
Yeah,
signing?
yeah.
What am I
Right.
signing? And after they didn't answer, I wrote my name properly, and I wrote all rights reserved UCC dash. That's when they put my docket all the way to the last.
Okay, but again, okay, so who was it that did that? The judge?
No. It was the clerk. Listen,
Okay.
judges.
Okay, I get you. I get you.
The clerks
Okay.
are the people that you have to be careful. They are the dangerous people. They're the paper movers. The clerks.
Yeah, yeah. Well, okay. So I misunderstood then. I thought it was when you were in court, but this stands for anybody. Okay, if you do get into a situation in court where you question the court's jurisdiction in a respectful way, if they move your position to the back of the line so that they don't have any public display of what you're going to say, that's where you object. Objection, Your Honor. Am I not entitled to a fair and speedy trial? Yes, you are. Okay, well then I see no reason why we should delay this. I'd like to have my trial right now. Well, we're just going to move your trial to the end of the day, Mr. Finley. Excuse me, sir, are you denying me due process? Okay, because again, the Constitution is still a thing. But most of us think that simply because we signed a driver's license, we don't have rights.
I think that could come off as combative because
I think that'd be a bad move.
Yeah. In my opinion, it's about respect, giving the judge the respect and the courtroom, regardless of how much bullshit you know it is. Right?
Wait. Which part is respectful? I was simply asking a question. Am I not entitled to a fair and speedy trial?
Yeah, sure. But it seems that with paperwork, maybe if you file a motion or something like that, there will be more. But if you say that publicly like that, it kind of comes off like you're trying to expose, right? And that could be very dangerous for them as well because
I'm
you're
sorry.
messing with their money.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Then you should not have called me into your presence in public. If you don't want this to be a public display of my ability to defend myself, then why did you call me publicly to stand before you?
The way I see it is, if you're even in court, you've already lost. If you know what I'm saying, because it demonstrates that you know what you're doing.
That's fine. I get that. I get that. So once again, if you want to go about it by filing your paperwork, which is what Issa was talking about, and I agree with, that paperwork is where you're going to be able to stand more firmly because everything that you need to say is in the paperwork. You don't need to explain anything. It's an affidavit of fact that right now stands unrebutted. And as an unrebutted affidavit, it stands as fact. Is there no one to rebut? Then I move that we dismiss this case, Your Honor. That's the paperwork. All I'm saying is, based on what you said, I thought you were describing a situation in court where when you started asking questions, you were moved to the back of the line. So I was just trying to give you a little bit.
That was at first, at the beginning, when the anger came in, all these fucking people are they're lying to me, they're taking my money. But after that, I calmed down. I understood that what they're doing is necessary because most of the people are heathens, right? They don't really know that they're heathens, but everything we think that we believe is wrong is heathenistic in nature. They have us worshiping these fucking pagan gods. They have us celebrating their fucking pagan holidays. They turned us to heathens. So that's how they view us. They viewed us as creatures, as heathens, as things that they have to punish. What was that percentage?
They're infidels.
Yeah, exactly. That's how they view us. This is why they take our money. This is why they lie to our faces because they they think that we're heathens, and most of us are heathens, unbeknownst to most of us, of course.
Okay, so let me ask you, what do you mean? And I don't mean to be a punk. Like, where's your evidence that they think that we're heathens? Where do you get that idea?
Oh, I get this from years of listening to these people think and deciphering the law and what is law and how it came to be and how they're on the right side and we are on the wrong side. But we're on the wrong side by design, because if we would have been on the right side, they would not be able to take advantage of us. So it's all designed to benefit them. Everything that has to do with how they're dual sided with women and men in courts, how they favor women and go against men. It all has to do with creating more clients.
Well, I agree. Right. I agree with that. I was just curious as to why you used the term heathen. Why would you need to use that term? Because everything you said right now, in practicality, I agree with. But I don't understand what the word heathen means in terms of court or the state. I honestly don't know. So that's why I was asking.
Yeah, it's just a word that I've heard them that when they're describing how they view us, like some heathens, some
Right, we're
like
just the
pagans,
useless
like
eaters
people
that
that
need to
don't
be
believe
punished.
in anything. Unruly people will be the
So
better term. Unruly people.
when you say they take our money, Jay, are you referring to like as far as taxes are concerned? Is that what you're referring to?
Taxes, tickets, fees.
Yeah, yeah. But I think taxes are do good some of the time too. With all that infrastructure,
There's
house
a
systems, all that sort of stuff.
report. There's a report over here. Damn, I'm not remember what's the name of the report. The Grace Commission, I think, is called. And the
Right.
guy went. He detailed on what our taxes are actually going on, and it has nothing to do with what you think. Again, I keep saying this. Nothing that we think it works the way we think. Not the medical industry, not the education, not the music industry, none of it works how we think it works. It's all been an elaborate lie to create more clients, so to create more heathens, right? So we cannot see the actual picture. We have been bamboozled, but it's been through our own merits. Because just because they're lying to us doesn't mean that we have to willingly accept, and most of us willingly accept it.
Right, they needed your consent.
So when you say that they're not going where they think that I'm going, my taxes, well, I pay my local Shire taxes here. I see the Shire maintaining the roads, putting in sewage systems, stormwater systems, power grids, maintaining those sort of things. So some of the money has to be going towards those things. I'm not saying all of it, Jay. I'm sure quite a bit of it is siphoned off into other things, but at least some of the money does go to giving us the infrastructure that we kind of want in society, that makes our lives more comfortable, have services readily available at our fingertips.
Right. So, Bansal, my question to you is, were you given a list of things that you had to choose from?
When I pay my taxes, I go, my taxes go here, there, or somewhere else. No, I wasn't. No.
Right. So I think that's where I would disagree. I agree with you, like that there are certain things. So for instance, I pay my power and electric bill. I pay my water bill. Right now, those are contracts. Right, that has nothing to do with taxes. So it would be fair and equitable, in my opinion, that when we step into the arena of taxation, it's voluntary. So that I say, lay out everything you think that I should be taxed in, and I'll tell you which one I'm going to pay.
Yeah.
Because I don't use this one. I don't use this one. I don't use this one. I don't agree with the policies in this one. So here's one I feel like I'm going to pay. So there you go.
Yeah. Look, I'm under no illusion, Travis, that probably a lot of the money goes to places that I don't want my money to go to. But but I do know that some of it does go to some of the places that
I agree. I agree. Yeah, for sure. But you should have the freedom. It's almost like it's almost like they should tax us for every single charity that exists.
Yeah.
And I say, I'm sorry, I don't want to give to that charity. Well, that's not your privilege in taxation. We tell you what taxes you're going to pay, and we graciously give you this scale where you can determine whether or not you owe this amount or this amount or this amount or whatever, right?
Yeah, yeah. Like I laugh sometimes with because I was born and bred Catholic, Travis. So I had a very strict Catholic upbringing and all that sort of stuff. And now I've turned away from the religion altogether. To be quite honest with you, I still believe in a creator, but I don't follow any one particular religion itself. And one thing that I found really hypocritical with the Catholic Church, where you do a couple of offerings during the service, you're filling up the buckets with money. The money goes up to the next to the altar as one of the sacraments, and they've got all this money, right? And yet, with all this money, you still have little old ladies running fetes, to raise enough money so they can run the soup kitchen, buy a second-hand van so they can go out and feed the homeless, where the Catholic Church themselves should be dipping their hands into their pockets and say, here you go, don't worry about running the fete, all this. Here's a brand new van, here's all the ingredients that you need to make the soup and all that sort of stuff. I find that sort of stuff, because my money, when I was part of the church, when I was donating it, wasn't actually going where I thought it was going. It wasn't to help the underprivileged. It was building new temples, plating them with gold and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah. Well, I grew up Protestant, so it wasn't as hierarchical, so to speak, as the Catholic Church. But I was aware of the business of my local church in particular. So every month, was it every month, or it might have been every quarter, perhaps, where they would do a full public meeting after the church service to go over the books. So even then, though, we would have to take it for granted that what they were telling us is an actual representation of what they've taken in, how they've divvied it all up, what the pastor's salary was, how much the women got, or the women's club got, how much of the men's Bible study got, all that kind of stuff. So, but we also elected the deacons, right? And the deacons have responsibilities. Some of them are responsible for the finances. Some of them are and like I'm not like I don't want to fucking micromanage those guys, right? Like I'm not gonna like what you're saying is like I'm sure that some of the money that my taxes goes the right way, but some might not. Man, I don't want to have to worry about the some might not part. I just
exactly.
But
I think that's a majority of us at the end of the day. Kind of just sweep it under the carpet and go to the too hard basket. I'll just get on with what I've got to get on with.
But I think that if there is reasonable doubt, then you can call into question certain, mishandling of funds or whatever, right? If you do see something that looks off, I think that then, that's your privilege to and right to say something, call it into question.
Yeah.
But how you been, man? I haven't talked to you in a long time.
Yeah, it's been a minute, hasn't it? Yeah, been good, mate. Been good. I took a hiatus for about 3 months and
me too.
And cruised around Australia because there was huge talk here in Australia that they were going to be closing all the borders. You could only cross our internal borders if you had, your double vaccination and all that sort of stuff. So I've got children in Western Australia, Queensland, New South Wales and Victoria. So I took 3 months to go and visit all them before they closed down the borders. And it's only been in the last couple of weeks, actually, that they've relaxed those restrictions. So we no longer have to have vaccinations to cross our internal borders. We just have to have a clear COVID test, which, thank goodness it's got to that stage. But, I was definitely one that I wasn't comfortable at getting the vaccination. I had no intentions of getting the vaccination, but I was at one stage there. It was concerning me because I was kind of being pushed into a corner. Well, what do I do? Do I get this thing put in my body that I really don't want to do, or do I value seeing my children and I go ahead with it? So, thank goodness I don't have to make that decision at the moment. at the moment. So, and I had a nice 3 months. Celebrated about 4 different Christmases with them, so it was good.
Nice.
How you going though? How you going? You going good?
Oh, not too bad. Not too bad. I'm driving still, you know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
You still doing your observations and stuff, are you? Or
I lost both my cameras 2 weeks ago.
no way.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But, you know, it was my entire camera bag. So all my filters, all my batteries, all my gear. I either it was stolen out of my car or I set it down on the sidewalk and walked away and completely forgot about it. I have no idea where I lost it.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I know, it's devastating.
Yeah, insured?
No.
No. God.
No.
Oh.
But
Put the
I got
pennies away.
I got my last round of shooting in November while I was in California, and I've got some fantastic star trail anomalies that I'm trying to figure out, and I've got a lot of people interested in trying to figure out as well.
Nice.
So,
so you heard from Aaron?
Yeah, he and I talked, I think, a week ago.
How's he going?
Yeah.
Is Bubs here, or is it still on the way?
No, not yet. It's still in the oven.
Still in the oven? Oh, good,
Yeah,
good
yeah.
stuff.
But
He'll be a
pretty
changed
close,
man.
I think.
He'll be a changed man.
I don't think he
that
knows what
comes
he's in
along.
for.
No, not at all. Not at all. But yeah, he's taken a hiatus too from these platforms.
Yeah. I had to hunt him down like 2 weeks in a row. 2 weeks. I was like, "Where are you? Are you dead?" And he finally got around to answering.
Yeah, no, I sent him a message on Messenger or through Facebook, I think. I sent him an email as well, and it was a couple of weeks or so until he got back to me. So, but you know, he seems to be doing well. So, I'm glad for that. Glad for that.
How often are you all on here?
Well, I haven't been on in a couple of months.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I feel like every time I come back after a month or two, I see the same people.
Well, if you haven't been here for a month or two, then neither have I. So here we are.
That's strange.
There we go. Hey?
I don't recognize your voice. Who are you?
I was on. It's been probably 2 months since I've been on here. We
No, but which one? Oh, Vegan Games.
Yeah,
Okay.
we've talked before.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what keeps bringing you back vegan? What's
I just like to check in and see if the debates have changed. I see it's the same topics every time I come back, and lo and behold, it is. It just still blows my mind every time I come back that this is maintained for 7-8 years.
Probably because there's a lot of unanswered questions. That's why.
Exactly. That's my point. Well, if flat Earth wasn't what we say it is, you'd think that it'd be over pretty quickly. But years
well, it
later,
is over. It is over for me.
Right. No, I agree. But the fact that that the argument is still persisting kind of says all you need to know about it, really. Considering they have the entire apparatus on their side.
Well, yeah. Well, how would you gain the upper hand? What do you think?
No, my point is the fact that they have everything at their disposal and they can't even defeat our little arguments,
Who's they, though? I haven't
well, it's an ambiguous thing. The people that believe in the status quo is what I mean.
Yeah.
Okay. The fact that all of their arguments they've had for the past, I don't know how many decades,
okay, I get you.
Can't, destroy our arguments kind of says a lot.
Yeah.
It's really the only argument that needs to be had. I mean, the rest of the stuff you just get in the weeds and no one ever seems to budge an inch on any of it. You almost got to go a little bit more macro, I feel. But that wouldn't keep a Discord channel going for very long, I suppose.
Hey, Bandsaw and anybody else is interested in what I was talking about with my star trails, I'm going to put the playlist in the chat. But honestly, if anybody enjoys star trails, I've got some fantastic footage. But I'd really appreciate anybody thinking through what I'm presenting. I've got about 7 videos on it to give you 7 different vantage points. So here it comes.
Yeah, I'll take a look.
Yeah, please share because I'm interested on that kind of stuff. Thanks. Amir. Okay.
Where are we? Open in YouTube. Here we go. Look at this. It takes me to the Plain Truths playlist.
If
subscribe and hit the bell notification.
Yeah, so if you open up the list and you look at it to what's added, the newest edition.
Yeah.
I would start there and go down, because that'll kind of work your way backwards, but it'll all be the same concept with different captures. So
you've got the 27th one, which is by Ryan's Belt, the 8th part. So that's the last one.
That's the last one I just put up Saturday.
Yeah, so start there and work my way backwards, you reckon?
Yeah, there's 2 of them. I think the early morning and the day in the life, those are just recreational. Just do the by Orion's Belt series.
Yep, okay then. Yeah, sure. And they're only short too. They're only like 6 minutes, 2 minutes.
Yeah, I tried to keep it short. It short.
Bit of binge watching there.
I think you'll find it interesting.
Cool. Yeah, no, I'll give it a look, mate. I'll give it a look, definitely.
Has there been any arguments over the months that the either side has conceded to the other?
Oh, no.
Has there been any headway in any of it?
No, absolutely not.
I didn't think so.
Yeah, I mean, the one question I always ask if I'm coming up against someone who's interested in debate, I'll say, is there any argument from the flat Earth that you find compelling? And if they say no, I say, I have no reason to talk to you.
Right. I watched a really interesting podcast. It was actually Dave Weiss from earlier in December. He was on this guy's show. What was his name?
Santos?
No. It's just a really mainstream guy. He's the MC for these beauty contests or beauty pageants.
Right.
See if I can find his. Probably
we argue.
But anyway, he was saying how much of a travesty it is that mainstream science isn't debating this flat Earth movement, and it's causing people to become, believers in this, this pseudoscience that is flat Earth. And he was willing to actually debate this side. I don't know. I thought that might be a good idea to maybe confront a person like that has, pull or notoriety in the general public.
Yeah, well, I had this. A friend of mine sent me this video. Oh, I think you're. Are you talking about David?
How can't I find it? I just watched it.
He's got 240,000 subs. And shoot, let me look up his name real quick. A friend of mine.
Go, Travis, go.
No, I was just going to say a friend of mine sent me the video and he says, "Hey, check this out." And this guy was just riffing on how stupid flat Earth was. And I mean, he had no substance to anything that he was saying. And so I went to his website because I didn't think he was going to read any of my comments. It was just going to be by, a slim chance that he would see my comments. So I went to his website to see if his name is David Vose. David Vose.
This guy's name is Michael Sartain.
Okay.
Maxim. He does the Maxim model events.
Yeah.
And the video I just posted, I mean, I've never seen a chaptered video done as well as he did it. So you can find he has 3 proofs that Dave didn't really do a good job at countering for him. He didn't buy anything that he was telling him. So I figured that people in circles like this here would probably do a little bit better job at explaining, because he's pretty scientific minded. He's a pilot. He had a couple pilots on there. and maybe an astrophysicist. I can't remember, but anyway, they were pretty well versed in what they were talking about, and they kind of gave Dave a bit of a hard time.
So this is almost 4 hours, is
Right,
it?
but look at the bookmarks. You can get to any specific part. Like, go to his proofs. He has proof.
I guess that's what I was going to ask. Like, was there a better one than others, or should I just like jump around?
Well, just his proofs. Like, they really were stuck on the southern flights.
Okay.
The nonstop southern flights that, according to them, never had to cross the equator. And Dave's point was that all the southern flights have to cross the equator.
Okay.
I mean, it's something you have to kind of parse through to find what I'm talking about. But I guess there are some good points there. I felt that we could maybe put together and maybe get back with these people and maybe see more of a debate. You know, because it's like all the things we're talking about are stuck in just these few hundred people that are on these Discord servers. It'd be interesting to see it done in a more mainstream.
Ooh, Horizon, not curvature of Earth. I'll tune into that one.
Yeah, there's some pretty good stuff in there.
But it's only like 2 minutes long. That segment.
Yeah, he back in his episode wrap up, he kind of goes over he summarizes it pretty well on what he wasn't believing at all in his absolute proofs. He feel it 100% proves globe. The moon that he could, you know, he was talking about the Southern Cross you could see from, where was it, South Africa. There was 3 different places. He said you could all see the Southern Cross in the same place in the sky, so it proves globe. I'm sure they've already been debunked, but yeah, proof number 3, 248.34 is he was really all about that. Australia, Africa, and South America, seeing the Southern Cross. And Jaron's explanation for why it happened really didn't move him at all. But that was the first time that I've heard one of these types of people say that it's been a travesty that people like Neil deGrasse and the ambassadors for, you know, science are just ignoring flat earthers. And he's saying it's causing people to question the narrative and believe in the flat earth instead of the reality of the globe, you know. So he feels that they need to have the debate and the discussion. So I've never heard that from one of them before.
Well, there's a lot of points in there, that's for sure.
Yeah, they were pretty smart guys. Of course, misled, but intelligent.
Jeez, isn't they? It's full of stuff. Bloody 4 hours.
Yeah, I would just focus on the proofs. He's got 3 of them in there, and then that's really what he bases him winning the debate. He said those on itself, they just you could never convince him just due to those things.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never really looked into flights myself.
Yeah, I mean those are tertiary issues for me. You know, that's like arguing about the sky.
Yeah.
I don't think air flight has anything to do with the shape of the Earth.
Well, according to this guy, it absolutely does, and that's what if someone was smart enough and versed on our understanding of it to debunk him, I think someone like him, he might even change his mind. Honestly,
how would you address it?
Well, I'm not versed enough with that part of this discussion, or knowledge base to even really go up against him, especially considering he's got, what do you say, like 500 hours of flight time or whatever it is, a combat time. It would be a genetic fallacy on his part alone, and it'd probably be Dunning-Kruger on my part to try to debate it with him. But
well, here's my question then for you to even. I'm just asking to see what you think about this. So, Okay, let me ask you, what's your understanding of what the argument for flight time is? Like, what's the argument behind how that proves a globe Earth?
Well, according to the flat side, there has to be some type of either plane that is outfitted to go faster than your average commercial flight, your average commercial plane, or there also has to be jet streams that are allowing flights to take the amount of time that they take. Otherwise, I mean, that's what Jaron was trying to explain to them, and he was just not having it. He goes, you had no proof of, 600-mile-an-hour jet streams and planes that are outfitted to go faster than 700 miles an hour.
So the
argument.
So then the argument to me sounds like the distance expected is traveled faster than the distance should be traveled.
Well, because for them, they're showing nonstop flights that don't cross the equator. So they said that there's no way that you could make the flight in the time that it takes. You'd have to have a plane that either goes 750 miles an hour or a 600-mile-an-hour jet stream. And he was explaining how there's no evidence for either one of those things. And Jaron and Dave didn't really have a good response, I didn't feel, to explain that.
Yeah, see that again. So if I were in a debate and somebody brought that up, I would say that's not my argument. If you want to argue with someone about flight plans and flight times, I'm not your guy.
Right.
Are they ignoring the fact that the aircrafts, there's documentation that the makers will have to assume a flat motionless ground to design their aircraft to make it practical. Also, right. The operators of the aircraft, the pilots, they never take into account any curvature or movement of the ground.
He disagrees with that.
What about the people on the floor trying to shoot their aircraft down? They don't take into account any curvature nor any movement.
Right. I believe he has a lot of preconceived notions, and that it's going to be hard to convince someone like that otherwise, just because he believes the dogma. That's just what I would take from watching it. Maybe I'm wrong, but if someone could explain to him exactly what he's talking about and then deconstruct it and prove that what he's saying is wrong, I kind of feel that he would hedge a little bit.
Well, I think it all depends on a claim that's made, right? So I think the best offense is a good defense by asking for the evidence of the claim. If he makes a statement and you don't object or rebut it, then it stands as fact. So simply because he says, "Oh, well, this," I would say, okay, I would like to see the evidence for that, and not just your claim.
Right, but he's like I said, I wouldn't have been the guy to make the
Oh, and I'm just saying it out loud. I'm just saying it out loud right now.
You're right. That's why I'm going here with that, because I'm sure there's someone here that knows a lot more about that than me. Or even Dave and Jaron, evidently.
Well, they've been in the game so long, they could give their speeches with their eyes closed.
Right. And Dave, you're more good at like big, open, large concepts. When you get into the math and stuff, I don't believe there's people that can kind of get them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They can't really respond that precisely. It's more concepts that they're really good at explaining.
But it also has to be on the other side. The person has to be able to look into the information and take the information for what it is, too.
Well, from their side, he says they use it and it works, so it has to be a ball, basically, is what he's saying. He's saying the way that when he got his license, he wasn't able to he couldn't get his license without being able to do a long-distance flight with using a computer. It had to be all him. And he claims that he had to use globe geometry to do this. So I couldn't break that apart and say that he's wrong. I just wouldn't be able to do it. But somebody from here might be able to.
He was dropping the nose of the airplane depending on the speed and the distance.
He cited some tool that he used. I can't remember what it was called. Some wind triangle. I can't remember what he called it, but there's some apparatus that they use to be able to, fly where they're trying to go, a heading or get their heading.
Well, I mean, ultimately, that takes me back. I'm trying to figure out if there's an argument, if there's a title for this argument, so to speak. But that's all well and good if you use computers, or if a person says that they use computers or whatever. So let's go back to the 30s. Did Lindbergh have a computer? You know,
Well,
what did he
that's his
use?
point. That's his point, though, that he's able to make a long distance flight without a computer. Because that's what they've made a point that, well, you know, these pilots these days, they take off and then they put the computer on and they could basically go to bed and that flies the plane for them. And they both the pilots there completely disagreed with that and said that they have a lot to do with flying the plane. It's not just the computer. So
so they've got a college rule paper in a notebook up there where they're crunching numbers.
No, the guy is really a vague statement. He just says we're constantly backing up the system. And of course, I believe he's being a little, you know, I don't think that's entirely. I think they could probably take a nap, and for the majority of the plane, it would just fly itself. But that was their big points. Of course, you know.
Yeah, well, I think for myself, I would either concede that he is all, you know, well within his rights to make the claim that he's making, but in order for me to rebut it, I would have to understand exactly how a pilot flies and all this kind of shit, and I have no interest in breaking that down.
Exactly. It wasn't my cup of tea, but I think, like I said, these guys, they want to have that discussion. So someone from this circle that could have that discussion with them and blow them away, I mean, it would be probably worth doing.
Yeah.
It'd be something different anyway. I mean,
I don't know that there's anybody out there that is an expert in aviation on our side. I know that, you know, Mark Sargent's had guests on his show that he's interviewed and blah, 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 but no one that I know of, I can't think of anybody.
Hey, what about like a Bob from Globebusters? Is he a pilot?
I think I've heard that he is, but you know,
yeah, it's only small craft that he flies. I'm pretty sure, not commercial stuff. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's only.
Yeah, I think you're right. I thought there was some big debate on whether he ever even had a license or not.
Right.
It was
yeah. I'm not going to get stuck into that, but
right, and I wouldn't either. But I mean, these guys are both military, and they've got a lot of experience in combat. So you know, they're going to have their beliefs, and it's going to be hard to get them off of that.
Yeah,
you have to have some real number crunching stuff to show them that it's wrong.
Yeah, the other side definitely have commercial pilots. You know, there's Wolfie, whatever his handle is, Wolfie 6020, whatever it is. There's a couple in Gems server that are one's a helicopter pilot, another one's a commercial pilot. He actually, I've met him actually. He's a top bloke. He flies down to Antarctica actually, but he's definitely
these are all spherical people, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I know.
What about Oakley? I mean, can Oakley and what's the other guy? Who's the guy I was on with Oakley?
Quantum.
Right. I mean, can't they? Do they ever go outside of their Discord to other people, like say podcasts and debate?
No.
Why is that?
Control,
I suppose.
It's one thing arguing the point, but it's another thing knowing the point. You know, firsthand. You know, you can take. You know, Oakley can get all the points and research what he wants, but you know, he's only going off information that he's gathered too, not firsthand experience.
Do you think they'd get decimated outside of Discord or what?
No.
I don't think so either. That's why I don't get why they don't go out there and do that, I guess. I don't know.
Well, they don't want to be taken into the weeds. Oakley doesn't anyway. He wants to stick to the point, and he won't let the argument go off into the
I
weeds.
would love to see Oakley actually have an argument where he is calm, cool, and collected, because
Oh yes,
he is more than capable of arguing. Absolutely. So, his show is just that. It's a show. It's pure entertainment.
Yeah.
But I know that he knows his shit, and I can't listen to his show. I haven't listened to his show in a couple of years because I've been there and I've done that. But I am not saying. I want to say I know that he's more than capable as a debater.
yeah. I think it'd be really cool to see those guys go on some podcasts outside of their own turf, I guess you could call it.
You know what? I think that it's possible that if someone like this Maxim guy that Nathan doesn't know said, "Would you come on my show and be a guest or whatever?" I wonder if that would be maybe a backdoor for the other side to get Nathan in there. But when it's somebody like Blue Marble Science or Dr. Bob or whatever, Nathan's like, no way.
Right, but my point is nobody else outside knows who those people are. Other people are going to know who this guy is. That's why I think that'd be kind of a cool conversation to see.
Yeah.
And if Oakley and those guys could refrain from, blowing up, I think it could be really a pretty cool thing.
Yeah.
I think Oakley could refrain from it, but I don't think QE could.
I don't know. I think if it's
some of his old stuff, he seemed pretty calm.
Nathan?
No,
QE?
Quantum. And some of his older stuff.
Yeah,
possibly.
He's a showman. He knows how to please his crowd by calling them crayon munchers and window lickers and all that bullshit.
Yeah.
I mean, he did the same to me. He did a hit piece on me because of my position on the Bible, and the only reason why I wouldn't debate him is because he wouldn't be able to maintain a civil conversation. He would have to resort to his window licking, crayon munching comments, and I'm just not interested in that.
Right. I mean, it really is the turd in the punch bowl. I mean, everything else those guys talk about are usually so sound, and then they're acting like that, and it's just like, why would you do that to discredit yourself?
I know, exactly.
That's what kind of makes me wonder what's going on, but I've yet to hear the arguments really beaten yet, especially when it comes to the vacuum and the Coriolis. I mean, these pretty watertight arguments, it seems.
Yeah, I think that the only way that that's going to get any traction is by somehow getting into a higher level of exposure.
Right, and see, that's what this guy wants. He wants higher science to debate us.
Yeah, but who's he?
This Maxim dude.
His
name is.
I get you.
Michael Sartain.
He wants. I get you. Yeah.
He's calling his side out because he feels that it's making people believe in nonsense.
Okay.
It's ruining the next generation because he says in this, in all these polls that he honestly believes that 2% of people now question whether the Earth is a globe or not. Yep. And he's thinking that's a travesty, according to him. So he wants the conversation to happen, whereas, YouTube and all these other higher ups are censoring us or this position. He feels it should be brought into the public.
I think people like Nathan and QE, they concentrate on the wrong people. They concentrate on Simon Dans and Blue Marble Science and Wolfie and these sorts of people, and they're really insignificant in the bigger picture of things, or cats. They concentrate.
Right, as far as changing minds.
Yeah, exactly.
If you want to change minds, you got to get on something like this, or you got tits and ass all over the place, and you can then interject this conversation, and if you could destroy them, I mean, it'd be even better.
Yeah, you got to step outside your comfort zone a bit.
Right. But yeah, every time I come back, it's the same exact conversations, and it just blows my mind that it's been going on for this long.
We
It's
argued
unbelievable.
triangles. We argued triangles yesterday for 4 hours, maybe even longer. Triangles, right?
Yeah.
And I could not get a concession. There was Rube here, there was a few others. No concession was given that 3 point perfectly straight line between 3 points, and those angles would add up to 180 degrees. They would not concede one little bit. And it blew my mind.
Isn't there some exception to that, though? I thought that was always, is that their argument, that there's some exception where there's extra degrees if it's on a sphere?
Well, that's that spherical excess that they talk about. But I was talking about 3 points, line of sight between 3 points. And if you drew a perfectly straight line, no deviation whatsoever between point A, point B to C, and C back to A, perfectly straight lines, those angles would always add up to 180 degrees.
And they said
Can't add
no.
up.
Well,
And they
yeah, but
said
see,
no.
you don't even have to do that, right? So that was one of the first simplicities that I understood, that if Bandsaw was on a mountain, I was on a mountain, and Vegan was on a mountain, and we were all 1,500 feet up, that's 180 degrees. I don't even have to draw. You know what I mean? Because the whole thing about that is everything. If we are, I don't know, even a quarter mile away, there's no way we're going to get a direct line of anything to connect us. It all has to be abstract.
Mm-hmm.
It's an abstraction the minute you get out of range of actually having a physical measurement.
Yeah, yeah.
So, I mean, that whole discussion of triangulation on mountaintops is an abstraction. So to me, it's irrelevant to the discussion because, as Bandsaw just said, your argument is ironclad. If we're all on a flat Earth, right? On a flat Earth, if we're all at 1,500 feet, that's a triangle. There's no excess. So where do you get the excess from? So when they then put those 3 mountain peaks on a curving surface, well, yeah, that's going to have 180. That's going to have more than 180 degrees. Sure, I'm good with that. But now you still have to prove that there's curvature.
And the way they work it out, Travis, they don't just use one triangle; they use 3 triangles, and then they're taking into account the azimuth and all these other sort of bits and pieces, and it works out to be a calculation every single time. It's not a direct measurement; it's just a calculation.
Yeah. And the value that they have for calculations is a curved surface.
Exactly. All right. But taking a measurement over any sort of distance whatsoever, it's open to interpretation, isn't it? Really, especially when you're using optics and you're using calculations, interpretation comes into it.
Yeah, I don't know too much about even triangulation or how it works.
Oh, I'm brain dead from yesterday's conversation, to be honest with you. It was just...
I mean, do you just think that the majority of these people are completely intellectually dishonest? Because, I mean, I can sit here and I can listen to these conversations on both sides, and you can be totally right, and they never concede usually anything.
I think somewhat vegan. It's almost like a sport for them. It's like a sport. They just
right.
want
So
to come
honesty
in,
isn't on the top of things. They're not actually looking for the truth of anything.
No. That's not all of them, but I think a lot of them. It's a sport. It's a game. They come for shits and giggles, just to make a mockery of people. That seems to be the mindset of many of them. To be quite honest with you. We get this. We get the same on our side. Our side making a mockery of them as well. But as far as having genuine discourse backwards and forwards,
It seems to be
yeah,
rare.
yeah. You do get it when I was saying this to I think Gio yesterday or the day before this question came up. You tend to get more honest discourse when the rooms are more intimate, when there's only half a dozen to a dozen people in the room, and you don't have the big names in there. The conversations are more productive and more constructive, and you seem to kind of get somewhere. You can still, at the end of the day, still both agree to disagree, but at least the discussions seem to be more genuine and more
Right, more
real.
man-to-man type stuff where you can just kind of level with each other, right?
Yeah. But then you go over to a server like Gems, and I'm not trying to bag out Gem, but you got all the the big globe defenders over there, and you get some flat earthers to go over there. It's like game time. Get white line fever, and as soon as they cross that white line, it's on like Donkey Kong.
Well, right, and also on the other side, I just you always see that side censoring. I go over to one of their servers and I'm banned within 10 minutes. Yeah, you can have people over on here, this side, people like Brenda and whatnot, and they're still over here giving their opinions, and they're not censored.
I would say over there the flat earthers and Gem server are given a pretty good crack because they want them to go there, right? They want someone to play with.
Maybe that was just my experience. Ranty banned me within 5 minutes, so
right.
Maybe
Okay.
I just had a bad experience. I don't know.
Yeah. Look, I've been muted over in Gems, but that's generally after I've had one too many beers.
Right.
Yeah. But I would say on the whole, they want the flat earthers to go over there, so they've got a plaything.
Yeah, you have to have somebody.
Exactly right. I know people like Gin and Merle and Brian Mavitt. They're frequent people over there, and they put themselves through the ringer, time and time again. For what reason, I don't really know. Bit of narcissism, maybe.
Maybe.
Who knows? Who
And
knows?
do you have an opinion on someone like Ranty? I mean, here he is. He just switches over like that. I mean, and then his arguments are clearly horrible.
Look,
what do you think his initial intentions were?
Look, I've said this many times, and I'll say it again, and I'd say it to his face as well. It seems suspicious to me that a person that has 372 million terabytes of photos, not one of those photos was enough to convince him that it was a globe. It happened to be someone else's photo that convinced him it was a globe, and money was mentioned and all these other bits and pieces, and it just seems it doesn't pass the sniff test, the smell test, or the pub test as we call it here. And now he's got a channel that just makes a mockery of the flat Earth, really. So to me, look, he may genuinely believe it is a globe, but the way it all kind of unfolded, it doesn't pass the sniff test for me. But
No,
I wish him I wish him no ill will or anything like that. But as far as being genuine about it, like I said, he's taken millions of photos, this fellow, and not one of those photos ever once convinced him of what he saw. I think it was Bev's son, actually, not Bev, who took the photo.
Is that the one that now he's saying is the proof for him?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, I know he had. I watched his argument, and I'm thinking to myself, that's really pretty piss poor.
Yes, exactly. It was pretty weak. It was pretty weak at best. But he's got his reasons, and he's the only one that knows those reasons.
That's true.
But he's kind of. I know he does upload some stuff. We checked out his channel a couple of days ago. He still is uploading stuff. He's still making a mockery people like Nathan Oakley and whatnot. He wears tinfoil hats on his head and stuff like that.
I used to have quite a bit of respect for Ranty. I mean, I really enjoyed listening to give his debates and all that. And then,
yeah,
I don't know. I suppose when he banned me for no good reason, I probably have a little, bias. But it was just kind of disappointing.
I think when he used to be a regular contributor to Nathan's channel, he was more or less the voice of reason when it started going downhill.
Right.
He was always trying to pare it back and get back to some sort of reasonable discourse to whoever was on there. So I definitely respected him, for that. And then I think they had a falling out over something. I don't know what it is, but there was some
that's
sort of
right. He
falling
did.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a long time.
Yeah, and it wasn't too long after that he then flipped. So yeah.
Just a real quick. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go, Trev.
Just a real quick anecdote, and then I got to go to bed. But I think it was just a couple months before Ranty flipped. He Skyped me about an observation with the sun that he thought was a pretty closed case, flat Earth proof, and it was. I don't know. We talked for like a half an hour or so, and he was going through this video that he had. He never published it, but the conversation that he and I had, this is evidence that our world is indeed not a globe. And then I don't know what happened with me. Like, I stopped watching shows for a little while, and then when I came back on the scene, he had flipped. I'm like, what the hell? Like, where did this come from?
Yeah,
because he sought me out with that video. Like, what do you think about this?
Yeah.
So it was just really weird. For me, I really don't know. I can't explain what the flip was, but I don't think that if he was dishonest to begin with, that he would personally Skype me to show me footage that he thought showed that we weren't on a globe. It just didn't make sense to me.
So you're leaning towards what he's saying now. He doesn't really believe. He's just doing it for views or something. Build a channel.
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. I couldn't do that. I could not do that. I don't know.
No, I couldn't either.
I don't know. If you threw $10 million at me, I would like to think I would say go fuck yourself, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't honestly think, okay, how about this? I would say give me the 10 million, but I'm gonna write down in my conditional acceptance, I make no guarantees that I'm going to perform professionally, because I don't know how I would lie about this. Like, I believe the Earth is so flat, I couldn't even pretend to be a glober right now. Couldn't even do it.
Right. I mean, just listen to what he was saying before that, and then what he's saying after. I just don't know. It just doesn't make any sense. Like he said, it doesn't pass the test. It really doesn't.
But I gotta go, guys. Good talking to you.
All right, Joe.
All right.
Yeah, good,
See ya.
man. Take care,
Bye.
man. Next time. God, it's been a minute since I've spoken to Travis. God.
Yeah, I think it's time for this conversation to kind of move out into the more public. I mean, if there's actual validity behind it, it shouldn't have a problem.
I think we can only worry about
of Discord.
Yeah, well, you can only worry about your own little inner circle, really. At the end of the day, Now, I definitely do it in my inner circle. I always bringing up, lots of different topics actually, but mainly for want of a better word, conspiracy based. I'm known as the crazy conspiracy theorist, but with my friends. But I'm lucky with my friends and family. Got a good circle that they hear you out, and all of them believe in at least one conspiracy. All of them believe in at least one, whether it's the moon landing or JFK or 9/11 or something. They all jump on board with at least one of them, and they definitely listen to me when it comes to the flat Earth argument. And the whole water is the one that really just blows their mind. The level water.
Sure.
Which I generally do with a beer, and I'll tilt a beer, from one side to another, and show them how it always remains horizontal, and that kind of gets to them. But look, most people are also too caught up in their own day-to-day activities, aren't they? Having a job, paying the bills. They've got their own families and whatnot. So they don't have time, or they don't want to make time for it. But I definitely plant the seeds, and I definitely keep them watered all the time. So I think that's pretty much all we can do.
Right. I was pretty much kind of just speaking out of what I would like to see, saying
yeah. Look,
it'd be just kind of nice to see something like that.
Look,
Just 'cause I like to see a good debate.
it'd be fantastic. Wouldn't it be fantastic to have a panel of top line flat earthers, and they throw some names, say Nathan, say maybe Geo, maybe Whitset, a few others as well, and put them up against a panel of, say, the Brian Coxes and Neil deGrasse, and just let them like a rumble in the jungle, just go for it.
It would be pretty good to watch.
It would be damn good to watch. But how you go about pulling that off? Yeah, that's the $64,000 question, really.
Well,
How do you get
I keep going back to it, but that's why I kind of feel that this podcast that Dave did is kind of important, because like I said before, I've never heard someone like him say it's really important for them to have that discussion with the other side.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything will happen with that, but it might be something to look into.
And there are definitely some bigger channels around at the moment that, I think, what's his name? Santos. What's his first name? Santos.
Bonacci, but what?
Bonacci, yeah, Santos Bonacci.
Yeah.
He's got a huge channel called Mr. Astrotheology. That's got like 500,000 subs. There's another one, Dutch Sense. He's all about earthquakes and whatnot, but he's jumping on board with the flat Earth. I've noticed. So you've got some pretty big channels out there that.
But I'd like to see it be on an actual old TV, cable TV, something like that.
Yeah.
Where someone like this could possibly take it, or where we go if he got together those types of panels. Not that it would happen, but it would just be nice.
Yeah, go prime time.
Right.
Get it on there. Yeah.
I would kind of think that'd be one of the goals of having something like this, but who knows?
Well, I suppose as long as they can keep the whole discussion in the category as a big joke, tinfoil hat wearers type of thing, it's a battle, really. But you definitely get occasionally you hear some big names pop up that are promoting the flat Earth. Is there a rapper by the name of B.O.B.? I think he's a flat earther. I think there was
there was Kyrie Irving, the basketball player. Kyrie.
Yeah, the basketball player.
Shaq
I think there's
talking about it a little bit.
Yeah, I think there's a U.S. senator, a female. I think she's a flat earther too.
That I don't know about.
Yeah, I can't remember her name off the top of my head.
She
ran in the. Oh, she's a Republican. She's a Republican.
Don't know the state.
Oh, maybe I couldn't tell you.
I might have to look that up. I've never heard of that.
Hold on, let me go here. I'll do a quick Google search, see if I can find her name. I know she's a Republican. Let's see what pops up.
Is that
Here we
Lauren
go.
Witzke?
Lauren Witz, or Lauren Wicks is her
Witzke.
name. Yeah, Witzke. That's her name.
Never heard of her. She's from Delaware, huh?
Ah, there you go. There you go. Yeah.
They make her sound like a lunatic, of course.
It's funny. Like I typed in Republican flat earther, and Lauren Witzke was the first thing that popped up. The very next article is: Are most flat Earth believers Republican or Democrat?
Right. Yeah.
Oh, it's gold.
The psyop is real.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's everywhere.
But that Lauren, I don't know how prominent she is over there. Obviously, not too prominent if you haven't heard from her or of her.
Her Wikipedia is pretty funny.
Oh yeah.
An American far-right activist, conspiracy theorist, QAnon supporter.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, they throw the book at her.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to paint her with a very broad brush of being a crazy person.
Yeah, everybody's far-right that doesn't believe what they're being told, I guess. Everybody.
Yeah.
They're far-right extremists. It's amazing how that doesn't get called out.
Well, we had our state, one of the state premiers here about 3 or 4 months ago, maybe slightly longer, when they were pushing all the vaccines and all that sort of stuff. He came out and made a comment that anti-vaxxers are worse than flat earthers. He said, quote unquote.
Who said that?
Daniel Andrews said it.
Oh, yeah.
He's a Victorian state premier. Yeah, anti-vaxxers are worse than flat earthers. It was gold.
Yeah, you're from Australia, right?
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
I mean, it has to be miserable being down there.
Why is that?
What do you mean?
Why does it have to be miserable?
No. With what's going on with your government down there.
Look, it is sad to see what they're pushing and stuff like that. But look, like I say, you can only do what you do. Really, at the end of the day.
Right, but just as far as you have to look around, you have to kids, and just knowing that when stuff like this gets implemented, I mean, it always does turn around, but it can take decades, potential multiple generations before the stuff gets fixed. I mean, it's just a depressing, sad, situation, really.
Yeah.
We all know that it's not right.
Yeah, look, I'm not worried for myself, mate, because I'm in the last half of my era.
Right. The next generation, I mean, they're never going to know what any type of freedom is. I mean,
but I've got seven kids. I've got 3 grandkids. I'm definitely worried about their future. Out of my 7 kids, two of them are vaccinated because they've been forced to be vaccinated. The others aren't. And that's their choice through their research.
they did it willingly.
Yeah. My 2 eldest kids were forced into having the vaccine because of the jobs that they work, which was unfortunate, and because of the current economic climate here, jobs are pretty hard to get, so they were kind of forced into it. The other 5, they're not vaccinated. My third eldest son and his girlfriend, they want to have children. So the reason they don't want to get vaccinated because they've read a few articles that it can potentially make you sterile and stuff, so they don't want to take that risk. But we discuss all these things. It's a shame my two eldest had to get it, but I understand why, and I respect their decision at the end of the day.
So they were coerced into taking it.
They were forced. They work in the health industry.
So it was coercion, then, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Right.
Uh,
I mean, I just hope that people as a whole wake up to the absolute crime and crimes that have been committed against so many people in the last, forever, but specifically the last 2 years. I never thought I'd see it.
I find it very devious how the government themselves have not mandated vaccines, right? So now, and it's very devious the way they've done it, because they've washed their hands of telling you have to get vaccinated, but they are almost forcing companies to make their employees get vaccinated, right?
Right.
So now, if anything of ill happens in the future, the government cannot be held responsible. It'll fall back on that private company.
Right. They'll wash their hands of it, and they'll say they never told you to take it in the.
Exactly right. So it's very devious, the way they've gone about it, in my opinion.
But what they did find is their perfect invisible enemy. I mean, terrorism was a good one, but the virus is the best. The best invisible enemy they could have ever found.
Yeah, and it took. Look, they've been trying stuff like this for ages, right? For ages, swine flus, bird flus, bloody all this type of thing, trying to get everyone on board in regards to vaccinations, New World Order, One World Government, all this sort of stuff. But I think they actually now realise that they had the perfect tool in place, because everyone has, I call them dumb devices, a smartphone, right? Or tablets, TVs. But now everyone's got a smartphone in their hands, and the way they've been able to pollute the media content on people's devices with the fear that this invisible thing is out to get you and it's going to be the end of the world if you don't jump on board and you don't toe the line. Overnight, they were able to flick a switch. Like if you had said 2 years ago that overnight the whole world would be pretty much in lockdown, everyone would be wearing face masks, businesses would be crashing left, right, and
the
center.
NFL would shut down.
People would call you a madman. They would call you an absolute madman. But then all of a sudden, bang, overnight, the world was turned upside down with this invisible enemy. And, they've been able to turn family member against family member, neighbour against neighbour, stranger against stranger. Overnight, they've been able to pollute people's minds and brainwash them into towing their line, their message that they want out there. It's quite, it's mind blowing, really.
I mean, they must have some actuary that let them know that, hey, critical mass, and they can go forward, I suppose. I mean, there's no other explanation for it, because, I mean, hell, COVID is probably the least dangerous of all the hoaxes they've pushed over the past 50 years, as far as, the diseases that they're trying to make you scared of.
Exactly.
Probably the least dangerous.
I've heard some people suggest that they deliberately let it out at the time they did, so that Biden wouldn't have to campaign and wouldn't have to debate against Trump for the election, and that's why they hid him away, from that point on, because he's, fucked it in the head a little bit, you know what I mean?
Clearly, that's definitely a storyline, but I could argue that there's no virus that exists at all.
Well, yeah, that's true. You could. It's just a flu.
The evidence doesn't point to any new novel virus at all. If you look into how they've done the PCR test, that's not testing for a novel virus. It's all done in simulation.
All right.
They've never actually pulled a piece of SARS-CoV-2 out of an individual person and proven that it exists.
So it's indifferential from the common cold.
Yeah, it's just basically what we've been having for all of known eternity.
That's the way that we should have always treated it. That's why it's always been about the reaction that's been so weird this time. The way that the whole world has reacted to this, which is a non-threat, like you said. It's just part of life. Like
these people are masters of psychology. They know how people think. They know how to manipulate your mind. It truly is problem, reaction, solution. I mean, it's as easily you can boil it down.
But I mean, to what end now? You know.
Well, that's the question: is what are they going to do next, or what's going to happen next? But it's been pretty predictable up to this point.
Because all the expectation, right, all the way up until this point has been we hit these certain vaccination targets. And we go back to freedom again. Right. And now that's happening. Pieces are going through the sky. Like, what are they going to try and lock everyone down again? Like,
it was sold in the fact that you wouldn't be able to get it, you wouldn't get sick from it, you wouldn't die from it. And now they're making it sound like they've never said that. The whole thing was a hoax from day one.
I think the monetary system is the next big target. Having a one world currency, everything's going to be digital.
Right.
That's the next big target. I think the next big one that's coming our way, because you see evidence of that here now, where there was articles 6 months ago, like COVID can be carried on money, on the notes and the coins and all that sort of stuff. So. Many shops have signs in their windows, no cash accepted. Like this is legal tender, and you can't pay for your goods and services in a legal tender because a person is scared of getting COVID on the back of a banknote. This is to me, I think, is probably the next big one that's going to be coming our way. A one world currency, everything's going to be digital, online, and once they get that. Then the real control starts because
it's totally
everything is online and they can turn you on and off at the flick of a switch and or with social credit scores and all this sort of stuff. It's all coming to a town near you. If you post the wrong thing on Facebook or Snapchat or whatever, that's going to give you a negative social score, and that will affect the way how you can travel or what goods and services you can employ and all this sort of stuff. It's all coming. It's all coming.
Well, it's pretty amazing, isn't it? How everything we're talking about, what's happening today, was conspiracy 6 months ago. Total conspiracy, crackpot theories 6 months ago. Today, totally fact.
Yeah,
that's how fast the stuff is moving.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they're trying to wind.
It's a grim, short-term outlook. Really, pretty grim.
Yeah. And once they get the one world currency, probably aliens might be after that. Maybe alien invasions.
Blue beam. Yeah, they got it all planned out, I'm sure.
Yeah. But
that's definitely disappointing, and everything that you'd want to do with put on hold, completely scrapped, and you have to wonder what you're going to be able to do for work and how you're going to survive. It's really not a fun place to be in.
Look, I'm fortunate. I'm pretty much removed from that. I'm just semi-retired. I live in a little country town that only has 163 people, so I'm pretty much removed from the hustle and bustle of the big cities. Thank goodness. So, my life isn't really kind of too affected by the big C at the moment.
Right.
But it is in another way. Like I said, up until just recently, they were talking mandatory vaccines to cross internal borders and stuff like that.
Yeah, you won't be able to hide completely from it, I don't believe.
No, you can't. You can't hide. You can't hide completely. But as my son says, he says, "Dad, in the system, out of the system, but in the system." That's the way you got to work it. You got to be, you got to fight. You got to weave your way through the web, really, and just try and keep a lower profile as possible.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's why I don't go
that way.
Yeah, that's why I don't. And a majority of my kids aren't involved in social media either. You know, they don't have time for it. Thank goodness. And I've drummed that into their heads and told them and stuff. Say your smart devices are always listening to you, and they've proved it to themselves. I'm pretty fortunate there.
Yeah. I guess you kind of go back to that. You should always look for something better than what you found it as. And this might be the first generation that is going to not be able to do that. At least as of now, as it stands right now. It doesn't look like the youth has much to look forward to.
Yeah, it's sad to be so pessimistic about it, really.
No, I know it is pessimistic, but I think it's pretty much a fact. This stuff takes usually a long time to turn around.
Yeah.
At least according to history. Maybe I'm wrong, though. You know, you can always have that hope. But
well, what are we having? We're having like an upgraded system from the old one, because I mean, we've been growing in this monetary system all of our lives. I don't think anybody in here is old enough to say they lived under a different system. We're gonna have the same system, but an upgraded version of it, and they're doubling down on everything, right?
Wait a second.
And also the vaccine side of things, the vaccine side of things, that they used to be people before COVID. There's been court cases. There's been many situations. There was protests in many countries. Even in the U.S., California, laws were being passed to make vaccines mandatory.
That's not true.
And there's been fight against the vaccinations way before COVID.
Vaccines have never been mandated.
Yeah, the vaccine thing is being pushed now on this sense of things. But
who was Massachusetts going up against? That was the $5 fine. It wasn't a mandated vaccine. I forget the exact case. It was 1905 Massachusetts versus, I forget. But yeah, there's no precedent to where vaccines have ever been mandated, especially, not that it matters, but emergency use, experimental drugs. Never in history have been mandated in a population. Never have we quarantined healthy people. The precedents that have been set in the past 2 years are so mind-blowing. And for anyone that cares about liberty and freedom, I mean, you should be hyper concerned and do everything in your power to reverse it, which sadly isn't much right now. But yeah, I mean, if we give up bodily autonomy and then we give up actual physical currency, it's already checkmate giving up your bodily autonomy. But if you let every purchase you make become digital, that would be another disaster just piled on top of what's already going on.
Isn't that what's being presented right now?
Absolutely.
The new economic system? That's what's coming, right?
Digital. Yeah, they want it to be digital.
And the vaccine thing, obviously, because like you mentioned, there's no mandate, right? But in a way, they say it's a mandate. You know, it's a recommendation. Take the vaccine so we can work for safety, public safety, whatever. So people take the recommendation and they go to the clinic and they take the vaccine. But it's just like an offer, like in the TV, any other offer, like go to McDonald's and buy a Whopper. It's almost the same thing.
Well, it's a big trick.
Except that now people are being affected in you can't go to work if you don't take this shot or whatever. But even that, there's serious loopholes for that kind of stuff. I'm speaking about the U.S. because I know of people that they were told you have to take the V if you want to come back to work, and they still working and they haven't taken it. They presented their paperwork,
Right.
and they still have a job.
True. A lot of them are, but a lot of them, it's a slow burn. It can't happen all at once. It's a slow change because you know how they work it. You know, they tighten the noose, right? And they make it seem.
And it's been happening before COVID.
Well, nothing like this. Then they
You know that
up
before COVID, they were they introduced new how do you call the ingredients in the vaccines, the adjuvants. And back then, I think it was 2017 or 2018 that there was some court cases about the safety of the vaccines. And the CDC, they voted new adjuvants and in the new type of vaccines that were voting into the schedule. And they mentioned in their voting that these new vaccines were showing that they might cause heart attacks in people. They call it a signal. Well, there was a signal, right? And they still voted it in because they said they will see what happens aftermarket.
Right. Yeah, I know.
So now we see in aftermarket, we see that side effect that is the heart problems, the high these side issue, these heart issues that are are being caused by the product that they put with the adjuvants and everything, because they have to approve a lot of these things to be able to be put in the products in the vaccines. So yeah, the adjuvants, they knew that years ago before COVID that they will have some side effects issues with the new adjuvants. And coronavirus, I have someone close in my family that they were diagnosed with coronavirus. Like this was like 2016, I think. So they just changed the labels and the names, and they've been giving us new variants and now new vaccines, whatever. But this is nothing out of the blue. It's being planned and manipulated for a long time.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, I mean, coronavirus is simply the common cold, whatever you want to call that.
Well, I see people getting sick with the vaccinations. And you mentioned that there's a trial, right? Because they're doing emergency trials. That's what they're basically doing.
It's under emergency use right now, yeah. You can't even get the supposed approved Comirnaty in the United States, because if you could, that would mean all the other vaccines currently under EUA would have to be removed. Because once there's
there's people that have mentioned
treatment, you can't have emergency use authorization.
Have you heard of people mentioning that just like in a trial, there with the COVID vaccines, there are different compartment storage places that you will pick up. They will pick up the vaccine, and it all depends on who they're giving the vaccine to. That might be conspiratorial, but there are different refrigerators that you might get. It might be a saline version of it. And then there's the actual thing.
Right, yeah.
Just like in a trial.
Who knows? I just know a lot of people are dying. I mean, there's health and deaths are 40% greater than normal in 2021 than they were in 2020.
Yeah.
I mean, people are dying left and right. And the only thing that we're doing different this year is injecting unknown substances into people's veins. So I guess you can make up your own mind on what's causing that.
And now there's more eyes into it, right? Because before there was people still dying by vaccinations and that kind of stuff, but it wasn't even reported. Many of these cases.
Well, they say
now there's more eyes on top of everything.
The reporting service for the United States is the VAERS vaccine adverse event reaction system. They say the Harvard study said only 1% of actual
adverse
events are reported. It takes a doctor. I mean, it takes them half an hour to make. A lot of them don't even know what it is. So very few of the actual events are reported to this system. So, yeah, I wouldn't take any of their drugs.
Yeah, when they offered it to me on my newborns, I said, thanks for the offer, but no thank you.
Did they want to give them the hepatitis B shot?
Yeah, all that stuff. Right. Vitamin K, hepatitis B, I said, thank you, but no thank you.
You know how long the trial was for the hepatitis B vaccine? It was 4 days.
4 days. Wow.
And I believe the dose, this was a long time ago, same dose, a 270-pound man, adult. It's the same dose.
To a newborn, yeah.
To a newborn day-old kid for a sexually transmitted disease that, intravenous needle users and it's just, and people don't question it. I don't get
the baby will never be in an environment on Earth that the baby will be open up for all the ingredients in a vaccine.
Right. Not intravenously, anyway. I mean, it's a big difference when you're consuming aluminum through your or injecting it into your arm. There's a big difference there.
Oh yeah.
One can be.
But then you put all those ingredients together. You put all that stuff together, and the foreign DNA and all that stuff together in a vial, and then inject it into a newborn, and then wonder why is the newborn having all these problems?
Right. Why does 54% of our kids have chronic illness?
And then they call it's genetic.
Right.
Yeah, you're injecting foreign stuff to the body of a developing body.
Right. It's maddening. The other one they've never done any studies ever mixing these vaccines together. So sometimes when they go to get a shot, it's actually a series. It's not just one shot. It might be one shot, but there's 4 doses of different vaccines and adjuvants.
One of the first cases I ever came in contact with was close to me. Well, the first one was myself. I had a diabetes mellitus adverse reaction, but then I was young back then, so I didn't know what was happening. But then when I was older, my friend, his daughter was just a 4-year-old girl. She was normal. She was like 3 and something, almost 4. And one day they took her to the hospital for a checkup, and she was missing a bunch of vaccines, and they gave her like 7 vaccines same day. And she was never the same girl. She was never the same girl again. Now she's lost in her own mind.
There's no way the vaccines had anything to do with it. Right?
Yeah. It was definitely that, because his mom and her mom and her dad definitely noticed all the sickness and the changes, the fevers, everything that happened after that. And then after that, she's not the same girl. She's not like the wake up baby that she was.
Yeah, I've never seen it before, but people say they're just the same.
There's many cases. If you go to the virus, there's a lot of reports of babies dying hours after being vaccinated. Like they bring them hours after or a day after, and sometimes they die and stuff. Like, yeah, nothing to do with the vaccine.
No,
there's people that have been accused of, like causing the death of their babies and whatever, and it's most likely a severe adverse reaction from the vaccine, sudden infant death. And the parents are accused of something like, "Oh, you slept on top of your baby" or whatever.
I've heard of those.
Your baby died. Yeah.
For me, the best thing that came out of this, yes, it's the best thing probably that I've had to research because of all the madness, is germ theory and how big of a scam that is. Once you understand that viruses, as you're taught to believe, don't exist, you'll become impervious to any more of their made-up flus. Because that's not how people get sick. You don't get sick by passing a particle from one person to another. That's not how we get sick. And it sounds completely off the wall until you actually look to the studies and research that they cite to prove that's how we get sick, and that none of them hold water. It's like the whole thing is based on a foundation of sand. I mean, the whole thing falls apart once you look. And I never would have probably looked into that if all this didn't happen. So if one good thing came out of it, for me.
Well, yeah, I don't believe in the flying virus in the air that is being passed from person to person just like that. I will be more into people that go into the hospitals all the time and are getting the vaccines. Those are the ones that are getting really sick and dying of diseases.
Right, the key word there, it's called iatrogenic deaths. If you go look into iatrogenic deaths, if you really crunch the numbers, it's the leading cause of death in the first world. And all that means is death caused by doctors.
Huh.
It beats cancer, it beats heart disease, it beats COVID. Beats them all.
You say IO what?
Iatrogenic, yeah, I'll have to look it up. Yeah, IATRO, then genic. It's an eye-watering number.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that happen.
I mean, and you can get out of the conspiracy business, and that these people are running a business, and maybe they don't have morals, I don't know, but nothing will stop in their way to continue to grow that business.
Some people don't want to believe it, but
You don't have
I've
to be
seen them.
conspiratorial to believe that point of view. That's just bottom line business.
Iatrogenic disease is the third leading cause of death in the United States.
That's what it's actually the first, though, when you really crunch the numbers. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. This is just the first site that just popped up. But
I can't remember how I got to that.
Yeah, but even if it's the third, it's still high.
Right.
Still high.
Yeah, death by doctor.
Yeah.
Another word I'm sure you guys know have heard of is democide. Democide is. That's death by government. That is what I would attribute all the past 2 years' deaths to. Is democide.
So there's death by government, then there is the death by doctor, and now the government is telling the doctor what to do or what not to do. You put those two together, fuse them, and what do you get?
Now you're getting the picture.
Mm.
You could quote Mussolini, the fusion of corporations and government, and then yes, if you know who Mussolini was, you can kind of extrapolate out what that would be.
People talk about cancer, but I think cancer obviously, because I have family members that died of cancer, the diagnosis and stuff, but that is coming from people that go to the hospitals, and a lot of it.
Well, think about it. If you go into a biopsy on somebody and you cut into these cells and you start to jab around in people and cut them up and looking for disease, a lot of times just the fact of trying to get a biopsy from someone could cause a replication of cells to happen like that. Just dicking around in there, cutting people up. That alone could probably cause, medicine.
It's obviously a combination of things, right? But because you could also add the government to the food pyramid, right? And what do we get? We get all these vegetable oils and all that stuff that I don't know if it might be good.
Well, what you
and a
get is
combination of,
you
bad
get a
bad
meat industry.
foods.
You get a meat
Yeah,
industry
you can
that's
add
funded by
that.
our government. Yeah.
You can add that and add all the artificial foods put together, either meat or vegetable oils, and definitely that will have an effect in the body.
Yeah.
Very meats and vegetables are sprayed with herbicides and injected with hormones and all this sort of artificial stuff. I was reading a study, would it be 6 months ago now, and they were contributing the hormone increase in chicken and other meat products. They're finding correlation with that and young kids now reaching puberty a lot earlier than what they used to.
Oh, of course. You're taking in all that exogenous. What do you expect?
Yeah.
What do you think's going to happen to you? I mean, why do you think all the boys and all the young men in the States, especially Western countries that are eating all this dairy, they grow tits? They're drinking estrogen from pregnant cows. It's in all the cheese. It's in all their milk. And both those ingredients are in everything today. Men are growing tits because they're literally drinking breast milk from pregnant cows. That milk only has That milk only has one purpose. It has one purpose, and that's to take a small calf and turn it into a massive heifer.
Yeah.
Now, why people drink that? It blows my mind. Why people think they should drink that? It blows my mind.
Don't tell me I've got to give up my iced coffee every day.
Well, just put almond milk in there, buddy. There's almond milk. It tastes 10 times better.
Yeah,
at least 10 times. I might say 20 times better.
No, my wife has almond milk. So it's very sweet. It's very sweet.
Well, you can get it unsweetened. A lot of times they do sweeten it. There's a lot of sugar in there, but you can get it unsweetened. Or better yet, I mean, you can make oat milk yourself in 5 minutes at home.
I just get it. Almonds and blitz them. Just blitz them with a bit of water.
Yeah.
You reckon?
Yep. Get the blender out and put some water in there, and you got oat milk.
Bang. There you go.
Yeah.
Damn.
I mean, you really think about it. That's all that fluid is designed to do, is to grow things, make cells grow.
Yeah, yeah.
It's all that it's supposed to do. So if you get cancer, you might be able to track it back. What are you eating all day?
Well, when you think, the milk, whether it's cow milk, goat milk, or human, breast milk, it's all full of hormones and fats and whatnot to fatten up that young thing that's come into the world to give them the best possible chance. Yeah.
It's from pregnant lactating cows, loaded with estrogen. And people make the argument that soy is full of estrogen. And
really?
That's their argument, but it's completely fraudulent because the estrogen in soy is something called phytoestrogen. It actually blocks the receptors of regular mammalian estrogen, as the estrogen that gives women breast cancer. It blocks those receptors because it's plant-based. Then you got people on the other side of the aisle drinking gallons of milk and cheese a day that's loaded with the mammalian estrogen, the stuff that actually gives you cancer and makes you sick. I mean, it's so backwards. And changing someone's diet is probably more difficult than convincing someone that the earth is flat, honestly. Because it's so personal. It's so personal to someone as their diet.
Wow, God, I've got friends and stuff. Like when I grew up, probably when you grew up as well, vegan. Sitting around the dining room table, having dinner, having a home cooked meal was the way to go. That is very few and far between now. Everyone's plonked down on the couch in front of the TV, eating fast food, ready prepared meals, and all that sort of stuff. Too lazy to do anything themselves. Half of them don't even know what fresh fruit and veggies look like these days. Everything's frozen, snap frozen, microwaved. You name it. It's just destroyed. And it's complete turnaround. Even that, the foods that are offered in our schools to our kids, it's all fast food, ready-made, prepared food, just junk food, really.
You're right. Isn't it weird? It's like everything you look at, all Seems like everything is being done to make us be dependent on them.
Yeah.
On who's running things, on who's in, power, so to speak.
Yeah. And they market it in such a devious way, putting, it's got, extra iron, B1, B2, this and that is all, added to it.
I mean,
it's
do you remember the old
crazy.
Got Milk campaign where they had all the celebrities with the milk mustaches on?
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yep.
Yeah, that's all paid for by government. At least in the
Mhm.
U.S. it is. I don't know if you guys had the same campaign, but
Oh, we've got definitely got similar campaigns here.
Yep.
Most definitely. And they definitely like even our milks now. Like, okay, you say milk is a bad thing, but even in your milk, you go down and buy some milk. You don't just buy normal milk now. You've got 17 different choices of milk. Fat-free, skim milk, lactose-free. It's got this added to it. It's got that added to it, and all this other sort of stuff to make it sound like it's really good for you. And this is what you should be putting into your body.
Yeah.
It's all marketing. It's all a ploy, really.
Yeah.
And the way the whole, because I'm a born and bred dairy farmer from way back, and cows only ever used to be milked twice a day, once in the morning, once in the evening. Right now, the cows are milked minimum 3 times a day. They're put in like a merry-go-round system. It's all automated. They're all microchipped. They're fed. Depending on what they produce, they're added hormones to them as well. And the udders of these poor creatures literally are dragging on the ground now. They're absolutely huge. It's a crime to see it.
No, you're 100% right. I was going to ask you, do you? If so, I'm guessing that you know what the term somatic cell count is.
No, I haven't heard of that. No.
You don't know what a somatic cell count is? It's in reference to the udders. It's actually the amount. It's on every milk label, or it should be, the amount of allowable somatic cells. It's just a nice way of saying pus and blood. It's pretty much pus, because their udders are so destroyed and they bleed and pus up from these machines.
They definitely are, and you see it firsthand. And they pretty much destroyed the dairy industry here.
For profit, right?
For profit, exactly right. All the huge big multinationals came in and took over the mum and pop stores. So now you have the big Woolworths and Coles supermarkets, and they contract the dairy farmers, and they tell the dairy farmer exactly how much he's going to get per litre for his milk. And they made it that hard that these dairy farms would go under, and then these co-ops would come in and buy them out and turn them into giant, huge dairy farms, and they're all, like I said, they're all automated. It's absolutely disgusting to see the way they treat their animals. It's inhumane actually, the way they treat their animals.
It absolutely is. I don't have any part of any of it.
Yeah.
But it's funny how you say how that happened with the farming sector. Now after COVID, that's happening with every other sector as well. All the big corps are coming in now, and they bankrupt all the small businesses, right? They shut them down, but they let Walmart stay open. They let Home Depot stay open. So now they're the only show in town.
Yeah, well, the little mum and pop businesses had to close. So if you had like a little corner store, a little milk bar during the lockdowns, you had to close your doors, right? And it sent so many of them belly up. But yeah, the big Coles, Safeways, and the Aldis and this sort of stuff, they were allowed to keep their doors open. They were allowed to conduct their business and whatnot.
And think of the chilling effects. Now, who in the future is going to want to open up their own business, knowing, hey, at any whim, the government can just come in and shut me down and steal everything I work for? Who's ever going to start a business again?
Yeah. And the untold story in this country, and probably many countries, is the amount of domestic violence and suicide as a direct result to the lockdowns has gone through the roof. It's absolutely gone through the roof.
See, I attribute those deaths to democide.
Mm-hmm.
I would label those democide deaths. Government deaths.
Yeah.
Their policies cause people untold amounts of suffering and anguish. And many of them
Yeah.
did kill themselves.
Yeah, yeah,
Especially
yeah.
kids.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just with your kids, you know. I never knew a child that suffered from ADHD or anything else. So they were allergic to this, that, and the other thing. And now it seems like every single child is either A, allergic to something, or B, ADHD. So they're on bloody Ritalin or something like that, on some sort of prescription drugs from a very young age. Never saw anything like that growing up when I was a kid.
And you know what you can
Ever.
attribute that to, right? It's the adjuvants in the shots.
Yeah. Yeah.
They make people hypersensitive and then become allergic to these things. Peanut allergies, latex allergies.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's the adjuvants in these vials.
And the way everyone is encouraged to sterilise everything as well. And my grandmother used to have a saying, a healthy kid is a dirty kid. But everything is just so sterile now. We've got so many cleaning products in our homes. You can wipe this and kill that germ and kill the other germ and stuff like that. You know, that's a big part of it as well too, I think.
Oh,
You're
you're
not building
right.
up not building up your own natural immune system to many things, just like the common cold or, you know, whatever. You know, you need your natural immunity system to be able to combat these things. But, you know, don't combat that. We've got a pill for you. Take this pill. That'll help. Take that pill. It'll help.
This mask on your 6-year-old and tell him to go to school and wear it for 8 hours.
Exactly. You know, your kids now, they go to school and they actually have grids on the playgrounds now, you know, and that's where they've got to stand and they've got to play and they can't be next to their friends. And it's sad. It's sad to see they've got perspex, you know, between
And then
the
wonder what they have fluid buildup in their lungs and infections.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah, everything they do seems to be inverted. Every time they tell you something seems to be about as unhealthy as possibly.
Do completely the opposite if they
Yeah,
tell you to
it's
do it.
completely inverted. Everything they do.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's definitely upside down and inside out. That is for sure. That is for sure. But we're the crazy ones for even thinking it, right? We're the crazy ones.
That's how you know you're right.
Uh,
When you're called crazy these days. That's when you know you're right.
Massachusetts mass DPH reports more than 45,000 new breakthrough COVID-19 cases. Breakthroughs is people that is vaccinated.
Right.
$88 deaths. Fully vaccinated residents.
The key is understanding how big of a fraud the PCR test is. And then you know that the numbers are completely meaningless. Every single one of them.
I know people that have been traveling internationally and they paid, what was it? Let me do the math. So 2 people paid 800. So they paid about $250 or around $300 to get tested to travel.
Yeah, just another way to fleece people.
It's about $125 or $150 per person. You want to
it's such a
travel? Okay,
strange
you gotta pay
coincidence.
this much for the test before you are allowed to travel.
Right. But I mean, how much of a coincidence is this? The inventor of the PCR test, Kerry Mullis, he died in the August before this whole thing started. So like 4 months before this whole thing started, he died. And he's on record stating multiple times, PCR, he's the inventor of the test, by the way. He won a Nobel Prize for it. He stated multiple times that this test has zero business in being a diagnostic tool. Zero. It doesn't tell you whether you have something or whether that something can make you sick. I mean, that's his exact quote. And it's pretty convenient. This guy is all of a sudden gone right before they use his test to do the exact opposite of what he says it's useful for.
So what does the test do?
It's a multiplication tool. According to Mullis himself, he says, basically, if you turn it up high enough, you can find anything in anybody. It doesn't tell you if you're sick, and it doesn't tell you whether that something will make you sick. And for PCR to work, they have to have something, they use it to look for something. So they have to have it's called a primer. It's what the test is looking for in a person. And the real deviousness of the whole thing is that the primers are, they're genetic sequences from in silico genome sequences, which are basically simulations. They made it up in a computer. And that's what the primers are. They're also endogenous. Some of the primers are endogenous RNA bits. So every human has these bits in them. So if they turn up the cycle to say, I don't know, like anything over 35, Fauci even would be a false positive because it would just magnify everything so much that you could find anything in there. The whole thing was fabricated on this test. And they never had to disclose, A, what the primers were, B, what their cycle count was. So what they did was once people started getting vaccinated, they more than likely turned the cycle count down so these people wouldn't test positive for COVID. For the unvax people, or to drum up all the fear and get all those numbers on that John Hopkins, they probably were jacking up the cycle threshold count to probably 40, 45. Then you got almost like it's all false positives. They based the entire thing on this test, and it's fake from start to finish.
Wasn't there reports of people? There was some worldwide. What was it? The World Health Organization. They order a bunch of tests for many countries before the pandemic. There was orders in for many nations for the test. I don't know if that has anything to do, but they were ordering already the test before the pandemic. So,
well, you've seen
because the test has to be built, has to be made, right? That takes time to make a lot of these
exactly.
tests.
I mean, like you've seen what they did with Event 2. They predicted the whole thing. What was it? 2 months before they started it? I think they have their own website.
Yeah, they had like a simulation for the pandemic. Yeah, recently, they have a simulation for a cyber attack.
Yeah, it was Event 2 as a pandemic exercise.
Yeah, but the new one that they did recently it was a cyber attack of the financial systems.
Right. Yeah, they usually project what they're going to do.
Yeah, the cyber attack might affect banking, also electricity, and other things.
October 18th of 2019, they ran that event, and all the people that benefited from the pandemic are the people that ran the exercise. The Gates Foundation, the Economic Forum, John Hopkins. I mean, this stuff you can't make it up.
Well, who finds it strange that Bill Gates and George Soros backed a consortium to buy the tests, the COVID tests?
Right. I mean, the whole thing stinks.
Yeah, it does. You know, like why are these two men that got absolutely nothing to do with the health industry buying the patents and the manufacturers for COVID tests? You know, there's something fishy just there. You don't even have to think about it, really.
No, you really don't.
Well, remember when it started, they started saying testing, testing, everybody test, test, test. It was about testing, everybody testing, testing.
Because that was their only way they could have pulled it off. Because I promise you, if you didn't watch the news the last 3 years, you'd have no clue that there was a pandemic.
So now they call it cases, new cases, COVID cases. It's about cases, and it's if you go to the line of the COVID test centers, there's a lot of people taking tests, so they get a lot of positives. But it's these people are going home and going to work the next day or whatever. You know, they're fine, many of them, but
But the thing is,
they're
what are they
just
testing
going and
positive
doing the
for?
line. Go ahead.
That's the
They're
question.
testing
What are they testing
positive for endogenous gene sequences and computer simulated gene sequences. They made the whole thing up. Once you understand how PCR works, you know that's how they pulled it off. That's why you had to test for everything. I mean, why would you ever test a healthy person? I mean, when have you ever heard of telling healthy people to take a test?
Oh, yeah, but
before
we have tens of thousands of healthy people lining up every single day in this country. We have huge big marquees set up on the side of the road. It's a drive-through system, right? And people will literally line up. My son actually had to do it because he recently had to go back to Queensland and he needed a clear COVID test. And he was in the line for 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours he had to wait. So just imagine how many people are just waiting. And that was just at one testing spot. You see them all the time. You see them on the news and all that sort of stuff. These marquees have these giant marquees, absolutely enormous, and lines of cars down the street. People just waiting. Oh, because I need a clear test. I might be sick. Oh my God. You know.
And whenever the cases go down, there's nobody in the lines. Oh, low cases. And then when people start going in to take the test, cases are going up.
Well,
a lot of people are going to take the test.
Apparently our cases are going through the roof at the moment. I think we've got, when I say going through the roof, I think we've got 35,000 active cases Australia-wide. They're saying they're going through the roof. But that's with that apparently the new strain, the Omicron strain.
And here's how they test for Omicron. This is the difference. This is why everybody's getting the cases are going through the roof, because with the old variants, with Delta and Alpha, you had to test positive for 3 of their primers to test positive for those. And with Omicron, since they don't have a specific test for Omicron, now you only have to test positive for 2 of the 3 primers. So basically, what used to be a negative test is now a positive Omicron test.
Yeah. I
mean, there you go.
And, at worst, you've got a sniffle at worst.
Well, don't you remember at the very beginning of this whole thing, they were saying that 80% of the people will show absolutely no symptoms?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
That was one of the first storylines. And they still convinced people to do it.
Like even when you look into the deaths and the ratios of the deaths, I think a majority of people that have died in this country. When I say majority, 90%. I'd even go as high as 95%. They're people of the ages of over 75 to 80 years of age. So these people are getting near the end anyway, and they've generally got some other underlying issue as well that goes alongside it. So
in America, the average death age of COVID victim was actually longer than our normal life expectancy, with an average of 4 comorbidities. So technically, if you got COVID in America, you lived longer than average.
There you go.
Plus, you were chronically sick on top of it.
I remember 18 months ago, if you actually got COVID, the government was dishing out, you got $1,500 if you actually got it. If you actually got it. Yeah, it was crazy. It's insane. Absolutely
there is
insane.
no logical explanation for what's going on. None.
So where are the medical science professionals of the world gone?
They're scared shitless, man. They don't want to lose their job.
They're
They pay off
they're
their
fired.
PMWs.
They're fired. They're gonna follow the governments. If not, they're fired.
Many are fired, but many are just too afraid to speak out, man. That's a lot they got in the line. Because if you don't toe the line, you're gone.
I think when it comes to the doctors, I think they are just following what they're told. They don't even really think about it, to be quite honest with you.
Well, I tried to ask my doctor about getting some ivermectin, and he didn't even really know what I was talking about.
Yeah. All the doctor there is to do is to take your temperature, look down your throat, cough twice, bend over, and they just look at the symptoms, right? And they're told, well, if you have these symptoms, here is the way that you treat these symptoms. Here are the drugs that you prescribe and whatnot. They're given a playbook of what they have to do. That's what they're taught at the universities. Here's your playbook. So when you come across X, Y, and Z, you do A, B, and C for this.
You're right. But I promise you, there's a lot of doctors
following.
that are awake to what's going on, but many of them won't speak
no
out.
doubt. No doubt, Vegan. No doubt. But
And you got these kids that come out of college now and they're $300,000, $400,000 debt. You think they're going to
yes, exactly.
Not many of them will put their asses on the line to tell what's really going on. You know.
But I was in another server about a week ago, and doctors were the plague of society, and I think it's ill form to tar all doctors with that brush, because I think a lot of them just don't know. They're just doing what they're actually told to do.
Right. And unless a totalitarian dictatorship regime doesn't take over, what they're doing is destroying their credibility for the future. I mean, who's going to believe anything that these people say after this?
Yeah. It's a sad state. It's a sad state of affairs that
who could ever trust that institution again?
Yeah, exactly right. It's a sad state of affairs when, oh my God, if I'm going to go to a doctor, his first priority is to kill me. Right? You don't want to be thinking that about your local quack at all.
Right. Yeah, I mean, what was it here in the States? If you got put on a ventilator, COVID tested positive, they got $10,000. So the worse you got, the more money they got. And I'm pretty sure that's been backed up and proven.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure those numbers are accurate.
Yeah, put on some sort of artificial breathing device. That's going to do your body the world of good, isn't it?
In New York, the actual stats, I think it was either 8 or 9 out of people that were put on a vent were killed.
Really? That high?
It was 90%, I believe, yeah. Because
Damn.
it was the totally wrong treatment.
Yeah.
It basically just suffocated them. I mean, just imagine going into the hospital with a small cold or a fever and you end up in a body bag.
I remember growing up, because I grew up on a dairy farm with my grandparents, and if we ever got a cold or maybe the flu, I don't know even if I've ever had the flu, but basically it was, you might have a bit of a temperature and whatnot, a bit of chicken soup, and then up you get, go sweat it off, a bit of chicken soup and Bob's your uncle. Away you go.
Yeah, and that's even how they want to treat those colds. They want to suppress those fever symptoms. And I don't know if they realize that, but it's the fever that burns out those toxins that your body is trying to get rid of. There's a reason why your body gets hot. And they try to even suppress that. So I'm telling you, everything that these places do seem to do the opposite of bring health.
Yeah. Well, my grandmother, if we got, bad cold or a flu with fever symptoms, should actually wrap us up in extra blankets, make us extra warm, and you'd sweat even more. But you just did what your grandma said, and she had your best health at heart, and before you knew it, you were back to your same old self again. Within a day or so.
Yeah.
That's what I do in my house whenever, like, my wife or my daughters, if they get a fever, I just hydrate them, vitamin C, water, and they come out of it pretty fast. Like the next night, they will just get a fever, sweaty, and the next day they feel better.
Yeah.
But if some people just want to give fever medication
Yeah.
to control the
You don't
fever,
want
no,
to
just let them
suppress
have
that
the fever.
Right. Don't suppress that symptom. Yeah, hydration, probably the biggest key to health, believe it or not.
Mm.
Hydration.
I'm lucky where I am. Our water, we're on nothing but tank water here. We're not on can water. It's just, and I tell you what, when you go into town and you drink from the taps, you can taste the chemicals in them. It is disgusting.
Oh, you
It's
don't like all the
absolutely.
industrial waste in your water? Come on.
Well, no, puts hairs on your chest
Yeah, a
probably,
little,
but I
a
don't.
little chlorine, a little prescription.
Fluoride and all else, everything like that. But yeah, there's nothing better than tank water. Oh, to drink, to bathe in it and whatnot. Nothing comes close.
Well, here's what
Nothing
we do.
comes
I've been
close.
drinking for 6 years. I've been drinking distilled water.
Right.
Because, well, A, it's just pure water.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's a lot of myths out there and about how, distilled water leaches minerals and all this nonsense. And that's what it is. But really, that's our only choice because we don't have access to well water.
Right. Yep.
So we distill it. It's fantastic.
Do you distill it yourself?
Oh, yeah. We have a machine. It's an automatic distiller, so it fills itself, and we've got 5 gallons of pure water at the disposal.
Yeah.
I mean, if you've seen what comes out of that boiling tank, the stuff that's left behind, you would never in your lifetime drink from a faucet again.
It doesn't. Like I said, just been on the tank water and pretty much been on tank water all my life, except for a short period of time when I lived in the city. But yeah, you go into town, which you do have to occasionally, and all to friends' places and stuff like that. And I'm a big, huge water drinker. And you go up to the faucet and tap and get yourself a glass of water, and you have that first sip, and you want to spit it out. It just tastes disgusting.
What
Really,
do they use chlorine or bromine down there too?
Oh, they probably use it all.
Yeah.
They probably use it all.
Why not?
Like I said, I've got the tank water, so I'm happy with the bird shit and the cockroaches and all that sort of stuff that float around. A few more nutrients. We do have a filter on the tap that goes into the kitchen just to filter out all that sort of stuff. But
that's a good idea because I know that well water is pretty heavily mineralized. There's a lot of minerals in there.
Mm.
A lot of natural, just metal.
Yeah.
And tap water, and and well water. So yeah, that's a good idea to use like a Brita filter.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing we've got underneath the sink. Just got it in there. Just replace the cartridges about every 3 months.
Yeah, good for you. That's a really smart idea.
Yeah. But it's the same with our food, our fruit and veggies and meat. We always go to the local farmers markets and stuff like that and get all our fruit and veggie, as well as growing our own stuff. But you can't grow it all. But we're always going down to the farmers markets and stuff like that because it's incredible. Like you buy the fruit and veg from a supermarket, and it's lucky to last 2 or 3 days before it starts going rancid and start going off. But you go down and you buy yourself a bunch of apples and bananas and whatnot down from the local market, and they last forever. And the taste is so much better. The apples have a crunch to them. They've got this natural sweetness to them, which is just delicious. You buy the apples from a supermarket and they're floury. You don't even need teeth to bite into them. They're soft and they're just absolutely terrible. But we've been for years now. That's our thing on a Sunday, to go down to the local farmers market and you walk around and whatnot and buy all your stuff.
Yeah, the food's important. It's really important.
Especially, we grow a lot of our own food too. You can't grow bananas and stuff like that where I am, but we've got plenty of fruit trees. We've got a huge veggie patch. Grow all our own herbs and whatnot and stuff.
Oh, you got it made. Do you have access to that most? I mean, are your winters?
Mm-hmm.
They are bad.
Yeah, they can get fairly bad, but it's still not too bad. We've got at the end of summer, I'm looking at building a greenhouse actually to grow extra stuff during the winter. So that's going to be another big project that we're going to be taking on. But
I mean, right now where I am, it's like 10 below zero. I mean, do you guys get that?
Oh no, it gets nowhere near that cold here. Like
I'm talking Fahrenheit, not Celsius, but
yeah, no. Our winters are around 9 or 10 degrees Celsius.
What's
here.
that in Fahrenheit? Any idea?
That's about 40
okay.
Fahrenheit.
That's about how cold it gets at its coldest.
Yeah. Look, you have the exception to the rule. You might have 1 or 2 days where it actually gets down to 1 or 0, which is I think that's around 30, 35
32.
degrees. 32. There you go.
Freezing is 32 for us.
Yeah, but that you might get maybe one or 2 days in the winter where it's like that. But that's generally at night, and during the day, the sun comes out and it warms up, gets rid of the frost and stuff. But yeah, we don't experience the harsh winters that some of the states and Europe experience here. Not at all.
That's nice. So you could easily have a greenhouse then.
Yeah. Most definitely. Yeah, that's the next big thing. I'm getting right into permaculture too. We want to get some chooks and get right into permaculture. So
you got it made down there.
Yeah, and we're only doing on a fairly small block too, Vegan. We've only got 1/4 of an acre here. We came from 2 acres. Which was magic, but all the kids are grown up and they've moved away, and it's just because I don't have built-in slaves anymore, it's a bit hard to maintain 2 acres and stuff.
Right.
So we sold up and we downsized, and we got 1/4 of an acre, and just for the 2 of us, that's more than enough room to grow what we need to grow, and we have a few chooks and all that sort of stuff. Combine that with the veggie patch, the permaculture garden that I want to build, and will be made actually there.
Yeah,
it'll be perfect. And then they can do whatever they want to do. They can shut down everything, and will be made actually. We still have plenty of food and stuff to eat.
Good. Yeah, self-sustainability. Not many people have that anymore.
Oh, there's nothing like it. There's nothing like it. Just getting out of the garden and just tilling the soil and reaping the fruits of your labour. It's a really good feeling. My wife has a little cane basket that every night she goes down and picks bits and bobs that she's going to be using for that night's meal. Goes and picks the fresh herbs and stuff, and it's just amazing, just absolutely amazing. We're really blessed actually.
Yeah, nothing else really compares to that way of eating.
No, not at all.
Yeah,
not at all. Not at all. It's where it's at, Have a healthy mind and a healthy body and all that sort of stuff. And what else really can you ask for?
Right. I mean, I always said there's 2 things you should do in school, and that's build buildings and grow food. And guess what? You don't learn a damn thing about either one anymore.
No, you don't. You don't at all.
Damn thing.
Nah. Everything people need to learn is all on that little idiot box now.
Yeah.
Fellas,
Hey, how you going, Graham?
Doing well, doing well. How are you?
Yeah, good, mate. Good.
Cool.
Kicking back, enjoying the fruits of my labour.
Nice.
Yeah.
And I'm just scrolling through to see where the action's at for a few minutes before I hit the hay.
Oh, it's been pretty laid back here the last hour or so. Just chilling.
Good shit.
Did you come from Gem server, did you, or popped in here
Yeah,
first?
they're over there jabbering about something. I'm just like, whatever.
Yeah. Man, we've been all over the vaccine and fucking governments and everything the last hour and a half, 2 hours. It's been good actually.
Sweet. Hey, I feel fucked up for you guys in Melbourne or you know, just all over Australia right now.
I'm lucky, Grim. I'm a bit removed from it where I am, so I'm barely fortunate. But yeah.
Where are you? I thought you were down there in the mix with them.
No, mate, I moved
North.
about 18 months ago, remember? Down to a little coastal town with a population of about 163.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Right next to the actual beach is like 250 meters from my back door and stuff. Yeah, it's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
Good on you, dude.
Yeah, man.
Got great whites
So-
down there.
Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely. Just off the beach. 100%.
Yeah, they say everything down there tries to kill you. Huh?
Pretty much does.
What about are you around those funnel webs?
Oh, that's a bit north to where I am, but we've got plenty of redbacks. The third day we were here, I was in the garage, and I go everywhere in bare feet, vegan. I never wear shoes, and 3 inches from my ankles, slithering past, was a 1.5 meter long brown snake, one of the deadliest snakes on the planet. I shit myself. I shit myself.
Well, they're lightweight, right? It's good. It's good they're not that aggressive. They're more after the little rats and shit.
Yeah.
They're scared of us.
So,
They don't want nothing to do with us.
and here's my partner. She's just screaming her head off. And anyway, because we were only just unpacked, and I didn't know where anything was, so I couldn't find the shovel. Couldn't find the shovel or the stake. But I had a bit of 4x2 that was like 3 meters long. So here I am, looking like Fred Flintstone, trying to whack this thing on the head. I missed like it was the funniest thing. I finally got the thing and hung it over the fence as a warning to all other snakes not to come near me. But yeah, mate, you don't want to get bit by one of those because it's not nice at all. Not nice at all. So.
I mean, I
Yeah,
think I'd be really nervous about those funnel webs. I don't know that they're terrifying looking creatures.
Yeah.
Pretty aggressive, aren't they?
Yeah, they are very aggressive. Actually,
Right.
they are very aggressive. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to have one of those in my bed sheets.
Yeah, we have plenty of redbacks here, but redbacks
Those are like
aren't
kind of like little ones, right? Kind of like a
they're little
black widow type spider.
Pretty much, yeah. Only tiny. Like they bite you, and it's like a hot needle going into your skin when they bite you. But look, it's very rare. I think the last person to die from a redback was like in the 1960s or something. It's been a long time since someone's died from a redback bite here. I think they've got a worse reputation than what they actually are, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah.
The worst ones are the white tails that we have here.
It's a spider.
It's called white tail or white tip, depending on where you come from. And they're a furry little thing, and they've got this white stripe down its back. And when they bite you, you don't die from it, but there's some sort of reaction, and it's probably from the food that they eat, and your skin just festers and it eats away at your skin. I've got a mate I got a mate that was
Like a
bitten by
brown
one about.
recluse, dude. Brown recluse does that, and it's like big giant volcano opens up on your skin.
Yeah,
Right?
yes,
There's a
very
hole,
similar,
all the
Grim.
necrotic black skin is in the center.
Yes,
And
yeah,
then you
yeah,
squeeze a big giant ball of green and white pus comes out. I got
yeah.
bit on the side of my knee, dude, and it locked my knee up. I couldn't
Yeah,
even bend my knee until I popped that shit. It was
yeah,
wild.
yeah.
And then when I popped it, it went down 2 flights of stairs. Because I was up at the top of the stairs working, and I was squeezed that motherfucker, and it went, boom, and you could hear it, and then it skipped off of 1 step and then kept on going. I was like, holy shit. There's so much pressure.
So how is it that the funnel web is so specific to one spot in Australia? Is it because of the temperature?
The temperature, yeah, it's a bit. It likes the warmer temperatures. Down here, it just gets a little bit too cold.
Yeah.
But it's mainly in northern New South Wales and Queensland, parts of the Northern Territory and Western Australia.
So there's never been one found where you are ever.
Oh, there have been,
Oh,
but
there
it's the exception. It's the exception, not the rule. They haven't really migrated, too much down here.
Usually
but,
somebody's furniture or something brings it in or something, probably.
Yeah, right.
Not like the cane toad. The cane toad's migrating everywhere around this place. That's a bloody menace, that thing. It's got no natural predators, the cane toad, in this country. None whatsoever. And they wreak havoc on everything. You name it. Because of the poison that's on their backs. Whatever eats them ends up dying. They had crocodiles. Big ass bloody crocodiles eating cane toads and dying from eating cane toads. Go figure.
Is it dangerous to people?
Not if you don't eat them.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Not if you don't.
You couldn't, like,
Yeah,
you
you got
stepped on it or something, you wouldn't get hurt.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for the Aboriginal kids, right?
Yeah,
Don't eat those.
yeah.
Don't eat those.
Well,
Stick to the cats.
back in the day when they
Just
first
joking.
when they first introduced them, they had an advertising campaign in the 60s that you could have these things as pets, and they're big ass fucking toads. They're like a foot long. They're huge mothers. They are. And they introduced them because there was a beetle, a cane beetle, and they introduced the cane toad to eat the cane beetle, but someone forgot to inform the cane toad that they have to climb up a cane to get the beetle at the top of the cane, which they don't do. So yeah, they just went rampant and did nothing for the actual cane beetle itself. But one of the government's worst decisions when it comes to introduce
That's hilarious,
species.
dude.
Yeah.
Right, they can't get rid of a beetle, but they're going to get rid of a virus, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, they're wiping that thing out as we speak. The virus, God, don't you worry.
How's that war
Your
on birds
government,
going? Did they just give up? I'm just kidding.
the emu war. Yeah, I think that's done and dusted. That one, it's done and dusted. We've been talking about the camels actually having to get hunters in to get rid of our camels because we've got a huge camel plague in this country at the moment.
What'd you say? Camels?
Camels, yeah, camels, yeah.
Wouldn't have thought they were down there.
Well, you wouldn't have thought, but they were introduced by the Afghanis when Australia first got developed as trying to get goods from point A to point B, and they were a huge part of the development of this country. And anyway, they just let them go wild, and they're wild.
Turns out they're seeding the land, though, right? Every time they eat from somewhere and shit in another, they plant seeds.
Yeah, noxious weeds.
It's
all
like
that sort of stuff.
they're turning the grass, they're turning the desert green out there, shitting all over it. aren't they? In some like,
I haven't heard that. I haven't heard
yeah,
that.
I think that's the counter narrative to the global warming because they were like, oh, they're camel farts, man. It's global warming.
Yeah. We've got like 3 million camels in this country, right?
Well,
3
CO2 is a
million of
heavy
them.
gas. It's not even one of the gases that are up there that they're even supposed to be talking about. That's
Yeah.
stupid.
It's crazy. Crazy. But yeah, the Australian feral camel is a real
Nuisance.
nuisance. Yeah, for want of a better word. Yeah, a real nuisance.
It'd be good. I mean, just if you need a camel farm, you can go pluck them from the wild for free, right?
Oh man, camels, man, they'll spit and fart all over you. They're a feral animal.
Yeah. You gotta, keep a couple generations in and tame them.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't really want nothing to do with those animals.
I don't know.
Just let them
Maybe
do their
maybe
thing in the wild.
they should farm them and sell camel meat. Maybe.
Camels versus emu. Love both. You need to start a propaganda war between camels and emu and get them to fight each other off.
Yeah, exactly. Don't do that. Then we'll get a new strain of the big
The American
C.
way. It's the American way. What are you talking about?
It was very sad. About a week ago, I was down. Had to go to a local hardware, and it's one of the big chains, Bunnings, pretty massive. And poor little girl there was at the front checking people in with the QR code and making sure that the people are wearing masks and all that sort of stuff. And this fella there was just, man, God, he was giving her a hard time. It was unbelievable. Sad to see. She's only about 15 or 16. It's crazy. But I don't see that same fellow standing on the steps of Parliament waving his fists, taking out on a little 15-year-old girl.
Well, that's my cue. Good talking to you guys.
All right, buddy. Catch you later.
Later.
I'm reading down in Australia, they're setting wide-scale fires. Is that true?
Yeah. They're setting them.
The Aussies set fires in wide-scale revolt against tyranny.
Really?
That was just on the Stu Peters show.
First I've heard.
The Parliament building in Canberra.
In Canberra, yeah.
Yeah, they burnt down the Parliament building.
No. When did this happen?
Evidently, recently.
Okay, Canberra Parliament burnt down.
Stu Peters said it happened last week. Anti-lockdown protesters.
Okay then.
So probably it's some, ploy to blame anti-vaxxers, setting them up to be criminals, more than likely. False flag.
Yeah, what they did, they set a fire on the steps of Parliament that burnt the front door. So they actually haven't burnt the place down. They just
yeah.
So they've made it sound more dramatic probably than what it actually was.
So it's still there.
Yeah, it's still there, but it was just on the steps of Parliament. They lit a fire and it burnt the and it wasn't the new Parliament; it was the old Parliament House.
Yeah, that's what he said. The old Parliament building.
Yeah. So the front entrance and the little patio that goes over the top of it was damaged.
Yeah, I see the picture here. It was a decent sized fire.
Yeah. There's only like 30 odd people protesting.
That's it, huh?
At the time. Yeah, it wasn't huge.
That trucky thing never materialized either.
No.
That's too bad.
Yeah, no, what they did, well, the police got onto that pretty quickly, and before the convoys could get into town, they pretty much pulled them over and stopped them in their tracks, actually.
In what, they were going to arrest them if they just left their trucks, basically?
Pretty much, yeah. Arrested under a public nuisance act. A few of them got fined and stuff like that. There were some protests a couple of months ago that got some headlines where they got out of hand a little bit with the violence and stuff, which a lot of the times too, when I see these protests and you see pockets of violence, is this a false flag? Are these things like planned by other people to make the protests look worse than what it is, and that's what they concentrate on? These rebels without a cause type of thing. But for the most part, they're shutting down the protests before they even get started. There was a big one arranged, and they shut down all the infrastructure. They had roadblocks. They shut down the trains and trams, so people actually couldn't even get to it. So that kind of fizzled out into nothing as well. So I don't know how you go about doing it, in arranging something or participating in something when they're going to such lengths to shut them down.
Yeah, pretty wild.
And then they have propaganda stories on TV. There was a famous one here right at the start where the police bashed down a woman's door and arrested her because she posted something anti-COVID on her Facebook page, and it was like the prime story here for days and days and days. And apparently they arrested her in front of her kids and all that sort of stuff. And they really hyped it up to put the fear of God into people. Like, it doesn't matter who you are, man, woman, child, you do the wrong thing, we're coming to get you. And that's exactly what that story was about, just to put the living fear of God into people. Like, don't you dare speak out against the government. Don't you dare do the wrong thing. And people fell for it. And, it was another tool that they used to get people to toe the line.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically, I don't even know what to call that. It's illegal, I'll tell you that.
Well, it was quite funny because there was one person that watched it and recognised one of the policemen's faces, and one of the policemen's faces was identified in another news story, right? Now, our state police here work in zones, pretty much like over there in the States. You work in a particular zone, and you don't go outside your zone. Well, this arrest happened in Bendigo. That was all over the news, and this one particular police officer whose face was identified was also part of another arrest that happened over 200 kilometres away. Well, that doesn't happen. They don't travel outside their territory. So, you see stuff like that, it makes you even more suspicious of what you are actually looking at on the news.
Right. So did anything ever happen to this woman?
No, well, she got arrested and she
Did they ever end up charging her with anything though, or did they?
No. They let her off, and then the story kind of fizzled out. Like there was no follow up story or anything like that.
And people aren't getting arrested left and right for making anti-government posts on Facebook.
Well, I haven't heard any since then, right? But like I said, I think it was just a story to promote the line of them.
Right.
Don't you dare do this because we're going to come and get you.
Yeah, that's psychological warfare.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Exactly. And they do it quite successfully.
Right.
Like you watch. I don't watch news generally. My wife will watch it occasionally, or while she's cooking dinner or whatever. But our local news goes for half an hour. Well, 20 minutes of it is general news, and the last 10 minutes is generally sport. Pretty much, probably like any other country. But out of that 20 minutes, I watched it, only a few days ago, and still today, 2 years later, 90% of the reporting was about COVID. Still today. I know they're just pushing it so much. It's incredible.
Yeah. Really, I guess that's what you could call this whole thing. It just psychological warfare.
Mm-hmm. And if you think about it, it's quite impressive the way they've been able to do it. Like, you've got to give them props for being able to pull it off.
I think they felt that they dumbed down enough people have been dumbed down enough to where they believe it.
Mm-hmm.
And they were right. And they had the cooperation of pretty much every first world government on the planet.
Will come and she'll tell me about a news article, and the first thing I ask her is like, "Where did you read this?" You go, "I read it on Facebook." It's like, what the hell? And I'll just laugh at her and make a mockery of it, and she'll just roll her eyes at me and whatever. And I go, "Babe, seriously, look at where you're getting your information from. Like, come on." It's quite funny. We have a good back and forward as far as all that sort of stuff is concerned.
That's good.
Like, she'll listen to what I've got to say, but at the end of the day, she's got more interested in baking a cake or going out in the garden and doing what she wants to do in the garden. Like, that's where she wants to put her time and attention.
That's less stressful. I know that.
Exactly. Oh, she's a very grounded and peaceful person. Actually, we balance each other pretty well. Actually,
right.
Yeah. We're chalk and cheese, but it seems to balance each other out. I'll go on about my crazy conspiracy stuff, but she'll roll her eyes at me, or she'll go on about whatever she does. I'll roll my eyes at her.
Right. Keeps you honest.
It does. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And you got to have that. You got to have that. Like, I definitely don't want to be with someone that it just says yes sir, no sir, 3 bags full sir.
Yeah.
It's not what I want at all. I want her to be her own person, have her own mind, and think for herself. But I was disappointed that she was forced into getting the shots by her employer.
Your wife was?
Choice. Yeah.
Oh, that's terrible. I honestly, I can't even imagine what it would be like sitting in that chair, knowing that you don't want to take, that you don't want anything to do with this, and you're being forced. I
Yeah.
honestly, that's a nightmare.
And she didn't want to get it, right?
That's what I'm talking about. Just imagine sitting in a chair. You're being forced to take something you don't want anything to.
Yeah. Yeah. So
That's-
touch wood. You know, nothing happens. You know, touch wood. But yeah, you know, she had no choice. And she's got a very good job.
And you see, that's what these people know. They know they can use that against you. It's so criminal. I mean, these are the worst crimes ever committed against populations of people. It isn't even close.
Exactly. And how do you know they don't, numpty?
Huh? What was that?
How do you know they don't? How do you know they don't?
How do you know they do?
Oh, I don't, but you said no, they don't, so I'm kind of presuming that you know how they don't.
Yeah, they just say they went there. That's it.
Or are you just saying no, they don't?
It's pretty simple. They just say
Pretty
they did
simple?
it, and you just believe it, and that's how it works.
Oh, okay. Well,
It's pretty
do
simple
those
model.
routes?
They say
those routes
we do this,
exist?
and then you believe it. That's how it works.
Oh, really? It's that simple, is it? Okay.
Pretty much,
Okay.
yeah. It is exactly like that.
Okay, it's good to see you've got it all worked out.
Pretty much, yeah. It's taken a while. It's taken a while to like fully understand, but like that's my understanding at this point is they just tell us bullshit and everyone goes along with it and nobody questions it.
Okay.
Seems about right.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, global or not, like they just constantly give us bullshit. We constantly believe it, and it's like it's just too much evidence at this point.
What are you referring to?
Oh, everything in the mainstream news.
Okay.
Everything that comes off of the television, basically. Like, even the sports and shit. Like, everything is fucking shit that they give us.
Not the sports, too.
Yes, sadly
No.
to say, even the sports. They even fuck up with the sports. They
You
even
tell me
fuck
the
with
military say rituals they do during the feel good
I think they do a lot of rituals in the NFL. Is that what you're referring to? Is that what you said?
The military rituals they do, you know, jets, ribbons, and shot ads, and all that good stuff. You tell me that isn't for the betterment of society?
Shot ads? Are you referring to cerveza sauce?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, that's definitely. Listen,
they're not just looking out for me.
Listen, before this whole fucking Rona, they never had no fucking ads for your health. This is that is the most clear, plain bullshit.
And you tell me this isn't for my health? They don't care about my health? I thought they just wanted to keep me healthy.
I've been trying to figure out what exactly their aim is. It seems like some sort of like world totalitarian state. That's at least my like. I could be wrong. But
Hold on, did you just say before COVID they didn't have advertising?
Huh?
Did you say that?
Did they not have advertisements? Is that what
For
you
our
said?
health?
Oh no, definitely not. Not at least not at the rate they did now.
Well, I'm going to disagree because I thought every other commercial telling you to diagnose yourself with some, new disease.
Actually, you know what?
What?
You could be right actually about that.
Yeah,
I have to take my statement back. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just realized all those commercials were at the end. It's like, and the side effects are. Blah, 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 blah.
Those are my favorite commercials.
Yeah. Now,
I haven't seen one in years,
I take back my point. Actually, you're correct. I was wrong there for a second.
All right. Did you know there's only 2 countries in the entire world that allow? You know which ones they are?
Excuse me? Sorry.
There's only two countries in the entire world that allow pharmaceutical companies to advertise directly to consumers.
I'd say
America?
America.
It's the United States and
I don't know, North Korea.
no, you would right? You'd think so.
But UK?
New Zealand. It's New Zealand.
And New Zealand.
Yeah, only two countries that allow it.
I find it funny when you back in the day when Trump was running for election. I was YouTubing on a lot of CNN, Fox, SBC, and whatnot, and you watch their shows, and then the adverts would come on, and it'd be some pharmaceutical company spruiking their wares, and 3/4 of the ad is warning you of all the side effects. And
oh, they're great. They're so great.
I would piss myself laughing because you can drop dead of a heart attack. You'll get this. You'll get that. Yeah, you'll grow a third eye and whatnot. Oh man, it was funny as.
Yeah. And everyone is so happy during those.
Aren't they?
Greatest. They're so great.
Yeah. Playing in the parks, riding bikes, swimming, beautiful straight white teeth. You name it.
It's a good place to be.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know much about this whole like biochemistry and stuff like that. I mean, seems interesting, but I feel like there's a lot more ways to fuck up a human body than there are ways to actually like heal it, if you know what I'm saying.
Well, the body heals itself.
I'd have to agree with that. I just got cut earlier today and it's already gone.
Right. The only thing, you just need to give it the right materials.
What were you all discussing before I came in?
Pretty much all these things we've been talking about now, actually.
Pharmaceuticals, then. Pharmacia.
Everything, yeah. Big C, you name it. Farming, hormones, gardening.
I'm talking about those genetically modified crops from.
Yeah, spoken about
those
that.
are only for getting better yields, you see. That's all that those do. They just get better yields. We have to feed
I heard
everybody.
they have. This is probably late news. I'm pretty sure you guys know about this, but they have these like self-terminating crops and don't bear any seeds.
Wait a second, Terminator seeds?
Yeah, like they only bear fruit, but they don't bear seeds. So you only get them for one generation. You have to go back to Monsanto and ask for more, basically.
Yeah.
That's a fucking great business model. I'm not gonna that is highly unethical, but like when it comes to business, man, that's pretty shrewd. Not gonna lie.
Well, you don't want to keep using the same seeds, so that could be dangerous. It's quality control is all.
So you guys garden?
I mean, it's probably a good idea to have someone own patents on the food supply. I mean, it seems like a good idea to me.
What about human beings? What about genetically modifying a human being? And
The
having
more
it own
profit
it?
we can make off that type of stuff, the better. I mean, that's the question now, isn't it? I mean,
Vegan games. I think you're. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like some of your sentences are getting a little cut off.
I'm getting cut off.
Seems fine for me.
I think it might be you.
Y'all ever ran past Bob the Science Guy?
Oh man,
Yeah. What about him?
First time I met him
treasure
about a
trove
week
of
ago
knowledge.
was
Oh,
it was on a QE server. Fucking hilarious when he came in the chat, man. I honestly, I was pretty like, I don't know. I thought this guy was like a big YouTuber or whatever. So I was like, kind of just like, yo, what's up? Everyone in the fucking chat just started roasting him. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. I was like, holy shit. These guys don't respect this guy at all.
I mean, I really want to see Bob. What the hell that series that P Brain did on him in that Mountain Shadow? I've never seen him actually respond to that. You know what I'm talking about?
I think I've seen pictures of this. Basically, the mountains casting a shadow
Underneath the clouds.
Right. Yeah. Onto the clouds above. Basically,
Yeah,
I've
he
seen
crushed Bob on that, and then he never really responded. That's kind of what pisses me off about these are had like that. They'll never concede anything.
Yeah.
What
I mean, what's the
Sorry,
problem?
no.
Yeah, I was wrong. Never once.
What I find funny with some of these guys, Bob the Science Guy, Blue Marble, Nathan Oakley's, Jaredisms and whatnot, all these people that are on the YouTubes think that they're big time YouTubers, 5, 10, 20,000 subs, maybe 50,000 subs, tops. When an 8-year-old girl that all she does is open up boxes in front of a camera has something like 50 million subs. Like, go figure. Like, how big are you really?
Jeranism only has 50,000. I think he's got a few hundred thousand, hasn't he?
Oh, even has he got that many?
I think so. Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't been on his channel in a minute, to be honest with you.
Well, most of his stuff is on Rockfin now.
Yeah.
Never even seen this Jeremism guy, but
152.
There you go, 152, which in the bigger scheme of things still isn't huge when you can compare it to an 8-year-old girl that has 50 million subs opening up surprise boxes.
Yeah, different niches.
I find it funny that even a person like Jaredism that you say he's got 150,000 subs. So let's just have a look here, Jaredism. We go boom. Let me just check something here because I don't want to talk out of turn. So he's got like 150,000 subs, but he's only getting 9,000-10,000 views per video. Like, he's not getting huge views on his live streams that he does. He might get maybe 1,000 people watching, sort of thing. So it doesn't seem to equate the number of subs he's got to how many kind of views that he gets either.
Yo, Dan's bandwidth or band saw bandwidth.
No, that's all bandits. Bandits.
Bands saw bandits. So I was in QE the other QE server the other week, but there was no one in there like not Nathan or QE like usual, like just the people who hang out in there, and they some of them legitimately think this Terranism guy is a shill. Like they were like I've never watched this guy before, so I can't really comment, but they were like they were pretty convinced. I mean, I never watched them. I don't really know, but they were like they were someone else too. They were calling a shill. I forget who. It was another flat earther, but they're like,
that's been going on though ever since the beginning of this.
Exactly.
Everybody's a shill.
That's right.
I'd like to know if there really is some shills. Honestly, I would like to know. But I mean, I've watched Jared pretty much since the beginning. I think he's put out pretty good content.
Yeah, look, he definitely has had some good stuff over the years. Like I said, back in the day, I watched a bit of his stuff when I very first got into the topic. There was him, there was Globebusters, there was Nathan Oakley. These sort of people, I watch them on a regular basis, I must say, but
I can watch a lot of the old Rob Skiba stuff.
he recently died
From COVID, believe it or not. The
treatment,
but in hospital, the hospital killed.
That's dude, there was so many people talking about that too the other day. They were saying like it was like some sort of like conspiracy to kill him or something. I was like, dude, that I don't know, like.
Well, just the treatment in itself going into the hospital for this can kill you. Just look at the stats.
Yeah, I heard that once you get on that ventilator, you're fucking gone. Like
That's all over. It's all over.
Oh yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's why, man. Even if I tested positive or whatever, honestly, I don't take tests. I don't do this whole shit. I don't even fucking care. But even if like someone said I had it, I would just stay home. I wouldn't fucking go to the hospital. Are you kidding me?
Wait a second. I can't
wanted to
convince
get
you to
it.
take a test when you're not sick. Come on.
I wanted to get it. I wanted the $1,500 from the government that they were handing out. I wanted to get the bloody thing.
Yeah, I mean, what was the videos that you guys watched at the very beginning? Was it Mark Sargent?
No, I've never seen any of his stuff.
What year did you get into this? How long ago?
Oh, about 5 years ago, thereabouts. 5.5 years ago.
I got in at the very, very beginning, at least the YouTube beginning, 2004.
2004? Is that what you said?
14.
Oh, geez. I was about to say, holy shit, man.
Right when he released Flat Earth Clues. That was the first thing I watched.
Right, okay.
And the weird thing is, I believed it almost. Yeah, that makes sense. And then I never looked back.
Was that the same year as when what's his name, Eric Dubai brought out his 200?
Yeah, it was Dubay and Sargent.
Sargent, yeah. And people have called Dubay a shill as well.
Right, they all called each other shills the whole time.
Yeah, but like their proof isn't very good. They're like, he wore a dress, and it's like that doesn't mean someone's a shill. I mean, like I never wore one, but like, how does that it might be I don't know. I've seen some of the videos, and it doesn't seem very like convincing to me.
Well, the weird part to me was it was always Dubay that wouldn't talk to anybody else. That was the big thing with Dubay. He said everybody else was COINTELPRO.
Might be a little paranoid though too. You know what I'm saying?
No, I agree.
Like there probably is shills, but like to say everyone is a shill, that'd be like, and what would you be fighting for? You know what I'm saying? If everyone was a shill, like why would you even talk to them?
I mean, I need to see the new definition of what a shill is. I mean,
They claim anyone that makes money off this format is a shill, but does that make all the other people, Bob the Science Guy, Simon Dan, all these other ones, conspiracy cats, you name them, they're all making money out of it, and good luck to them. If everyone, if people are making $1, I've got no qualms about it whatsoever.
I for one legitimately think that Bob legitimately believes it's a globe. Like I think in his deepest heart he really fucking believes that. I don't think he's a shill. I think he just fucking really thinks it's a globe and that we're like retarded, basically, is how I see it. At least because I talked to him before. It seemed like people can put on an act, but to me, in my mind, it seemed like he was a legit guy. But
you don't think that he's just suffering severe dissonance? I kind of feel that's how my opinion about what I hear when I hear Bob talk.
Yeah, he could be.
He can't wrap his mind around. I don't.
I would go one step further. You're saying Bob the Science Guy and these other people are just in denial or
That's
believe
what
in
I
the
pretty
globe.
much mean. Yeah, he just won't allow himself to admit that there's no chance that he's wrong.
I would say 7.4 billion people around the globe, apparently, for want of a better phrase, ironically, believe that they're on a globe.
Yeah.
Because nobody thinks about it. And if a majority of people, if they've ever seen anything on it, it's generally a hit piece, making a mockery of it.
Yeah. They use it to compare, like, if you say, like, you say you're doing some other conspiracy, they're gonna be like, "What are you, a flat earther?" You know what I mean? It's kind of like the bottom line of conspiracies, or like the bottom tier in society's eyes.
Just the basic arguments, unless you've looked into anything, just the basic arguments themselves, like, ships going over the horizon, sunsets, these sorts of things. If you don't know anything about refraction, miraging, or atmospheric conditions, you're going to think that, ships go over the horizon. Yes, there is a sunset. You're going to think these things just naturally.
Yeah, the mental gymnastics to deny everything. I mean, they don't concede any points.
I think I saw earlier today that Pythagoras was actually credited with this ball Earth thing. I'm reading earlier. Either that or Plato. I can't remember which one. I saw it earlier. I was reading earlier on these Greek fuckers.
Yeah, I mean, there is a narrative that Pythagoras was one of the original cults. Essentially, they were like a heliocentric cult of sorts, or like one of the first, and they were also some of the first Freemasons.
Yeah, I know about the Freemason part because I always see those pictures of those like Eratosthenes and like Archimedes holding the square and compass, and it's just like, who painted this photo? Did they even have that in ancient Greece? Like, I have a hard time believing this. Wasn't ancient Greece like sailing on ships and fighting, I don't know, the Battle of Troy? And then all of a sudden they have all these, I don't know, it's just hard to fucking tell what actually happened. Yeah.
This is supposedly new information?
Pythagoras
I mean, when I said it, I just said it's a narrative, meaning that I don't even necessarily think it's true at all. But yeah, it is a narrative that they sell in terms of that.
They do attribute Pythagoras to believing in a round Earth. I just looked it up, so yeah, I guess he would be the first baller.
It ain't new, right?
Being a baller?
No, just this narrative. This isn't the new theory they've got, right?
Dude, Noah, do you know what I? Well, no. I mean, the Pythagoras. It's the whole history we've been told. But I mean, honestly, at this point, I think that not only have we been sold a fake, false cosmology of what the Earth is, but I think we've also been sold a huge amount of fake history to go along with it.
No way would they do that.
I could see that. I could see that, Gio. I honestly could see that. Because all it is like people's writings referencing other people's writings, referencing other people's writings. Like when you actually look into history, there is some archaeology, but like most of history is just footnotes. You know what I'm saying? How easy it is to make a couple, you can make a whole line of people and be like, yeah, this is what happened.
It's pretty clear that the whole thing is a crock of, none of it's true. The question is how far back, how soon do all the lies start, 2 generations?
Like the 1800s, honestly, I think that's when there was a huge reset.
It might even be later than that, or closer than that. It might be.
Well, I can definitely tell you that, like, we know what happened to a certain extent. Like, I'm not saying all of it, but, like, I know for sure that my grandfather was in World War II, and my great grandfather was also, like, you know what I mean? Like, to a certain extent, I can tell from within my family what kind of, I can't tell what happened geopolitically, but I can tell what happened to my family personally because they can tell me the stories and stuff. But yeah, like when it comes to a European perspective, at least, like I don't know about your guys' families, but like it didn't go too far back past World War One. You know what I mean? Like a lot of shit fucking happened in World War.
Do you guys think that Tartaria deal is real, or is that another rabbit hole of nonsense?
I think
there could be a rabbit hole.
Is it nonsense completely, or is there something to it?
I feel like they put a lot of different conspiracies into one conspiracy. Like, it's one thing to say that there was like a central Russian country. It's another thing to say that we had electricity in the past. I feel like they put a lot of different ones into one full conspiracy, and it kind of, I feel like some of them might be true, but other ones might be kind of shit to kind of like throw you off a little, right? Like,
so Gio, what do you think they did in the 19 or the 1800s to switch it? It must be gone.
Well, I think they through brute force essentially started kidnapping people and splitting them up and taking them away from their lands and their cities and worlds that they had. Stole all of their free energy and all of their ancient technology, stole everything from them, put them through like a MK Ultra type brainwashing, like systematic process and then broke people up, fucked up all the cities and rebuilt things, and then repopulated the cities with these new people.
Sounds like what they're doing right now.
When I say new people, I just mean like the ones that went through that whole.
They're re-educated.
Yeah.
I think
kind of like a communist.
Sorry, Numpty, go back.
It's kind of like what they do in communism, right? Like, didn't China have some sort of like full on, like, they erased all the history, destroyed everything, and then like restart from fresh, right? Like some sort of restart. Like there could be
some book burning.
Yeah, some book burning. Like, I don't know, there could be multiple of these in history, right? Maybe there's not just one, maybe like multiple times people who took control were like, you know what, these people know too much. We need to kind of like have a new batch.
I think
so you're all for the ancient high technology of the past, that they probably were more advanced than us, or?
I honestly, I would have to see like substantial evidence for that, to be honest. I mean, the pyramids are pretty impressive, but
Isn't that what Tartaria is about too, though? Weren't those buildings supposedly like energy centers, similar to what the pyramids are?
the mystery of the old cathedrals and shit. Yeah. I mean,
yeah,
I could see that. Those things are fucking like. I honestly would not. I don't think our fuckers could build those things.
You cannot take out of the account that there are cities built on top of cities.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of this there is a go ahead.
Maybe, like, they talk about Tartaria is whatever, the last civilization before the flood or whatever. Maybe that's pushing it, because I don't think one nation control all of the nations and input their architecture and their way of living into all the regions of the world. I think there was a world civilization of the past, and a lot of the buildings and constructs and cities below cities and things that are being discovered under the ground is part of maybe a past multiple civilizations around the world, because the world is big. Just to say that one country, one nation, Tartaria, controlled the whole world and all that kind of stuff, I don't think that's the case. But there was events that probably resetted a lot of regions of the world, and then people took that over. New administrations, new groups of people moving and controlling, just up to this day that we are today, that we know the financials, the bankers, and the controllers do have a big hold of many of the nations up to this point.
Well, the manipulation of the masses came around probably around the invention of the printing press, why they were able to get information out there quickly. When was the printing press first invented? In the 1400s, 14.
I don't know, man, but there's books that are bigger than a person. There's a lot of literature out there that is probably doesn't count with the printing press that we have today, but there's a lot of history that is being hidden, and that includes probably every region of the world.
Oh, definitely. The history they want us to know, that we're taught, is what they want us to know.
Okay, so 1440 is when the Gutenberg press.
There we go. There we go. So that probably was the start of the mass indoctrination of the peoples getting messages out there.
I would
Yeah, I
say
mean, all
the
this,
Lutheran
all
Church
this,
did that as well.
well, all of the discussion of like the indoctrination and the way that people seem to obey sort of, so, you know, all of these things, and it can just be deceived in so many ways. That's why I've thinking more and more that it's not just because these people did news media, you know, a lot of news media and pushed a lot of narratives and stuff. Like there's something actually going on in the actual like human. It's like the trauma bank memories of humanity are activated by this. It's like that's why I think there was like a mass trauma-based mind control event that was linked with a reset. And so we literally are in like, in a way, collectively, we're in like an actual traumatized state. And that's why people are so much believing all these lies and going along with it. It's like in some sense, and it's all kind of playing through our unconsciouses. And ultimately, I think having the potential to heal and resolve as well in a positive way.
I think there's like a thing in hypnosis or something where like, I don't know if it's hypnosis. I could be misspeaking here, but it's like if you basically traumatize someone, their focus actually narrows, and so if you can then give them some sort of hope, then that narrowed focus will latch on to that hope, i.e. like a Hitler type, right? If you traumatize the people,
That's the Hegelian dialectic, what you're talking about.
Yeah, like they say,
did this with all the wars and sending the young men to fight wars and all the kind of. But this took a long time. It wasn't just one war fought and that's it. The region by region, invasion by invasion, war after war, to install the economic system of the world that we have it as today. This thing didn't build up itself, one war, and that's it. It took a long time, a lot of planning and controlling nations and the administrators and keeping the control of the finances of many nations all come together to this point that we're in, the central banks and many nations work together in cahoot to just control their populations. And
yeah, now we get fucking like utter bullshit news. Like the shit that they fucking give us is so like contrived. Like that's the only word I can give it is it's contrived. It's not even like real. Like that didn't even occur. Like this is
Right.
ridiculous.
Well, you know, I always
the
think about
COVID
that.
thing, real quick, the COVID thing wouldn't work. I don't think it would have worked. I don't know, 10 years ago or 20 years ago. The whole COVID worldwide shutdown. I don't think that it would have been. They wouldn't be able to pull it off.
Right, that's kind of what I'm
they
getting
did
at.
this.
You know, well, you know about the CIA and Mockingbird, and then I always think of that quote from William Casey in the early '80s when he said, our disinformation campaign will be complete when everything the American public believes is false. I think we've just reached that point.
I think we've definitely been there for a while too.
And that's why they're able to do what they're doing.
Yeah. That ties into what Gio's saying too about systematic trauma-based mind control. Like it's very geared a certain way. You know, it's like an agenda. That's how people put it, right?
Yeah, it's a psyop. Robert Malone just called it yesterday? Mass formation psychosis. You know, the inventor of mRNA. Yeah, he referred to it as a mass formation psychosis. Then Twitter banned him.
I have a
now, whether that guy's a shill or not, I don't know.
Well, because what I wonder is what would happen if it's almost like a force field of oppression that's being inflicted on our entire species daily. Even if like you haven't got the TV or the radio on, like it's even moving through the fucking airwaves constantly, microwave. It's all always buzzing around you. If all that switched off, like what would happen to our brains? I mean, I have no idea, but I just feel everybody would almost like take a huge sigh of relief.
Yeah, I'll make a little short. Like earlier today we're all sitting quietly, me and my family, and then like someone in our family puts on the news, and it's just like the moment I heard that shit, like the way it even sounds is like makes you scared. You know what I'm saying? Like not scared, but like the way it even fucking sounds makes you kind of like, I guess, anxious or something. I didn't even hear what they were saying. I could just hear their voice, and I was like, "This is fucked up." Like, even
It's like a
engineered the
frequency,
fucking
right?
sound. Yeah,
Yeah, make you feel concerned.
Yeah. That's what gives me hope, because I sort of feel like we've all experienced a sort of a certain way of life on Earth, but some people are saying, like, you know, there's some kind of initiation process, some kind of changing of the guard, but it seems like it's leading into more real information coming in. A lot of people want reality. They want things to be transparent. So there's a process afoot, and it seems like that's leading somewhere. And I don't see death and destruction anymore. I think that's had its day.
It's more like an upgraded version of the system, like a, you know, more convenient way of doing things in a way. But still, is the system a bigger beast than before?
A bigger beast.
When you say upgraded, is that in a good way?
I don't know how to define good, because I can go to the store and buy stuff, you know. I feel that's good, you know. But that's part of the
Right, but we
system.
could do
I
that
can go
3
put
years
gas in
ago,
my
too.
vehicle. It's very convenient to put gas in the vehicle, you know. It's
Right, we
very
could have done that a
convenient.
year ago much cheaper than we do today.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're saying
everything's
upgrade. I don't know what you mean by upgrade.
backward. Everything's been up backwards since 2020. I'll just say that. It was pretty. I'm not gonna lie. 2019 was pretty nice, at least in my view. And 2020, since then, it's been pretty backward sliding.
Like, without putting you on the spot, man, how old are you, Numpty Noah?
Oh, I'm only 23, so I'm not that
23 years on Earth. Fuck.
Yeah. So I'm
Interesting.
not. Yeah, I'm not trying to say I'm like wise or anything. Like I wasn't even like conscious to witness the 9/11, but like, I can tell you that like my life was fucking peaches up and until 2020.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Apart from the big V that's been pushed down our throats, my life has actually been pretty peachy.
Yeah, that's
say.
why I got
It's
triggered before, Bandy, when they were saying Australia's fucked. I was like, hang
been,
on.
but you know, I made changes, Merle. Like I moved, and I had a good life prior to when I moved. Don't get me wrong, you know.
Yeah.
But you know, I've spoken to you too, you know, about you know, where I moved to and stuff like that, and I feel so removed from it because no one around here, you know, wears masks or, you know, is not really spoken about, you know, at all. You just go, it's a little fishing village. You know, you go down to the pier and you watch the ferry going off to Kangaroo Island, or you go down to the beach, you walk on the beach, do a bit of a fish and stuff like that. I'm not really feeling the effects of the people in the big smoke. It's not in my face. Like when I go to town, you definitely see, you know, everyone's got a mask on. You know, you're asked to scan into shops with your QR code and that sort of thing. And look, you know, you just go about your thing. If they ask me to put on a mask, I just wear one of those neck gaiters. Actually, I'll just pull it up and I just go in, and as soon as I'm in the store, I generally pull it down again and just go about my business. But yeah, I just don't let it affect me. You know, you know, I'm just interested in, you know, growing my little permaculture garden. You know, spending time with my kids and my grandkids and stuff like that. You know, stuff that really matters to me
Yeah.
and my
Yeah.
and my my personal happiness, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
is
no,
is
definitely.
what matters.
Yeah,
and
But
I
then you
think a
think
lot
about
of
it, though. Think
people.
how close it's hit you. Your wife was forced, and two of your children were somewhat
Yeah,
forced into shoving needles into
no,
their arms.
exactly. And I do feel the effects of that, and I think it's very, very sad. Most definitely vegan, as we were speaking about that before. And I feel sorry for my wife and my kids that they've been forced into making that decision, but still we don't we don't let it bother us, you know what I mean? We're not going, oh woe, 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 you got the big V and stuff like that. It's not all doom and gloom, even though it kind of is happening. And from the outside looking in, you definitely can see changes in society in the cities and some of the larger towns and stuff. You definitely see the effects there. Everyone's got a mask on, everyone's scared of their family, their friends, their neighbours. It kind of seems like, but I am lucky that I am removed from that a majority of the time.
For now.
Yeah, for now,
exactly.
For now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it to me, it's just this constant, cloud of dread. It's not right there, but it's right over there, and you just kind of sense it. You're always just something is wrong.
Yeah,
that's not a good
That's
feeling.
why. That's why I don't mainstream news or TV. Even mainstream radio, I don't listen to. Anything I listen to on the radio is generally stuff that I've downloaded that I want to listen to myself, whether it's music or a podcast or whatever. Very rarely, do I get stuck into the commercial side of media. I kind of removed myself from that many years ago, which is a
I
good
mean,
thing.
you're a bit of an unsung hero to me, Bandsaw, because I've seen people go to pieces over things that, in the big scheme of things, aren't that big or drastic at all. Got turn to water, like lose it. They're even like self-medicating, to cope. And some of the things you've expressed to me over the years that you've been through and been able to reconcile and keep going, and then to where you are now. I've got so much, because actually you were in my dream this morning, believe it or not, and I was going to reach out to you because I'm going through something that I'm having trouble reconciling it.
Yeah.
So I might reach out to you privately, but
no dramas, Mel. Anytime, you're more than welcome, buddy. More than welcome.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, Bandy.
Did he show up as that flower pot in your dream?
He's the type of person to me that, like, when the shit hits the fan, he's the guy that'll have his arm around you, smiling, saying, "It's going to be all right, mate." That's all you need to hear. Even if it isn't going to be okay, you just need someone to put their arm around you and smile and just give you a wink and go, "It'll be all right."
Oh, that bullshit blanket.
Yeah, I just want to say, no matter what job you have, it's not worth getting that job. Just that's all. It's just not worth it. At least in my mind, I could be fucking CEO. It's not worth it, honestly. No job is worth it.
It's a personal decision, mate, and unfortunately, a lot of people want to keep a roof over their heads for their family. Yeah. So, what do you value? Do you want to make your family homeless? All right, because these are real possibilities with some people, and they've got no choice really, and that's a sad thing about it. They've got no choice.
And so you know what, I agree with you to an extent, but the thing is, you can never comply your way out of tyranny.
No,
you know what I mean?
Agree.
So today it's the vaccine. I mean, how far are you going to go now? Are you going to get all the boosters? Because soon you won't be able to work if you don't get the 6th booster.
Yeah. Well,
so once you get the first one, are you going to be signed up for the rest?
Exactly right. And where does it stop?
Right. Where will your line in the sand be?
That's one of the things that anti-vaxxers and pro-vaxxers have in common. They will never be fully vaccinated.
I have an observation, I guess. So what I think is, I'm gonna say this is I looked into this Jim Jones cult a while ago because this whole COVID
He's a
shit,
good
and
dude.
like
Yeah.
he made them multiple times practice their self-suicide. Like he had drills, right? And so now what I'm seeing is like maybe the first one or two might just be like a saline or some mercury or some shit that might fuck you up like a little bit, but like
yeah,
There is two fridges. There is two fridges, and some people might get the saline, and other people get the real one. It's all in there. It's all there.
Right.
Some
And
people
it's
get
also
one.
like
Some people get the other one.
it's also like practicing, right? Like in the Jim Jones cult, they had to drill, like practice everyone self-suiciding multiple times. It's like with all these 4 boosters now, 2 normal, 2 boosters, and then now they're saying like 6 for Omicron or something ridiculous. I don't even know, but it seems like it's the same thing as the Jim Jones cult. You're drilling, you're training to accept this sauce into your body whenever the state mandates it. Like, hey, like, you trust us with your life, get this sauce in your arm. If you don't, you're not part of the cult. You can't do anything. You can't be around here. You know what I mean? It just seems so
The machine,
similar.
the machine needs a system. The machine needs workers and need thinkers, but also needs workers. So they need the workers. So I think the V will keep workers going. I think from one side of the equation.
It's very easy to say it doesn't matter what the job it is or how important the job is. You'd never get vaccinated for a job, but mate, in the real world, many people just live paycheck to paycheck. Many people are struggling to keep their head above water, and they are forced into doing things. And yeah, I feel sorry for those people. I really do. But in the real world, right, when you're just living from paycheck to paycheck, no, life is it's completely different. Completely different.
Pretty evil, isn't it?
It is. And that's how they get you by the short and curlies.
Of course.
Because they know this about people. They know a majority of people are bordering on red line and whatnot, and they've got commitments or they're overcommitted and stuff like that. So they've got them by the short and curlies before they even start. I'm just glad I just don't have to worry about that myself, right? But I do worry for my family and my partner and stuff. It's not nice.
No, it ain't nice.
Oh yeah, man. I've been worried about all my family members who got this shit. It's just like,
So,
I don't know.
Right. What are your guys' thoughts
They're all getting
on
sick now.
the
They're all getting sick.
possibility? Is there going to be a mass, like the doctor, some of the fringe, the fringe doctors that they're called? Is it true? Will there be 2-3 billion people dying off in 3 years? Is that going to happen?
Wow. That's what I don't want to see. That I hope it's not that. But some things might be pointing towards that, but I just hope it's not.
Well, you've seen that just yesterday that insurance CEO came out saying what we're seeing today, he said a 1 in 200 year occurrence is 10% above baseline. And for 2021, they're 40% above baseline. And if 10% is a once in 200 year occurrence, just imagine what a 40% increase is.
Holy shit. And think about not only say they all regretfully pass away, right? It's still even that economically, right? How that would economically impact the other 60%. You could see it cascade into more than just 40%. You know what I'm saying? Not even just because the whole economy would. I mean, I'm not saying this would happen. That would be worst case scenario. But if 40% died, then I mean, another 20 might just die from starvation right there. You know.
One of the theories was that they want all the older people dead because they know they can't pay them their Social Security. So you got 98% of all these older people, 65 and over, taking the shot. If they all die off, well, that frees up a lot of their funny money.
Well, a lot of people that died in the past, years is the people that have been taking the drugs in these homes, these old people.
Well, right, that's my
taking
point. I
all
mean,
the
like almost
drugs,
100% of elderly people have taken the shot.
and a lot of the people will also move from they're needed in the workforce. So if there's not that many old people that need taken care of, they
Right, and you
can do
don't
other
got to
stuff
pay them their
with the
social
work.
security. People that are just taking money for nothing. So that'll all be
Yeah,
gone.
that's a
Because
big part of
that
it.
was one of the conspiracies going around, is that they had to call these old people off because they couldn't. They've already bankrupted everything, so they couldn't afford to pay them their social security.
Even though they can just print it like everything.
Right, I know it does. Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't exactly make perfect sense, but
Yeah, but
I
you,
mean,
but
on
you
one
can't
level, it
you
might.
can't print resources. You can print money, but you can't print resources, though. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, they don't
you
care.
print a
All
bunch
they
of
have to do
money.
is print out as much money. They don't care about the resources.
I could see that though, them not being able to pay off Social Security, so they have this whole
Yeah, on
kind of
one
thing.
level, it makes sense.
I think also like if any of you guys have seen this, but there's like these reports that say that like 80% of jobs below $25 an hour are going to be gone by 2030 due to automation. I could see that playing some sort of role. I feel like there's a lot of technology that came in during the COVID pandemic with all this like online work, that they kind of wanted to do for a long time, but they can't really, they can't really make us, but they kind of did make us with this whole pandemic, right? Everyone's now
It's
online. They all do on their online job. No one leaves their house. It's kind of like the perfect grid to where if nobody's really moving anywhere, they can't really form power structures against you.
They have a lot of movement into the service industry. They're gonna provide resources for you to build your business, and you can build a product from there. So a lot of the industries at the top levels, they give you the resources so you can do stuff. So they're moving towards that kind of economy system that you're talking about. I see a lot of technology available to solve a lot of the issues that we're going through. It's there, and we have the resources and the workforce to do it, but concentrated on this silly pandemic stuff and wars and globes, and concentrate on all this BS. So much effort and time into that.
Yeah, that's the problem is like, honestly, like, if we all kind of got the truth and then all kind of got together and made a plan to like kind of get out of this human condition, it would definitely happen like really fast. But it's like, it's kind of
That's why
like
they
we're
need the
people with
bullshit
like,
going. They need the BS and the politicians and the wars and all that stuff going.
yeah, it's like they put a bag on our fucking heads and we're all a bunch of people just walking around with bags on our heads. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's very inefficient. But if we didn't have a bag on our head, we'd get the job done, like a couple years. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It's just a lot of fuckery, and it's just ridiculous at this point.
But still, there's a lot of innovation out there. There's a lot. Like you see, technology is available. I guess the only way is for people to take grinds of the situation and do it.
Well,
Because
are you telling
depending
me
on
you
these
feel comfortable,
politicians, is
Jemsy,
not
starting a
working.
business after what's happened the last 2 years? You're telling me you would
No, there's no.
take that risk?
There's no way. There's no
Right.
way. I think I will make it to the next level of things, but um. It's kind of like you're saying, they might be resetting the numbers on the population, but the thing is that it's been going on. If you look at the deaths, a lot of people die every year, and you mentioned the malpractice, which takes a lot of people. So it's yeah, they got this grinding machine going, and they have to adjust it, I guess, to whatever they're trying to do. Because what's coming in the next days? Because there's a new day every day, right? And that next step depends on who. Everybody in here, right? Because we are
Yeah,
standing on the same
part of
ground.
that stat from that health insurance CEO was this ain't the old people. This is 16 to 64-year-olds. A 40% mortality increase in 2021 over 2020. And there's only one thing that was different, 2021 to 2020.
Well, I told you about what they said before 2018 about the adjuvants that will cause heart problems, and we're gonna see aftermarket what happened.
Right.
So, and now we have children being injected, and
Right.
they are
Yeah, those
developing a
adjuvants
lot
are
of
going into children's
adverse.
vaccines.
Pisses me off, man. The whole
But
child
there's not
shit.
everybody's taking this stuff. Not everyone is taking this stuff. So
When it comes to the children, though, that's like
they
I
also
don't know.
fudge the numbers.
Like when I saw like Justin Trudeau come on the thing, and he's like, "Now you can get your kids like," and he was like smiling and shit. I was just like, "What the fuck? Like, is this even reality?" Like,
Yeah, you talk about Australia being tyrannical. I mean, look at Canada. Who would have ever thought that would have happened up in Canada?
dude, it's like a mind game, man. When I was just watching him do his speech, like, "Yeah, now you're 5 years old, you can go and like, you don't have to be scared anymore and stuff." And I was like, honestly, I was like, I feel like I'm gonna be sick to the stomach, man, watching this fucking shit. Like, this is fucking sick shit.
Not everybody's doing it.
It's fucking sick though. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it just makes you like have some sort of like horror. I guess I don't know if that's the right word, but like, I don't know. It gives you a
is.
bad feeling in the stomach.
Yeah, take a deep breath and concentrate on you and what you gotta do. They play with the numbers a lot. Obviously, we know that. People taking their medications. It's been happening. This is not. This didn't start it in 2019. It's been going on for longer.
What do you guys think about this fake alien invasion? I've been seeing this a lot more. Like,
So it
I don't
might
know, like
be like an
conspiracy.
upgraded version of what we've been getting, like all this TV stuff and movies and propaganda about space, and we might see new technologies that might be showing off, and we'll see videos and screen stuff about UFOs. People see stuff in the sky. I've seen things really weird stuff in the sky, so they can say, "Hey, look, the UFOs coming from outer space."
Gemsy,
And
you've
there
heard
might
of
be
Blue Beam, haven't
an
you?
upgraded version of that. What?
You've heard of Blue Beam, haven't you, Gemsy?
I've heard of it. Yeah, I don't know the capabilities completely, the
It's
spectrum of
basically, well, yeah.
that WAC can do, but I
It's just
imagine they can project imagery up into the layers above because there's a lot of particles up above our heads, and
yeah,
they can definitely
there's
project
some
things
type of
into those.
holograph technology that's been around for decades, evidently.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems to. I mean, it's been talked.
There's layers to this whole thing. But everything comes back to fundamentals, laws of nature. In this place, everything is dependent on the construct and the design of things. And we can do things that are productive or waste our time doing what the storytellers say. Even though they know the truth, because to tell you the story of fantasy, many of these people, the administrators, they do know how to handle things down here in reality. You got everything technology, war machinery, communication systems, transportation. We are very capable of doing things. Very, very capable. A very easy sold ally. There is something about the sequence of events, of generation after generation, and events and steps taken to build the environment we're in at the present time. And that's going towards what? What is the end game? What is this all planning, doing things? Where are we going? Are we following what? Is there a clock above us that moves and tells us it's going towards a certain day, or what's going on? Or is that new day? Every day there's a new day to do things. Where is that going? Where is that gonna take us? What is the end goal? What are they doing? What? Why? Why will they lie? Why wouldn't they lie? Telling you the truth at the same time, because the truth is very obvious in many things. Keep your mind. But why?
Because they can. Just because they can. Bloody animals. Fucking Tina. She's such a bitch. We've got this one chicken that's fucking, got much more intelligence than the rest. She lets us know it. She gets a name.
All right, guys. Till next time. I got to get out of here.
See ya.
Later.
Later.
There's a few heads in here. How come no one's chatting? What's going on? We're waiting for something.
I guess after a long conversation, people are just taking a break. Silence.
Oh, fair enough. No worries. I just joined. Wasn't sure. That's understandable. Get over it, Dawn.
Oh, actually, I suddenly realised you're on chat, Don. Less hassle than typing.
You're right, it is less hassle, but I worry that then we're tied into a long conversation.
Oh, no, it's really quick. I mean, basically where he's fucked up is all the equatorial constellations that we have are the main ones for our zodiac. You know, there's never an age for Orion. Orion isn't on the plane of the ecliptic.
So it moved.
Which is why it moves up and down. Because if it was, it wouldn't fucking move up and down. If it was an equatorial constellation, you'd see it from everywhere in the world all year.
I'm guessing flat Earth math meant, in the context of what we were discussing, you can't see it. But he stated that you could never see it.
Yeah, from anywhere. Yeah.
But then now flat Earth thinks that Orion debunks the globe just because he said one wrong thing.
Yeah. Pretty much. That's pretty much it.
Oh, no.
And then my favourite bit is, and of course, you know, Globers don't understand the constellations.
Yeah.
That was
Maybe
my
he was
favourite.
drunk because he was wearing cat ears, wasn't he, at this point?
That is true. He could be. And someone pointed out in the summer months, Orion can be seen in the southern hemisphere. Yes, because of the Earth's tilt. That's why it goes up and it goes down. At the moment, it's high for us and not visible for some of the people in Australia.
Yeah. When I started trying to thought experiment that in my head, because I didn't know that it was equatorial one.
It's
my
not.
brain was saying, how does this work? Why are people saying you can see it and you can't see it at the same time?
It's not an equatorial constellation, because if it was an equatorial constellation, we'd see it all the time.
That means it moves more, right? And you need to be in certain positions at different times to see it.
The problem is he's confused our equator for the celestial equator.
Are you mad because the Earth is flat?
No. Why would I be mad if the Earth was flat? I'm a flat Earth skeptic. I've not been shown any evidence to say that I should believe the Earth's flat. Very skeptical of the flat Earth.
I am. I'm mad that some people say the Earth's flat when they don't even know that it's flat. I'm mad about that.
I meet an awful lot of globe Earth skeptics, but I don't really meet very many flat earthers. Are you a flat earther?
Yes, I believe Earth is a stationary planet.
Why?
Does that offend you?
No.
You sound mad that some people are still globers. You sound mad that you haven't managed to convince your whole family yet.
Why would I need to do that?
If you can't, then how true is it?
I can't what?
If you can't convince your whole family it's true, how true is it?
I don't need to convince them.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't need to convince anybody.
I just think it's telling. You know, sound
But-
a bit annoyed that it's just you so far. No one else is convinced.
But he's only saying he thinks the Earth is flat, which is fair enough.
If Earth's flat, why are you not on the front cover of science magazines? Why are you playing video games in Discord instead?
Well, again, that would be the difference between things, and I can prove it.
What difference does it make if the Earth is flat or a ball?
Just really depends if you care about facts and knowledge. So there are things that I might want to assert. There are opinions that I have that I can't really assert as facts. So some of my spiritual beliefs come under that. But if I want to assert something as knowledge, then there is a burden of proof to demonstrate that that knowledge is correct to the best of your ability.
Do you know what would happen if the truth came out?
Well, you don't know what the truth is. You've already admitted that. You only think it's flat.
You realize how many people would lose their jobs in an instant?
No, but again, you're claiming now truth, and you don't know what the truth is. You've admitted that.
You should be thanking Flat Earth.
1 minute you say, what difference does it make, man? And then the next minute you say, everyone's going to lose their jobs, man.
I guess
Contradictory.
that's the difference.
Me,
You should be thanking Flat
You
Earth.
can't tell how meaningful it is that you think Earth's flat. You don't know whether it's going to affect the world or not.
I actually think this gentleman is a troll.
No, he thinks
You're
Earth's
funny.
flat, but he has no way to use it in his life. So all it does is come out in tiny little comments as he's playing a game. There's no actual argument informed.
I mean, if it's a big deal to you or not. It's just
Really? It's just an interesting thought experiment. And for me, I'm always interested why people believe in the things that they do. I find that really fascinating. And generally, when I come up against people who believe in the flat Earth, they really don't have
But you do realize
any
how
good
many.
reasons to believe it's flat. It's more the fact that they're skeptical of the globe. That's about the best arguments they have. I'd say 8 out of 10 end up in the I don't know what the shape of the Earth is camp, really. Which is why the first question I asked you is, why do you believe it's flat? And you couldn't even address that point.
It's flat because it's got to be flat.
Well, that's fine. I can say, well, it's a globe because it's got to be a globe, and then I could reinforce that, which is under the systems and physics as we understand it, all objects seek their lowest point of energy, and the lowest point of
I
energy
can
for a
reinforce my
three-dimensional
shit too.
object is a sphere.
I
Cool.
can lock you up in cages, and like.
No, you couldn't lock me up in a cage because I'd beat the fuck out of you.
Yeah.
Oh, and you'd need a passport, which most Americans don't have.
Talking about reinforcing.
Isn't the Earth going to end up wider and wider and wider at the equator over time, like millions of years?
Why?
The Earth's gonna end up burning.
But why is it wider at the equator or just under now?
Centrifugal force is a simplistic explanation. I think it's a bit more complex than that. But
As
the
it
Earth's
goes on,
rotation, the Earth's rotation is slowly slowing down.
is that because it's going out wider?
No, it's because the rotation of the Earth is
That's
not
a usual
dependent.
function.
The rotation of, you're talking about the duration. So the duration of our year is different to the rotation of our day. Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
There's a place called Gehenna underneath the Earth.
Tahini, isn't that something you have with kebabs? But you believe in the law of entropy, don't you?
The law of what?
Entropy.
How do you have gas pressure? You can't have gas pressure without God.
That's true. You can't have gas pressure without that.
Without God. That's correct. I figured that out.
Yeah, well done.
This is what happens when you become a flat earther and you stop sleeping.
I got an awesome night's sleep.
This is what happens when you just have a container. You don't put nothing into the container. So
The
you don't
brain
have gas
stops
pressure.
functioning fully.
So in order to have gas pressure, you have to put something inside the container.
You
That's
don't
how
even
you have
know the
gas pressure.
argument.
In fact, actually, to have gas pressure in a container, you need gas. You can have a solid in a container and no gas and have a vacuum. No. Oh, hi, Tom. I didn't realise it was you.
A propane tank with no gas pressure is just an empty propane tank. It's just a container.
No, the propane tank is never empty, is it?
Once you release all the gas from it, it's just a container.
That's equalised its pressure with the outside.
Whatever, call what you want.
Do you think an empty propane container is a true vacuum?
Containers just involve walls that have.
No, we're talking about propane. We're talking about a propane canister. You go and get your propane canister. You go camping. You know,
It
you're
can
not
be a
getting any more
plastic
gas out of it.
container.
Ooh, I think you need a container that's strong enough to resist the atmospheric pressure around you. Otherwise, it will go pretty
It just
crunchy.
has to have walls around it.
No, it needs walls strong enough to resist the atmospheric pressure.
It can be any kind of container you want.
Ooh, so a soap bubble.
I don't know, play with it a little bit.
So you don't really have any reasons to think the Earth's flat then. Cool.
Mm-hmm. Told you. Can't have gas pressure without God.
Mm-hmm. So what?
Without that, you just have a container.
So what?
So what?
How does that prove the Earth's flat? Yeah.
It's not about flat Earth, is it?
Isn't it? I thought that's what this discussion was about.
It never said flat Earth in the Bible, did it? Did you look at it?
No.
Did you read it? Did you look it up?
I've read the Bible many times. I've read many versions. Which one do you like?
It's about something else.
What's your chosen Bible edition? UKJV? NIV? Strong Concordance? You a Tyndale man?
I like them all.
What the Bible says is irrelevant anyway.
Well, the Bible's a spiritual document.
It's
With a bit of history.
a bad story, I think.
But monotheism is not a very good system, full stop. So
I'm not gonna force you to think the Earth is flat.
I respect that. But that wasn't. I was just trying to understand your reasons for why you think it's flat.
It's just different. Like, I don't think Australia was upside down.
Well, neither do I.
Why not?
It's different than what you think.
What makes you think Australia's the same way up as you?
It's different than what you think.
What makes you think that?
You
Why?
do. You always think somebody's like upside down. It's freaking crazy.
Oh, no.
Well, you're crazy.
Okay.
So to me, down is towards the surface of the earth. So nobody's upside down unless they're standing on their head.
Yeah, me too.
They would have to be. I don't have to teach you your own religion.
No, as I said, down is towards the surface of the earth. That's down to me. Up is away from the surface of the earth.
Definitely different than what you think.
So you don't think that down is towards the surface of the earth then?
The difference is one's a ball and one isn't.
Yeah, but it's definitely flat.
Definitely flat.
Yep.
You'd have to show some evidence or something for me to agree definitely flat. Or for me even to think you're serious, you'd have to show something.
Why would I need to show you something?
Because I could say it's definitely marshmallow, couldn't I, while I'm playing a video game. I can say anything.
Yeah, and you'd be entitled to your opinion, Dawn, and we'd all just get on our merry way.
And if I just sat playing a game and said with 10% effort, it's definitely marshmallow, man, I think I was crazy and lazy at the same time.
I wouldn't care. You're entitled to your opinion.
You don't know how much hard work I put into it.
I state stuff a lot of time and you always react, so you do care.
No. We're here with Earth Awakenings, blah, blah, blah. You're trying to tell
I
us
give
that
you
it's
Earth
not something.
Awakenings and make you react, proving you care about some of the things I say.
Well, yeah, when you try and tell me shit, I do care about that. I don't care about your opinion.
There you
When
go.
you try and
So
tell
now
me,
you understand. Now you
that's different.
understand.
No, it's the opposite to what you
He's
said.
trying to tell us
That's
stuff.
all.
He's trying to say it's definitely
Because
flat.
I won't fight about it. If you want me to fight about it,
No, you
bet
won't.
my
You
life
won't
on
prove it or explain
I
it or
know
give
it's
evidence or
flat.
reasoning.
I'm willing to lay down my life at any time.
You're not willing to discuss it as a man,
Okay.
What do you mean as a man?
as a grown-up male human.
But what do you mean by that? Pseudoscience? You want to
Discuss
discuss your
it
pseudoscience,
honestly.
do you?
I think that's
Again,
what I mean. Discuss it honestly and reasonably.
there's no point discussing pseudoscience with you guys.
I just said I laid down my life, but I'm not gonna fight like that, like how you want
That's
me to fight.
contradictory again.
That's fair enough. No one's asking you to fight, but don't assert something as fact. You know, I don't mind what you think, but you're going beyond. I think it's flat, so I know it's flat. And you know, why do you think it's a globe? You know, once you start doing that, then it's not unreasonable for me to ask you why you think it's flat. That's kind of the difference. You know, everyone has the right to their beliefs.
I told you before.
What do you mean not right? Flat.
I told you before it's flat because it's gotta be flat.
It is flat.
It's a marshmallow, bro. It's got to be a marshmallow.
It is flat. Observably flat. Measurably flat. Empirically flat.
Observably a marshmallow.
Never been measurably flat because you've got no measurements to show it's flat.
Sextant.
Sextant doesn't show it's flat at all.
Sextant only functions on a
Show us a
flat
sextant
stationary
measurement.
plane.
Show us a sextant measurement that proves flat. I might believe you if you show me.
It is obviously flat.
Oh, well, as I said, it's obviously a marshmallow, isn't it? Obviously. Measurably.
See, guys, right? So, flat Earth, it's not even a topic of debate, right? I don't know why we're arguing.
Same as
about
marshmallow.
observable reality.
Marshmallow Earth. It's not up for debate at all. It's just observable fact.
Yeah,
to,
it's
to
an
be,
observe.
to be fair,
Yeah.
I've never been anywhere that's flat. I've never seen
What do you
anywhere on
mean?
Earth that is actually flat.
See,
It's all pretty
you
lumpy with lots of topology.
you absolutely,
Even the sea is not flat because we get tides coming in and out.
What
So
about tides, mate? Just okay. If you have no tides, the large bodies of oceans always would stand flat and level,
You
right?
have to prove that, mate.
Got
Sorry,
waves.
you have to show
What do you
evidence.
mean to prove that? It is
You'd have to convince
reality.
me, or I'm just going to say no.
What do you mean? Okay, see.
Get it?
So if I have a tide, yeah, and I've got low tide on one
You
part, so
are
you know,
denying reality. You are fucking
If
denying
you don't show
observe.
evidence, it's a big fat no
one
from me.
second, Dawn. This is a
Shut up.
really simple argument. If I've got low
What do you mean
tide,
simple?
and if I'm on a beach in Lowestoft and I've got low tide, and I go up to Hull where it'll be high tide,
Okay.
therefore we've got a difference in the height of the ocean. Therefore,
Listen.
it's not flat.
No. Listen. See, this is your reasoning, right? Your reasoning is ridiculous. Okay, what's the purpose of having tides or not? It has no freaking impact on the actual physics of water.
The fact that one part of the ocean,
it remains stationary.
That one part of the North Sea is higher than another part of the North Sea.
Yeah,
That's
you
not
also
a
got the
problem.
sun and the moon and the atmosphere.
I know why you stick. Why are you sticking to the freaking tides? Ridiculous things has no freaking impact on.
Because if not, all you'll do is preach and then leave. If you don't give it, you won't convince.
No, I'm not preaching there, but I'm telling you. I'm bringing evidence here.
I'm calling.
I'm telling you. I'm telling the way it is. Bring a fish tank, exert some force on it. Then what would happen? Obviously, it would take a bit of time, and water would become flat again.
Yeah,
so it
and
is what it
do
is.
you think a fish tank is representative of the size of the Earth? Is that a fair thing?
No.
Because if you're
No,
going to
we're
do
not.
that, then what you need to do is have a measuring instrument that is sensitive enough to measure that curvature over the size of that fish tank, and I don't think that instrument exists.
No, see, this is a problem. Right? See, regardless, this is what I'm telling you, right? Because it is an observable fact that water always finds its own level. That's it.
Have to prove that.
It is reality. It is the observed reality.
Same on a globe.
Yeah, and level.
What do you mean same on a globe?
And
there's no fucking globe. Where's the radius? You have no freaking.
It pours down to the lowest points on a globe. It's the same. It finds its level.
How can large
Level
bodies of
flat now,
ocean
is it, Dawn?
stick to a spinning ball? How?
Gravity. That word I don't believe in. Oh my god.
Where are you, gravity? What is your gravity? I've been asking. I've been searching for gravity for ages. What is your magic gravity? Gravity, where are you? Come and pull me down, gravity. I'm asking you. You miss gravity. I'm asking you to bring you miss gravity. Where is that? Your gravity seem unemployed. Where is that?
Anytime you drop an object,
it doesn't function.
Anytime you drop an object,
vibrates.
Anytime you drop an object, it accelerates, and that acceleration.
I'm asking.
Oh, for God's sakes! Can someone get a word out, Skeptical? Come on, man! You keep over talking.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
This is not the server to do this in.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I respect that. Thank you for hearing.
Polish. Oh my god.
And yeah, I'm bad at it at times as well.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, foolish. Go ahead, foolish.
Thank you. Anytime you see an object accelerating, yeah, when you drop it, which you do, that's what we label as gravity. That
What would I like? Okay, what's the purpose of dropping it? I'm the one who is dropping it.
But
what do you
does it
mean,
accelerate?
drop it?
Yeah,
You're
does it
implying dropping it. Why would I drop it? Why? Obviously, why?
The
object is there. Why would they like to drop it down? Why? Why? Just I'm asking why. The purpose of dropping things out. What would that benefit? What would that bring? Nothing. I'm the cause of it.
It shows there is an effect. No, you're the cause of it being released, and then you have a cause for the and then you have a cause for the acceleration because you didn't throw it downwards.
What? No, no. I'm the cause of it. I'm dropping it, and then
No, sorry, you're wrong.
I won the argument. See, this is reality. So, what is your gravity?
For you saying water's flat, but you didn't provide any, did you?
Obviously, there's no freaking magic gravity. Your gravity is unemployed. It's jobless. Doesn't work. Doesn't function. Has no basis. It's a magic gravity. It's a blind force. Has
Your
nothing.
body every single night for almost 10 hours. Why do you have to rest your body every night?
See, it is obviously the way it is. It is observed reality. Why would they sort of question that? It is what it is. It is the case,
Maybe
right?
it's because of gravity. That's what I'm trying to say.
No. You gotta prove that. The burden of proof is on you, though, right? It's not on me.
Gravity exists on a
The
flat Earth.
burden of proof is on anyone who's making a claim.
The burden of proof, exactly. You making the claim.
And you've made the claim that the Earth is obviously flat. That's your claim.
It is flat. This is what we observe.
So therefore,
it is
you have
flat.
a claim, and I have a claim. So we both have burdens of proof.
All the arguments